61st floor. A middle-aged man holding a long sword was frantically clashing with Xiao Han's blood-colored long blade. At this moment, Xiao Han was erupting with an incredibly terrifying force of blood energy. At the same time, a trace of terrifying imperial aura emanated from the heavenly dragon armor on his body. Boom! As the two collided once again, both Xiao Han and the middle-aged man were instantly sent flying tens of thousands of kilometers. After stabilizing his posture, Xiao Han wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Is 5-star void break really this powerful? Xiao Han was somewhat speechless. He had even used the most powerful blood fury, yet now he had only managed to reach a draw. In other words, if the opponent's combat talent were to be classified by level, it would definitely have reached the Earth rank. Your strength is quite impressive. I didn't expect that after all these years within the galaxy, someone would finally meet me. The middle-aged man spoke, expressing immense admiration for Xiao Han's strength. Oh, you have consciousness. Xiao Han was taken aback. He had thought that the opponents here were all generated from data templates, lacking consciousness. I didn't expect this middle-aged man in front of me to be completely different. Of course I am conscious, though it's merely a sliver of my spiritual sense. Allow me to introduce myself. I am DXIN, the creator of this Silver Star Tower. DXIN's words instantly left Xiao Han stunned. You are that Han-level artifact refiner? Xiao Han said unexpectedly. Han-level? Well, that's not wrong. 50,000 years ago, I was indeed a Han-level artifact refiner, but now, I am already a Cosmos-level artifact refiner. However, this Silver Star Tower has always been my pride. DXIN looked at the Silver Star Tower and said proudly, damn, 50,000 years ago. Doesn't that mean you've already surpassed the Star Sea level? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. A Cosmos-level artifact refiner corresponds to a level that has already surpassed the Star Sea level, and that level is called Domain Master. 300,000 years ago, I was on the verge of a breakthrough and happened to arrive in the Milky Way, where I was invited by those 10 little fellows to collaborate in building a Silver Star Tower. Because their philosophy gave me a glimmer of hope for my breakthrough, I used the Silver Star Tower as the medium for my advancement, ultimately becoming a Cosmos-level artifact refiner. The Silver Star Tower was left on Silver Star, but I also left a wisp of my soul fragment to see when this galaxy would produce someone with combat talent reaching the quasi-heavenly level. Unexpectedly, I actually waited for it to happen. DXIN touched his chin and looked at Xiao Han with satisfaction. That's right, Xiao Han's combat talent has now reached the terrifying quasi-heavenly level. After all, someone who can surpass 7 minor realms and still fight to a draw with a super strong opponent possessing Earth-level combat talent, this kind of terrifying talent has already reached the quasi-heavenly level. Of course, the heavenly rank is not that simple. As for the quasi-heavenly rank, Xiao Han has only just barely reached it for now. Oh, you can see it now. I don't care whether I'm quasi-heavenly rank or not, but I'm still going to defeat you. Xiao Han's gaze instantly became serious as he looked at DXIN. Oh, defeat me? If you truly have a heaven-tier talent, it might be possible. However, with your current combat strength, wanting to surpass 6 minor realms to defeat me seems impossible. DXIN shook his head helplessly. Not possible? The corners of Xiao Han's mouth slightly curved upward. System, start upgrading all my skills. Upgrade them all directly to mid-level void breaking. Xiao Han's lips curved slightly upward. The next moment, he directly connected with the system through his thoughts. Xiao Han, who had reached as far as the 61st level, now possessed a staggering 3.1 trillion upgrade points. Advancing 20 levels had earned Xiao Han 100 billion points, and thereafter, every 10 levels doubled the upgrade points due to the opponent's strength doubling. 30 levels amounted to 200 billion, while 40 levels reached a terrifying 400 billion, and 50 levels had already hit 800 billion. Just the 60th level alone caused Xiao Han's upgrade points to increase by a terrifying 160 billion, and such a massive amount of upgrade points is already enough to make Xiao Han's current strength skyrocket. Ding! Beginning the upgrade of all the host's true essence power. Martial skills, techniques. With the system's notification sound, a trace of mysterious aura began to emanate from Xiao Han's body. About to break through? No, if it's a breakthrough, my strength would also increase. A breakthrough in realm can't possibly defeat me. DXIN suddenly noticed Xiao Han's change, his brows slightly furrowed. However, to his surprise, Xiao Han's realm showed no significant change. Ding! Congratulations to the host. All skills upgraded to Grandmaster Advanced level. Upgrade points consumed, 160 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host. All skills have been upgraded to Grandmaster Peak level. Upgrade points consumed, 1.6 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. All skills have been upgraded to Void Breaking Realm Beginner level. Upgrade points consumed, 16 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. All skills have been upgraded to Void Breaking Realm Intermediate level. Upgrade points consumed, 160 billion. After 3 consecutive system notifications, the aura emanating from Xiao Han's entire body became incredibly profound. But the change in strength made DXIN in front of him furrow his brows tightly, as he was completely unable to comprehend Xiao Han's transformation at this moment. As for why he didn't directly break through his physical strength, the reason was simple. Xiao Han was currently inside someone else's magical artifact. If others discovered that he could freely adjust his realm, they would definitely not let him go. The only solution, of course, was for Xiao Han to gradually elevate his realm. System, raise all my attributes to 10 billion. Xiao Han calmly spoke to the system. Boom! With a roar from the system, Xiao Han instantly realized that his entire strength began to skyrocket wildly. In just an instant, all of Xiao Han's attributes had surpassed 10 billion points. System, display my attributes. Xiao Han spoke to the system in his mind. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human race. Martial arts realm, void shattering realm, 1 star. Energy, true essence power, 7th turn, 0/10 trillion. Strength bonus, 200x. Profession, heavenly tier intermediate alchemist, 0 out of 100 billion. Heavenly tier intermediate array master, 0/100 billion. Physical body, 1 billion. Speed, 1 billion. Soul, 1 billion. Cultivation method, dragon slayer technique. Spirit level, mid void breaking, 0 out of 100 billion. Combat skill, blade technique, mid void breaking, 0/100 billion. Skills, flame domain / spirit rank, mid void breaking, 0/100 billion. 9 heavens thunderstep, spirit rank, mid void breaking, 0/100 billion. World shaking palm of nations, spirit rank, mid void breaking, 0/100 billion. Mental seal, earth rank, mid void breaking, 0/100 billion. Teleportation, earth rank, mid void breaking, 0 out of 100 billion. Destiny divination, earth rank, mid void breaking, 0 out of 100 billion. Frenzied killing blade technique, spirit rank, mid void breaking, 0 out of 100 billion. Talent, power of flame, spirit rank, mid void breaking, 0/100 billion. Equipment, heavenly dragon battle armor, spirit rank, mid heaven rank, 0/100 billion. Blood drinking frenzied blade, earth rank, mid heaven rank, 0 out of 100 billion. Brocade pouch, spirit rank, mid heaven rank, 0/100 billion. Upgrade points, 136 billion. This kid actually managed to elevate his realm. No, it seems his aura changed significantly even before his realm improved. Emperor Xin frowned deeply. As Xiao Han's realm improved, Xin's original 5-star void breaking level gradually rose to 7 stars. This is why improving one's realm is useless, because when you improve, your opponent's realm will also improve. Moreover, recklessly improving one's realm will cause the advantages originally possessed to vanish completely. For example, a genius at the innate level possesses innate level skill proficiency, making them unmatched among peers of the same level. But when he advanced to the Grandmaster level, he still possessed innate level skill proficiency. Not to mention those of the same rank, even those of lower levels could easily overpower him. As for Xin, he has now advanced by 2 minor realms, yet his martial skill level and skill proficiency have still improved. It remains the original Earth level talent. As for Xiao Han, because he directly advanced by a major realm, for ordinary people, the original quasi-heaven level talent would definitely drop to Earth level talent. Boom! However, at this moment, Xiao Han suddenly erupted, his entire body instantly exuding an endless and terrifying aura. These auras crushed the surrounding space, causing it to tremble incessantly. This aura was 100 times more violent than before. Heaven-grade talent. Impossible, how could this kid possibly have heaven-grade talent? Xin's expression changed slightly. A heaven-grade talent, let alone in a small galaxy like this one, is an incredibly powerful existence even among those advanced star systems of 7th or 8th tier civilizations. If nurtured well, a heaven-grade talent might truly surpass a domain lord in the future and become a realm lord-level powerhouse capable of founding an 8th tier civilization. It must be noted that Xin himself is merely a quasi-heaven-grade talent, and the level he has reached now is already his limit. The reason he left this Silver Star Tower is very simple. He wanted to find a suitable successor for himself. He didn't consider the aspect of artifact refining, as artifact refining geniuses are rare and hard to come by, but he absolutely had to choose his martial arts successor carefully. And now, Xiao Han's heaven-tier talent has truly shocked him. Because heaven-tier talent has already far exceeded the scope of his teaching abilities, he definitely doesn't want to misguide a promising student. However, if Xiao Han is left in the Milky Way, this heavenly talent will be wasted. Young friend, are you willing to? Xin smiled faintly, ready to directly accept Xiao Han as his disciple. However, in the next instant, he suddenly noticed a shocking blade light tearing through the heavens and earth, blasting toward him, so fast that even Xin couldn't see it clearly. Xin's face instantly froze. What the hell? After uttering a curse, Xin's figure was instantly split in half by Xiao Han's slash, eventually turning into countless points of light scattered across the sky. Ding! Upgrade points plus 640 million inch. A system notification sound made Xiao Han pause slightly. What was that weapon refiner about to say just now? Xiao Han scratched his head in confusion. Before the other party could finish speaking, Xiao Han had instantly taken them out with a flash. flesh. If outsiders knew, they would probably be scared to death. DXIN, a soul fragment of a cosmic-level artifact refiner, was actually killed in one strike by this kid Xiaohan, and it was across 6 minor realms. Forget it, earning upgrade points is more important. Xiaohan shrugged indifferently. The contestant has killed the Silver Star Tower administrator. The Silver Star Order is about to be rebuilt. Begin expelling all examinees. However, at this moment, a loud voice suddenly reached the ears of everyone still cultivating inside the Silver Star Tower. What? Killed the Silver Star Tower administrator? What's going on? The Silver Star Tower has an administrator? Who is it so wicked, even killing the administrator? Countless contestants who originally wanted to achieve a good score instantly began cursing angrily. However, the next moment, everyone was forcibly expelled from the Silver Star Tower by a mysterious force. Those who had already been kicked out earlier were completely dumbfounded. Why does this exam still have a time limit? Did they just send everyone out at once? After some understanding, these players who had already been kicked out suddenly became excited, because being kicked out early definitely benefited them, allowing them to ultimately make it into the top 1,000. Administrator? Silver Star Tower has an administrator. Those old guys never seem to mention it. Don't say it's just these contestants. Even Jinyu, as the chief examiner, frowned slightly because he had never heard of any administrator for the Silver Star Tower. However, since a problem has arisen, as the chief examiner, he has to step in and resolve it. That weapon refiner tricked me. Can't be killed? If you can't be killed, why did you come out here to show off your skills? Xiaohan was utterly speechless at this moment. You should know, he originally planned to make a good profit, but who would have thought he would be brought up instead? Everyone. However, just as Xiaohan was feeling helpless, a loud voice once again echoed from the sky. The second round has ended early due to certain reasons, but the result is already determined. In the path of martial arts, aside from strength, there is also a certain element of luck. If there is no corresponding luck, no matter how strong the talent is, it is difficult to reach the peak. Therefore, next, the top 1,000 will proceed to the next round. As for those ranked after 1,000, regardless of the reason, leave immediately. Jinyu's words were extremely cold and stern, instantly turning the faces of those contestants who intended to cause trouble pale. To be honest, they really don't dare to cause trouble, because causing trouble in front of Jinyu only leads to one result: death. As Jinyu's words fell, one by one, the eliminated contestants flew back in embarrassment toward the direction they came from. Alright, next is the final round of this genius battle, and in this round, the top 10 will be decided. As for the rewards, it's simple. The top 10 will each be granted a small star domain as their territory. Additionally, there will be an opportunity to enter the Silver Star Tower for cultivation, with a time limit of 100 years. Everyone will have the chance to be accepted as a disciple by the 10 Supremes. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on yourselves. Jinyu sneered disdainfully when mentioning being accepted as a disciple by the 10 Supremes. It was as if this opportunity, which would be a tremendous blessing for anyone, was completely worthless to him. Of course, the 1,000 students present naturally had their eyes light up. After all, not everyone has a Starcia-level Supreme Father like Alterus. However, at this moment, Alturas turned his gaze toward Xiaohan, with a hint of a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he wanted to devour Xiaohan whole. At this moment, he was almost at the point of wishing he could grind this rootless brat's bones to dust. Damn, why is this jerk staring at me? Could he be a creep? Xiaohan shivered as he saw Alterus staring at him intently. It was better to stay away from such a weirdo. Boom! Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds erupted from underground, and in the next moment, a massive arena rose from beneath the ground. This will be the venue for the final round of the competition. Suddenly, as Jinyu spoke, everyone looked at the arena beneath their feet. Everyone was somewhat confused. Hadn't the arena competition just ended not long ago? Why was it starting again? Thinking of this, everyone looked curiously at Jinyu. At that moment, Jinyu began to speak. The final round will be held on this arena, and the assessment is very simple. Whoever lasts until the end will be the ultimate victor. Jinyu's words were very straightforward, yet those contestants who had turned the tables in the second round due to their higher cultivation levels couldn't help but have a slight change in expression. It must be noted that on this arena, there is a super powerhouse with the most formidable breaking void 3-star strength, while some of them are merely grandmasters with 7 or 8 stars. The previous round was a test of combat talent, while martial arts have always revered strength. Since talent has already been tested, there is no need to continue testing it. Strength is the foundation for a martial artist's survival. There are no rules in this match, just kill your opponent. However, external forces are not allowed. Jinyu's calm words left everyone present speechless. Whatever the big shot says is always right. Earlier, he said talent was important, and now he says martial strength is crucial. Sure enough, any motivational talk is correct as long as it comes from a big shot. However, some people were incredibly excited upon hearing this news. Ha ha ha, heaven is helping me. Everyone, whoever kills that kid named Xiaohan, I will guarantee their direct entry into the top 10. At this moment, Ultras burst into wild laughter and then and pointed at Xiao Han with a cold sneer. However, upon hearing his words, many of the talented youths present had their eyes light up. Not to mention whether Ultras could secure his spot in the top 10, just his identity as the young clan leader of the Bloodflame clan was enough to make almost everyone in the galaxy grovel before him. And at this moment, they seemed to see an opportunity to reach the pinnacle of their lives. The prison suppressor in the sky didn't say anything after hearing this. He had said before that life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is ordained by heaven. If Xiao Han can survive, it would naturally be the best outcome, but if he cannot, no matter how strong his talent is, he would not save him. After all, this is a matter for the younger generation, and the older generation will not interfere. Third round, begin. With Jin Yu's command, nearly 1,000 talented youths erupted in action the next moment. 90% of them instantly charged toward Xiao Han. Flame Dragon Break, Scarlet Sand Demon Fist, Great Sun overwhelms the sky. Hundreds of martial techniques of various forms were unleashed recklessly toward Xiao Han. Such a display of power even made the small weapon emperor tell by a furrow his brows slightly. Hundreds of people, 99% of them at the void-breaking level, and all of them geniuses capable of fighting across at least 2 or 3 minor realms. All-out eruption, he might not be able to withstand it, let alone Xiao Han, whose previous realm level was merely Grandmaster 9 stars. Annihilate. However, Xiao Han moved. With just a calm utterance of the word annihilate, an endless and terrifying spiritual force instantly swept across the entire arena. All the genius martial artists who had been attacking him suddenly seemed to freeze in place. Bang bang bang. The next moment, these genius youths fell to the ground under Telvia's horrified gaze. Mental shock. They were all killed with just the most trashy mental shock. Telvia looked at the lifeless bodies scattered across the ground in disbelief. The original 1,000 people instantly dwindled to just over 10, and these were the ones who hadn't attacked Xiao Han. Duh, dead. Altela's expression turned slightly grim. The followers he had just recruited were killed like this, leaving him, the young clan leader, with no face to show. Useless trash, do I have to do it myself? Letting out a cold snort, Alteris instantly drew a long sword from his storage ring and slashed madly at Xiao Han. The ultimate art of speed, infinite slaughter. Alteris roared as he swung both hands frantically, slashing at Xiao Han. The terrifying speed made it impossible for Telvia to catch even the slightest trace of its trajectory. Admittedly, although this Alteris is quite foolish, his strength is still rather formidable. Fast? Compete? Xiao Han's lips curled slightly upward as he frantically calculated his escape route in his mind after killing this idiot. In the end, he made his move. Swish! A flash of red bloodlight streaked by and disappeared. Xiao Han had already sheathed his long knife again. Sigh. It really is time to start running. A sigh escaped from his lips. However, the next moment, the countless sword beams about to strike Xiao Han instantly shattered. Thud, 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 thud. At the same time, Alteris exploded in an instant, turning into a mist of blood that filled the sky. This scene instantly terrified all the surrounding contestants, and everyone watching this match was utterly stunned. Prince Alteris is dead. Isn't he the young clan leader of the Bloodflame clan? Is this guy courting death? Something big has happened. Something big has happened. The young clan leader of a level 6 civilization being killed is equivalent to directly challenging this civilization. Although many people in the livestream were quite disgusted by this arrogant young clan leader, his death would undoubtedly turn the entire galaxy upside down. Xiao Han instantly appeared in front of Alteris and snatched the storage ring from him. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort echoed from the sky, and a massive palm descended toward Xiao Han. Blood kill, this is the competition I am presiding over. Are you making a move because you don't take me seriously? Just as the palm was about to smash into the ground, Jinyu's icy voice rang out. Poof. In an instant, an endless cold light burst forth, and the massive hand was instantly severed. Boom. With a loud bang, the enormous hand crashed onto the ground, and in the next moment, a blood-colored giant with a severed arm appeared before Jinyu. Shun Yu, are you really going to oppose my Bloodflame clan? Shueisha let out a cold snort and spoke icily to Jinyu. At this moment, Shueisha was incredibly panicked. The young clan leader he was responsible for protecting had been killed right under his nose. If Shui Yan Supreme were to hold him accountable, he would surely die. Humph. Even that old thing Shui Yan doesn't dare to speak to me like this. What are you? However, Jinyu's unparalleled domineering words instantly made Shueisha's expression change. Yes, although Jinyu's realm hasn't reached the Star Sea level, his incredibly powerful combat strength has already surpassed the Starry Sky level. Even Shui Yan wouldn't dare to say he wants to oppose him. This is a competition, and during the competition, I am in charge. After the competition, if your Shui Yan people want to kill this kid first, it has nothing to do with me. Remember, this tournament is hosted by your 10 major races, and you invited me to be the judge. Jinyu's calm words made Shueisha's eyes light up. It seems that Jinyu doesn't really want to protect Xiao Han, it's just a matter of saving face. My lords, it seems Xiao Han left a long time ago. My lords, it seems Xiaohan left a long time ago. However, at this moment, Terwia's awkward voice came from below, instantly leaving Bloodkill and Jinyu dumbfounded. Gone? This is Silver Star, where could they go? However, when the two of them looked up at the arena, they found no trace of anyone. Damn, really gone. Jinyu let out a curse, and his divine sense instantly spread across the entire Silver Star and even the surrounding planets, but the result left him stunned. Xiaohan was gone. However, what they didn't know was that while he and Bloodkill were bickering, Xiaohan had already disappeared from Silver Star with a single teleportation. At this moment, Xiaohan's teleportation level had reached the terrifying void-breaking level, with a single teleportation covering an astonishing distance of 10 billion kilometers. Moreover, Xiaohan's mental power allowed him to perform multiple extreme teleportations in an instant. In the minute the two were talking, Li Xiaohan had already arrived at the spaceship starport, boarded the shadow ship, and then directly fled beyond the galactic star region. Seal off the entire integrated star region. I refuse to believe he can just vanish into thin air. Bloodkill's expression changed, and he immediately issued a command to his smart brain. It must be noted that Bloodkill was also a star-level powerhouse. Although he was a caretaker, he was a truly formidable and authoritative one. With one command, the galactic starfield sprang into action. An endless starry sky formation instantly enveloped the entire starfield. However, they underestimated Xiaohan's speed. Before the starry sky formation could fully operate, Xiaohan had already teleported outside the starfield. At the same time, he used the spaceship to initiate a space jump, leaving behind an unknown number of light years. Hundreds of thousands of light years away from the Milky Way galaxy, there stood a massive star hundreds of times larger than the sun. A man with a towering physique sat in the void, absorbing the fiery power of this star. Put! Suddenly, the man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The man abruptly widened his eyes. Is the child dead? The man is the current patriarch of the Bloodflame clan, Bloodflame. He is also Ultra's father. With the death of his son, he, as a father, felt it instantly. The Bloodflame clan reproduces by creating a new life form from their own fiery essence and blood. In other words, it is asexual reproduction, and Bloodflame is both the father and the mother of Ultras. Ultras is the last son that Bloodflame was able to conceive before breaking through to the Domain Master level, as most of his lifespan has already passed, making a breakthrough impossible. However, just now, his youngest son actually died. Boom! Following a terrifying roar, Shui Yan instantly transformed into an old man. Shui Yan clan, pass down the order, bring the murderer who killed my youngest son before me. Shui Yan's eyes turned blood red, and the endless power of flames instantly crushed a nearby star. Chieftain, we've received intelligence from Bloodkill. The person who killed the young chieftain has already fled the Milky Way galaxy. However, the next moment, the voice transmitted by Shui Yan's AI made him instantly furious. Useless, all of you are useless. Search for the culprit's whereabouts with all your might. If they escape, I'll make Bloodkill pay with their life. Shui Yan's furious roar left the members of the Bloodkill clan on the other side trembling in fear. They immediately began contacting the other 9 major clans to launch a frantic search for Xiaohan's whereabouts within the Milky Way. However, at this moment, Xiaohan naturally knew that the 10 major races and even everyone within the Milky Way were searching for his whereabouts, so Xiaohan was now aboard a spaceship heading beyond the Milky Way. Carl, is this what you call the connector? Inside the spaceship, Xiaohan completely ignored the uproar outside as they searched for him. Instead, he held something resembling a wrist guard and spoke to Carl. The master can't be wrong. Although the model of this connector is different from the ones I've seen before, it is definitely a connector for the virtual universe, and its level is even higher than the ones we used in the Atlantis civilization. Carl said to Xiaohan with an excited expression. You must know that the value of a single connector surpasses everything combined in a 5th level civilization. In that case, if I use it now, will I be tracked? Xiaohan frowned and said to Carl. There's an 80 to 90% chance, because this connector is a family-type connector. If the owner uses it, the family patriarch can retrieve the location information. However, Carl said awkwardly. Damn, are you messing with me? Why would I steal it if I'd get tracked? Xiaohan suddenly had the urge to strangle Carl. The only reason he managed to escape was that Jinyu and the others weren't watching him. If the other side had been prepared, his teleportation distance wouldn't have been enough to escape their divine sense range, which meant he wouldn't have been able to get away. If the other side discovered his location, the Star Sea-level Bloodflame clan leader would definitely find and eliminate him. Even with teleportation, there would be no escape. I was just joking at the time, just hoping that if you, Master, could interact with the higher-ups of the galaxy, your strength would improve faster. Who would have thought you'd actually kill a royal? Carl felt a bit awkward. Back then, he did say that at worst, Xiaohan could just rob someone, but he never expected Xiaohan to actually do it and even kill a royal. Now, they could only truly live a life on the run. However, as someone who had been taken in as a slave by Xiaohan, he was merely worried about Xiaohan's safety. Is there really no way? Xiaohan frowned and said to Carl. There's no way. The virtual universe world is said to be controlled by the most advanced intelligent brain in the entire universe. Unless we find an existence even more powerful than it to erase this data, it's absolutely impossible not to be tracked. But the main brain of the virtual universe world is the most powerful. How could there possibly be something stronger than it? Carl helplessly said to Xiao Han. However, Carl's words instantly enlightened Xiao Han. The most powerful in the universe. Then isn't this system, which claims to transcend all realms, capable of erasing anything at will? Thinking of this, Xiao Han became excited and immediately opened the attribute table of the Virtual Universe Connector. Virtual Universe Accessor, Virtual Universe World. It is a virtual world composed of the most powerful network in the universe, and this accessor is a standard mobile accessor, allowing free login to the virtual universe within its coverage area. Note, this accessor is bound and can be tracked. Unbinding requires a cost of 10 billion upgrade points. Seeing the properties of the accessor, Xiao Han's eyes lit up. Unbinding only costs 10 billion? As for why he couldn't upgrade, Xiao Han thought about it and let it go. Even unbinding costs 10 billion, upgrading might require tens of trillions or even more. Since Xiao Han doesn't have enough upgrade points now, naturally there won't be any prompt for upgrading. However, Xiao Han didn't care at this moment, because he only needed the login function. System, unbind. Xiao Han directly spoke to the system. The next moment, a streak of light flashed and disappeared instantly. Ding! Unbinding complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host for connecting to the interface. The virtual universe network is now accessible, and the host can log in at any time. As Xiao Han's 10 billion upgrade points were used, the system's notification sound followed. Is it done? Xiao Han smiled faintly and, in the next moment, directly connected his consciousness along with the access device. Beep beep beep. New access personnel detected. Would you like to create a new character? And at this moment, an emotional prompt sounded in Xiao Han's mind. Create it. Xiao Han responded in his thoughts. Beep beep beep. Character creation successful. You can now use any login device to access the virtual universe. The character cannot be deleted. The notification sound rang out again. Carl, wake me up directly if something happens. I'll go check out what the virtual universe is all about first. Xiao Han's lips curved slightly upward, and in the next moment, he directly clicked to log in. Buzz! A wave of unconscious fluctuation instantly enveloped Xiao Han's consciousness, and in the next moment, his consciousness was instantly taken to another space. When Xiao Han opened his eyes again, he found himself in a room identical to the one he had entered after logging into Battle Soul. Master, the Battle Soul you mentioned is a small game under my virtual universe, which can be downloaded and accessed via a local network. Many star systems rely on similar games to make money, and Virtual Universe adopts this as the default format. However, at this moment, an elf resembling a young girl appeared in front of Xiao Han. The elf was only the size of a thumb, but looked exactly like a human. I am the Master's guiding elf. If you have any instructions in the future, Master can always ask me. The guiding elf respectfully said to Xiao Han. Alright, since that's the case, I'll call you Xiaoling. Go ahead and introduce the situation of the virtual universe. Xiao Han nodded slightly and then spoke to the guiding elf. Alright, Master. Xiaoling respectfully addressed Xiao Han. The next moment, with a wave of her small hand, Xiao Han instantly appeared in a boundless starry sky. Master, this is the universe we are in, and within the universe, galaxies are divided into 4 levels. Xiaoling began to stretch the star map. Soon, a galaxy that made Xiao Han's pupils slightly contract appeared before his eyes. This is the galaxy where Master was born, the solar system. That's right, what appeared in front of Xiao Han was the solar system, which means that everything he did after leaving the solar system and even within the solar system was under the surveillance of the virtual universe. Thinking of this, Xiao Han couldn't help but be shocked. Now he understood what Carl meant when he said the virtual universe was the most powerful main brain in the entire universe. This ability is already completely equivalent to the will of the universe. However, these miniature star systems are not included in the calculation range because they are simply too small, and there are too many of them in the universe, making it difficult to name and number them. Xiaoling continued explaining to Xiao Han. The star map began to slowly contract. Soon, a small star region appeared in front of Xiao Han. It was a galaxy composed of dozens of star systems. This is a low-level galaxy, which is also the most basic composition of galaxies. After that, there are intermediate galaxies like the Milky Way. Generally speaking, the number of low-level galaxies contained within an intermediate galaxy is at least over 1 trillion. The image was compressed again, and the Milky Way appeared in Xiao Han's eyes. Xiao Han nodded. He already knew this, but Xiaoling mentioned there were 4 levels, and only 2 had been covered so far. Thinking about the 2 remaining levels, Xiao Han felt a slight sense of anticipation. Above intermediate galaxies, there are naturally advanced galaxies, and the advanced galaxy where the Milky Way is located is called the Longting Galaxy. The ruler of this galaxy is the Longting Empire. Under the Longting Empire, there are as many as 84 trillion galaxies like the Milky Way. Xiaoling's words made Xiao Han's pupils slightly contract. 84 trillion? What kind of concept is that? The star map also shrank into into a massive galaxy resembling a soaring divine dragon. Looking at so many intermediate galaxies brought even more excitement, as having such abundant intermediate galaxy resources naturally means an abundance of wealth. In other words, his potential in the future would be incredibly terrifying. Xiao Han happily imagined the scene where he would one day become so powerful that he could directly drain several galaxies, and above the advanced galaxies are over 1,000 top-tier galaxies. Under Xiaoling's contraction, the star map shrank wildly. Finally, a star map composed of countless points of light appeared in Xiao Han's eyes. Each of these points of light represents an advanced galaxy. This is the Shuabei Galaxy, where the Longting Advanced Galaxy is located. It is ruled by the Shuajin Cosmic Nation, established by the Supreme Shuajin Powerhouse. However, Xiaoling slowly told Xiao Han everything she knew. However, Xiao Han was slightly stunned. Shuabei Galaxy? Isn't this the name of an element? Xiao Han was somewhat puzzled. There are more than 3,000 types of elements in total, with the most basic being the 5 fundamental elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, anyone who comprehends the power of elements and becomes an ability user generally starts with the 5 fundamental elements. Above this is the spirit level element, and Xiao Han's flame power is one of them. Altura's speed power is also one of them. Higher than spirit level elements are earth level elements. These elements are all incredibly terrifying existences, such as the power of shimmering gold, and others like the power of yin and yang, etc. However, comprehending these elemental powers also means that even with weaker combat strength, one is still a genius with earth-level combat talent. As long as you add some martial arts talent, becoming a strong expert with heavenly combat talent is very simple. And my virtual universe is an existence that surpasses these over 1,000 top-level galaxies. However, at this moment, Xiaoling's words instantly made Xiao Han's pupils slightly contract. But thinking about it, being able to be used by over 1,000 top-level universes, its level certainly wouldn't be low. However, the fact that it surpasses over 1,000 top-level galaxies still left Xiao Han a bit shocked. This is some division of forces within the universe. I noticed the master hasn't come into contact with it, so I mentioned it briefly. Now, let me talk to the master about the virtual universe. Xiaoling smiled as she spoke to Xiao Han. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Those divisions of forces were indeed important, but for someone like him who currently knew nothing, they seemed to hold little significance. After all, even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to interact with things at that level. The top priority is to first figure out the situation in the virtual universe. Because the master's connector is only a low-level connector, it can only access the intranet within the entire Longting Empire. Unless there is a major event or the master switches to a mid-level connector, it won't be possible to access the internal network of the Shuajin Cosmic Nation. And the price of a mid-level connector is 7 trillion Longting coins, that is, 7 quintillion galactic coins. However, given the master's current strength and talent, I believe it won't be long before there's an opportunity to reach that level. Xiaoling's words made Xiao Han nod slightly. Although his innate talent and strength had grown stronger, compared to the entire Longting Galaxy, he might still be lacking in many aspects. After all, the Longting Galaxy was simply too vast. A realm with trillions of galaxies was enough for Xiao Han to obtain any resource he desired. The virtual universe is divided into 3 major sections. The virtual universe is divided into 3 major modules. Xiaoling began to speak slowly to Xiao Han. One of the 3 major modules is the battle module. Within the battle module, the master can connect countless talented youths within the Dragon Soaring Galaxy to fight together. At the same time, the battle module also features the top 10 rankings, which correspond to all strength rankings from the Ming Jin stage up to the Domain Lord level. If the master has sufficient strength to enter the top 100 million of the rankings, there will be a considerable reward of Dragon Soaring coins. Moreover, anyone on these top 10 rankings who enters the top 10,000 of any ranking for the first time can receive a free intermediate virtual universe access device. Thus, it is possible to challenge the higher-level domestic rankings of the Shuajin Universe Network. As soon as Xiaoling told Xiao Han about the first major section, Xiao Han's eyes immediately lit up. He never expected such a great opportunity to actually exist. Although it seems I can directly upgrade to an intermediate virtual universe connector using the system, the upgrade points consumed are extremely high. In other words, if I want to access the internal network of the Shuajin Universe Nation now, there's only one way, and that is to challenge the rankings. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's lips slightly curved upward. A challenge, huh? He really wanted to see just how powerful these so-called geniuses within the Dragon Empire truly were. Aside from the combat section, there's also the shopping section. Here, the master can purchase anything available within the entire Dragon Empire. Additionally, with the logistics of the Virtual Universe Company, delivery to your hands is guaranteed at the fastest speed. The third section is the lifestyle section, which is equivalent to a second universe. This is also the origin of the virtual universe. Here, you can enjoy any treatment you desire, as long as you have enough money. At the same time, there are many professional guilds that allow you, master, to communicate communicate with alchemists, artifact refiners, rune masters, and others throughout the Longting Empire. Xiao Ling slowly explained all the sections of information to Xiao Han, giving him a certain level of understanding. Of course, to gain a deeper understanding, Xiao Han would still need to experience it himself. In that case, take me to see the combat module first. Xiao Han's lips curved slightly upward, then he directly spoke to Xiao Ling. Alright, master. Xiao Ling respectfully nodded toward Xiao Han. In the next moment, Xiao Han instantly transformed into a point of light and disappeared from the room. Xiao Han, who reappeared, had already arrived on a stage. This stage can change its size, environment, and even climate according to Xiao Han's thoughts. However, these are just basic functions. What Xiao Han cares about the most is a floating projection in the sky. There are several options displayed on the projection. Random battle, you can choose opponents with similar levels to yours for battle. Custom battle, you can define your opponent's level, abilities, martial skills, etc. for battle. If the criteria are complex, a certain fee will be charged. Friend PK, you can engage in PK battles with your friends. Leaderboard challenge, challenge the top 10 on the leaderboard. Bounty tournament, head to the bounty tournament to accept challenges from all individuals of the same level. A minimum challenge amount is required. What caught Xiao Han's attention the most about these tournaments was the custom challenges. Don't forget, Xiao Han possesses the elemental power to learn others' techniques, martial skills, and even insights. If Xiao Han could customize an opponent with Earth-level elemental power and then learn that opponent's elemental power, he would instantly master an incredibly powerful skill. And Xiao Han can not only learn elemental techniques but also those Earth-level cultivation methods and martial skills. Xiao Ling, how many Longting coins are needed to customize the cheapest opponent with Earth-level elemental power? Xiao Han asked Xiao Ling. Master, the weakest opponent with Earth-level elemental power would still have Earth-level talent. If customized, it would require at least 100 Longting coins. This is under the condition that the master does not upgrade their realm. If the realm is upgraded, the opponent's strength will also increase, and the matching price will be higher. However, Xiao Ling's words left Xiao Han speechless. 100 pieces, that's 100 billion galactic coins, enough to get 10 trillion upgrade points. Can my galactic coins be upgraded to Longting coins? Xiao Han asked in confusion, not knowing whether his galactic coins had been frozen by those people in the galactic system. Yes, master, you currently have 104 million galactic coins in the galaxy system, which can be exchanged for 1 dragon coin. Xiao Ling's words made Xiao Han nod slightly. Go ahead and exchange it, Xiao Han said directly, as money left there would eventually be taken by someone. After all, galactic coins are issued by the 10 major families of the galaxy. Congratulations, master, your Longting account now has 1 Longting coin, Xiao Ling respectfully said to Xiao Han. Although it's just 1 coin, it is still a universal currency of an advanced star system. Many people find it difficult to obtain, let alone use. Show me the leaderboard of the void-breaking level Dragon Soar experts first, Xiao Han directly said to Xiao Ling. Alright, master. As soon as Xiao Ling finished speaking, the option page of Xiao Han's sky sect instantly transformed into 10 lists, each towering tens of thousands of kilometers high. Each list recorded the names of 100 million people. Master, these are the 10 major rankings, and with your current strength, the one you can attempt is this void-breaking level ranking. Shall we begin the challenge? If you choose to challenge, you can only start from the last place, Xiao Ling respectfully said to Xiao Han. Alright, let's start now. Xiao Han also wanted to see how far his strength could take him in the rankings, so he directly said to Xiao Ling, begin the ranking challenge. Target, skybreaking rankings. Master, your current rank is 1525-54, starting to match opponents for you. As Xiao Ling's words fell, a ranking instantly appeared before Xiao Han's eyes. Damn, such a long list? Xiao Han was a bit speechless, but after thinking it over carefully, he felt relieved. After all, the Longtian rankings include trillions of intermediate galaxies. Each galaxy contains more than 100,000 accessors owned by its powerful individuals. Moreover, the void-breaking level should be one of the more common levels. After all, if you're too strong, there are fewer people at that level, and if you're too weak, you don't even qualify to obtain an accessor. Buzz! At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Xiao Han. The figure turned out to be a young man at the Breaking Void 1-star level. Poof! However, the young man had just seen Xiao Han and hadn't had time to react before being instantly defeated by Xiao Han. He instantly transformed into countless points of light scattered across the sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing wandering spiritual energy. Upgrade points plus 10 million. Just like the Battle Soul, Xiao Han also gains 10 million upgrade points for defeating an ordinary void-breaking level powerhouse. Congratulations, Master, your ranking has increased tenfold. Xiao Ling also hurriedly came to Xiao Han to offer her congratulations. There are so many people on the leaderboard, it's naturally impossible to only challenge the person ranked first. Each time he wins a challenge, Xiao Han can improve his ranking tenfold, until Xiao Han experienced his first defeat. Challenge the next one. As Xiao Ling's voice fell, a young man instantly appeared in front of Xiao Han. Han. The young man's realm was still at the first star of void break. Put. Another instant flash. A fleeting blade light instantly split the young man in two, and in the next moment, he shattered directly into countless points of light scattered across the sky. After all, Xiao Han had even killed a 7-star expert who used an Earth-level combat talent. How could these 1- or 2-star youths, whose talents barely reached the mortal level and at most did not exceed the spirit level, possibly be a match for Xiao Han? Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing wandering spiritual energy. Upgrade points plus 10 million. And the system once again granted Xiao Han a full 10 million upgrade points. However, Xiao Han didn't care about this rank. After all, with a trillion upgrade points, Xiao Han's target was those peak void-breaking experts. Congratulations, Master, your ranking has increased tenfold again. Begin the next round of challenges. With Xiao Ling's notification sound, Xiao Han began challenging even stronger enemies. And next, Xiao Han continued his ruthless instant kills. Ding! Upgrade points plus 10 million inch. Ding! Upgrade points plus 10 million inch. Ding! Upgrade points plus 20 million inch. One opponent after another was swiftly slain by Xiao Han with one strike after another. As Xiao Han's ranking climbed higher and higher, the opponent's levels also grew increasingly stronger, until Xiao Han reached the top 1 trillion rank. The opponent's level has already reached skybreaking 10 stars. At this moment, the opponent is no longer someone Xiao Han can easily defeat in an instant. Boom! On the arena, two figures were colliding fiercely, one of whom was Xiao Han, wielding a long blade, clad in a heavenly dragon battle armor, and exuding an endless aura of blood. Opposite Xiao Han stood a skybreaking 10 stars powerhouse. Put! As Xiao Han's blade struck the chest of the 10-star voidbreaker, the powerful figure was instantly slashed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible! Isn't this kid just a 1-star voidbreaker? What on earth is this level of strength? The 10-star voidbreaker stared at Xiao Han in disbelief. It was simply too overwhelming. How could this possibly be the strength of a 1-star voidbreaker? However, Xiao Han's talent made him seem as though he possessed the strength of the top 10 experts on the rankings. Surpassing 10 levels is already equivalent to having a heavenly tier talent. Such geniuses are extremely rare even in the entire Longting galaxy. A person with such talent has a very high likelihood of becoming a domain master in the future. If guided by an exceptionally strong teacher, there might even be a slight chance of becoming a world master. Of course, such a genius with a heaven tier combat talent must always maintain their heaven tier genius level. If their strength grows but their combat level drops to quasi-heaven tier, forget about becoming a realm lord. Even becoming a domain lord would be difficult. This is also why Dxin was so incredibly excited when he saw Xiao Han's talent rise instead of falling as his strength improved. Such a genius, if properly nurtured, could absolutely inherit the martial legacy of a domain lord. However, unfortunately, before he could say it, Xiao Han instantly killed his clone with a single strike. Your strength is quite impressive. Xiao Han smiled faintly as he looked at the third peak void-breaking expert he was battling. Of course, even peak void-breaking experts only possess ordinary spiritual level talent. The ranking is also after 1 trillion. However, even facing Xiao Han, who is only at the breaking void 1-star level, is already very challenging. After all, the gap in realms alone creates a 500-fold difference in strength between the two. This gap might not seem significant in front of someone with a mortal grade talent, but the opponent is also at the spirit grade level, and the strength of a spirit grade talent is several times greater than that of a mortal grade talent. This is also why Xiao Han almost failed in terms of quantity. But now Xiao Han doesn't dare to level up. If he levels up and has to challenge those youths with earth-level elemental power, it would cost a fortune. Xiao Han can't afford it now, and after leveling up, he would be even less able to afford it. You're not bad either. But next, it's my turn. Put. Xiao Han's opponent still wanted to tell Xiao Han that he had fought desperately, but in the next moment, a long blade instantly pierced through his chest. Unfortunately, your strength is still not enough to make me go all out. Xiao Han smiled faintly and spoke from behind his opponent. Teleportation. It's actually the legendary earth-level element, teleportation. Xiao Han's opponent looked at his chest in disbelief and finally fell. That's right, among the earth-level elements, there is indeed an elemental power called teleportation. Xiao Han suddenly remembered that the power of teleportation is a branch of the legendary heaven-level elemental power, the power of space. Leaving aside the power of space for now, this teleportation power is truly formidable. It seems I already possess an earth-level elemental power. Although teleportation is powerful, it is merely auxiliary. I still need an offensive earth-level elemental power to achieve a qualitative leap in my strength. Thinking of this, Xiao Han shook off the fragments of light spots on the blood-drinking mad blade. Ding! Upgrade points plus 5 billion inch. A 10-star void-breaking expert could provide Xiao Han with an extremely terrifying amount of upgrade points. Just one is 5 billion. If 100 are killed, Xiao Han can obtain 500 billion. Xiao Ling, challenge the next one. Xiao Han did not hesitate. He had not yet reached his limit. Congratulations, Master. You've already entered the top 100 billion rankings, and you're not far from making the list. The next opponent is is arriving soon, please prepare yourself, Xiao Ling respectfully said to Xiao Han. However, in the next moment, a long-haired youth suddenly appeared before Xiao Han's eyes. The youth was dressed in white, exuding a faint trace of wind power all over his body. However, this force of wind is not an ordinary wind. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so young. Little brother, you have quite the talent. The young man smiled slightly upon seeing Xiao Han. Thank you for the compliment, your hurricane power is also quite formidable. Xiao Han smiled faintly, instantly seeing through that the opponent's elemental power was similar to his own spirit-level flame power, but it was hurricane power. The physical destructive power of hurricane power is much stronger than flame power. However, conversely, flame power's magical damage is far more powerful. Oh, judging by little brother's realm, it seems to be only one star void breaker. I didn't expect you could reach the top 1 trillion, it's quite surprising. However, upon seeing Xiao Han's realm, even the young man's pupils slightly contracted. Aren't you just at the 7-star void break level? If you're only at this level among the billion participants, if you advance to the 10-star strength, you could definitely make it into the top million on the rankings. Xiao Han smiled faintly. It's not that everyone at this ranking is at the 10-star level, but rather, if you only have a spirit level talent, you'd need at least 10-star strength to have even the slightest chance of making it into the top billion. However, for those with earth level talent or even quasi-heaven level genius, 7 or 8 stars would be enough to enter the top billion. Maybe even 4 or 5 stars. Perhaps, since we're already on the stage, let's get started. The young man seemed to think of something and smiled faintly. Then a long sword appeared in his right hand. An endless and terrifying force of wind instantly erupted from his body. The force of wind instantly destroyed the surrounding arena. Just as I wished. Xiao Han also smiled, and in the next instant, his entire body erupted with an infinite force of flames, while his blood fury burst out instantly. Fortunately, this is a virtual universe. As long as he wins, the blood energy required for Xiao Han's blood fury will be fully replenished. And as Xiao Han's aura erupted, the boy's originally indifferent gaze immediately turned serious. What a powerful secret technique. Is this the weapon's innate ability? Such a terrifying weapon, could it have already reached Earth-grade quality? Countless thoughts flashed through the young man's mind. A weapon of Earth-grade quality is enough to grant someone combat talent close to the Earth-grade level. With just a little effort, becoming an Earth-grade genius would be very normal. However, if one relies on a weapon to reach this level, their combat talent will definitely drop below Earth-grade once they advance. Thinking of this, his original fear of Xiao Han diminished by dozens of times. However, he didn't know that Xiao Han's weapon could upgrade its level at any time to match his strength. If luck favored him someday, it might even directly break through to the heavenly rank, becoming a heavenly rank weapon. This is the terrifying aspect of the system. However, even if Xiao Han might be relying on external forces, at this moment, even without those external forces, Xiao Han's talent has already reached at least the quasi-heavenly rank level. Such talent cannot help but make the young man take it seriously. Wind sigh. With a low murmur, the young man's hands instantly unleashed an endless force of wind, which surged into the longsword and transformed into countless sword intents. These sword intents erupted instantly, turning into countless sword energies that rushed toward Xiao Han. Impressive power. Xiao Han's pupils slightly contracted. The young man's strength was far greater than he had imagined. In the next moment, his right hand trembled. Endless flash. With a low shout, Xiao Han moved. The blood-red long blade in his hand instantly unleashed an infinite burst of blade light. The speed at which these blade lights erupted was incredibly terrifying. Each strike is a flash of brilliance. The youth's sword energy had only reached halfway when it was instantly shattered completely by Xiao Han's blade aura. Speed-type martial technique. The youth's pupils slightly contracted, instantly forming a wind shield that enveloped the entire space around him. Boom 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 boom. A series of terrifying roars echoed throughout the entire arena. Drink! With a loud shout, the young man instantly dashed out of the explosion zone and slashed toward Xiao Han with his sword. Humph! Xiao Han let out a cold snort and swung the long blade in his hands downward. Boom! With a deafening roar, the two were instantly blasted tens of thousands of kilometers away by the terrifying impact. However, in the next moment, the two collided again. The endless power of flames and the endless power of wind were wantonly unleashed in the void sect, while Xiao Han and the other were frantically clashing. Each time the bombardment occurs, a large section of the team collapses. Each bombardment sends countless dust clouds soaring into the sky. As time passes, Xiao Han's stored blood fury power is about to be exhausted. However, the young man's true essence power is also down to just 10%. Boom! After the final clash, the two instantly retreated tens of thousands of kilometers. Phew! The young man let out a long breath of relief while looking at Xiao Han in disbelief. This kid's strength is actually so terrifying. Originally, it was thought that Xiao Han relied on the power of his weapon. However, it is now clear that even without the weapon, if the two were at the same level, no, even if he himself were 2 levels higher, he would still be quickly defeated. Who would have thought that after coming out of seclusion this time, I would encounter a young man with a true heaven tier combat talent? Let me introduce myself. I am Fengling from the Longting growing empire. Fengling spoke to Xiao Han with a slight sense of admiration. However, what he didn't know was that Xiao Han's most powerful attack had yet to be unleashed. After all, if teleportation erupts, no matter how powerful the young man is, he won't be able to withstand Xiao Han's sudden attack. Fengling, is it? My name is Xiao Han, from the Galactic Empire of the Longting Federation. Xiao Han did not hide his name. After all, no matter how strong someone from the galaxy is, it's impossible for them to attack him through the network, right? If the other party were truly that powerful, they would have already become the ruler of the universe. Milky Way? Fengling was stunned, seemingly unfamiliar with the name. After all, there were countless star systems within the entire Longting Empire, and small star systems like the Milky Way were particularly insignificant. After all, even intermediate galaxies have differences in strength. For a small place like the Milky Way, which has just entered the 6th level civilization, the territory of many intermediate galaxies is millions of times larger than that of the Milky Way. Since our strength is about to be exhausted, let's make the final move. By then, victory or defeat will depend on our capabilities. Fengling knew that if the fight continued, it would ultimately come down to whose energy reserves lasted longer. Completely meaningless. That's exactly what I intended. Since that's the case, then forgive me. Xiao Han smiled faintly, then slightly shook his right hand, and the bloodthirsty mad blade in his hand instantly disappeared. Fengling Tong's pupils slightly contracted. Could it be that he has an even more powerful weapon? Fengling immediately realized he was wrong upon thinking this, because he saw Xiao Han starting to frantically form seals. At the same time, waves of violent spiritual pressure descended from the void. Mental attack. His strongest move is actually a mental attack. Fengling panicked instantly. It must be understood that mental attacks are the nemesis of countless martial artists because they cannot be defended against. Moreover, martial artists generally focus on martial arts training and rarely pay attention to mental cultivation. Even though he possesses Earth-level combat talent, his soul combat talent is merely at the mortal level. As for Xiao Han daring to use a soul attack, it was naturally due to Xiao Han's reasoning. Kill him before he launches an attack. Fengling's expression instantly turned grave. In the next moment, an endless and merciless terrifying force of wind erupted from his hands. He concentrated all his wind power onto the tip of his sword. Stigma of the wind. A sword to pierce the heavens. Fengling's thunderous roar caused the surrounding space to explode with sound. However, in the next moment, a terrifying sword light spanning tens of thousands of kilometers instantly condensed on his longsword. Ha! With a thunderous roar from Fengling, the long sword in his hand crashed down toward Xiao Han. The terrifying momentum caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. However, it was at this moment that Xiao Han suddenly opened his eyes. Spiritual secret technique. Spiritual seal. A low shout erupted from Xiao Han's mouth. An endless soul pressure instantly enveloped tens of thousands of kilometers around, and in the next moment, a colossal seal towering to the heavens crashed down. Earth-level martial technique. It's actually an Earth-level spiritual martial technique. Fengling couldn't believe it as he used his spiritual power to sense the mental seal falling from the sky. However, in the next moment, his soul was struck by this seal and instantly shattered into fragments. Bang! The sword light spanning tens of thousands of kilometers also exploded in an instant. A palace situated amidst the endless cosmic turbulence. A scream of agony instantly echoed throughout the entire palace. An elder cultivating in the main hall of the palace suddenly opened his eyes and, with a single step, instantly arrived at a side hall. Linger, what's wrong with you? The old man looked at his most cherished grandson, who was kneeling on the ground clutching his head. He quickly pulled him up and began examining his entire body. A severe soul injury. What on earth happened? The old man frowned slightly, then took out a pill and fed it into Fengling's mouth. Just a few breaths later, Fengling slowly opened his eyes. Linger, what happened? Why was your soul almost shattered? The elder asked in confusion. For something to attack his grandson here was simply the biggest joke imaginable. Unless the person who made the move is a strong one at that realm. After I finished breaking through the void, I was bored and went to the virtual universe. Unexpectedly, I encountered a young man with heavenly level martial combat power. In the end, when I was competing with the young man in ultimate moves, my soul was shattered by his spiritual martial technique. If it weren't for the protection mechanism of the virtual universe, I would have died long ago. Fengling said with lingering fear to himself. Wait, impossible. You were injured in the virtual universe. Even if your soul was shattered or turned into nothingness, the virtual universe wouldn't allow you to get hurt. However, Fengling said in disbelief. I don't know either, but the fact that I'm injured is true. Maybe the virtual universe saw that I was fine and didn't bother to heal me. Fengling said uncertainly. However, Fengling frowned slightly, but after thinking it over, this seemed to be the only possibility. But you've just recently advanced to the void-breaking stage, and your martial skills and techniques haven't caught up with your level yet. For now, stay at home and train properly. When the day comes that you regain your heavenly tier combat talent, then you can go out. I'm taking your connector with me. The old man glared fiercely at Fengling. Fortunately, the essence wasn't damaged and it can still be healed healed. Otherwise, this kid's talent would have been ruined. Yes, 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 I definitely won't go out. Fengling quickly responded. That's right, Fengling's talent was at the heavenly level when he was at the Grandmaster level before, and it's still the number 1 on the Grandmaster rankings. However, not long ago, after advancing, he jumped directly from Grandmaster 10 stars to Void Breaking 7 stars. This caused his martial skills and techniques to lag far behind his realm, ultimately stopping at the top billion in the Void Breaking realm. But for someone like him, as long as he retreats for hundreds of years, his talent will return to the heavenly level. By then, he will definitely have a spot in the top 10 of the Void Breaking realm rankings. Of course, for now, his top priority is to quickly restore his talent. Otherwise, everything will turn into nothing but an illusion of reincarnation. Xiaohan, I wonder if, by the next time I leave seclusion, you will have already become the number 1 on the Void Breaking rankings. Fengling said with some anticipation, because once he got it, he could have another battle with Xiaohan. However, when he successfully emerged 200 years later, he discovered that in this era, the most dazzling figure in the entire universe was none other than Xiaohan. Ding! Upgrade points plus 640 million inch. Although Ling Feng was powerful, his realm was still just an ordinary 7-star. Not only did it exhaust Xiaohan's efforts, but the final result was not much. Sigh. It seems I still have to defeat those opponents with weaker talents. Xiaohan said helplessly. Master, you have now reached the top 1 billion on the leaderboard. One more advancement and you'll be in the top 100 million. Would you like to continue the challenge? Xiao Ling's voice once again appeared in Xiaohan's mind. Challenge? Why not challenge? Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. Then he began his path of challenges. However, at this level, Xiaohan's opponents had already become much stronger. Ranking among the top 10 billion in Fengling wasn't because he didn't want to improve, but because he simply didn't have the strength to do so. Although Xiaohan is even stronger, it's just by a tiny margin. Ding! Upgrade points plus 5 billion inch. 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 With every victory, Xiaohan could gain 5 billion upgrade points. When he reached within the top 100 million, Xiaohan directly challenged the 10 millionth rank, but the result was that he was obliterated. Helplessly, Xiaohan could only start challenging slowly from the 100 millionth rank. In the end, even with teleportation, Xiaohan still stopped at 54 millionth place. However, to reach this rank, Xiaohan fought a total of 30 matches, winning and losing alternately. Congratulations, Master. You are now officially on the leaderboard. Wishing you a swift ascent to the top. Xiao Ling also looked at Xiaohan with a face full of astonishment. To reach this rank with the strength of a 1-star breakthrough realm was simply a miracle. A strong individual with ordinary combat talent at the heavenly step level could absolutely not achieve this. If Xiaohan could reach 10-star void break, no, even just 5 or 6-star void break level, he might be able to reach the peak. Such a terrifying achievement has not appeared in the entire Dragon Soaring Empire for billions of years. However, at this moment, Xiaohan did not care about these things. System, how many upgrade points do I have now? Xiaohan calmly spoke to the system. Ding! The host's current total upgrade points are 310 billion. The system instantly responded to Xiaohan, but after hearing it, Xiaohan frowned slightly. 300 billion. Now all my skills have reached the intermediate level of void break, and to upgrade to advanced, each one requires 100 billion. Does that mean I can only upgrade 2 or 3 skills for now? Although upgrading 2 or 3 skills could significantly boost Xiaohan's strength, reaching the top 1000 would still be incredibly difficult. Anyway, there's no rush to use the intermediate virtual universe connector for now. I should focus on making money as quickly as possible. Xiaohan thought of this and directly exited the leaderboard mode. Xiao Ling, open the bounty arena competition. Xiaohan directly said to Xiao Ling. Alright, Master. Xiao Ling softly said, and in the next moment, rows of already started arenas instantly appeared before Xiaohan's eyes. Below the names of these arena matches, there were values of Longting coins. Some were just a few, while others reached tens of thousands, even millions. Master, the arena matches are set up with a minimum of 1 Longting coin as the reward. Other challengers can come to compete, and the reward amount requires them to wager the corresponding number of Longting coins. Whoever wins becomes the new champion, and the bounty will accumulate unless the winner steps down from the arena to claim the prize. In other words, if the master's strength is good and they can keep winning, with just 11 victories, a single Longting coin can be increased to 1,000 coins. Winning 22 matches means 1 million coins. Moreover, unless the champion sets restrictions, challengers cannot exceed the champion's level by more than 5 stars. Xiao Ling's words instantly made Xiaohan's eyes light up. Great idea. Set up a challenge for me, with a reward of 1 Longting coin. Xiaohan waved his hand grandly, directly betting his only Longting coin. Congratulations, Master, you have become the arena master. You can now set the highest level for challengers. At the same time, Master, your level will be made public. Xiao Ling respectfully said to Xiaohan. Set the highest level to below 6-star void break. Xiaohan did not directly set 10 10 stars. After all, he only had one Longting coin. If it was gone, he would have to painstakingly find other methods. As for 6 stars Breaking Void, even if the opponent was a genius with heaven-level combat talent, Xiaohan still had some confidence in taking them down. With Xiaohan's command, he once again stepped onto the arena. However, this time, Xiaohan could only wait for others to challenge him. Buzz. Although one Longting coin may not seem like much, its value is actually 100 billion upgrade points, which is evident from this figure. One Longting coin is equivalent to the entire fortune of a 3 or 4-star void breaker. Therefore, just a few seconds after Xiaohan's arena was set up, someone challenged him. Ha ha ha, it really is a 1-star void breaker kid. Kid, you're setting up an arena at this level? Do you have too much money to spend? Opposite stood a burly man, and the burly man's strength happened to be the high level set by Xiaohan, 6-star void breaking level. Although the burly man was neither a spirit level nor earth level talent. But at this level, if faced with a 1-star void breaking opponent, only a super genius at the earth level limit could defeat him. Cut the nonsense, let's do it. Xiaohan, his eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the other party. Just a mere 6-star breakthrough realm, and with the most useless mortal level talent, Xiaohan could defeat him in one move. Hey, the kid is quite arrogant. The burly man immediately burst into laughter, and a giant sword appeared in his hand, ready to slash at Xiaohan in the next moment. At the same time, Xiaohan also moved. With a slight tremble of Xiaohan's right hand, a terrifying blade light was instantly unleashed by him. The blade light was so fast that the burly man had no time to react. Put. The next moment, the burly man's head instantly soared into the sky. Blood directly stained the surrounding ground red. In the next instant, the burly man's corpse slowly transformed into specks of light and vanished into the void. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 320 million upgrade points. Congratulations, Master. Your prize pool has successfully accumulated 2 Longting coins. Would you like to continue with Arena 1? Xiao Ling said to Xiaohan excitedly. Yes, let's begin. Xiaohan nodded slightly and then continued speaking to Xiao Ling. And just a few seconds later, another strong figure appeared in front of Xiaohan. As before, facing Xiaohan, a 1-star void breaker, no earth-level talent would stoop to bullying the weak. Of course, the main reason is that the other party simply doesn't care about Xiaohan's single Longting coin. However, the upper limit set by Xiaohan still attracted quite a few ordinary-level talent rookies. It can be said that there is a group of people who just happen to guard this place every day, waiting for newcomers like Xiaohan or arrogant geniuses to come and deliver money. Of course, this time Xiaohan was not like the spirit rank or earth rank geniuses they had encountered before, but someone who could easily crush even those with the same rank and heavenly ranked talent. Victory after victory allowed Xiaohan's prize money to accumulate directly to 512 coins. However, at this level, Xiaohan waited for more than 10 minutes, and no one came to challenge him. Master, opponents at the 6th rank of Void Break do not have that many Longting coins. Even the heirs of great families do not have such savings. Master, you can consider raising the level of your challenge opponents. Xiao Ling said to Xiaohan. This is the only way. Xiaohan felt a bit helpless. Indeed, a 6th-tier Void Breaker's lifetime savings amounting to a few hundred was already considered good. Previously, even those with a few hundred were thought to be weaklings coming to scavenge for bargains. It's worth noting that Xiaohan's opponent in the last match had already reached the Earth tier level of strength. Now, the 512 Longting coins can definitely deter many people. Xiao Ling raised the challenge setting to 9 stars. Xiaohan calmly said to Xiaohan. Xiaohan gritted his teeth. At worst, he would directly upgrade the level of his martial arts techniques. At that time, even those with heavenly rank strength might have to kneel before him. Buzz. Sure enough, as Xiaohan raised his setting to the 9th rank, those 8 and 9-star individuals who had been watching him instantly clicked to challenge. An 8-star warrior was directly teleported over. It must be noted that, judging from the records of challengers' strength under Xiaohan's arena matches, those who dare to challenge are all confident in their own strength. This 8-star martial artist is a super genius with earth-level talent. Boom! However, in the next instant, this genius turned into a beam of light and was sent away. Why is his strength much weaker than that Lingfeng, even though he's also an earth-level genius? Xiaohan shook his head. You need to know that Lingfeng is only a 7-star. Next, Xiaohan's opponents appeared one after another. Originally, the 512 upgrade points were increased to over 8,000. Let's stop here. Although over 8,000 isn't a lot, it's enough. Xiaohan smiled faintly. More than 8,000 coins were already comparable to the entire fortune of countless 10-star skybreakers. However, since Xiaohan now had enough Longtung coins, he naturally wouldn't stay here wasting time. Xiao Ling, withdraw me from the arena, then activate the custom mode for me. I want to customize my opponent. Xiaohan calmly said to Xiao Ling. Alright, Master, your arena has been withdrawn, and you can now state the conditions for the opponent you wish to search for. Xiao Ling respectfully said to Xiaohan. Search target. Possesses earth-level elemental power, yin power, or yang power, along with corresponding techniques, and the realm is below 5-star void breaker. Xiaohan input all his conditions in one go. Master, your requirements are very strict. Each search requires 3,000 Longting coins, Xiao Ling respectfully said to Xiao Han. Previously, Xiao Ling had mentioned that 100 Longting coins were only enough for the cheapest Earth-level elemental power holder. But now Xiao Han's requirement is the extremely rare Yin-Yang power. The gap between them is undoubtedly enormous. Phew, luckily, it's enough. Let's search. Xiao Han let out a slight sigh of relief. It was important to know that upgrading each of Xiao Han's elemental powers to their corresponding realms consumed an immense amount of upgrade points. Therefore, Xiao Han could only choose the most powerful ones among them. Of course, there were no fewer than 10 elemental powers in the Earth rank stronger than the power of Yin or the power of Yang. However, if the two are combined, Xiao Han believes there is an 80 to 90% chance they can surpass the power of Earth-level elements. After all, the power of Yin and Yang is composed of two opposing energies. Xiao Han cannot predict the benefits that can be gained after comprehending it. Alright, Master, consuming 3,000 Tenglong coins, starting the search. If the search fails, the Tenglong coins will be refunded to Master. After Xiao Ling's prompt sound, Xiao Han fell into silent waiting. There are not many people in the entire Longting galaxy who possess one of these two powers. Moreover, those who are below the level Xiao Han mentioned are even fewer. Beep beep beep. Search complete, opponent. Beep beep beep. Search complete, opponent matched. However, with the sound of the notification, Xiao Han's anxious heart finally settled. Phew, luckily the match was successful. Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. If it hadn't succeeded, he would have had to wait a long time, because he could only integrate the search within the Shuojin universe's borders after obtaining the intermediate connector himself, and by then, who knows how much time would have passed. Buzz. With a wave of fluctuation, a figure slowly emerged in front of Xiao Han. However, when the figure appeared, Xiao Han was instantly dumbfounded. He saw a delicate and charming little girl of about 7 or 8 years old appear in front of Xiao Han. Yet the other party's realm was only at the innate stage. Xiao Ling, what's going on here? Xiao Han was a bit confused. Master, you only set the upper limit without setting the lower limit, so it matched with the innate stage. Xiao Ling explained to Xiao Han with a smile. Xiao Han was helpless, but it didn't matter. It was all the same anyway. It's just a matter of spending a few more upgrade points. Big brother, are you searching for me? At this moment, the little girl opposite excitedly looked at Xiao Han and spoke. Yes. Xiao Han smiled helplessly. Big brother is really kind, giving Xiao Yun so much money to buy delicious food. However, the little ant's words instantly left Xiao Han speechless. This money spent on searches would essentially be equivalent to paying people to fight. I didn't expect this little girl to agree just to buy some snacks. Seeing the little girl so excited, Xiao Han smiled slightly. After all, if he was going to give it away, it was better to give it to this little girl and make someone happy than to give it to those adults. System, detect all the skills and elemental powers possessed by the little girl. Xiao Han directly spoke to the system in his mind. Ding. Skill detected, Sun God Annihilation, innate level, Earth rank. Technique detected, Yin Yang Sacred Cannon, innate level, Earth rank. Elemental power detected, Power of the Sun, innate level, Earth rank. Only 3 skills, yet all of them are Earth rank 1. Moreover, Xiao Han noticed that this little girl actually possessed innate level proficiency. Xiao Han instinctively brought up the innate ranking in the Longting Stronger rankings. However, the name in the first place made Xiao Han pause. Yangshan Shuayan. Yangshan? What a domineering name. I didn't expect this little girl to actually be the first on the innate ranking, but thinking about it, it makes sense. She possesses Earth-level elemental power, along with matching techniques and martial skills, all of which have reached the innate level of mastery. You must know that each of these conditions alone would make her a super genius with Earth-level talent in Rong City. Combined together, she is considered powerful even among the Heaven-level. System, learn everything. Xiao Han naturally didn't hold back and clicked on learn everything. Ding. Starting to learn. As the system's prompt sound faded, Xiao Han instantly felt a surge of power slowly emerging within his body. And within his own sea of consciousness, that force slowly converged into a white Magatama. It closely resembled the white half of a Taiji diagram. Since it was merely at the innate level, Xiao Han instantly comprehended all 3 skills. The elemental power of the Earth rank is truly profound. Xiao Han exhaled slightly. Xiao Han immediately turned his gaze toward the little girl. The girl was now looking at him with a pair of curious big eyes. Big brother, why do you have the same aura as my dad? The little girl curiously said to Xiao Han. Maybe it's because we really hit it off. Xiao Han smiled faintly, then walked over and gently patted the little girl's head. If it were a normal day, the little girl definitely wouldn't let anyone touch her head after all. That's something only her dad could do. However, this time, she surprisingly showed no resistance to Xiao Han at all. By the way, you mustn't casually tell others about the money Big Brother gave you. Be sure to hide it while so bad people don't see it. Although it's highly unlikely that someone with such powerful techniques and martial skills would belong to a small family, there are always exceptions. Xiao Han didn't want the little girl to get hurt because of him. Xiao Yun understands. Xue Yun nodded happily. By the way, big brother, Shui Yun also sent you something. It's already in your email, so remember to check it. When you have time, you must come and play with Yuner. Shui Yun suddenly thought of something and happily said to Xiao Han, "Alright, if I have time, big brother will come to find you." By the way, big brother's name is Xiao Han. Xiao Han said with a smile. After Xiao Han finished speaking, Shui Yun slowly transformed into points of light and disappeared from the arena. Phew, I didn't expect to match with a child, Xiao Han said helplessly. Master, you have received a friend request and an email. At that moment, Xiao Ling spoke to Xiao Han. Accept it. Xiao Han nodded slightly, naturally knowing it was a message from Yangshan Shuiyun. When Xiao Han checked the email, he discovered that it contained a wooden carving of Shuiyun. Master, this is a physical mail. If you click accept, the delivery will be sent to your hands. At the same time, the sender will not know your location. Xiao Ling quickly said to Xiao Han. As a guiding spirit, Xiao Ling naturally understood Xiao Han's concerns. After all, in order to better serve Xiao Han, she was granted access to all of Xiao Han's information by the virtual universe. Nature also knew that Xiao Han was now being hunted. However, all guiding spirits are sworn to follow their masters to the death, and theoretically, even the entire virtual universes would not interfere. Don't need to pay any shipping fee? Xiao Han was a bit puzzled. The other party has already paid. Xiao Ling's words made Xiao Han slightly stunned, but since it has already been paid, Xiao Han wouldn't refuse to accept it. Then let's take it. Xiao Han finished speaking and no longer paid attention. Additionally, search for opponents who are users of Yin power and are also below the 5-star void-breaking realm. Xiao Han certainly hadn't forgotten that he still needed Yang power to complete his Yin Yang power. Understood, Master. This search will also require 3,000 Tinglong coins. Please wait a moment, Xiao Ling slowly said to Xiao Han. Subsequently, a search bar still appeared in the sky. Longting Galaxy, the imperial city of a mid-level galaxy. Damn it, just because my talent isn't good enough, they won't give me any resources. I'm still royalty, damn it. A young boy unwillingly punched the training stone in the courtyard, one punch after another. At 15 years old, he was a member of the royal family of this intermediate star system. However, he was unable to condense energy even at the age of 15, and not even his father knew the reason. In the martial arts world, everyone pursues the path of martial arts, and as a natural-born failure, he was naturally stripped of all resources. Yet he refused to accept it. Why couldn't he cultivate energy? Beep beep beep. Master, great news. You've been chosen by a big shot in the virtual universe as an opponent. If you accept, you'll receive 2,800 Dragon Soar coins. What? Over 2,000 Dragon Soar coins? Just to find someone as useless as me? Delster looked utterly incredulous. Yes, Master, he was matched through official channels, that is, from the virtual universe. As long as Master doesn't reveal your own information, the other party won't know your identity. Anyway, Master meets the other party's search criteria, so just take the money first and talk later. The voice of Delster's elf came through the connector and spoke to him. Alright, let's take it first. Maybe with this money, I can find out in the virtual universe why I can't cultivate. Thinking of this, Delster quickly had his guide elf accept Xiao Han's invitation. Master, the acceptance is complete. Please hurry and enter the virtual universe. The guide elf said excitedly to Delster. It should be noted that all guide elves are wholeheartedly dedicated to serving their masters, so seeing such a rare opportunity, she was very happy too. More than 2,000 Longting coins, even the pocket money of those elder brothers in Delster over hundreds of years isn't this much. On the other side, Xiao Han was still anxiously waiting for his opponent to appear. The truth is, there are far too few opponents with the power of Yin that Xiao Han is seeking. After all, if someone with Earth-level talent has even a bit of cultivation aptitude, they can basically become a formidable figure of their generation. Becoming a Star Sea-level powerhouse in the future is not very difficult. However, it is feared that only one person who comprehends the power of Yin will emerge in the entire Longting Galaxy every few hundred years. And during these hundreds of years, it is hard to guarantee that Xiao Han will encounter them. Beep beep beep. Target search confirmed. The individual is entering the virtual universe. Please wait. However, at this moment, a notification sound instantly made Xiao Han's eyes light up. Finally found it. The corners of Xiao Han's mouth slightly curved upward. After all, an opponent with the power of darkness is truly rare. Buzz. With a ripple, a young boy suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Han. However, the situation of this young man left Xiao Han speechless. Xiao Ling, what's going on here? The previous little girl, though young, was at least an innate, right? What's the deal with this guy? Xiao Han was speechless. Just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person possibly possess Yin power? The system also gave no prompts. Master, the other party definitely possesses the power of Yin. The virtual universe's main brain cannot be wrong. It might be because the other party hasn't cultivated, so they can't channel that power. Xiao Ling quickly said. Xiao Han was somewhat speechless. It was impossible to just give up like this. After all, he had spent money, and spending money was a minor issue. The important thing was that it would be difficult to find another possessor of Yin power if he wanted to search again again. Don't you see that both times, the ones who accepted the invitation were people with very weak abilities? Brother, why haven't you been cultivating? Xiaohan helplessly said to the other party. However, Delster couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh upon hearing Xiaohan's words. I wish I could, but I don't know what's wrong with my body, I just can't cultivate. Although the alchemist who examined me said that my body contains immense power, it cannot be drawn out. Delster had long grown accustomed to this matter and naturally wouldn't hide anything. After all, he had just received 2,800 from Xiaohan, and he still felt a bit uneasy. Unable to guide? Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. He instantly appeared in front of Delster and grabbed the other party's hand. Delster hurriedly tried to pull away but found himself unable to do so. Damn, isn't this guy a total loser? Spending money just to mess with me. Delst felt like killing himself just thinking about it. Fortunately, Xiaohan immediately let go of the other person's hand. Your problem isn't that serious. Who's the person treating you? Can't even recognize a regular spirit-repelling body? However, as Xiaohan's words had just fallen, Delst suddenly widened his eyes. Spirit-rejecting body? Senior, are you saying I have a spirit-rejecting body? Delst immediately became excited. After all, this was the first time someone had mentioned the reason behind his physical condition. Nonsense, would I lie to you? Xiaohan rolled his eyes. Master, you are actually a spirit-rejecting body. However, Delsite's spirit looked at Delsite in disbelief. Seeing his spirit so shocked, Delsite immediately started fantasizing. Is my physique really that bad? Delst exclaimed excitedly. However, his spirit companion responded with a bitter smile. The rejected spirit physique, as recorded in the public database, is a type of body forgotten by heaven and earth during the early days of the universe's creation, incapable of absorbing any spiritual energy or power. Although there is a solution, it has long been lost. Even if the lost method of breaking it is unavailable, it is at least in the hands of a universe-level alchemist. However, the elf's words instantly left Delster stunned as if struck by lightning. The cause has been found, but are you telling me that only a universe-level alchemist might be able to resolve it? What kind of concept is that? It's like saying the cause of your illness has been identified, but no one can cure it, just wait to die. It's not that mysterious, it's just a spirit-rejecting body. Come, I'll treat you for free. Xiaohan was speechless when he saw Delsit and his spirit looking half dead. He had just said it was a small matter, yet these two were still so pessimistic. If he weren't in urgent need of energy right now, he wouldn't even bother talking to them. What? Senior, you can treat me? Delster, upon hearing Xiaohan's words, immediately knelt before him as if clutching at a life-saving straw. As long as Senior can cure my spirit rejection body, I, Delster, will serve you faithfully to repay your kindness. Delster said solemnly to Xiaohan. Alright, enough with the nonsense, I'm starting now. Xiaohan shook his head helplessly. If it were on Earth, lacking martial arts talent wouldn't be a big deal. But in Delster, possessing a virtual universe connector and wearing such luxurious clothing clearly indicated a high status. In such a power structure, lacking talent was no different from being sentenced to death. Boom! After Xiaohan finished speaking, he instantly unleashed an endless and terrifying aura. The surrounding ground collapsed rapidly, while his hands began to swiftly form countless seals in the void. At this moment, Xiaohan finally realized that his alchemy skills seemed to be unique. After all, he possessed knowledge of the spirit rejection body and its solution, which countless others were unaware of. It seems that he might hold countless unknown secrets, but he simply hasn't realized it yet. And now, the seal technique that Xiaohan is forming is the counterseal for the spirit rejection body. As Xiaohan's hands rapidly formed seals, countless mysterious techniques surged into the void, eventually coalescing into a profound rune in the sky. Spirit-breaking seal technique. Break! With a low shout, the rune thunderously descended upon Delsite's soul. A series of thunderous roars erupted from Delsta's body. With each eruption, it seemed as if a shackle was being shattered. Moments later, faint streams of airflow began to emanate from his body. Energy? Master, have you really comprehended energy? Delst self said excitedly from the side. Delst was also filled with excitement. Boom! The next moment, Delst heavily knelt down before Xiaohan. Thank you, benefactor, for your life-saving grace. I, Delster, will surely repay your great kindness if I ever have the chance in the future. Delster said with tears of gratitude. Your kindness has already been repaid. We probably won't have the chance to meet again in the future. By the way, you possess the power of Een. With your family's influence, you should be able to find some techniques to help you cultivate. How far you can grow will depend on you. Xiaohan waved his hand and directly copied the power of Een that the other had just awakened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the power of elements. The power of Een. Ding! Warning, the host possesses two opposing elements. The two opposing elements will begin to trigger a rejection reaction. Please prepare yourself as soon as possible. However, at this moment, the system's notification sound caused Xiaohan's pupils to slightly contract. I have something to do, logging off now. Xiaohan didn't have time to pay attention to Delster and directly clicked offline, leaving behind a bewildered Delster and his elf. This senior said I've already repaid the favor? When did that happen? Delster looked puzzled, but at that moment, a surge of incredibly dense energy slowly emanated from his body. Master, you've made it. You actually possess the power of darkness, which is an earth-level element. At this moment, Delster's elf spoke to him with extreme excitement. Really? Delster looked at the energy emanating from his own hands in disbelief. As his spirit rejection body was lifted, the medicinal properties of the countless pills and heavenly treasures he had consumed finally began to erupt. In just an instant, his realm reached the terrifying Grandmaster level. Moreover, possessing the power of Yin, even without any techniques, he could rely solely on the strength of Yin to elevate his combat talent to the earth level. On the other side, Xiaohan's consciousness had already exited the virtual universe and returned to the Shadow Phantom ship. System, what is going on? Xiaohan watched as the two major elemental forces within his body began to clash wildly. However, the Yin force, which was only 1/10,000th of the Yang force, instantly fell into a disadvantage, as if it was about to be devoured in the next moment. Ding! The forces of Yin and Yang are two opposing powers within the universe. Like light and darkness, when one exists, the other cannot. However, the host has now obtained both powers through the system's force, so the two powers will begin to repel each other. The stronger will become even stronger, while the weaker will be devoured. The solution is divided into two steps. 1. The host needs to raise the levels of the two elemental forces to the same level. However, the first method only prevents the two powers from devouring each other. If one power weakens, it will still be consumed by the other. 2. The host needs to find a way to make both coexist. Only then can the repulsion between the two elemental forces be completely resolved. The system quickly explained the two methods to Xiaohan. Damn, then hurry up and upgrade me. System, upgrade all the Yin-Yang forces to the advanced void-breaking level. Xiaohan hurriedly said to the system. Ding, starting the upgrade. With a system prompt sound, the system began to operate rapidly. In the next moment, the two forces of elemental power still battling each other started to surge wildly. Tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold. Not only did the quantity increase crazily, but even the quality was being enhanced frantically. When both were elevated to the Grandmaster advanced level, the two forces that had been attacking each other instantly calmed down, as if they were on guard against one another. Ding! Congratulations to the host, both elemental forces have been upgraded to void-breaking advanced. Upgrade points consumed, 222.2 billion. The system's notification sound followed. Buzz. However, at this moment, Xiaohan's body unexpectedly began to automatically operate the Yin-Yang sacred canon he had just acquired not long ago. Under the operation of the Yin-Yang sacred scripture, the forces of Yin and Yang unexpectedly began to merge together at an incredibly slow pace. The merged parts surprisingly showed no signs of conflict. Suddenly, Xiaohan's eyes lit up, and he opened the introduction to the Yin-Yang sacred scripture. Yin-Yang sacred scripture, a cultivation method created by the supreme masters of Yin and Yang. After the supreme god of Yin and Yang perished in an extraterritorial battle, the method was obtained by their descendants, the Yin god clan and the Yang god clan. The sacred scripture of Yin and Yang can fully unleash the power of Yin and Yang. Possessing this power, the scripture can erupt with the might of the peak earth. Rank. However, if one simultaneously possesses both Yin and Yang powers, the level of the sacred scripture of Yin and Yang will be elevated to the heaven rank. Xiaohan's pupils slightly contracted as he read this introduction. The supreme master of Yin and Yang? Doesn't that mean being on the same level as the creator of the Shurajin cosmic nation, the supreme master of Shurajin? Although he didn't know what level a supreme master was, Xiaohan knew that even the strongest in a high-level galaxy, such as the Longting galaxy, had only reached the peak of the World Lord level. Above the Realm Lord, how many more levels are there to reach the supreme being? Xiaohan does not know. System, you just mentioned needing to find a medium to balance the two elemental forces. Can the Yin-Yang sacred tome achieve this? Xiaohan said seriously to the system. Ding. It can. However, the Yin-Yang sacred tome must at least reach the void-breaking level. Otherwise, at the current conversion speed, it would take 10 years. The system's affirmative response made Xiaohan's eyes light up. Upgrade it, level up to mid-level void break, and while you're at it, upgrade the Yang God / to mid-level void break as well. Xiaohan did not hesitate and directly commanded. Ding. Starting the upgrade. With Xiaohan's command, the system's notification sound appeared instantly, and in the next moment, the two cultivation techniques began to skyrocket wildly. The true essence originally condensed by the dragon slaying art was instantly overshadowed by the Yin-Yang power condensed by the Yin-Yang sacred canon. The refinement and strength of the Yin-Yang power were dozens of times more powerful than the dragon slaying true qi. Just this single change in cultivation technique allowed Xiaohan to unleash terrifying combat power at the heaven tier talent level, even without using the blood fury of the bloodthirsty blade. And this is just the beginning. As time went on, Xiaohan's entire body of true essence was completely replaced. Meanwhile, the Yin-Yang forces within his sea of consciousness began to rapidly merge together. Eventually, a rapidly spinning Taiji diagram appeared in Xiaohan's sea of consciousness. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-tier elemental power, yin-yang power, in the virtual universe. On the customized arena, a figure was relentlessly attacking the shield around Xiaohan, which was condensed from the energy of yin and yang. Boom, 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 boom. Countless terrifying explosions echoed throughout the entire space. However, no matter how frantically the blade-wielding warrior attacked Xiaohan, the shield formed purely from the power of yin and yang remained incredibly sturdy. A heaven-grade talent with 10 stars in void breaking, yet unable to even break through the defense. This yin-yang power is simply overwhelming. Xiaohan was extremely satisfied. Although he could now upgrade his realm, Xiaohan still decided to hold off. After all, he wanted to test the improvement in his strength. Randomly upgrading his realm would make it meaningless. Damn it, how is this kid so powerful? Where on earth did he come from? The knife-wielding young man's expression turned slightly grim. After all, as someone ranked among the top 1 million, his talent was extraordinarily strong. Yet now, Xiaohan had managed to block all his attacks with just a single shield. Kid, I'm about to unleash my ultimate move next. Let's see if your shield can handle it. The knife-wielding teenager's expression instantly became solemn. At the same time, endless blade intent surged crazily from his hands. Is he finally going to use that move? Xiaohan smiled faintly. He naturally knew what that move was. It was an earth-level martial technique. Although it's only at the grandmaster level of proficiency, combined with this young man's talent, it is enough to unleash formidable power. And this move had long been learned by Xiaohan. It's just that Xiaohan now only wants to test the limits of the shield. One slash across the sky. Crimson flame blade technique. With a furious roar, the young man seemed to be ignited by flames, instantly unleashing an endless and terrifying aura. In the next moment, the long blade in his hand transformed into a giant flaming sword. Slash! With the young man's thunderous shout, the giant sword in his hand came crashing down. The endless might crushed the surrounding earth, causing it to collapse hundreds of meters. Boom! With a deafening roar, the giant blade instantly slammed into Xiaohan's shield. The entire custom space was instantly illuminated by this terrifying blade intent. The endless flames seemed as if they were about to roast the earth completely. Crack! Finally, Xiaohan's shield shattered. However, it only cracked. The knife-wielding teenager showed no sign of joy. Are you kidding? This strike was the result of him channeling all his strength into one explosive blow. In other words, the current self no longer has a shred of strength. While Xiaohan's shield was merely cut open, it was only cracked, not shattered. This scene made his face extremely grim. As expected, the difference in realms is still too great. Even with the power of yin and yang surpassing 10 levels, it's still very difficult to fight against someone with earth-level talent. Xiaohan helplessly looked at the shattered shield. If other heaven-level geniuses knew about this, they would probably be furious, because if they encountered a genius with earth-level combat talent at the first star of void shattering while the latter was at the 10th star, they would be instantly killed. However, now Xiaohan managed to withstand a life-threatening strike from a void-shattering 10th star genius solely by relying on the resistance of his own true energy. Since I know your limit, you're useless now. Xiaohan smiled faintly. He had already fully mastered this earth-level martial technique, the Crimson Flame Blade technique. Be destroyed. In the next moment, with Xiaohan's low shout, the previously cracked yin-yang shield instantly shattered. Boom! A terrifying explosion, several times more horrifying than the previous Scarlet Flame Blade technique, erupted instantly. In just an instant, the entire custom challenge space was engulfed by this terrifying explosion. When the explosion completely subsided, not a single person remained at the scene. Congratulations, Master, you have already eliminated your opponent. You now possess the strength to claim the top spot on the challenge leaderboard. Shall we go and take first place? Xiao Ling excitedly said to Xiaohan. It's a good idea, and besides, there doesn't seem to be anyone worth challenging on the dragon soaring list now. I wonder if there are any strong enough opponents on the Shuojin list. Xiaohan smiled faintly. But before that, it's better to first upgrade all the other martial techniques to the earth level. Xiaohan looked at his spirit level martial techniques with some helplessness. After all, before this, Xiaohan was only in an ordinary intermediate star system, and there probably wasn't even a single earth level martial technique, let alone Xiaohan upgrading all his techniques to the earth level. And now that there is a sufficient platform, Xiaohan naturally won't give up. Ding! The host doesn't need to worry about the level of martial skills. If you only want earth level martial skills, you just need to upgrade your current martial skills to advanced void breaking, and they can all be upgraded to earth level. However, at this moment, the system's notification sound suddenly appeared in Xiaohan's mind. What? System, why didn't you say so earlier? Xiaohan was somewhat speechless. But thinking about it, it turns out this can actually be done. After all his martial skills had already been chosen beforehand, and their attributes were highly compatible with him. Randomly changing them would just waste upgrade points. In that case, Xiao Ling, open the Void Breaker leaderboard. I want to challenge the top rank. Xiaohan smiled faintly. Alright, Master, opening it for you right away. Xiao Ling smiled faintly, and in the next moment, the custom template in Xiaohan's sky instantly transformed into 10 massive leaderboards. On these 10 massive leaderboards, Xiao Han was prominently positioned near the front of the breaking rankings. Let the challenge begin. Xiao Han nodded slightly. However, the next moment, opponents with matching time began to appear rapidly in the sky. According to Xiao Han, this time he directly challenged a ranking 10 times higher than his own, which was over 4 million. Buzz. With a ripple of space, a young man instantly appeared in front of Xiao Han. The competition begins. With a prompt sound from the sky, the next moment, the boy on the opposite side moved. Sun eclipsing weapon technique. With a loud shout, the long weapon in the boy's hand instantly radiated infinite brilliance. The radiance crazily crushed toward Xiao Han, yet within the brilliance, countless weapon glints were contained. These weapon glints furiously bombarded toward Xiao Han. Showy nonsense. Xiao Han smiled faintly, then pointed with his fingertip, and a beam of yin-yang power instantly erupted forth. The light instantly pierced through all the weapon blows. Poof! In an instant, the weapon-wielding boy looked at his chest in disbelief. Earlier, his chest had already been pierced with a massive gap, and within this gap, a violent force was wreaking havoc on his body. Boom! The next moment, with a burst of explosion, his figure instantly turned into countless points of light and disappeared before Xiao Han's eyes. Ding! Upgrade points plus 5 billion. The system's notification sound followed. The power of yin and yang is truly terrifying. Xiao Han sighed slightly. It was worth noting that over 4 million points ago, even when he went all out and used weapons, he couldn't defeat his opponent. Yet now, relying solely on the power of yin and yang, he could instantly kill his adversary. Congratulations, Master, on defeating your opponent. Matching the next one now. Xiao Ling immediately matched Xiao Han with the next opponent. Xiao Han said nothing. This time, his goal was naturally to claim first place, and beyond first place lay the even more powerful Shuojin ranking. Buzz. With another wave of spatial fluctuations, Xiao Han's next opponent appeared once again, the Galactic Starfield. At this moment, an incredibly terrifying event was unfolding in the Galactic Starfield. A super-powerful being capable of destroying an entire galaxy had descended upon the Galactic Starfield. At this moment, the 10 supreme beings of the Milky Way were all staring in shock at the figure in front of the Silver Star Tower. This figure was a middle-aged man. The man was dressed in a gray long robe, with an emblem of a longsword and a hammer embroidered on his chest. Below it, the character was particularly striking, and he is the forger of the Silver Star Tower, none other than DXIN. Are you saying that kid killed your son and then ran away? DXIN spoke without even turning his head. Yes, senior, that kid killed my son and then fled the entire galactic star region. Moreover, the consciousness you left in the Silver Star Tower was also slain by him. Bloodflame hurriedly spoke to DXIN. He had thought that DXIN's purpose in coming from afar was to investigate the matter of the shattered consciousness in the Silver Star Tower. That was my consciousness, so of course I know it was that brat who shattered it. However, let me ask you, why did your son die? DXIN spoke, but his words instantly caused the pupils of the 10-star sea-level powerhouses present to slightly contract, because they detected a trace of impatience in DXIN's words, and that impatience was directed at them. My son was killed during a competition with the opponent, and moreover, enough. However, before Shui Yan could finish speaking, DXIN let out a cold snort, and the terrifying aura of a domain master level instantly erupted from his body. The faces of the 10 supreme beings immediately turned pale. Your son died because his skills were inferior, and now you, as his father, come directly to seek revenge? Do you know that even the ruler of the Longting Galaxy, whose son was killed 10 million years ago, did not blame the other party? And that person has now become the Grand General Junyu Realm King of the Longting Empire, contributing countless merits to the empire. A warrior's single-minded path. It's either your death or my survival. DXIN's icy words made the 10 Supremes lower their heads, trembling in fear, not daring to speak. Enough. If even fairness in the competition cannot be ensured, the Silver Star Tower staying here is a disgrace. Today, I shall take it away. DXIN cast a cold glance at the 10 Supremes, then with a wave of his hand, directly took away the terrifying giant tower spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. The next moment, he disappeared on the Silver Star. Quickly order the withdrawal of all commands to hunt down Xiao Han. That's right, pass down the order to revoke all the pursuit orders. Not a single one should remain. If Xiao Han is found, report back to me directly. The 10 supreme beings were all terrified. Even a domain-level powerhouse had come to hold them accountable. Fortunately, the other party was not a bloodthirsty person, otherwise, the entire galaxy would no longer have any Starcia-level powerhouses from now on. Of course, Xiao Han naturally didn't know about these things. You are Xiao Han. It's said that you pushed your way from 40 millionth place to the top 10? Meanwhile, in the virtual universe, Xiao Han was still unaware that the real DXIN, whom he had defeated in an instant back then, had already found the Milky Way. In front of him at this moment was a young man dressed in a black martial arts uniform. The young man looked at Xiao Han with extreme fervor in his eyes. That's me. Seeing the other person's gaze, Xiao Han naturally wouldn't think the other person had taken a fancy to him. After all, they were both grown men. Such a look in the other person's eyes was something Xiao Han had only seen in martial arts fanatics. Obviously, the current number 1 on the leaderboard, Mo Long, is 1. That's right, at this moment, Xiao Han has already pushed his way to the top of the leaderboard. Along the way, he has defeated hundreds of opponents. And now, standing before Xiao Han is Mo Long, who also possesses heavenly-level combat talent and ranks first on the leaderboard. It is said to be a member of the royal family of the Longting Empire, though not a direct descendant. I waited for you all day, and I didn't expect you to actually make it up here. Come, let me see just how powerful you really are. Mo Long excitedly rubbed his hands, and a long weapon appeared in his hand. A long weapon, entirely jet black. Xiao Han directly concealed his true level to avoid trouble, thinking that if he broke through the rankings with the strength of a 1-star Voidbreaker, it might attract the attention of some big shots. As you wish. Xiao Han smiled faintly. In fact, dealing with a martial arts fanatic was quite simple, just knock them down. No need to care about anything else. Knocking the opponent down will make them behave. In the next instant, a blood-colored long blade suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's right hand. The terrifying power contained within this long blade caused Mo Long's pupils to slightly contract. To think it's also a weapon of the Earth rank. It seems your strength might be far greater than I imagined, brother. Mo Long smiled faintly. In the next moment, an endless force of darkness erupted from his body. The power of dark elements instantly surged onto the ink-colored long weapon in his hand. Spirit-level elemental power. Is it the power of darkness? Xiao Han smiled faintly, and in the next moment, the yin-yang power within his body erupted instantly. At the same time, the power of flame surged from his hand, directly enveloping the bloodthirsty mad blade. Flame power? Huh? Interesting. From Mo Long's perspective, he could only discern that Xiao Han was using flame power, as the yin-yang power was more akin to being intangible. Only when Xiao Han wants him to condense into a physical form will he condense. In the next moment, the ink dragon moved. He took a big step forward and instantly charged toward Xiao Han. Boom, 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 boom. The surrounding ground began to shake violently. With each step taken by the ink dragon, the ground would collapse dozens of meters. What terrifying physical strength. Xiao Han's pupils slightly contracted. Mo Long's physical strength actually far surpasses the 10 stars of breaking the void. This made Xiao Han somewhat puzzled. Dragon soars to the sky. At this moment, Mo Long let out a low shout, and the ink-colored long weapon in his hand instantly erupted. The next moment, a black divine dragon roared out instantly, charging toward Xiao Han. Crimson Flame Blade Technique. Xiao Han let out a cold snort, then tapped his foot and instantly collided with the dragon, slashing down with the long blade in his hand. Boom! The divine dragon was instantly shattered by Xiao Han's terrifying attack, which contained the power of yin and yang as well as the force of flames. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering new data. Constitution. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering Constitution. Berserker body, spirit rank. Would you like to copy it? Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering new data. Constitution. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the physique. Berserker body, spirit level. Would you like to copy it? However, at this moment, 2 consecutive system notification sounds appeared in Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han, who had originally unleashed his strongest strike to finish off Mo Long in an instant, suddenly paused. Great opportunity. Mo Long's eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Han reveal a flaw. The long weapon in his hand instantly unleashed an attack. The terrifying force caused the surrounding ground to tremble violently. However, Xiao Han reacted instantly. He immediately slashed out with a blade, directly deflecting Mo Long's long weapon, and then retreated to the side. Body of Berserk? What is this thing? Xiao Han asked the system in confusion. Ding! Constitution refers to a powerful talent condensed by some great beings who have comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth. Moreover, this talent has a certain chance of being inherited. The ink dragon before him was the descendant of the once furious Supreme Being, inheriting a portion of the Supreme Being's physique. Although it has only reached the spirit rank, its power growth is incredibly strong. The system's words instantly made Xiao Han understand. So, does that mean this thing is a benefit exclusive to those big families? Thinking of this, Xiao Han couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, there is no such thing as fairness in this world. Some people are born at the finish line. No wonder this Mo Long, despite his formidable strength and excellent martial arts talent, managed to surpass a host of powerful opponents to become number 1 on the rankings. It must be noted that Xiao Han's previous opponent, ranked 3rd on the list, not only possessed Earth-grade weapons, Earth-grade techniques, and martial skills, he had even comprehended Earth-grade elemental power. However, since Xiao Han already had the power of yin and yang, he didn't bother to replicate it. However, according to that brother, Mo Long's strength is far above his. Now Xiao Han finally knows the reason. This guy is just a second-generation rich kid. Copy it first. Xiao Han smiled faintly without hesitation. The stronger his opponent's special abilities, the happier he became. After all, they were just delivering experience points. Boom! As soon as Xiao Han's words fell, a terrifying force surged into his body. This force began rapidly transforming Xiao Han's physical physical body. In just an instant, Xiao Han's physical strength increased tenfold. As that surge of power subsided, Xiao Han also felt the changes in his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the physique, Berserker body, spirit level. Following the system's notification sound, Xiao Han immediately looked at his own physique. Body of Berserk, level, spirit level, a physique formed by the supreme Berserk power condensed by the strongest Berserk warriors. If it is a physique above Earth level, it can directly awaken the Earth level elemental power. Berserk power. Trait, can enhance one's physical body 10 times. Skill, Berserk. After using Berserk, it will unleash double one's combat power. Upgrade requirement, 1000 trillion upgrade points. The introduction of the Berserker body is very simple, yet its abilities make Xiao Han extremely satisfied. Even in its normal state, it can enhance combat power tenfold, and during Berserk mode, it can further double the overall combat power. What a powerful physique! Xiao Han clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying strength surging within his body. Your strength is indeed impressive, but I haven't used my full power yet. Mo Long smiled faintly. Having almost been defeated by Xiao Han's move, he dared not be careless anymore. Oh, then show me what you've got. Xiao Han smiled slightly and then directly put away the bloodthirsty mad blade. Then I'll make my move. Mo Long Jian. Xiao Han felt somewhat annoyed at being underestimated like this and immediately summoned the raging power within his bloodline. Frenzy! With a furious roar, Mo Long's body instantly erupted with an endless and terrifying aura. And this force shot straight into the sky. A surge of black energy frantically erupted from his body. It's actually the power of fury. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. Of course, the current Mo Long, like Xiao Han, could only mobilize a trace of the power of fury to enhance his strength. To completely control the power of fury and reach the level of being able to unleash it at any moment, the physique still needs to be elevated to the Earth rank. For Xiao Han, improving his physique only requires using the upgrade points he has purchased. But for Mo Long, there is only one way, and that is to reincarnate directly, though he doesn't seem to have such good luck. Boom! The endless and terrifying aura caused the surrounding ground to collapse in waves. Drink! With a low growl, Mo Long instantly charged toward Xiao Han. The power carried by Xiao Han is estimated to instantly annihilate any star-level strong individual below 4 stars. And this is the terrifying aspect of a heaven-tier ability user. However, Xiao Han moved, his right hand punched out. An unpretentious punch, yet it contained unparalleled and terrifying strength. Molong's long weapon shattered instantly under this punch, and his body, like his weapon, was blasted to death by Xiao Han's punch amidst his terrified gaze. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the entire space. A massive impact crater spanning tens of thousands of kilometers appeared directly in front of Xiao Han. Congratulations to the contestant for the victory. You are now ranked first in the Longting Empire's void-breaking level leaderboard. A loud and clear sound also echoed from the sky. Ding! Congratulations, host. Upgrade points plus 5 billion. A system notification sound followed. Xiaoling, when will my virtual universe intermediate access device arrive? Xiao Han ignored the rankings of first or second place and instead asked Xiaoling the question he was most concerned about at the moment. Master, according to the delivery speed of the virtual universe, it will take a full month to reach you, unless you choose to pay the shipping fee yourself. In that case, it can arrive in just one day. Xiaoling quickly said to Xiao Han, pay the shipping fee myself? How much Longting currency would that cost? Xiao Han frowned. If you wanted to arrive in one day, the shipping fee would be 30 million. However, Xiaoling's words left Xiao Han speechless. Is there anything slightly cheaper? Xiao Han was helpless. If it really cost 30 million, where would he get it from? The next level down is the current free tier. Although it's free, since it's a reward item, the virtual universe will use a relatively good spaceship for delivery. If it's the cheapest option, it might take tens of thousands of years to arrive. Xiaoling said helplessly. Then forget it, let's wait for now. Maybe in a month, we can earn enough money. Xiao Han's lips curled up slightly, then he looked at his upgrade points, which had already exceeded 20 trillion. That's right, 20 trillion. From yesterday to today, in just one day, Xiao Han had been challenging the leaderboard. By the time he reached the top, Xiao Han had defeated a full 400 to 500 opponents, each of whom had reached the terrifying peak of breaking through the void. Since the necessary martial skills are already prepared, let's elevate the realm. System, increase each attribute by 5 trillion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 3 attributes have been successfully upgraded. In an instant, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes. From 1 billion attributes to 500 billion, it means that Xiao Han's strength has increased by a full 500 times. The power of 10 stars breaking through the void is indeed formidable. Now, I should be able to crush a 10-star opponent from the starry sky. Xiao Han clenched his fist. There was naturally a reason why he chose to elevate his realm at this moment. The next thing Xiao Han was going to do was something significant. Xiao Ling, send me out. Xiao Han slowly said to Xiao Ling. Alright, master. Xiao Ling nodded slightly, and in the next moment, Xiao Han's consciousness was instantly kicked out of the virtual universe. Xiao Han, who reappeared, had already returned to the Shadow Phantom ship. Master, you're awake. Carl respectfully spoke to Xiao Han after seeing him open his eyes. Nothing happened these past few days, right? Xiao Han nodded slightly. He had been in the virtual universe for 3 or 4 days, and the gains from these 3 or 4 days were immense. No, it's just that I received quite a few messages from the Milky Way star region, all saying they want to lift the pursuit of the master, Carl respectfully said to Xiao Han. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Han merely sneered dismissively. Lift it? No matter the reason, you think you can hunt me down when you want and lift it when you want? Do you think I'm made of clay? Return to the Milky Way galaxy. I'll help you get revenge. Xiao Han let out a cold laugh and commanded Carl icily. The aura emanating from him caused Carl's pupils to contract slightly. All right, master, Carl excitedly said to Xiao Han. In the next moment, the spaceship immediately lifted all signal jamming and sped rapidly into the distance. You guys, what do you think it means that the Supreme ordered us to withdraw all the bounty orders on Xiao Han? A pilot on a search ship rushing back to the Milky Way sector curiously asked the other crew members. They were the search ship responsible for hunting down Xiao Han over the past few days. I don't know either. They said a tremendously powerful warrior arrived at Silver Star 2 days ago. Could that be the reason? Another team member was also somewhat puzzled, knowing that Xiao Han had killed the young clan leader of the Blood Flame clan. How could such a major incident possibly lead to giving up the pursuit? A powerful figure? I was saying that Xiao Han, who knows where he came from, showed up and immediately subdued all the geniuses in the star domain. It seems he must be a disciple from a prominent family in another galaxy. One by one, the team members began to let their imaginations run wild. However, at that moment, a silver spaceship instantly flew past them. However, upon seeing the design of the spaceship, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Isn't that Xiao Han's spaceship? Holy crap, it really is Xiao Han's spaceship. Should we stop it or not? Stop what? The kill order has been revoked, and the other party is now innocent. Why are you stopping them? However, just as these fleets were watching Xiao Han and wondering where he was heading, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, divine dragons formed from flames frantically charged toward them. Not good. The other party is attacking us. Quick, activate the defense shield. A cry of alarm instantly spread throughout all the ships. However, they underestimated Xiao Han's fire dragons. The shield formed by the ships was shattered in an instant by the fire dragons. Boom 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 boom. Following the roaring explosions, the fleet instantly turned into fireworks in the starry sky. Ding. Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Ding. Upgrade points plus 5 million. Ding. Upgrade points plus 1.2 million. Ding. Upgrade points plus 10 million. Ding. Upgrade points plus 500,000. One notification sound after another echoed in Xiao Han's mind. The fleets with the lowest strength are composed of astronauts at the master level, and the number of such individuals on each ship reaches tens of thousands. Altogether, they contributed a total of 30 billion upgrade points to Xiao Han. However, this was merely one of the many fleets Xiao Han destroyed along the way. Master, ahead is the Silver Star domain. However, at this moment, Carl's voice also reached Xiao Han's ears. Ahead, a galaxy composed of dozens of star systems appeared before Xiao Han's eyes. Outside the star systems, a massive formation enveloped the entire galaxy. Galactic Starfield, the powerhouses of the 10 major races should all be here. Xiao Han's gaze flickered slightly. This time, his target was only the 10 great families. Master, I have already marked all the locations of the 10 races' residences. According to my estimation, at most, there are some family elders guarding these residences, while those 10 old fellows are likely in their respective families' star domains. Carl respectfully said to Xiao Han. Not there? What a pity. A trace of coldness flashed through Xiao Han's pupils in an instant. If they were here, Xiao Han wouldn't mind killing all 10 old geezers together. As for whether his strength is sufficient, once the lower levels are destroyed, the upgrade points obtained will be enough to greatly enhance Xiao Han's realm. The nearest one is the Castle family? Then let's start with the Castle family. Xiao Han's lips curved slightly upward, and in the next moment, he disappeared from the spaceship with a single step. With a few teleportations, Xiao Han instantly arrived in a bustling star region. A massive planet appeared before Xiao Han's eyes. Alert, alert, an enemy has invaded the planet. 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 Xiao Han had just arrived above the planet when he heard countless loud alarm sounds echoing across the entire planet. Who dares to cause trouble at my castle family residence? A cold voice came from below, and the next moment, a burly man at the 5-star level of the starry sky, accompanied by several peak void break experts, charged toward Xiao Han. Crimson Flame Blade Technique. Xiao Han glanced indifferently at the burly man and those experts rushing toward him. With a low shout, the blood-red long blade in his hand erupted instantly. A terrifying giant blade, millions of kilometers long, instantly appeared in Xiao Han's hand. As Xiao Han swung the blade down, the terrifying force instantly crushed the planet below into layers of fragments. Not good. It's the power of a peak starry sky. Quickly, call for help. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically. This aura was was simply too terrifying, he could hardly even breathe. However, Xiaohan's giant blade instantly slashed down. Boom! With a deafening roar, the entire planet serving as the base of the castle family instantly exploded. Countless living beings perished instantly in this explosion. Even the middle-aged man was instantly burned into nothingness by the power of the crimson flames. Ding! Starting to absorb life energy. Ding! Starting to absorb life energy. The system's notification sounds echoed in Xiaohan's mind. Ding! Upgrade points plus 800 billion. Ding! Upgrade points plus 25 billion. Ding! Upgrade points plus 25 billion. Ding! Upgrade points plus 100 inch. With the sound of system notifications, Xiaohan's upgrades began to skyrocket crazily, reaching 2 trillion in just a few seconds. However, the speed of improvement slowed down afterward. System, how many upgrade points can be absorbed from this planet in total? Xiaohan directly spoke to the system. Ding! After absorbing all the upgrade points from this planet, the host will receive 100 trillion upgrade points. However, it will take 3 years because most of the residents' strength is below the Grandmaster level. The system's notification sound made Xiaohan frown. 100 trillion. If Xiaohan were to kill a Starcia level powerhouse, he could also gain this much and absorb it instantly because the opponent's life energy would be incredibly dense. However, this time, Xiaohan had killed the population of an entire planet. Although the combined life energy was also incredibly terrifying, due to the low energy level, the absorption speed was too restricted. Forget it, I'll absorb for a few minutes and then leave. Xiaohan had no reason to wait too long. For now, he still prioritized absorbing higher level life energy. After all, the speed was fast. In just 5 minutes, Xiaohan had already absorbed a full 10 trillion upgrade points. And next, it will be difficult to increase by another trillion in an hour. Well then, if there's still a chance after everything is over, come and stay here for a few days. Right now, Xiaohan definitely doesn't want people from the other families to escape. In the next moment, Xiaohan tapped his foot and instantly disappeared from where he stood. However, the destruction of the castle family's residence instantly set the entire star domain ablaze. Countless people fled in terror toward the edges of the star domain. Because in the final distress signal sent by the elder of the castle family, who was the man from Zhongning, instantly killed by Xiaohan, that towering, earth-shattering giant blade left no room for even the slightest thought of resistance in anyone's mind. Even the heads of other families' residences turned pale. Xiaohan? It's actually Xiaohan? He's back, and his strength has become so incredibly powerful. Bloodkill looked at the final smile of Xiaohan in the image with terror, and immediately felt a chill all over his body. His strength had just been greatly reduced after recovering his hand, and even if it hadn't been reduced, his power couldn't possibly surpass that of the brother who was instantly defeated by Xiaohan. I have an idea. Since you don't want Xiaohan to kill you, why not just kill yourself? However, at this moment, a mocking voice echoed in Bloodkill's mind. Hearing this familiar voice, Bloodkill's face instantly turned pale. He looked in disbelief toward the source of the voice, only to find that it was indeed Xiaohan. At this moment, Xiaohan had already arrived at the Bloodflame clan's stronghold. Xiaohan, do you know that my family's ancestor is Bloodflame? With star sea-level strength, no matter how powerful you are, you can't possibly be his match. Bloodkill said to Xiaohan with a cold face. Oh, impossible? The corners of Xiaohan's mouth slightly lifted, and in the next moment, an unparalleled force erupted from his hand. The pressure emitted by the black and white yin-yang power made Bloodkill feel an aura even more noble than that of the Bloodflame clan leader. Seeing this surge of power, Bloodkill's pupils slightly contracted. You've actually already mastered star sea-level power. Bloodkill looked bitterly at the surge of power in Xiaohan's hand. Back then, I really should have just killed you. Bloodkill let out a cold snort. Can you kill me? Whether now or in the past, you never had a chance. Xiaohan sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, the power of yin and yang in his hand erupted instantly, directly destroying Bloodkill's body and soul. In the next moment, Xiaohan directly sent the power of yin and yang in his hand into the ground. Immediately, he vanished into the void with a teleportation. Boom! With a deafening roar, this massive planet was instantly obliterated by Xiaohan's force of yin and yang. Meanwhile, Xiaohan was frantically absorbing life energy amidst the endless flames of the planet's destruction. The destruction of yet another planet truly instilled fear in countless people across the star regions. One spaceship after another flew beyond the Milky Way galaxy. Boom, 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 boom. However, at that moment, terrifying explosions suddenly erupted from within the starfield. All those fleeing turned back in horror, only to see the 10 planets where the top 10 races were stationed in the Milky Way starfield shattering one after another. Those star-level powerhouses who had dominated the galaxy for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years all perished in the explosions. This matter is a grudge between me, Xiaohan, and the top 10 races. Other races may continue to reside in the Milky Way starfield. Of course, the condition is that I don't want to see a single member of the top 10 races in the Milky Way starfield. As for those 10 old fools, I'll send them all to hell within 3 days. Just as everyone was filled with terror, thinking they were about to die, a cold voice suddenly suddenly echoed from the depths of the star domain. The content of the voice instantly brought immense joy to countless strong individuals of other races. Xiao Han was actually only targeting the top 10 races? Well, it makes sense. Now that the home planets of the major races have been destroyed and they are still alive, it's clear that Xiao Han doesn't want to bother with them. Otherwise, at Xiao Han's level, killing them all would be an incredibly easy task. Boom 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 boom. However, at this moment, a series of explosions suddenly erupted around them. Blazes of fire swiftly streaked through the fleet surrounding them. One spaceship after another was instantly pierced and destroyed. Just when countless people thought Xiao Han was deceiving them, they suddenly realized that the destroyed ships all belonged to the top 10 races. At this moment, Xiao Han was sitting cross-legged in the depths of the galaxy, frantically absorbing the life energy of the Guardians. Ding! Upgrade points plus 1.5 billion. Ding! Upgrade points plus 250 billion. Ding! Upgrade points plus 1 million inch. The system notification sounds echoed one after another in Xiao Han's mind. At this moment, Xiao Han was looking at his attribute panel. It's already 100 trillion. That should be enough to deal with those old geezers. Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. The 10 planets had just shattered, and each one brought him 10 trillion upgrade points. And now, Xiao Han has channeled all his life energy around his body, which means that in the coming time, Xiao Han only needs to sit still, and the upgrade points will keep increasing. Of course, this speed is naturally not as fast as before, but so far, it's still about 1 trillion upgrade points per hour. System, help me upgrade all my skills to the Starry Skies beginner level. At the same time, raise all my 3 main attributes to 25 trillion. Xiao Han directly said to the system. Boom! With a roar from the system, Xiao Han instantly realized that his entire strength began to skyrocket wildly. The surrounding star regions began to shatter wildly. In just an instant, Xiao Han's attributes all broke through to over 25 trillion points. However, this is only the beginning. The next moment, endless information erupted in Xiao Han's mind. Originally, the proficiency of various techniques, martial skills, and the refinement of true energy were all skyrocketing. But this time, the improvement was different from every previous instance. This time, Xiao Han felt that these powers were beginning to undergo a qualitative change. Take Xiao Han's heavenly dragon armor as an example. Some mysterious runes slowly emerged on the heavenly dragon armor, and these runes began to rapidly absorb all the power from Xiao Han's body. The power of yin and yang slowly flowed through those runes, and in an instant, the runes began to emit an unprecedentedly powerful force. The dragon patterns originally carved on the armor also let out a series of roars. Ding! Congratulations to the host. All skills have been upgraded to the Starry Sky Realm, beginner level. Upgrade points consumed, 12 trillion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. All techniques have been upgraded to the Starry Sky Realm, beginner level. Upgrade points consumed, 1 trillion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. All elemental power proficiencies have been upgraded to the Starry Sky Realm, beginner level. Upgrade points consumed, 3 trillion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. All weapon levels have been upgraded to the Desolate grade, beginner level. Upgrade points consumed, 4 trillion. In just an instant, Xiao Han's upgrade points were consumed by a staggering 95 trillion. However, Xiao Han's strength improvement is incredibly terrifying. As Xiao Han slowly stood up from the void, the surrounding star regions were instantly crushed and collapsed by Xiao Han's power. Even the space began to show slight cracks. Breaking through space. At the level of breaking through space, one can already tear open certain areas of space. However, these cracks are not very useful. Only upon reaching the domain master level can one achieve spatial movement like Xiao Han's teleportation by breaking through space. This is also why DXIN was able to find Xiao Han's location in just a day or two. However, although that kind of teleportation covers a very long distance, it takes a considerable amount of time. In battle, opportunities vanish in an instant. If you really used spatial shattering to escape, your opponent could kill you tens of thousands of times over. Xiao Han's teleportation, on the other hand, is completely different. This teleportation is significantly faster than even Xiao Han's attack speed. Fight back. If the opponent is careless, they could be instantly taken down by Xiao Han. Even if their strength is far above the domain master level, it's the same. System, pull up my attribute table. Xiao Han sighed slightly, then spoke to the system. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human race. Martial arts realm, Starry Sky realm, 5 stars. True essence power, 8 revolutions, 0 to 1 quintillion. Strength bonus, 300 times. Physique, berserker physique. Spirit grade, 10 quadrillion. Profession, wilderness grade low-level alchemist, 0/10 quadrillion. Wilderness grade low-level array master, 0/100 billion. Body, 25 trillion. Speed, 25 trillion. Soul, 25 trillion. Cultivation technique, Yin-Yang sacred cannon. Heaven rank, low-level starry sky, 0/10 trillion. Combat techniques, blade technique, earth rank, starry sky low-level, 0/10 trillion. Skills, flame domain / earth rank, starry sky low-level, 0/10 trillion. 9 heavens thunderling step, earth rank, starry sky low-level, level 0/10 trillion, nation shocking palm, earth rank, starry sky low level 0/10 trillion, spirit seal, earth rank, starry sky low level 0 out of 10 trillion, teleportation, earth rank, starry sky low level 0/10 trillion, destiny calculation, earth rank, starry sky low level 0/10 trillion, crimson flame blade technique, earth rank, starry sky low level 0/10 trillion, sun god slash, earth rank, starry sky low level 0 out of 10 trillion, talents, power of flame, earth rank, starry sky low level 0/10 trillion, power of yin and yang, heaven rank, starry sky low level 0/10 trillion, equipment, yin yang divine dragon armor, earth rank, wilderness rank low level 0/10 trillion, bloodthirsty crazy blade, earth rank, wilderness rank low level 0/10 trillion, storage ring, earth rank, wilderness rank low level 0/10 trillion, upgrade point 9 trillion. As the system mentioned, all of Xiao Han's martial techniques, cultivation methods, and weapons have now been upgraded to the earth level. In other words, the power Xiao Han can unleash now is vastly different from before. It's time to clean up these major races in the galaxy. I just don't know where they've hidden the Silver Star Tower. If I had the Silver Star Tower, my strength should be able to improve rapidly again. What puzzled Xiao Han was that the Silver Star Tower had actually disappeared. However, Xiao Han didn't mind, no matter how deeply the other party hid. As long as he wiped out the 10 major races, he didn't believe he wouldn't find it. Thinking of this, Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, then tapped his foot and directly sped off into the distance. As for the life energy that could still be absorbed here, Xiao Han completely ignored it, because there was purer and higher quality life energy waiting for him in the distance. With just a single teleportation, Xiao Han arrived outside the Milky Way starfield, which had previously taken him dozens of teleports to reach. "Greetings, Master," Carl respectfully said to Xiao Han. At this moment, he was truly shocked because Xiao Han had actually destroyed the residences of the 10 great families. It must be known that these places housed super powerful beings at the Starry Sky level, and the strength of a Starry Sky level powerhouse was something that even his previous Atlantis civilization possessed only in the Atlantis king, who had such terrifying power. And now, how long has Xiao Han been away from Earth? He can even effortlessly eliminate super powerful beings at the Starry Sky level. Let's go, we'll find the family residence of the 10 major races. Xiao Han smiled faintly, then lightly tapped his foot and instantly teleported the entire spaceship. To be honest, if it weren't for Carl, he would definitely still be stuck on Earth. As soon as Carl spoke, he had only one request for him, which was to help the Atlantis civilization seek revenge once he had the strength. Therefore, even if the 10 great civilizations did not hunt him down, their destruction was inevitable. So now, Xiao Han naturally wouldn't mind directly sending them all to hell. What? The family residence in the galactic star region has been destroyed. Who did it? Still on that incomparably massive star, Shui Yan coldly stared at the virtual projection of the family liaison officer in front of him and spoke. It was Xiao Han. The message from the family residence said it was Xiao Han who did it. But after that message, there has been no further news. Lord Shueisha is also dead. The family liaison officer spoke to Shui Yan, trembling with fear. Xiao Han, are you freaking kidding me? Xiao Han is just a grandmaster. Where would he get the strength to kill a star-level blood killer? Hearing the other party's ridiculous words, Shui Yan immediately exploded. If it weren't for the fact that he was thousands of light years away from the other party, he would really want to crush their neck. Boom! However, just as he finished cursing, a deafening explosion suddenly came from the other side of the video. The liaison officer was instantly engulfed by a blaze of fire. However, for some reason, the screen did not disconnect. Bloodflame Grand Chief, it seems you have serious doubts about my strength. However, in the very next moment, a handsome young man suddenly appeared on the screen. And this young man was none other than Xiao Han, whom Shui Yan wished to crush into dust but dared not lay a hand on. Unexpectedly, Xiao Han had now come knocking on his door, rubbing his face into the ground. Kid, do you think you can be so arrogant just because Lord DXIN has your back? Remember, this is the Milky Way, ruled by our 10 great races. As long as I find out which planet you're on, I'll show you what it means to lose everything. Looking at the destroyed Shui Yan starfield, Shui Yan was completely consumed by rage. His words instantly made Xiao Han's gaze turn icy and sharp. Wait for me, I'll come find you right away. However, after leaving just this one sentence, Xiao Han immediately crushed the communicator. Find me. Oomph, kid, I'll make sure you never return. Bloodflame let out a cold snort and instantly contacted people from several other major races. The next moment, 9 virtual projections appeared instantly in front of Bloodflame. Bloodflame, it's all your fault. Look, Xiao Han has destroyed 3 of our base planets. What do you suggest we do now? That's right, Xiao Han is now under DXIN's protection. Are we supposed to go settle the score with him? Bloodflame, you'd better give us an explanation. Yeah, this matter was caused by you. Although our 10 major races are on the same front, we won't follow you to our deaths. However, as soon as they saw Shui Yan, everyone began to curse furiously. You must know that if it weren't for Shui Yan, they wouldn't have suffered such great losses. Do you think you can escape now? The home planet of my Shui Yan clan was just destroyed by Xiao Han, and with Xiao Han's personality, do you think you can get away? The cold words of Shui Yan instantly silenced the few clan leaders of the major races who were still clamoring. Then what do you suggest? Are we just going to wait for him to come and destroy our ancestral star as well? The clan leader of the Snow Demon clan spoke coldly. Of course not. Our only option now is to gather all the ancestors and directly kill Xiao Han. He will come to find me shortly. My coordinates are here, and I have already summoned the ancestors who are far away in other star regions. When Xiao Han arrives, there will be no escape for him. Blood Flame's words silenced everyone. What about Senior DXIN? Some people said with some concern. DXIN? What a joke. We're about to face extinction, and you're worried about DXIN. At worst, we'll just offer him some benefits when the time comes. I don't believe he would destroy our galaxy for the sake of a boy he's never even met. Blood Flame said coldly. His words instantly awakened the others. Yes, at worst, they would pay some price, but if Xiao Han was still alive, there was no telling when he might grow strong enough to wipe them out effortlessly. After all, Xiao Han's growth filled them with immense fear. Fine, my Snow Demon clan will arrive in the next few days. If Xiao Han comes, do your best to stall him. Our clan is the same. Seconded. Everyone had already decided how to make Xiao Han die in this starfield. However, at this moment, Xiao Han was hiding in the void not far from Shui Yan. Ha! None of these old geezers are any good. If Xiao Han hadn't truly threatened them, they probably wouldn't care even if my Shui Yan clan were exterminated. The so-called alliance agreement is nothing but a joke. Shui Yan gave a disdainful smile, then he sent out the entire situation of the Shui Yan clan, and the recipients were naturally the former clan leaders of the Shui Yan clan. He was, of course, not the first clan leader of the Shui Yan clan. It should be noted that the Shui Yan clan had existed in the entire galaxy for over 100 million years. However, his strength was only at the star sea level, and the lifespan of someone at the star sea level was merely 1,000,000 years. Over this 100 million years, the Shui Yan clan had changed clan leaders hundreds of times. However, due to limitations such as lineage, vision, and others, the Blood Flame clan has never produced any domain lord level powerhouses to this day. After all, reaching the domain lord level is not something that can be achieved just by wanting it. Moreover, those ancestors from over 1,000,000 years ago have all passed away, and the reinforcements Blood Flame managed to find amount to only 4 or 5. Each of them belongs to the generation of his ancestors. The other 10 great families did the same, summoning back all the ancestors of their families who were still alive and seeking opportunities outside. Of course, these people couldn't help but give the current heads of the families a thorough scolding. To think they had brought the family to the brink of annihilation and even angered a great figure like DXIN. But there was no other choice, they were all members of their own families. These old family heads could only return to clean up the mess. Perhaps, for their sake, DXIN might not hold them accountable. As for Xiao Han, no one would care about a little thing that killed a few trash-level beings of the starry sky. Xiao Han, oh Xiao Han, didn't you say you were coming for me? I've set up an inescapable trap here. I don't believe you can make it back alive. Shui Yan sneered coldly, murmuring as he spoke. Oh, do you think finding some trash will make me afraid? However, at that moment, a cold voice reached Blood Flame's ears. Blood Flame's pupils instantly contracted. In the next moment, a giant blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed it toward the place where Xiao Han's voice had come from. Boom! A thunderous roar instantly echoed across the entire starry sky. However, in the next moment, Blood Flame was instantly horrified, because he actually saw Xiao Han catch a strike using only his physical body. Impossible! How can your physical strength be so powerful? Shui Yan roared angrily. He himself is a 3-star star sea level. In this realm, he had already stayed for a full 300,000 years. With this strike, even those of the same level wouldn't dare to underestimate it. A mere 3-star star sea level. Look at how arrogant you are. Alright, I've roughly gauged your strength, and you've seen mine as well. Why not wait in hell for your ancestor to come and get you? After Xiao Han finished speaking, his gaze instantly turned cold. The next moment, a terrifying flame power erupted from the data in his hand. This terrifying flame power evolved from the power of flame, reaching the formidable Earth rank. Even within the Earth rank, it is an incredibly powerful existence. Yet it was this flame that caused the surrounding space to begin to distort. Kid, don't underestimate me. Let me show you that the strength of the star sea level is not as simple as you think. Shui Yan roared furiously and was about to draw his blade. A flash of fire appeared instantly. The terrifying power of flames instantly enveloped Shui Yan completely. Ah, damn it, kid, just you wait. Shui Yan felt endless pain as he was burned by the flames. However, he could only roar angrily at Xiao Han before ultimately being reduced to ashes by the terrifying fire. But before the opponent died, Xiao Han snatched the storage ring from him. As the ashes scattered, it marked the complete death of the galactic overlord, the leader of the Shui Yan clan. Xiao Han looked at the surrounding starry sky, feeling slightly emotional. Just a few days ago, he was still fleeing for his life under the pursuit of several star-level beings. Yet, after obtaining the virtual universe in such a short time, he never expected to have already grown to this level. However, when the retired old patriarchs of the top 10 races all come together later, I must prepare a grand gift for them. As Xiao Han thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Got it, let's go with this. Thinking of this, Xiao Han casually took out a mid-grade spirit stone from his storage ring. These spirit stones were just snatched from Shui Yan. Of course, there was also a batch taken from the trading center in the galaxy starfield, adding up to tens of thousands. The absorption speed of mid-grade spirit stones is quite fast, absorbing 10 pieces per second, which equals 10 billion energy points. Xiao Han felt quite satisfied with this absorption speed, and in the virtual universe, the price of mid-grade spirit stones is only 1/10 of that in the Milky Way's malls. In other words, the price is normal. However, the current Xiao Han is not using these mid-grade spirit stones to enhance upgrade points. Swift. Suddenly, Xiao Han instantly injected 10,000 spirit stones into the surrounding area spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers. In the next moment, Xiao Han's hands began to form one powerful seal after another. These seal techniques all contain boundless power. Each one possesses terrifying strength. 10,000 stars falling formation. Activate. With Xiao Han's low shout, the surrounding galaxies instantly erupted with endless terrifying power, yet all this power crazily converged toward Xiao Han. Finally, it condensed at the center of the formation into a core imbued with the infinite power of the stars. Phew! Xiao Han let out a slow breath. The myriad stars fall in formation, a desolate level low-grade formation, but its rank is at the Earth level. However, its current power can only kill enemies below the star sea level. That's right, it's the starry sky level, but those from the 10 major races are all star sea level. Xiao Han naturally knew this. Immediately, Xiao Han turned his gaze toward the distant stars. Not enough energy, so I'll have to make do with you. Xiao Han sighed helplessly, then tapped his foot. The 10,000 stars falling array. 10,000 stars is a quantifier. Currently, the number of planets Xiao Han has activated is less than 100, so it naturally cannot exert powerful strength. Xiao Han tapped his foot and instantly arrived tens of thousands of light years away, and in front of Xiao Han appeared a massive star. Xiao Han directly used his divine sense to envelop it. Another teleportation, directly returning to the previous location. And that star, upon entering, was being crazily absorbed by the formation core at the center of the array, drawing in the power of the stars. Next, Xiao Han began frantically transporting one star after another. The 10,000 stars falling array possesses immense power and a very high grade, but obtaining sufficient star power is extremely difficult. If one could move stars as effortlessly as Xiao Han, this array would have long reached the heavenly grade level. In other words, the actual grade of this array is indeed heavenly, but due to its extreme difficulty, it has been downgraded to the earthly grade, and someone capable of moving so many stars would hardly take an interest in a desolate grade array, even if this desolate level formation can kill a Starcia level being. After all, the top 10 races spent millions of years and sacrificed over a dozen generations of clan leaders, only to relocate a few dozen star systems and bring in a galactic star domain. Meanwhile, the power of this formation began to increase rapidly as Xiao Han transplanted one star after another into it. With the implantation of each star, a massive amount of stellar energy is generated. When this stellar energy converges, the resulting power can absolutely annihilate dozens of Starcia-level beings in an instant. By the time he reached this level, Xiao Han had already implanted a total of 30,000 stars. Xiao Han looked at the entire starfield completely filled with stars and was momentarily speechless. Looks like I'll have to set up an illusion array. Thinking of this, Xiao Han took out another 10,000 spirit stones. You should know, the next moment, another low-level Earth-tier desolate formation enveloped the 10,000 stars falling array. As the formation activated, tens of thousands of stars in this part of the starry sky instantly vanished, leaving only the previous one. Even the figure of Blood Flame could be faintly seen. Alright, since that's the case, let's wait for them to take the bait. Xiao Han patted his own hand. Who would have thought, your talent in formations is actually so powerful? However, at this moment, a voice filled with emotion echoed in Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han's pupils slightly contracted, and in the next moment, his gaze turned toward the source of the voice. A middle-aged man was seen not far from him at this moment, as if he had been watching him set up the formation here all day long. DXIN, it's actually you? Xiao Hanton's pupils slightly contracted. He had already learned from Shui Yan and his family's ancestor that Shui Yan had once come to the Milky Way, and the purpose was to find him, and it seemed there was no malice involved. Of course, it's for myself. You've got some nerve, kid. You know I'm the domain lord, yet you dare to call me by my name. DXIN heard Xiao Han's voice and immediately said helplessly, what are you here for? However, Xiao Han ignored DXIN's complaints and directly asked him. DXIN, however, smiled helplessly after hearing this. Before I came, I originally planned to take you as my disciple, but I didn't expect your strength to have grown so powerful now. If I were to say I wanted to take you as my disciple now, you wouldn't agree, would you? DXIN was also somewhat speechless. Xiao Han's strength had improved so quickly, and ever since he left Silver Star, he had been searching for Xiao Han's whereabouts. Upon learning that Xiao Han had actually snatched a virtual universe universe connector. He even started looking for Xiaohan's name on the Voidbreaker leaderboard in the virtual universe. After all, with Xiaohan's talent, entering the rankings is absolutely not a problem. However, what he didn't expect was that not only did Xiaohan enter the rankings, but he even became the number 1 on the skybreaking rankings. Instantly, his desire to take on a disciple was dispelled. After all, such a genius, even as a domain master himself, would hardly be looked up to by others. And now seeing that Xiaohan has actually reached the starry sky level and killing a star sea level opponent is as simple as crushing an ant, he directly gave up the idea of taking Xiaohan as his disciple. Agree. Why not agree? However, Xiaohan's words instantly left him dumbfounded. What? You agree? Are you sure? It took him a full 10 seconds to react to what Xiaohan had said. Then he asked Xiaohan in surprise. That's right, why wouldn't I agree? After all, you're a powerful domain lord level expert and a cosmic level artifact master. It's an honor to become your disciple. Xiaohan chuckled, making DXIN feel somewhat unreal. That's right, I'm so powerful, taking on a starry sky level opponent? Why not? DXIN suddenly remembered that he seemed to have been recently shaken by Xiaohan's strength, which made him feel somewhat inferior. By the way, if I become your disciple, will there be any benefits? Like, can I occasionally play with that thing called the Silver Star Tower or something? DXIN was momentarily stunned upon hearing Xiaohan's words. Of course, such a small thing can be given to you. DXIN said calmly. I wonder, what is the maximum strength limit of the trial participants that the Silver Star Tower can condense? Xiaohan did not directly apprentice himself but instead asked the most important question. The Silver Star Tower is a Han-level treasure. Although it is infinitely close to the Cosmos level, it still has not reached the Cosmos level. Therefore, it can only gather at most one peak star sea level trialist each year. This is also why I left Manhwa within the Silver Star Tower. However, DXIN's words instantly made Xiaohan lose all interest. Only star sea peak level? If that's the case, then sorry. Xiaohan helplessly said that it takes a year to reach a star sea peak level, so he might as well go directly to the virtual universe to find someone on the leaderboard to kill. DXIN was speechless upon hearing this. If you're not going to become my disciple, why are you messing with me? Cough, cough. Although we don't have the fate of being master and disciple, we can still be friends. I am DXIN of the Longting Empire, a celestial level artifact refiner. If you ever visit the Longting Empire's star domain in the future, you can come to the Artifact Refining Guild to find me. DXIN calmly said to Xiaohan. If I have the chance, I will definitely go. Xiaohan nodded slightly. As for whether to go find DXIN, that's another matter. It seems there's nothing he can ask of the other party anyway. Since you still have matters to attend to, I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave first. DXIN helplessly cupped his hands, then directly tore through the void and fled toward the distance. Xiaohan's pupils slightly contracted, using the ability that comes with teleportation to remember the coordinates where DXIN teleported away. Perhaps it will come in handy in the future. Since everything is done, there's no need to stay here anymore. Xiaohan glanced at the grand formation he had set up and immediately nodded in satisfaction. That's right, he wasn't planning to wait here for the other party to come to him. The reason was simple, Xiaohan didn't have that much time to waste here. After all, Blood Flame and those old folks had mentioned before that it would take at least several days to return. During those days, staying here would be a waste for Xiaohan, so he might as well go home first. It's been 3 months since I left. I wonder how things are on Earth. Xiaohan smiled faintly, but he knew that with Lu Bowen protecting his mother, nothing would happen. However, let's first set up a teleportation array nearby. Xiaohan thought of this, and another 10,000 spirit stones were cast into the void by him. 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. If they were all unleashed, they would be enough to turn an entire star domain into a sacred land for cultivation. As these spirit stones were cast into the void, the surrounding space was instantly connected. Afterward, Xiaohan discussed the teleportation array he had set up before leaving Earth. It's been a long time. With a sigh of emotion, Xiaohan stepped into the teleportation array. In an instant, he vanished into the void. The teleportation array instantly concealed itself, making it impossible to detect its existence without strength tens of times greater than Xiaohan's. Buzz. Outside Earth, with a ripple of spatial fluctuation, Xiaohan's figure instantly appeared beyond the atmosphere. Looking at the water blue planet before him, Xiaohan smiled faintly. His gaze immediately turned toward Tianyun City on the ground. What caught his eye was naturally the villa of Moyun Tianjia. However, to Xiaohan's surprise, his mother was not there. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that she was still at the previous snack shop. Mom really is something, she just can't let go of her little snack shop, can she? Xiaohan was speechless, but upon reflection, he understood. The snack shop was the sole source of income that his mother had single-handedly managed to support the entire family after Zhao's father passed away. It carried countless hopes and dreams of Zhao's mother. With a light step, Xiaohan instantly appeared in a dim corner. Watching his busy mother not far away, Xiaohan smiled faintly. Fortunately, before leaving, he had improved Zhao's mother's constitution to the point where even a dark force attack could be fatal to her attacker. her. Otherwise, with such daily toil, she would have long been worn out and fallen ill. Boss lady, 1 bowl of your signature pea soup and add 2 fried dough sticks. Same for me, boss, and add a basket of steamed buns. I'll take a pan-fried bun. From afar, Xiao Han heard many greetings. Xiao Han recognized many of these people. They were regular customers who had been coming here for years. All right, it'll be ready soon. Zhao's mother was naturally overjoyed to see such good business. Moreover, although there were many orders, Zhao's mother delivered all the dishes in an orderly manner. Boss lady, it's been a long time since I've seen your son. I heard he got into Shuimu University? An uncle from the nearby construction site asked with a smile. Old Lu, you don't know yet, do you? The boss lady's son is a prodigy. Not only did he get into Shuimu, but now he's already working as a senior white-collar employee at Yunlong Group with an annual salary in the millions. What? I just went home for a month recently. Isn't Xiao Han only 16 years old? That's why I said he's a prodigy. The lady boss is now living in Moyan Tianjiao, and those are luxury villas worth tens of millions each. The conversation gradually shifted to Xiao Han. Xiao Han? He's not as amazing as you all say. He's studying in Yanqing now and doesn't have much time to come back. Zhao's mother smiled as she explained to each of the uncles. However, there was a hint of longing in her words. During the few months Xiao Han had been away from home, she naturally missed him all the time. Although Lu Bowen said that Xiao Han had gone abroad for a short trip and would return soon, Zhao's mother knew that it was unlikely. How could a simple trip abroad take so long without any news, not even a phone call? Mom, I'm back. However, at this moment, a familiar voice reached Zhao's mother's ears. Zhao's mother was instantly stunned. Looking toward the outside of the shop, she saw Xiao Han, dressed in normal earth attire and dragging a suitcase, standing at the shop entrance with a big smile, speaking to her. Back already? It's good that you're back. Zhao's mother hurriedly walked up, checking if there was anything different about Xiao Han, while muttering incessantly. The school is on break, so I came back for a few days. After sitting on the bus all day, I'm starving. Xiao Han looked pitiful. Good. Mom will make you something to eat. Come inside first. Zhao's mother excitedly pulled Xiao Han and headed straight into the shop. With her other hand, she effortlessly lifted Xiao Han's suitcase as if it were a feather. And this scene, upon being witnessed by Lu Bowen, who was guarding Zhao's mother from the tea house across the street, caused his pupils to suddenly contract. Young master has returned? But this aura has become so mysterious. It seems the young master's strength has made great progress again. Lu Bowen was naturally extremely excited to see Xiao Han return. And not just him, everyone who knew Xiao Han had returned was thrilled. Dragon Soul, is the information confirmed? The Grand Hall Master asked the subordinate Ba Dao solemnly. Yes, Grand Hall Master. Our intelligence system has been monitoring every street and alley using facial recognition technology, and Lord Xiao Han appeared in Tianyun City a few hours ago. Ba Dao respectfully said to the Great Hall Master. The Great Hall Master's gaze was extremely solemn. He actually came back, which means he passed the test of that spaceship? The Great Hall Master was extremely shocked, but after considering Xiao Han's talent and strength, he felt relieved. After Xiao Han disappeared, he was approached by an old monster who should have been dead for hundreds of years, and the other party merely asked for directions because they had forgotten the way back to Tianyun City. At first, they thought Xiao Han's master might be this mysterious Grandmaster-level expert. Who would have guessed that subsequent investigations revealed this super expert was actually just Xiao Han's mother's bodyguard? This fact shocked the entire Dragon Soul organization. Withdraw all protection. Since Xiao Han has returned, his mother won't encounter any problems either. The Great Hall Master said calmly. Although there is that mysterious powerhouse, nothing is absolute. If that mysterious powerhouse is occupied one day and something happens to Zhao's mother, Xiao Han might return in a rage and overturn the entire Yanxia. With the Great Hall Master's command, all the powerful warriors guarding near Zhao's mother disappeared. At this moment, while the entire earth is worried about Xiao Han, he is busy working in a small snack shop, serving each guest who comes here. This busyness went straight into the night. Phew, finally done. It's even more exhausting than a Starcia-level battle. Xiao Han watched the last guest walk out the door and immediately let out a sigh of relief. Star Sea level? What is that? Zhao's mother tidied up the kitchen and curiously asked Xiao Han. Nothing. By the way, Mom, has anything happened recently? Xiao Han curiously asked his mother. Nothing much, what's wrong? Oh, by the way, Zixin will be coming to the shop to help out during the holidays. You brat, you just left her behind and ran off without even saying goodbye. Just like your old man. Zhao's mother immediately gave Xiao Han a fierce glare as she said this. Xiao Han was speechless. His father had passed away, okay? He himself was alive and well. But when he thought of his father, Xiao Han's pupils slightly contracted. It is said that when the power of yin and yang is cultivated to its peak, it can reverse yin and yang, bringing the dead back to life and causing the living to die instantly. I wonder if it's true. Thinking of this, Xiao Han seemed to gain some kind of motivation. Mom, don't worry about GXIN's matter. I'll go back and find her later. Xiao Han said helplessly. He is now afraid of Mrs. Xiao getting angry at him. "Young master, you're back." At this moment, Lu Bowen walked into the small shop and respectfully spoke to Xiao Han. "Mr. Lu, thank you for your hard work while I was away." Xiao Han smiled faintly. "Young master, you're joking. This is what I should do, and I haven't done anything special." Lu Bowen smiled and shook his head. "By the way, let's head home first. Once we're home, Mom will make you something delicious." After saying this with a smile, Zhao's mother led Xiao Han and the other person toward their home. But the direction of this home was not Moyang Tianjiao, but the old home where Xiao Han had lived for 16 years. "Mom, you still can't forget this place, can you?" Xiao Han thought helplessly. Returning home, looking at all the furnishings that were exactly the same as before they moved, a feeling of immense familiarity and comfort washed over Xiao Han. Sure enough, only this place could ever be Xiao Han's eternal home. At night, Xiao Han stood in the void, overlooking the earth's land. "Master, it's so late and you're not sleeping. Is there something on your mind?" Lu Bowen flew into the void and looked at Xiao Han curiously as he spoke. "Old Lu, this time after I came out of the spaceship, I went straight into the universe and encountered many incredibly powerful civilizations." Xiao Han slowly began to speak. "What? Going into the universe? There are other civilizations?" Lu Bowen's expression changed instantly. He had lifted the seal for more than 3 months, and during these months, he had learned all the history from ancient times to the present. At the same time, he developed a strong interest in technology, as mastering this knowledge was simply effortless given the strength of his soul. As for what Xiao Han meant by other civilizations, he naturally understood. That's right, other civilizations. Compared to these civilizations, the entire Earth is hardly even worth considering as ants. However, fortunately, I now hold some status in the entire galaxy. So the main purpose of my return this time is to revive Earth's spiritual energy and reopen the path of martial arts. Xiao Han's gaze instantly became solemn. Xiao Han's words immediately made Lu Bowen's eyes light up. If the young master truly wants to revive spiritual energy, I, this old man, will risk my life to help the young master accomplish it. Lu Bowen's current position can be said to be quite awkward. At first, Zhu Changbao wanted to eliminate all the martial artists in the world. Because the other party was the emperor, and Lu Bowen served him, he was constrained by ancient thinking. Lu Bowen could only reassure Zhu Changbao by severing the spiritual veins. Now, having embraced modern thinking, old Lu wishes he could slap himself a few times. If he had known Zhu Changbao's true nature earlier, he would have slapped him to death, avoiding so many troubles. The severing of the spiritual veins also means that the Earth's spiritual energy content will gradually decrease. Because spiritual veins are the source of heaven and Earth's spiritual energy. Without the source, naturally, there will be no spring water. The spiritual energy accumulated between heaven and Earth has also been nearly exhausted after hundreds of years of consumption. And the culprit, to put it bluntly, is Lu Bowen. Rebuilding the spiritual veins is very simple. The main point is that after rebuilding them, more people will awaken supernatural abilities. Previously, with the amount of spiritual energy, there was only a 1 in 100 million chance of awakening supernatural abilities. However, now that I have revived the spiritual energy, this number will increase significantly. Supernatural ability awakeners are different from ordinary martial artists who are bound by dragon souls or other forms of martial constraints. If supernatural ability awakeners are not properly disciplined, they could cause many harmful things to the earth. And this matter will trouble Mr. Lu to put in more effort. Xiao Han calmly said to Lu Bowen, "As for the revival of spiritual energy, it's really not a big deal. It only requires burying a medium-grade spirit stone deep into the Earth's core. By then, the spiritual energy content of the entire planet will become thousands of times higher than before. As long as a few more formations are set up, a single mid-grade spirit stone is enough to sustain the Earth's spiritual energy consumption for 10,000 years. Of course, what Xiao Han needs is naturally not just an ordinary level of spiritual energy thousands of times higher. If you're going to do it big. Whatever the young master arranges, this old man will definitely accomplish." Lu Bowen solemnly clasped his fists toward Xiao Han. "Very well, since that's the case, I'll get started now." Deep within the Earth's core. The Earth's core is slowly rotating, and it can be said that the entire Earth's magnetic field is provided by this core. If the core were gone, the entire Earth would soon collapse. Buzz! Amid a ripple of spatial fluctuation, Xiao Han's figure appeared beside the Earth's core. The Earth's core has such an ancient age, it's truly unexpected. Xiao Han felt a slight sense of awe upon seeing the Earth's core. The Earth's age is estimated to be over 10 billion years, according to so-called experts, but what Xiao Han saw was far beyond just 10 billion years. The annual rings of the Earth's core recorded a timeline that reached as much as 100 billion years. In just 30 million years, the Earth completely erased all traces of Atlantis, the Mayan civilization, and some other ancient civilizations. So, within these hundreds of billions of years, could it be that countless civilizations were also born on Earth? Xiao Han shook his head helplessly at the thought. Perhaps the answer to this question could only be found when his strength became powerful enough to see through time and glimpse the past. For now, let's focus on reviving Earth's spiritual energy. energy first. With this thought, Xiao Han's mind moved, and in an instant, numerous mid-grade spirit stones appeared before him. The spiritual energy contained in mid-grade spirit stones was incredibly immense, equivalent to 1 million low-grade spirit stones, and the annual production of a low-grade spirit stone on an ordinary planet is just one piece. In other words, a single mid-grade spirit stone might take Earth 1,000,000 years to nurture. Moreover, this is under the condition that no living beings are competing for the spiritual energy. Spirit Gathering Array. Activate. And with Xiao Han's low shout, the 10,000 spirit stones in his hand were instantly hurled into the Earth's core one by one. Buzz. In the next moment, the spiritual energy emitted by the entire Earth's core surged tens of thousands of times. And this was just the beginning. Humph. Xiao Han let out a cold snort, and his hands began frantically forming countless seals. These seals started rapidly imprinting into the Earth's core. With each seal falling into place, the surrounding spiritual energy content would increase slightly. At the same time, the spiritual energy drifting in the void around Earth was also being rapidly absorbed by the planet. 100 million kilometers. 1 billion kilometers. Until the spiritual energy within billions of miles around began to surge madly toward Earth, the absorption speed of Earth finally stopped increasing. Xiao Han's hands also slowly came to a halt. Buzz. As the void rippled, the mid-grade spirit stones embedded within the Earth's core began to combine into a terrifying spirit-gathering array. The terror of this spirit-gathering array was enough to make countless overlords of intermediate galaxies covet it. Desolate level Earth tier formation, spirit-gathering array. Together with my 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, it will be enough to elevate Earth's martial artist levels by 2 major realms within 100 years. Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction. With this formation, the development of martial arts on Earth will progress rapidly. Of course, for martial arts to reach a certain level of development, it will naturally still require quite some time. Carl, from now on, you will act as the overseer of Earth's order. Draft a complete set of laws and hand them over to the management agencies of all nations. If any martial artists or individuals with special abilities violate these laws, it will be up to you to handle them. I hope that within 100 years, Earth can grow into a low-level star system. Xiao Han's thoughts directly connected with Carl, who was flying through the universe. Understood, Master. Earth's order will be entrusted to me from now on, Carl respectfully said to Xiao Han. However, Master, after the spiritual energy revival, some places have encountered certain issues. Do you need to pay attention to them? At this moment, Carl spoke to Xiao Han. Issues? Where did something go wrong? Xiao Han frowned, then immediately teleported into the Shadow Phantom ship. Right here. Carl respectfully pointed to a location on the moon above Earth. As the spiritual energy content on Earth began to surge, the spiritual energy content on the moon also grew rapidly. When the spiritual energy reached a certain level, some strange fluctuations unexpectedly appeared on the moon. Xiao Han observed that on the far side of the moon, some spiritual energy was crazily converging inward. Xiao Han's eyebrows immediately raised. Formation. I didn't expect there to be a formation. And it's a teleportation array. Xiao Han looked in disbelief at the formation fluctuations on the far side of the moon. Why would there be a teleportation array on Earth? This teleportation array is not of a low level. It seems to be at least of the desolate grade. No wonder the people of the Atlantis civilization didn't discover it. Xiao Han frowned. He could tell the age of this formation at a glance. It was at least hundreds of millions of years old, or even more ancient. Does that mean there were other civilizations on Earth before the Atlantis civilization? Young Master, I have not found any records in all the documents of the Atlantis civilization mentioning anything about prehistoric ruins. Carl's words left Xiao Han somewhat puzzled. Even with the technology of the Atlantis civilization, not a single trace of a clue had been found. There are only two reasons. One is that this civilization is so ancient that time has erased all traces of it. The other reason is that this formation was not left behind by Earth's natives. No matter what, a formation that's been around for hundreds of millions of years should have long since failed. Now that a trace of its power has been activated by spiritual energy, I wonder if it can be restarted. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow and teleported directly to the far side of the moon. Meanwhile, the formation was still frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The formation's emitted fluctuations became even more powerful. Spirit Awakening Seal. Xiao Han let out a low shout, and in the next moment, his hands instantly unleashed a series of seals, which immediately imprinted into the unknown teleportation array. Buzz. However, a wave of fluctuation caused Xiao Han's pupils to slightly contract. There's a reaction? Does that mean the receiving teleportation array at the target location is still functional? Thinking of this, Xiao Han was somewhat surprised. A formation that has lasted for hundreds of millions of years can still be used. What kind of concept is this? What exactly was it built with? Xiao Han frowned deeply. As for going in, it was impossible for him to take the risk before he had enough confidence. Since even the Atlantis civilization has no records, there probably won't be any other records on Earth either. Xiao Han frowned deeply. Forget it, I'll seal the formation first and come back to check it it out when I'm stronger. Xiaohan thought of this and waved his hand, directly unleashing a powerful sealing force. This sealing force instantly cut off the spiritual energy flowing into the formation. The formation, which had been rapidly recovering, immediately calmed down. At this moment, the level of the formation had already been upgraded from the original desolate level to the flood level. This formation is far from being as simple as it looks. If the energy supply were sufficient, who knows what level it could reach. Xiaohan stroked his chin. With the formation upgraded to the flood level, Xiaohan knew that he currently had absolutely no ability to explore the world beyond this formation. After all, Xiaohan was not sure how powerful the expert who could set up such a formation was, and the fact that the formation on the opposite side was still functional meant that the spiritual energy concentration on the opposite side had sustained this formation for hundreds of millions of years. And during these hundreds of millions of years, what kind of powerful warriors had been nurtured behind the formation? Forget it, I'll check it out when I'm stronger. For now, the priority is to clean up the mess on Earth. Xiaohan sighed helplessly. In just over an hour, Earth had already descended into chaos. Mount Tai is the leader of the 5 great mountains. Countless legends have been passed down from it to this day. And today, the summit of Mount Tai suddenly burst forth with endless rays of light. This scene was witnessed by all the residents around Mount Tai. Mom, look, is that an immortal appearing on Mount Tai? A child excitedly pointed to the distant peak of Mount Tai. The child's mother hurried over. Initially thinking her child was just being mischievous, she covered her mouth in astonishment upon seeing the radiance emanating from the mountaintop. Beams of radiance shot up into the sky, enveloping an area spanning thousands of kilometers. And the same scene also occurred on Kunlun Mountain, Huangshan, Amei Mountain, and many other famous peaks. Not only during the scorching summer but also on famous mountains in other countries or some large lakes. Even the entire ocean began to erupt with endless rays of rosy light. Those enveloped by the rosy light instantly felt an incredible sense of comfort in their bodies. Even countless vegetative patients and people with nerve paralysis began to slowly recover under this radiance. However, some individuals with extraordinary talent unexpectedly awakened supernatural abilities. Fire abilities, water abilities, or other supernatural powers. Of course, these abilities are merely the most basic ones in the mortal realm. Nevertheless, even so, those who had just gained these abilities also acquired extremely powerful strength. Some even directly submerged a building during their awakening. What on earth is going on? How could such an immense amount of spiritual energy emerge from underground? The leaders of Dragon Soul are now in a state of utter chaos. The Grand Hall Master stood in the Sky Eye Hall, watching hundreds of data analysts frantically calculating the supernatural outbreak events erupting across the land of Yanxia. During the scorching summer, all the top members of Dragon Soul were fully mobilized, and everyone was swiftly capturing those who had started causing trouble due to the sudden awakening of their supernatural abilities. At this moment, Dragon Soul was severely understaffed. Hall Master, could it be because Senior Xiaohan has returned? Just then, a branch hall leader solemnly spoke to the Hall Master. However, the words of this person in charge instantly enlightened the Grand Hall Master. Perhaps so, but since it's Xiaohan's move, he must have some preparations as well. Thinking of this, the Grand Hall Master's expression became even more solemn. Although he knew that Xiaohan might not do anything harmful to Yanxia or even Earth, it must be noted that Xiaohan had just come out of an alien spaceship. What if he had been brainwashed by the aliens? Thinking about the consequences if Xiaohan's strength were to be brainwashed, the Grand Hall Master suddenly panicked. Not good, someone has invaded our intranet. Suddenly, a data staff member screamed in shock, and the next moment all the computers and the large screen went completely black. The next moment, a virtual image appeared on all the screens, and this virtual image not only appeared at the Dragon Soul headquarters but also on every device capable of displaying images across the entire Earth. Everyone, the virtual image was naturally Carl. Carl's voice made everyone quiet down. Who is this person? Investigate with all your might, the Great Hall Master solemnly said to everyone present. However, all the computers are now under control. Trying to investigate is simply a dream. Even if they cut off the internet and unplug the power, the images still do not disappear. Heaven and Earth's spiritual energy has already been revived. Many of you should have noticed changes in yourselves, right? At this moment, Carl spoke again. His words immediately put those whose bodies had just changed on guard. After all, who hasn't seen some movie about aliens conducting experiments on Earth these days? You don't need to worry. The revival of spiritual energy benefits all living beings on Earth, and this is also my master's intention. However, to prevent you from attempting anything extraordinary just because you've gained a bit of power, my master has ordered me to oversee all superhumans and martial artists on Earth from now on. Perhaps some people don't know what martial artists are or what ability users are, but starting today, you will be able to find all explanations about these two, as well as some corresponding cultivation methods, on the internet. I will also publish the corresponding decrees online. If anyone dares to violate these decrees, the consequences will be very dire. Unfortunately, there are already quite a few people on Earth Earth who have made me very unhappy. So, to these people, I can only say goodbye. Carl's calm words caused those who had awakened abilities to look somewhat panicked. It should be noted that the proportion of ability users has risen from 1 in 100 million to a terrifying 1 in 10,000. That is to say, 1 in 10,000 people. There are more than 700,000 superhumans on the entire planet. However, at this moment, beams of radiant light suddenly descended from the sky. These beams directly illuminated the entire sky. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately, across the entire Earth, every city heard one rumbling sound after another. After each rumbling sound, there were newly awakened superhumans who disappeared from the world forever. Meanwhile, the scene began to broadcast this bloody massacre live. These people all used their abilities to attack others. Of course, some had the strength of martial artists even before the spiritual energy revival, but they committed evil deeds. For the safety of others, I can only eliminate them. Carl's words remained calm. However, to the ears of countless martial artists, they were utterly terrifying, because they watched helplessly as their friends, masters, and junior disciples were directly annihilated by the destructive beam of light descending from the sky. Countless booming sounds still echoed. Lord, look, this is the hidden kill above. However, at this moment, a data officer hurriedly spoke to the Grand Hall Master. In the footage, countless beams of light descending from the sky instantly obliterated everything on top of an unknown small island. Such a scene immediately caused everyone present to hold their breath. The Hidden Kill organization, which had dominated the international scene for hundreds of years, was destroyed in an instant. Get me connected to Xiao Han's phone. The Grand Hall Master panicked upon witnessing this scene. After all, the Dragon Soul had also killed many people, though they were mostly fugitives and martial artists who posed a threat to society. However, seeing the Hidden Kill destroyed, if the Grand Hall Master didn't take any action, what would happen if the next target of attack was the Dragon Soul headquarters where he resided? That's right, there's one more thing. However, at this moment, Carl spoke again. The Grand Hall Master, who originally intended to call Xiao Han, immediately stopped his action. All those who awaken or successfully condense their inner energy will be taken to the corresponding martial arts academy for unified learning and management. Here, you will receive benefits corresponding to your strength, which you could never obtain even after struggling for decades in the outside world. Of course, the principal of this martial arts academy is a master-level expert. As for what this represents, you will understand after reading my materials in a moment. After Carl finished speaking, all the images were instantly cut off. These were all things instructed by Xiao Han, and as for what the future holds, Xiao Han has already entrusted everything to Lu Bowen and Carl. For Carl, the revenge for Atlantis has now been fulfilled, while the human race is something he has secretly nurtured. It can be said that the current mission aligns perfectly with his intentions. Send a message to everyone on Earth who is still alive and at least at the Hua Jin level, inviting them to teach at the Martial Arts Academy. Of course, they can choose not to come unless they don't want to become innate or even stronger martial artists. Xiao Han knew that one Lu Bowen was naturally not enough. Sure enough, as soon as Carl's message was released, everyone expressed their intention to immediately set off for the location where the Martial Arts Academy was being established. And the location was naturally the Boundless Plaza where Xiao Han had previously filled in the Taiwan Strait. In the center of the square, towering high-tech buildings hundreds or even thousands of meters tall rise from the ground. The exquisite architecture is enough to leave countless designers in awe. Of course, the towering walls surrounding the area block all curious gazes, and even the most advanced detectors cannot capture what is happening inside. This place is the Martial Arts Academy built by Xiao Han, and Lu Bowen has already successfully moved in. Next, it's up to you. After saying this to Carl, Xiao Han teleported away, disappearing from the surface of the moon. Meanwhile, Earth was already in an uproar, but Xiao Han didn't want to bother with any of it. After briefly explaining to his mother that all of this was his doing, he returned to his room and went straight to sleep. This sleep lasted for 3 or 4 days. You should know that ever since Xiao Han left home, he hadn't really rested, although with his strength, it wouldn't have mattered even if he didn't rest. But a habit of over 10 years is hard to change. Sigh. After a sneeze, Xiao Han finally woke up. Of course, he woke up because the formation he had set up countless light years away had been activated. Has it finally arrived? Xiao Han stretched lazily, and in the next moment, he directly teleported to the teleportation array. As the teleportation array was activated, Xiao Han instantly arrived at the starfield where he had set up the 10,000 stars falling formation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Ding! Upgrade points plus 400 trillion. Ding! Upgrade points plus 800 trillion. Ding! Upgrade points plus 200 trillion. As soon as Xiao Han appeared, he felt waves of terrifying life energy surging toward him, and the purity of this life energy was incredibly immense. In just an instant, all the life energy was completely absorbed by Xiao Han. A total of 1.52 quadrillion upgrade points appeared in Xiao Han's backend. According to the absorption ratio of 1/20th, this means that the strength of the 4 quadrillion masters is 80 quadrillion, which is equivalent to a super powerhouse at star C4 star level. level, a total of 32 star sea level powerhouses. The corners of Xiao Han's mouth slightly curved upward. These were all the star sea level powerhouses combined from the 10 major races, which was terrifying. They contributed so many upgrade points to Xiao Han. Thinking of this, Xiao Han slowly opened his attribute panel. System, upgrade all my attributes, and at the same time, upgrade all my martial skills and techniques. Raise everything to the highest level possible. Xiao Han directly spoke to the system. Ding. Command accepted. Beginning upgrade. Following the system's notification sound, an overwhelming surge of violent energy erupted instantly within Xiao Han's body. These violent energies began to madly pour into Xiao Han's body, and these forces began to surge crazily within Xiao Han's body, including his physical and soul power. At the same time, countless memories also flooded into Xiao Han's mind. As time passed second by second, all of Xiao Han's strength reached an unprecedented level of improvement. After all, it must be noted that the current upgrade possesses a staggering 1.5 quadrillion, equivalent to 100 times more upgrade points than Xiao Han had previously obtained. With such a terrifying amount of upgrade points, Xiao Han naturally wouldn't hold back in using them. After all, what becomes one's own is the best. Ding! Congratulations to the host, all strength enhancements are complete. At this moment, a system notification sound suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han could feel the endless power contained within his body. Xiao Han knew that if all this power were unleashed, destroying a low-level galaxy would be a simple matter. System, bring up my attribute panel. Xiao Han calmly spoke to the system. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human race. Martial arts realm, Star Sea realm, 3 stars. True essence power, 8 revolutions, 0 to 1 quintillion. Strength bonus, 300 times. Physique, berserker physique. Spirit grade, 10 quadrillion. Profession, advanced desolate grade alchemist, 0/10 quadrillion. Advanced desolate grade formation master, 0/10 quadrillion. Body, 40 trillion. Speed, 40 trillion. Soul, 40 trillion. Cultivation technique, Yin Yang sacred cannon. Heavenly rank, advanced stellar level, 0/1 trillion. Combat techniques, blade technique, earth rank, advanced starry sky, 0/1000 trillion. Skills, flame domain / earth rank, advanced starry sky, 0/1000 trillion. 9 heavens thunderling step, earth rank, advanced starry sky, 0/1000 trillion. Nation shocking palm, earth rank, advanced starry sky, 0/1000 trillion. Spirit seal, earth rank, advanced starry sky, 0 out of 1000 trillion. Teleportation, earth rank, advanced starry sky, 0/1000 trillion. Destiny calculation, earth rank, advanced starry sky, 0 out of 1000 trillion. Crimson flame blade technique, earth rank, advanced starry sky, 0/1000 trillion. Sun god / earth rank, advanced starry sky, 0/1000 trillion. Talents, power of flame, earth rank, advanced starry sky, 0/1000 trillion. Power of yin and yang, heaven rank, advanced starry sky, 0/1000 trillion. Equipment, yin yang divine dragon armor, earth rank, advanced wilderness, 0/1000 trillion. Bloodthirsty mad blade, earth rank, advanced wilderness, 0/1000 trillion. Storage ring, earth rank, advanced wilderness, 0/1000 trillion. Upgrade point, 19 quadrillion. At this moment, Xiao Han's realm had successfully advanced to the terrifying Star Sea realm, 3 stars. And this level of strength also meant that Xiao Han was now capable of establishing an empire in a mid-level galaxy. That's right, the berserker body seems to be ready for an upgrade. Xiao Han suddenly realized that his berserker body now only required 10 quadrillion upgrade points to level up, and if he wanted to upgrade, he already had enough upgrade points. System, upgrade my berserker body. In the depths of the endless starry sky, Xiao Han's body emanated an infinite and terrifying aura, and the power contained within this aura caused the surrounding starry sky to tremble rapidly. Countless planets and stars were directly crushed into ashes in the starry sky under the pressure of this aura. Drink! Xiao Han suddenly let out a fierce shout. In an instant, the surrounding starry sky was shaken and trembled violently by this shout. Frenzy! With Xiao Han's furious roar, a surge of pitch-black energy instantly erupted from his body. This surge of energy immediately amplified Xiao Han's aura by dozens of times. The surrounding space finally couldn't withstand Xiao Han's power and began to shatter wildly. Crack! Crack! The sound of the void shattering made Xiao Han's lips curl into a slight smile. The upgraded berserker body is indeed powerful. It can actually increase my own strength nearly 100-fold. Xiao Han was filled with immense emotion. Berserker body, level, earth rank, a physique formed by the supreme berserk power condensed by the strongest berserk warriors. Power of the attached element, berserk force. Trait, can enhance one's physical body 20 times. Skill, berserk. After using berserk, you will unleash 5 times your combat power. Upgrade requirement, 10 trillion upgrade points. At this moment, the berserk body had already upgraded to the frenzied body, and Xiao Han successfully comprehended the elemental power of frenzy from it. It should be noted that the frenzied power is a powerful earth-level elemental force, and now it only requires players possessing the physique to directly comprehend it. This also made Xiaohan somewhat curious about how strong the physiques of the geniuses from the most powerful families could be. Of course, if possible, Xiaohan wouldn't mind replacing the frenzied body. Xiaohan slowly dissipated the aura of violent power surrounding his body. In the next moment, Xiaohan tapped his foot and instantly vanished into the starry sky. Earth Martial Arts Academy. Buzz. With a ripple of spatial fluctuation, Xiaohan's figure appeared in the principal's office. When Lu Bowen saw Xiaohan appear, he quickly stood up and respectfully cupped his hands toward Xiaohan. "Greetings, young master," Lu Bowen said. "Well, how is the student enrollment going?" Xiaohan nodded slightly. "Young master, so far, over 1 million students have registered globally. Given the school's capacity, all of them can be accommodated. However, since their levels are all based on becoming warriors through spiritual energy infusion, their talents as warriors are generally not very good." Lu Bowen respectfully explained all the situations to Xiaohan. "Is that so? If that's the case, the development speed will be very slow in the future." Xiaohan frowned. It was important to know that strength could be rapidly improved as long as there were resources, but aptitude was a different matter. Since aptitude was innate, trying to enhance it was simply wishful thinking. Select 10,000 individuals with slightly better aptitude and decent character, then bring them to the martial arts arena. Xiaohan suddenly thought of something and immediately said to Lu Bowen. Then Xiaohan directly headed towards the martial arts training ground. After hearing this, Lu Bowen quickly contacted the deputy dean, the Dragon Soul Hallmaster, and several other teaching directors. He brought all the teachers at the dark energy level and gathered all the students who met Xiaohan's criteria in the martial arts training ground. Over 10,000 students curiously looked around. At the same time, their eyes were filled with excitement because they had heard that they would actually get to meet the Earth's strongest being, the very deity who had initiated the revival of spiritual energy. Although they had only been exposed to martial arts for a few days, these few days had completely transformed their lives. "What level do you think the supreme strength has reached?" "The dean's strength is already at the grandmaster level. I think there's an 80 to 90% chance that the supreme strength is at an even higher level." Hiss. "Impossible, right? A void-breaking level being can live for 5,000 years. If such an existence were still alive, they would definitely be someone recorded in history books. Didn't you see that the dean was the divine figure who established the great Sun and Moon dynasty back then?" 10,000 students were naturally very curious about Xiaohan. You must know that they all became martial artists because of the revival of spiritual energy, and the revival of spiritual energy was entirely orchestrated by Xiaohan. It can be said that Xiaohan now truly deserves the title of Earth's Supreme. There isn't a single person who isn't curious about this being who stands above the entire planet. Buzz. However, at this moment, Xiaohan's figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the martial arts arena. "Greetings, Supreme. Greetings, Supreme." As Xiaohan slowly appeared, Lu Bowen took the lead in respectfully bowing to Xiaohan. All the students, upon hearing this, quickly cupped their hands toward Xiaohan. "Supreme? This name is really unpleasant to hear." Xiaohan was a bit speechless, but he didn't say much. "Everyone, today, the sole purpose of gathering you all here is to enhance your martial arts aptitude. I hope that afterward, you will make new progress in martial arts." Xiaohan couldn't be bothered to waste words, so he casually said a few sentences and then communicated with the system through his thoughts. However, his casual remarks left everyone present completely stunned. Enhancing aptitude? Isn't that just improving talent? Talent can actually be improved. All the students looked at Xiaohan in confusion, as the information they had learned over the past few days did not mention that aptitude could be improved. Some literature even explicitly recorded that aptitude was something that could only be slightly enhanced by reincarnation or by finding extremely rare and terrifying treasures of heaven and earth. And now Xiaohan was actually planning to improve the aptitude of all of them. Of course, these students had only been exposed to martial arts for a few days, so they naturally believed that as long as one was strong enough, these issues wouldn't matter. System, elevate everyone's talent to the void-breaking level. Raise Lu Bowen's aptitude to the starry sky level. Xiaohan calmly spoke to the system. Ding. Command accepted. Beginning the enhancement. With the system's notification sound, Xiaohan waved his hand grandly. In the next moment, streams of spiritual energy light rain descended upon the 10,000 students below, as well as the teachers, Lu Bowen, and even the hallmaster. As these radiances surged wildly into each individual's body, everyone felt that their speed of absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy began to increase wildly. Moreover, this surge was an increase of tens of thousands of times. Boom! Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying aura erupted from Zhao Wuji, the Zhao family patriarch at the peak of the transforming energy stage. In the next moment, the surrounding true energy began to madly converge toward him. Zhao Wuji's originally aged appearance began to crazily turn younger. Innate true chi. Old Zhao has broken through. The other several strong experts at the transforming energy level immediately had their eyes light up upon seeing this scene. At the same time, there was a trace of disbelief in their hearts. Unexpectedly, it actually broke through to the innate level. Boom! However, another surge of energy erupted, and yet another strong practitioner at the transforming energy level broke through. As time passed second by second, within just one day, a total of 5 innate level practitioners were born in the entire martial arts arena. The Grand Hall Master shook his head helplessly, knowing that even with his extraordinary talent, it still took him a full 20 years to break through, and that was under the supervision of aliens. But now, these old men actually broke through directly after receiving a small favor from Xiaohan. No, if I don't start cultivating faster, I fear I'll be left behind by the times. The Grand Hall Master was instantly filled with boundless determination. Thank you, Supreme One, for your gift. Thank you, Supreme One, for your gift. Excitedly, one by one, the elders who had just broken through to the innate level began to kneel respectfully before Xiaohan. No one knew what this meant for these old men, who were already over 200 years old. This is equivalent to gaining hundreds of years of extra lifespan. The others also hurriedly bowed to Xiaohan to express their gratitude. All of you may leave. Just work hard on your cultivation in the future. Xiaohan waved his hand, and a ripple of spatial energy appeared. In an instant, Xiaohan sent everyone away, leaving only Elder Lu and the Hall Master in the scene. You two, as principals, must naturally develop the human race as quickly as possible in the days to come. The spiritual energy concentration on Earth has now reached thousands of times that of the outside universe. Even the cultivation sanctuaries within the Milky Way cannot compare to the spiritual energy concentration of Earth. I will renovate all the cultivation rooms, and unless there are special circumstances, these warriors will all train at the school in the future. Xiaohan, however, had no intention of letting them rest in the slightest. Earth has been weak for millions of years, and it will take quite some time to develop to the point where it can directly take over the entire galaxy. Xiaohan, however, does not have that much time to waste with them. At your command, young master, I will strictly supervise all the students in the future. Old Lu said respectfully. Xiaohan, since you think so highly of me, I naturally won't let you down. I will do my best to handle every detail of the school's matters. The Great Hallmaster also solemnly assured Xiaohan. Alright, since that's the case, I will begin transforming the entire school now. Xiaohan nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, he directly sent the two away. System, upgrade the martial arts arena. Xiaohan directly spoke to the system. Ding, starting the upgrade of the martial arts arena. Following the system's notification sound, a mysterious aura suddenly emanated from Xiaohan's hand, and this aura began to surge wildly into the ground. Ding, martial arts arena upgraded to innate level. Building, martial arts arena. Level, innate level. Attributes, cultivation speed plus 150%, martial arts comprehension ability 5 times, recovery ability 10 times. An innate level martial arts arena can be considered an incredibly miraculous training ground. It should be noted that places capable of enhancing cultivation speed and martial arts comprehension speed throughout the universe are all naturally formed by heaven and earth. This martial arts arena, although only at the innate level, would still attract countless people to fight over it even in intermediate star systems. And this is the magical aspect of the system. Keep upgrading directly to the advanced starry sky level. Xiaohan did not hold back on using his upgrade points. After all, if he ran out of upgrade points, he could simply earn more in the virtual universe. Ding! The martial arts arena has been upgraded to advanced starry sky. Upgrade points consumed 100 trillion. Building, martial arts arena. Level, advanced starry sky. Quality, earth grade. Attributes, cultivation speed 100, martial arts comprehension ability 500 times, recovery ability 1000 times. Function, gravity adjustment, 1G 30 million G, self-contained space. The size of the martial arts arena can be magnified in length, width, and height by 10 million times, but the external structure will not change. However, as soon as the attributes of this martial arts arena were revealed, Xiaohan's pupils slightly contracted. 100 times cultivation speed? Damn! How stupid was I before, not using this system to upgrade my strength. Xiaohan finally felt a bit regretful for not properly developing the system. After all, looking at it now, the terrifying power of the system is far greater than he had imagined. If anyone knew that the training ground here could increase cultivation speed by 100 times, even the realm lords would come to seize it. Xiao Hantong's pupils slightly contracted. Of course, although these things were of no use to him, his improvement was entirely dependent on the system's growth, and the speed at which the system improved was absolutely countless times faster than 100-fold cultivation speed. However, it was different for others. For example, take the students whose talents he had just enhanced. Originally, Xiaohan planned for it to take 100 years to elevate their strength to the void-breaking level, but now, a single year is more than enough. In fact, with the doubling of martial arts comprehension abilities, they might become powerful void-breaking experts in just a few months. Moreover, the most crucial factor is the gravity adjustment system, which can directly adjust from 1 to 30 million times. This is incredibly useful before reaching the starry sky level, as the body can only improve more rapidly under sufficient pressure during physical training. It was somewhat unexpected for Xiaohan to create his own space. In Increasing the length, width, and height by 10 million times means this martial arts arena can expand to dozens of times the size of Earth. With such a vast space in the martial arts arena now reaching a starry sky level, no matter how destructive these beasts are, they couldn't possibly damage the arena. If this speed is truly maintained, the time for the human race to dominate the galaxy could be shortened to within 10 years.
Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction.
After all, although his strength had grown powerful, it was impossible to guard such a small place every day. The outside world still held infinite space waiting for Xiao Han to explore. However, strength will give rise to ambition, and this is something everyone possesses.
It would be troublesome if they turned around and bit me.
Thinking of this, Xiao Han touched his chin. That's right, the power of faith. By referencing the methods of the three major religions and combining them with the system, I might be able to create what I want. Thinking of this, Xiao Han casually took out a large piece of metal material. As Xiao Han's scarlet flame power erupted, it directly smelted the metal into a towering and terrifying metal statue tens of thousands of feet high. Fortunately, the size of the martial arts arena has already been expanded to its maximum by Xiao Han, otherwise, this statue wouldn't have fit.
Building, statue, level, master, attribute, defense plus 100,000.
An ordinary statue with no features except being a bit hard. System, upgrade directly to the advanced starry sky level.
Xiao Han directly spoke to the system. Ding, command accepted. Starting upgrade.
With the sound of a system notification, the statue in front of Xiao Han began to change wildly. Originally, the statue forged by Xiao Han was already lifelike, but now it seemed to have come to life.
Building, statue,
level, advanced starry sky, quality, earth grade, attributes, defense plus 10 quadrillion, attack plus 10 quadrillion, skill, follower summoning. As long as this statue is viewed more than 3 times, faith will be formed.
The more it is viewed, the stronger the faith will become.
Blessing of the followers, all who believe in Xiao Han will receive a blessing of cultivation speed 10 and martial talent 10.
Divine punishment, harness the power of faith to strike sinners within the covered area, 100,000 light years.
Xiao Han looked at the statue's attributes and gasped in shock.
Just looking at it a few times can make people start believing in me? This thing is simply a divine artifact for the ruling class.
Xiao Han looked at the statue and stroked his chin.
Although he could turn everyone on Earth into his loyal followers, what would be the point of that? Let's place it in the Martial Arts Academy for now.
Once the people in the academy have grown, we'll move the statue to the galactic star region. Xiao Han stopped paying much attention to the sculpture at this point and immediately gathered Elder Lu and the others at the Martial Arts Academy, sealing all the students within the academy for a full year.
A year from now, when you step out again, each of you will be capable of standing on your own.
Xiao Han calmly addressed all the students present. In a year's time, even those students whose talents had not been enhanced by Xiao Han would at least reach the level of a grandmaster. After finishing all this, Xiao Han disappeared directly from the Martial Arts Academy.
Shuemu University. With nearly a century of history, Shuemu University has always been the flagship of all universities in Yanxia.
It can be said that the number of social elites emerging from here is incredibly astonishing. It is, of course, a university that countless students yearn for. However, ever since Xiao Han established the Martial Arts Academy, the status of Shuemu University and Beisho City University was instantly overshadowed.
The most desirable university on the entire planet right now is the Martial Arts Academy,
because after enrolling 1 million students, it directly stopped admissions. Moreover, these students are all exceptionally gifted individuals, selected by Carl from around the globe as the most talented in martial arts. Furthermore, even their character has been strictly vetted.
As a result, countless people regard entering the Martial Arts Academy as an honor. It's been over a month since the semester started, and I still haven't reported in. I wonder if this school still has my enrollment record.
Xiao Han stood helplessly at the school gate. Of course, he wasn't here to attend school, but because Zhao Zixin was also at this school.
Next, Xiao Han enveloped the entire university with his consciousness. Found it.
Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and immediately spotted Zhao Zixin's location. The next moment, with a ripple in space, Xiao Han disappeared from where he was.
Zixin, why haven't you brought your boyfriend to meet us yet? It's been over a month, and didn't you say he's from our school too?
In the cafeteria, a baby-faced girl teased Zhao Zixin.
He is such a busy man.
Next time, when he comes back, I'll bring him over.
Zhao Zixin smiled helplessly, but even the young girl could sense Zhao Zixin's disappointment. Miss, I wonder if I could sit here.
However, at this moment, a deep and magnetic voice appeared beside the two of them.
Upon hearing the familiar voice of someone trying to flirt, the baby-faced girl immediately frowned. Who are you calling beauty?
Get lost, go flirt somewhere else.
If you come here again, I'll break your legs. The girl immediately said angrily to the person approaching. Can't you see my best friend is feeling unwell? Xiao Han was instantly helpless upon hearing this. Didn't he just ask if he could sit here?
He hadn't expected this little lady, who looked so delicate, to have such a fiery temper.
Xiao Han.
At this moment, Zhao Zixin looked at Xiao Han across from her with an expression of disbelief.
I'm back.
Xiao Han smiled faintly. Zhao Zixin naturally naturally learned from Zhao's mother that he had gone to a dangerous place, and during these past few months, she had been constantly worrying about Xiao Han's safety. Jixin, could this person be your boyfriend? He looks pretty decent. The baby-faced girl nearby immediately realized from Zhao Jixin's expression that she had just yelled at the other person's boyfriend. She awkwardly said at once, "By the way, Xiao Han, this is my roommate Wanya. Wanya, this is Xiao Han, my high school classmate." Zhao Jixin quickly introduced them. It's just that Xiao Han and Zhao Jixin have never confirmed their relationship, so even Zhao Jixin doesn't know what Xiao Han really means to her. "Hello, I am Jixin's boyfriend, Xiao Han." However, Xiao Han directly said this to Wanya. As soon as Xiao Han spoke, Zhao Jixin's face instantly turned red. However, at this moment, her eyes were fixed on Xiao Han, and unlike before, she did not lower her head again. Hello, GXIN. Since your boyfriend is here, I won't disturb you too. I'll head back to the dorm first. Take your time chatting. Wanya suddenly remembered something, glanced at the two people who only had eyes for each other, and decided not to stay as a third wheel. She quickly made her exit, leaving Xiao Han and GXIN alone there. Your roommate is quite amusing. Xiao Han smiled. Yes, thanks to her being here. Zhao Jixin smiled faintly. As for the meaning behind her words, Xiao Han naturally understood that with Zhao Jixin's looks, she was undoubtedly at the school beauty level, inevitably attracting some pests to bother her. The seemingly gentle but hot-tempered Wanya naturally helped fend off quite a bit of harassment. By the way, were all the things that happened these past 2 days you're doing? Zhao Jixin curiously asked Xiao Han. You've guessed it? Yeah, a lot has indeed happened during the 2 months I was away. Xiao Han smiled faintly and began to slowly explain his experiences to Zhao Jixin. Zhao Jixin naturally felt her heart ache as she listened to Xiao Han's experiences. Meanwhile, the actions of the two fell into the eyes of a nearby young man who was instantly consumed with jealousy. Soon, numerous posts appeared in the water zone. Shocking! The most beautiful girl of Shuemu University is taken. Unbelievable! Our school's beauty has been snatched by someone from another school. Let's talk about the flirting skills of Shuemu University boys in recent years. Under each post, many people started to make a fuss. Of course, most were just talking about it casually, as whether she had a boyfriend or not didn't seem to concern them much. However, some people were absolutely furious. Westbrook, what should we do? I didn't expect Zhao Jixin to actually have a boyfriend. A lackey said to his boss with an unpleasant expression. His boss, named Su Wei, was the president of the Taekwondo club. Of course, he wasn't from some prominent family. After all, the members of the prominent families had long issued strict orders who would dare covet Xiao Han's woman unless they had a death wish? Humph, it must be a student from that countryside school. How dare they even think about coveting the campus belle of Shuemu University? Su Wei, a special sports recruit, took immense pride in his identity as a student of Shuemu University. In his view, apart from the students of Beisho City University who were barely acceptable, all other schools were trash. Yeah, Wei Xiao, what are you planning to do now? The lackey curiously asked his boss. What else can we do? Let's go, gather the brothers and give that kid a good beating. Let him know not everyone can be messed with. My brother Su Chang can't even get a girl? Su Wei's words instantly made the people from the Taekwondo club beside him radiate endless admiration. And the source of admiration naturally comes from Su Wei's mention of Su Chang. When will you go back again after returning this time? On the forest path, Zhao Jixin curiously asked Xiao Han, and Xiao Han frowned immediately after hearing this. He wasn't very sure when to set out again, but he knew the time definitely wouldn't be too late. I now have a virtual universe connector, so anywhere within the galaxy is the same. However, even so, I won't leave later than a year's time. Xiao Han sighed helplessly. There aren't many things to worry about on Earth. As long as there are others around, all I need to do is become infinitely stronger, reaching a level where no force in the universe dares to touch Earth. However, before that, I will ensure Earth's strength develops rapidly. By the way, have you ever thought about learning martial arts? Xiao Han curiously asked Zhao Jixin. Ha, me? Of course. Ever since I learned that Wine could do martial arts, I've wanted to learn too. It's just that my talent would, at most, only allow me to reach the Ming Jin level in the future, so my father didn't push me. Zhao Jixin said helplessly. With me here, talent is naturally not a problem. If you really want to learn, I'll start teaching you tomorrow. Xiao Han smiled faintly, but at that moment, his brows furrowed. A group of young men dressed in Taekwondo uniforms was seen walking toward Xiao Han. Are you the one here to harass Zhao Jixin? The leader, Su Wei, looked at Xiao Han coldly and spoke. Oh, it seems flies are everywhere. If I don't hurry up, my wife might be taken away by someone. However, Xiao Han directly ignored these insignificant people and instead spoke self-mockingly to Zhao Jixin. I'm not interested in them. Zhao Jixin's anxious little face turned slightly red. Ah, just teasing you, I naturally know. Xiao Han pinched Zhao Jixin's cheek. The scene of the two flirting instantly made Su Wei furious. Brothers, take them down for me. With a furious roar, Su Wei immediately charged forward with a group of followers. However, Xiao Han didn't even glance at them. The next moment, several martial artists appeared appeared around them. In just an instant, all the members of the Taekwondo club were lying on the ground, their limbs completely crippled. Cries of agony echoed through the surrounding grove. Zhao family shadow guards greet the supreme. The shadow guards that appeared were all women, secretly protecting Zhao Zixin. These people had only been pursuing normally before, but this time they actually dared to make a move in front of Xiao Han. It was simply courting death. Thank you for your hard work in ensuring Zixin's safety. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Damn it, my leg. Kid, do you know who my brother is? However, at this moment, Sui, lying on the ground, roared angrily at Xiao Han. Oh, his brother is. Xiao Han was stunned. Could his brother be some high-ranking official? Reporting to the Supreme, Sui's brother is named Su Chang, an ordinary student at the Martial Arts Academy. However, the words of the Shadow Guard squad leader instantly left Xiao Han speechless. Help me contact old Master Zhao, and send him along with his brother to America to do hard labor. Xiao Han waved his hand. Then he directly took Zhao Zixin's hand and left. For such ants to waste his breath was already a great honor for them. And a few minutes later, Su Chang, who was still fantasizing about becoming a peerless martial artist at the Martial Arts Academy, was suddenly crippled in his chi by a school instructor, thrown onto a plane, and sent to a coal mine in America a few hours later to dig coal. Without his protection, how could Sui, a mere commoner, dare to act so recklessly in the northern capital city? This is precisely the terrifying aspect of the Martial Arts Academy. Every student's status is incomparably noble. Of course, after this incident, the Martial Arts Academy administration began investigating students with problematic family backgrounds or situations. If any issues were discovered, they were immediately expelled from the academy. Seriously, it directly abolishes cultivation. Xiao Han naturally didn't know all of this. At night, Xiao Han sat on the moon with Zhao Zixin, looking at the distant earth. Zixin, will you marry me? Xiao Han suddenly took out a diamond ring from the storage ring. Of course, this diamond ring is a terrifying existence upgraded by Xiao Han to the starry sky level. Its effect is enough to drive even a realm master mad. Zhao Zixin was stunned by Xiao Han's proposal. Although she had imagined countless similar scenarios over the past few months, she had only dared to think as far as a confession. Now Xiao Han was actually proposing directly. I know this might seem a bit abrupt, but I've thought it through. Whether it's confessing my feelings or proposing, it feels the same to me. My girlfriend, even if she doesn't marry me in the future, no one else should dare covet her, or I'll wipe out their entire family. So after thinking it over, I decided to propose directly. Otherwise, proposing later would just be troublesome. However, Xiao Han's domineering words instantly made Zhao Zixin's face turn bright red. Can I say I don't want to? You're so domineering, you won't abuse me at home in the future, will you? Zhao Zixin lowered her head and muttered softly with a flushed face. Haha, since you've agreed, you'll be my fiancé from now on. Xiao Han chuckled and quickly slipped the ring onto the other person's ring finger. The engagement ring should go on the middle finger. Zhao Zixin said to Xiao Han, speechless. Xiao Han looked bewildered. Is there such a saying? As a straight man who even skipped confessing, how could he possibly know which finger to put the engagement ring on? Watching Xiao Han clumsily help her put on the ring, Zhao Zixin couldn't help but smile. Seeing Zhao Zixin's expression, Xiao Han felt a surge of impulse in his heart, and the next moment, he directly kissed her. The next morning, Xiao Han gently placed Zhao Zixin, who was in his arms, down and then prepared breakfast to bring upstairs. At this moment, Zhao Zixin had already woken up and was hiding under the blanket pretending to sleep. Still not awake, little lazybones? Xiao Han chuckled mischievously and directly reached his hand into the blanket. You scoundrel! Zhao Zixin let out a scream. Scoundrel? The scoundrel is behind you. Xiao Han chuckled mischievously and slipped back under the blanket again. 2 hours later, Xiao Han had already brought Zhao Zixin back to the Zhao family's doorstep. The Zhao family's elder, Zhao Woji, was so excited upon hearing of Xiao Han's arrival that he hurriedly ran to the door to greet him. Behind him, Zhao Yunlong and the others were panting heavily from chasing after him. Elder, please take it easy. We don't have innate level cultivation. Zhao Yunlong caught up with a speechless expression on his face. Bah, you brat, breaking through to the Hua Jin stage only now is simply a disgrace. When we meet the Supreme Lord, I'll ask for an opportunity to enhance your aptitude for you. Zhao Yunlong looked at his most promising grandson-in-law and said with a tone of disappointment. Back then, he went into seclusion to break through to the Xiantian stage, and after more than 10 years of seclusion, so many major events had occurred. If Zhao Zilong were still alive, he would have personally cleaned up the mess long ago. Old Zhao, Uncle Zhao, long time no see. At this moment, Xiao Han's voice also reached the ears of Zhao Yunlong and Zhao Wuji. Xiao Han, I didn't expect your strength to have improved to this level after just a few months. Zhao Yunlong looked at the ethereal aura surrounding Xiao Han and sighed helplessly. Uncle Zhao, you're too kind. Haven't you also reached the Hua Jin level? Xiao Han smiled faintly, but upon hearing this, Zhao Yunlong was speechless. How could that be the same? I am merely at the Hua Jin level, but you have surpassed it by several levels. Ha ha ha, what are you still standing here for? Come on, let's go inside and talk. Zhao Zhao Wuji glanced at Zhao Zixin, who was being held by Xiao Han, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. He then warmly welcomed Xiao Han into the Zhao family. After entering the Zhao family, Xiao Han began discussing the engagement arrangements with them. The final decision was to get married 3 years later when both of them turned 20. As for the rest, Xiao Han didn't think too much about it. After all, the Zhao family would take care of everything. At night, Xiao Han stood in the void, looking at the earth below. Earth's technological strength is indeed somewhat weak right now. It seems I need to enhance Earth's technological capabilities first. Xiao Han knows that in the era of the great universe, the level of technology is particularly important. Although technology seems insignificant compared to warriors who can destroy the heavens and the earth, only powerful technology can enable access to higher-level galactic forces. Currently, although Xiao Han's strength is already very formidable, he is still an extremely insignificant existence in the vast universe. Therefore, while Xiao Han now wants to quickly enhance technological power, he still has to primarily rely on his own strength. As long as he becomes stronger, improving technology will be as easy as turning his hand. Of course, technological advancement takes a long time, so Xiao Han needs to prepare in advance. Immediately, Xiao Han retrieved all the knowledge recorded by Carl about advanced technological civilizations. Carl, is the research institute I asked you to build ready yet? Xiao Han directly asked Carl's consciousness in his smart wristwatch. Reporting to the master, everything has been taken care of. The location of the research institute is right beneath the martial arts academy. Moreover, all the researchers you asked me to gather have been assembled, just waiting for your orders. Carl's respectful voice came through the smart wristwatch. Very good. Xiao Han nodded slightly, then instantly teleported and disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, he reappeared at the research institute Carl had mentioned. Beneath the vast martial arts academy, a terrifying underground research facility spanning hundreds of square kilometers stood beneath the surface. Countless high-tech devices, surpassing Earth's technology by tens of millions of years, were crammed here to the brim. Building, research facility. Quality, mortal grade. Level, space-breaking level. Note, equipped with almost all top-notch devices and research materials in the galaxy, conducting research on lower-level technology here yields twice the results with half the effort. System, start upgrading the entire research institute. Xiao Han did not hesitate and directly spoke to the system. Any building that has not been upgraded by the system has extremely simple functions. Even with a vast amount of scientific research data, it is of little use to the current Earthlings. As Xiao Han's words fell, countless rays of light instantly surged out from his body. These rays of light contained countless mysterious powers, and even Xiao Han himself could not decipher a single trace of them. Boom! Countless rays of light instantly enveloped the entire research institute, and the space within the institute began to expand wildly. Tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The originally massive research institute expanded by hundreds of thousands of times. It can be said that even if the entire Earth were placed inside its current size, there wouldn't be the slightest crowding. Building, Research Institute. Level, Advanced Starry Sky. Quality, Earth Grade. Attributes, Defense plus 10 trillion, Research Speed 1000, Intelligence 10, Epiphany 100. Skill, Research Reshaping. Any research in progress may encounter unexpected errors, causing the research to restart from the beginning. This skill allows the research results to be preserved before the error occurs and enables unlimited reshaping of experiments. Mystical Enhancement. This skill will imbue research results with a certain mystical tendency, potentially leading to unexpected gains. As the system upgrade was completed, Xiao Han looked at the results of the upgrade and nodded in satisfaction. Although he didn't quite understand what the last skill meant, Xiao Han knew it might truly be useful in the future. Of course, what he valued most was the attribute enhancement that had begun. With the combination of intelligence, epiphany, and the acceleration of scientific research, within a year, Earth's technology might advance by tens of thousands of years. By then, becoming a fifth-level civilization might not be out of reach. It must be noted that the Atlantean civilization, a fifth-level civilization, even with its immense wisdom and talent, took hundreds of thousands of years to achieve that level. Meanwhile, the Bloodflame clan and the other top 10 races in the galaxy took tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years to become even the weakest sixth-level civilization. For Earth to potentially reach the fifth level in just 1 year, this speed is simply unbelievable. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that Xiao Han has enough upgrade points. After all, upgrading a high-level starry sky building cost Xiao Han 100 trillion upgrade points. With so many upgrade points, if it were on Earth, even if Xiao Han drained hundreds of surrounding stars, he still wouldn't be able to collect enough. Carl, get all those researchers into this institute and have them start their research. At the same time, provide the highest treatment and protection. Xiao Han calmly said to Carl. Yes, master. Carl quickly responded. The changes in the research institute were also in his eyes, but he had long been accustomed to Xiao Han's unpredictability. ability. By the way, remember to have them go and take a look at the statue I placed in the martial arts academy from time to time.
Xiao Han suddenly remembered something and then spoke.
As for the purpose, it was very simple. After all, these people are the greatest driving force for the future development of human technology. If there isn't enough loyalty and they cause some trouble, Xiao Han would have to clean up the mess, which would be really troublesome. After saying these words, Xiao Han returned home, and the next moment he directly entered the virtual universe.
Buzz. Following a wave of fluctuation, Xiao Han once again arrived in his initial room. Master, you have finally returned again.
Xiao Han had just arrived when he heard a pleasantly surprising voice, and the source of this voice was, of course, Xiao Ling.
Ha, I was only gone for a few days, and look how anxious you got. Xiao Han smiled faintly and then gently patted Xiao Ling's little head.
Master, your strength has grown so much stronger again. Xiao Ling watched Xiao Han's strength improve and suddenly felt a bit excited.
Yes, indeed, Starsea Realm 3 stars, quite an improvement. Yes, indeed, Starsea Realm 3 stars, quite an improvement. Xiao Han sighed slightly.
Indeed, when he left before, his realm was barely at the starry sky level, but this time upon returning, he had already reached the star sea level.
By the way, Master, didn't you receive an email earlier? That email has now reached the vicinity of the Milky Way and is expected to arrive in a few minutes. If you hadn't come in, I was about to contact you proactively.
At this moment, Xiao Ling's words made Xiao Han pause slightly. He suddenly remembered that when he copied the power of Yang earlier, he seemed to have actually received an email from her.
Wait, it's arriving so soon? Hasn't it only been a little over a week?
Xiao Han was a bit puzzled. Master, the other party used express delivery.
If calculated based on the shipping location of the intermediate virtual universe access device still in transit, it would only take a few hours to reach you. The main reason is that the other party's current location is not within the Dragon Empire's territory. Xiao Ling's words instantly made Xiao Han's eyes widen.
Hiss, as expected of a family equipped with a whole bunch of Earth-level elemental martial arts techniques, their financial power is clearly far beyond that of a prominent family in the Longting Empire. Thinking of this, Xiao Han was slightly curious about the origins of the Yangshan clan. Although the system mentioned that they are descendants of a supreme yin-yang practitioner, it also said that the supreme yin-yang practitioner had already fallen in battle outside the domain, meaning the current Yangshan family does not have a supreme practitioner.
It's just unclear what rank such a family's strength would hold in the entire universe. Since it's arriving, I'll go and greet it. Xiao Ling, arrange the delivery address to Silver Star.
Xiao Han calmly said to Xiao Ling.
All right, Master.
After Xiao Ling finished speaking, she directly changed the delivery address in the backend.
Xiao Han also directly left the virtual universe and instantly teleported to Silver Star.
Xiao Han felt a bit disappointed as he looked at the now vanished Silver Star Tower.
However, thinking about it, the Silver Star Tower seemed to have lost
its usefulness to someone at the star sea level like him. Moreover, with the virtual universe in his possession, he no longer needed the Silver Star Tower.
Buzz.
However, at this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared above Xiao Han, and in the next instant, a terrifying spaceship tens of trillions of kilometers long instantly appeared above Silver Star. The spaceship was so massive that it could contain hundreds of billions of Earths within it. The pressure emanating from the spaceship made even Xiao Han's gaze slightly serious.
It's actually a Realm Lord level spaceship.
Xiao Han was somewhat surprised. A World Lord level, that's a terrifying rank capable of directly creating a massive empire like the Longting Empire. It should be noted that operating a World Lord level spaceship requires at least tens of thousands of Domain Lord level powerhouses. Alternatively, it would require a World Lord level powerhouse to oversee it to make it possible.
Thinking of this, Xiao Han's gaze slightly hardened as he looked at the spaceship in the sky.
Fortunately, the logo of the Virtual Universe Transport Company on the spaceship was incredibly large, and Xiao Han spotted it at a glance. Therefore, Xiao Han wasn't too worried. As long as it belongs to the Virtual Universe Company, it will be under the jurisdiction of the entire Virtual Universe Company. You must know, the strength of the entire company is so formidable that even ordinary supreme beings dare not offend it. Crack! At this moment, an old man dressed in the uniform of the Virtual Universe Company led thousands of powerful individuals exuding a terrifying aura, escorting a box made of an unknown material as they descended from the sky.
You must be Mr. Xiao Han, ranked first on the Dragon Empire's Breaking Void leaderboard.
After landing on the ground, the old man and his group respectfully addressed Xiao Han. His attitude left Xiao Han somewhat bewildered. It was clear at a glance that the aura emanating from the other person indicated he was undoubtedly a terrifyingly powerful realm master level expert. However, Xiao Han didn't dwell on it too much and simply marveled at the thorough service of the Virtual Universe Company.
Sir, you know me? Xiao Han asked with a smile, without denying it.
He was merely the number one on the Empire's ranking list, a stark contrast compared to the other party. After all, being number one on this ranking list only meant possessing a slight potential to become a domain lord. The other party had probably seen tens of millions, if not 100 million, of such ranking leaders in their lifetime.
Mr. Xiao Han is quite the celebrity party in the Longting Empire now. During the few hours we passed through the Longting Empire, we naturally heard all about you.
By the way, this is the cargo entrusted to us for escort. Mr. Xiaohan, please verify if everything is correct. The elder smiled faintly, then carefully took the box of unknown material from the assistant beside him and promptly handed it over to Xiaohan.
Thank you very much.
Xiaohan nodded and directly placed his hand on the box after taking it.
Beep beep beep. Fingerprint verification successful.
Gene verification successful.
Soul verification successful. True Chi verification successful.
A series of verification messages came from the box, and 2 seconds later, the box slowly opened. However, inside the box, a small wooden carving of a little girl appeared before Xiaohan. Seeing that it was merely an ordinary wooden statue, the escorts present were all dumbfounded. You must know that this escort mission cost a full 10,000 cosmic coins. Cosmic coins are a terrifying existence 2 levels higher than dragon coins. It should be noted that cosmic coins are the highest currency in the entire universe, and the minimum rank of those who use them is Domain Lord.
Under the Realm Lord, there isn't even the qualification to make contact, and 1 cosmic coin is equivalent to 100 million Shua gold coins.
Shua gold coins are the highest level currency used in the Shua gold universe nation, and 1 Shua gold coin is equivalent to 100 million Longting coins. In other words, the escort fee this time is equivalent to the lifetime wealth of an ordinary Realm Lord level expert.
And now, it's actually just to escort a piece of wooden scrap.
Thinking of this, the way these people looked at Xiaohan changed. This kid must have hooked up with some family's young lady, not even sparing children. He's simply a beast. One by one, such thoughts emerged in their minds. However, when Xiaohan looked at this wooden carving, his pupils slightly contracted.
Item, Yin Yang Divine Tree Wood Carving. Level, Eternal Advanced. Grade, Sacred Grade.
Attributes, Yin Yang Power Attack 100, Yin Yang Power Cultivation Speed 10,000, Yin Yang Power Affinity 10,000.
Skill, Yin Yang Reversal, allows the use of Yin Yang power to achieve the reversal of Yin and Yang, thereby resurrecting the dead and annihilating the living. Usage conditions, possess Yin Yang power and be at least 2 levels lower than the target.
Description, a wooden carving sculpted from the branches of the Yin Yang tree. The Yin Yang tree is formed from the branches of the World Tree after its fragmentation. These branches, total 10 in number and are the 10 most powerful divine trees in existence. In ancient times, each of these trees transformed into a supreme being, guarding the entire universe. In the end, all 10 supreme beings perished in battles beyond the realms.
The Yang God clan still retains a small remnant branch of the Yin Yang divine tree.
Each member possessing the power of the sun is granted a broken branch as the foundation for cultivation.
Xiaohan was instantly dumbfounded as he looked at the introduction of this wooden carving. Carved from the branches of the Yin Yang divine tree? Damn, it's actually the legendary sacred artifact. Are you kidding me?
Xiaohan was a bit stunned. The value of this thing was so immense that selling it could buy hundreds of Longting empires without a problem.
Yet, it was actually given to him by that little brat Shuiyun. No way, this thing has to be returned.
Xiaohan's gaze instantly sharpened. It's not that this thing is useless to Xiaohan, on the contrary, it's practically a divine artifact for him. One must know that this item is a branch of the Yin Yang divine tree, and since Xiaohan possesses the power of Yin and Yang, even just a 100-fold increase in combat power is enough to make his strength skyrocket.
Now, Xiaohan is confident that he could even take on a mid-stage Domain Lord level expert in a battle.
It must be understood that the gap between a Star Sea level and a Domain Master is incredibly terrifying. It is no longer as simple as just numbers. Being able to surpass even a small realm is an extremely frightening feat, let alone trying to surpass more than 10 levels. However, Xiaohan also knew that while Yang Shuiyun might be much older than him, her mental state was still merely that of a child. After all, in many great races, an age of several thousand or even tens of thousands of years is considered adulthood, and such a wooden carving would undoubtedly be the most important aid in her growth journey.
Xiaohan is confident that even without the branch of this Yin Yang divine tree, he can still reach the pinnacle.
After all, with the system he possesses, even he cannot imagine the heights of his future achievements. But the other party is different. If they fall behind in the early stages, their foundation will undoubtedly be damaged later, and their future achievements will be significantly diminished.
Senior, can I refuse to accept this item? Could you help me send it back? Xiaohan said somewhat awkwardly.
Xiaohan's words left the other party even more stunned.
Refuse to accept? That could be a bit troublesome.
We need to contact the sender first. Only if she agrees can we send it back, as the shipping cost for one trip is quite expensive.
The old man frowned and stroked his chin.
If it were just an ordinary delivery, it wouldn't matter, but these goods involved valuable items. Even as a high-level Realm King expert, he dared not make decisions lightly.
That would be troublesome. Xiaohan nodded slightly, then instructed Xiao Ling to contact Yang Shuiyun in the virtual universe. Master, the other party is currently not near the Longting Galaxy. The low-level virtual universe connector cannot reach them.
However, Xiao Ling's words made Xiao frown.
This is troublesome. Xiaohan felt a bit of a headache.
After all, he had to explain explain it clearly to the other party, otherwise, since it was something the young girl had given him, returning it rashly might upset her.
Alright, Mr. Xiaohan. And at this moment, the old man smiled faintly. Did the other party agree? Xiaohan raised an eyebrow and then curiously asked.
Apologies, Mr. Xiaohan, the other party said that you don't need to worry about the value of this item.
Just keep it with you.
The item can only exert its powerful effect in your hands.
If you want to return it, Mr. Xiaohan will have to deliver it back personally.
The old man gave a helpless smile but also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if the return was successful, he would have to cover the fuel costs for this trip.
Xiaohan's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this sentence. It seems that Shui Yan has somehow noticed that I possess the power of Yang.
However, to give such a grand gift to someone you've only met once, could this be the legendary extravagance?
Xiaohan smiled helplessly. Alright, in that case, I'll accept it. Xiaohan smiled faintly and directly imprinted his soul,
true energy, and consciousness onto the virtual contract presented by the other party.
In that case, we won't disturb Mr. Xiaohan any further.
We wish Mr. Xiaohan great success in martial arts and boundless fortune. Oh, and don't forget to leave a good review. The elder smiled as he spoke to Xiaohan.
Hearing this, Xiaohan couldn't help but sigh.
The virtual universe company was indeed terrifying, worthy of being the force that controlled the entire virtual universe. It seemed that the status of a world lord within it wasn't particularly high.
Xiaohan bid farewell to the spaceship of the virtual universe and directly teleported into the virtual universe.
Looking at the surroundings of the warehouse, Xiaohan frowned slightly.
It seems my strength is still insufficient.
I need to improve my abilities as much as possible. Right now, it seems I wouldn't even have a chance to make a move before being instantly defeated by a realm master level expert.
This can't go on.
Xiaohan's gaze turned slightly serious.
Xiaoling, apart from the virtual universe, is there any other place where I can kill a large number of warriors? Xiaohan curiously asked Xiaoling.
After all, the fastest way for him to improve his strength was by killing opponents, but achieving this in reality would be quite troublesome. After all, the number of opponents Xiaohan needed to kill was definitely not small. If the master wants to kill a large number of opponents, the best place is the Starry Sky battlefield.
Xiaoling respectfully said to Xiaohan.
Starry Sky battlefield?
What kind of place is that? Xiaohan asked with some confusion.
It seems he hasn't heard of such a place before. Master, speaking of the Starry battlefield, we must mention the division of forces across the entire universe. After Xiaoling said this, she waved her small hand, and a massive sphere of light instantly appeared in front of Xiaohan. Outside the sphere of light, countless runes emerged.
This is the universe we are currently in. Xiaoling's words made Xiaohan's pupils slightly contract. So this is what the universe looks like.
Xiaohan felt a wave of dizziness as he looked at these mysterious runes and quickly averted his gaze.
Master, these runes outside the universe are the runes of the power of the 3,000 laws.
With your current strength, you haven't yet reached the level to comprehend the laws, so even a glance would make you feel oppressed.
Xiaoling hurriedly reminded Xiaohan.
As Xiaoling spoke, she waved her small hand again, and in an instant, the scene shifted to the interior of the universe. Here was an endless expanse of starry sky.
Amidst the starry sky, countless points of light were twinkling. Each of these light spots is a terrifying advanced galaxy. The countless advanced galaxies converge to ultimately form top-tier galaxies. In the universe, there are three major factions. One is the Alliance of Intelligent Species, jointly built by intelligent races, led by the Virtual Universe Company and the Supreme Council of Intelligent Species. It is composed of over 1,000 top-tier galaxies. Xiaoling spoke as she marked out the entire scope of the Intelligent Species Alliance. However, this area only accounts for 1/10 of the entire universe. Seeing this, Xiaohan frowned slightly. What about the other two factions? Xiaohan asked in confusion. The other two factions, one is the Star Beast Alliance.
After speaking, Xiaoling waved her small hand, and countless terrifying creatures instantly appeared in the image. Some of these creatures made Xiaohan's pupils slightly contract.
Shenlong? Xiaohan looked at the leading star beasts in the image in disbelief. Not only Shenlong, but also Phoenix, Shilin, and others.
The Shenlong mentioned by the master refers to the Shenlong clan. It is one of the oldest races in the Star Beast Alliance. According to legend, in ancient times, the Shenlong clan was the most powerful race in the universe.
Of course, even now, the strength of the Dragon God clan is not to be underestimated. It is said that there are as many as 10 supreme experts within the clan.
As for why the master knows about the Dragon God clan, perhaps it's because of the information left behind by the Atlantis civilization, Xiaoling said to Xiaohan with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan nodded slightly. After all, Atlantis has also been exposed to the virtual universe and naturally understands the division of cosmic forces. The Star Beast clan, led by the Beast God Alliance, possesses over 500 supreme beings. Moreover, due to the clan's immense strength and terrifying number of members, the Star Beast clan has always been the arch-enemy of intelligent species, occupying nearly 1/5 of the universe, while its members outnumber intelligent species by dozens of times. Xiaoling circled circled a specific area in the image, showing a region of the starry sky closely adjacent to the intelligent species, and the area occupied by both is merely a small fragment. Even when the two major forces are combined, they are not even half the size of this remaining territory. What kind of force is this? Xiao Han curiously asked Xiao Ling. After all, this could be considered an opponent he would face in the future, so Xiao Han naturally wanted to get a clear understanding. At this point, Xiao Ling immediately became serious. Reporting to the master, the last faction is called the Celestial Demon Clan. To be precise, the Celestial Demon Clan does not originate from the beings of this universe. As he spoke, countless races with various appearances suddenly appeared in the scene ahead. However, these races shared one common feature, a pair of blood-colored fleshy wings on their backs, and the number of these fleshy wings varied. The Celestial Demon Clan? Not beings of this universe? What is going on? Xiao Han asked Xiaoling with some confusion. The Celestial Demon Clan is a race that invaded this universe during ancient times. However, through the self-sacrifice of supreme beings like the Yin-Yang Supreme and the Destruction Supreme, the entrance to the entire universe was sealed, and many powerful members of the Celestial Demon Clan were slain, ultimately successfully repelling their invasion. But before that, countless powerful beings of the Celestial Demon Clan had already entered the universe. Without reinforcements, they were eventually forced to settle down, forming a force that opposed the intelligent races and the Star Beast Clan. It was only through the joint resistance of the two major forces that the Celestial Demon Clan was barely held back beyond the defensive lines of the two races. And the cosmic battlefield I mentioned earlier is located at the intersection of the three major races. After speaking, Xiao Ling marked out a region. At the intersection of the three major races, there was a vast blank area, and this area was where the cosmic battlefield was located. By the way, Master, the strength of the Celestial Demon race is also divided according to the number of wings on their backs. As soon as a Celestial Demon is born, their strength is already incredibly powerful. Even the weakest two-winged Celestial Demon is a formidable star-level powerhouse. A four-winged Celestial Demon corresponds to the Star Sea level, a six-winged Celestial Demon to the Domain Master level, and an eight-winged Celestial Demon is a terrifying Realm King powerhouse. A strong individual at the level of a World King has already begun to gradually comprehend the power of laws, possessing an incredibly terrifying strength. The 10-winged demon is an eternal level powerhouse. An eternal level powerhouse has comprehended the power of laws to a certain extent and condensed a divine core. A powerhouse at this level can already destroy some intermediate star systems with a wave of their hand. However, experts above the level of 10-winged heavenly demons are jointly restricted by the three races from taking action at will, as their destructive power is simply too immense. In other words, if Master wants to go to the cosmic battlefield for training, it would definitely be the best choice. There, Master will absolutely find enough opponents to practice with. As Xiao Ling spoke, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up. That's true. Although the cosmic battlefield is dangerous, the opportunities there are absolutely unmatched by ordinary places. If I go now, I can definitely make a significant improvement in my strength. Xiao Han's lips curled up slightly at the thought, but now the biggest problem lay before him. Although I can set up a teleportation array now, the journey would require crossing hundreds of top-tier galaxies. At my current speed, even if I were to go, it would probably take billions of years. Xiao Han did a quick calculation and was left dumbfounded. Covering such a vast distance seemed utterly impossible for him. Master, you don't need to worry about this issue. Anyone whose strength has reached the Star Sea level and wishes to go to the cosmic battlefield to fight against the Sky Demons will definitely receive support from the Wisdom Alliance. Therefore, the Wisdom Alliance issued a notice billions of years ago stating that anyone who wants to go to the cosmic battlefield can use the interstellar teleportation arrays in various top-tier universes for free to reach the cosmic battlefield. Master only needs to go to Yen City in the Dragon Empire, then use the teleportation array in Yen City to travel to the teleportation starfield of the Shining Gold Cosmic Nation. From there, you can use the interstellar teleportation array in the teleportation starfield to directly reach the cosmic battlefield. Based on the current fastest time plan, it will only take Master 1 year to reach the cosmic battlefield. Xiaoling's words instantly made Xiao Han's eyes light up. It only takes 1 year, and that's under the condition that his strength doesn't improve. In that case, once I've arranged everything on Earth, I'll head straight to the cosmic battlefield. But before that, improving my strength is the priority. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's gaze instantly became serious. Xiao Ling, I want to challenge the Star Sea level rankings of Dragon Universe. Xiao Han directly said to Xiao Ling. Alright, Master, the challenge will begin immediately. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling quickly and respectfully said to Xiao Han. In the next moment, Xiao Han's figure instantly transformed into countless points of light, disappearing directly from this initial room. When Xiao Han appeared again, he was already on the arena. In front of Xiao Han were 10 massive ranking boards. The first place on the void-breaking rankings was no longer Xiao Han, as his realm had already advanced to the powerful Star Sea level. The first place on the void-breaking rankings once again belonged to the previous champion, Mo Long. This kid has already reached the critical point but still hasn't broken through.
It seems he's another one blinded by glory. Xiao Han looked at Mo Long's name and shook his head.
For a martial artist, the most important thing is not these empty titles. You must understand that many people refrain from breaking through before reaching the critical
point because they can still become stronger.
However, once they reach the critical point, which is the limit of their talent, they will choose to break through. Because even if they don't break through, they won't become stronger, and staying stuck at a certain level is merely a waste of time. And Mo Long seemed to have been overwhelmed by being in first place.
Master, your current ranking is 15,245, 524.
The challenge for the Star Sea level leaderboard is about to begin. Please prepare.
On the arena, Xiao Han's figure was fiercely clashing with a middle-aged man wielding a sword.
The bloodthirsty long blade in his hand erupted with a terrifying force of blood energy. Meanwhile, endless bloodlight radiated around Xiao Han,
sword piercing the heavens.
With a thunderous shout, the long sword in the middle-aged man's right hand instantly unleashed an infinite brilliance of swordlight, and his white robe fluttered with the wind, while terrifying sword energy around him caused the surrounding void to tremble violently.
Countless sword energies instantly converged into a terrifying giant sword, slashing toward Xiao Han, shattering the surrounding void with its strike.
Truly worthy of being the strongest in the Star Sea realm, this power is indeed formidable.
The corners of Xiao Han's mouth slightly curved upward.
Watching the sword crashing down toward him, Xiao Han moved. A trace of yin-yang energy began to emanate from his entire body.
The strength of the first rank on the leaderboard could already annihilate ordinary domain lord-level powerhouses. Now, Xiao Han could only use heaven-tier yin-yang energy to slay the opponent. Yang God Slash. With a low shout from Xiao Han, the next moment, the yin-yang energy erupting from his hand soared into the sky, transforming into a massive black and white blade that obscured the sun. Drink! With a low shout from Xiao Han, the giant blade moved. The terrifying power unleashed by the giant blade instantly tore apart the space within billions of kilometers around it. Impossible, a peak-level heavenly combat talent. How is this possible? The middle-aged man stared in disbelief at the terrifying giant blade descending from the sky, muttering in a daze. Buzz! The next moment, the black and white giant blade instantly collided with the opponent's giant sword. In the next instant, the giant sword shattered into countless points of light. However, the next moment, the Yang God Slash thunderously descended. The terrifying force directly shattered the entire arena. The earth instantly turned into nothingness, and the middle-aged man also transformed into countless points of light, disappearing into the virtual universe. The violent power of Yin and Yang raged wildly on the arena, eventually fading away slowly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Star Sea realm peak. Upgrade points plus 5.2 quadrillion.
Congratulations, Master, for defeating the number 1 on the Star Sea realm leaderboard.
You are now the new number 1 on the leaderboard. Xiao Ling's congratulatory voice reached Xiao Han's mind.
Xiao Han smiled faintly and then glanced at his system's backend.
Total upgrade points, 11.5 trillion.
It had been a full week since Xiao Han obtained the wooden sculpture of Yangshan Shuayun. During this week, Xiao Han had been climbing the rankings, and in just 1 week, he had defeated hundreds of Star Sea realm experts, including over 100 at the peak of the Star Sea realm. Based on calculating 1 upgrade point for every 1% of attributes, Xiao Han has now obtained a total of 11.5 billion upgrade points.
With so many upgrade points, it's enough to raise my strength by an entire level.
Thinking of this, Xiao Han slowly opened his attribute panel. System, upgrade all my attributes, and at the same time, upgrade all my martial skills and techniques.
Raise everything to the highest level possible. Xiao Han directly spoke to the system.
His previous attributes were only 40 quadrillion, but this time's improvement is enough to increase his strength more than tenfold. However, he still has other martial techniques and skills that need upgrading, so Xiao Han did not directly allocate all the upgrade points to enhance his core stats at once. Instead, he included all his martial techniques and skills within the scope of his upgrades. The system quickly responded.
Ding! Command accepted. Beginning upgrade. Following a system prompt sound, a mysterious warm current instantly erupted within Xiao Han's body. These warm currents began to surge madly into Xiao Han's body,
and these forces started to crazily transform Xiao Han's physical body and soul power. With every inch of skin or trace of soul power they passed through, Xiao Han could feel his soul and body undergoing earth-shattering changes. At the same time, countless memories also flooded into Xiao Han's mind. These memories were all about the usage and techniques of countless martial skills and cultivation methods. Xiao Han's consciousness seemed to have entered an endless dark space, where he frantically enhanced all his martial skills and cultivation methods. Meanwhile, the elemental forces within his sea of consciousness also began to rapidly solidify under the flow of the warm current.
Xiao Han could feel that he could unleash even greater power from these elemental forces. As time passed second by second, all of Xiao Han's strength reached an unprecedented level of improvement.
Not just in his physical body, but also in his soul and every other aspect. At this moment, a system notification sound suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's mind.
Xiao Han could feel the the endless power contained within his body.
And Xiao Han knew that if all this power were unleashed, destroying an intermediate star system would be a simple matter. However, at this moment, Xiao Han felt the true essence power within his Dantian suddenly undergoing a frenzied transformation.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host. True essence power has reached the 9th transformation.
True essence power is about to begin transforming into domain power.
This system notification sound made Xiao Han's pupils slightly contract.
Domain power?
Xiao Han had heard the system mention domain power several times before. It is said that true essence power has a total of 9 transformations.
Once one reaches the 9th transformation, they will condense their own domain power. The strength of domain power is enough to elevate anyone from an ordinary martial artist to at least a genius with heavenly combat talent.
It is said that domain power can only be comprehended by those who have at least reached the level of a realm lord, and even then, the
chance is slim.
Some powerful individuals, even after becoming eternal level powerhouses, are still unable to condense their own domain. Thinking of this, Xiao Han felt slightly excited. He didn't know what kind of domain his domain power would be, as even domains have distinctions between strength and weakness. As the system's voice fell, the true essence power within Xiao Han's Dantian began to slowly radiate around him.
This true essence power caused the surrounding void to tremble violently.
As time slowly passed, Xiao Han felt his true essence power beginning to construct an incredibly mysterious domain around him.
At the same time, Xiao Han felt as if he could dominate any elemental power within this domain. This feeling is like being a god. Of course, the power of the domain can only dominate elemental forces, not the laws.
However, even laws can be suppressed as long as Xiao Han's domain power becomes slightly stronger.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host. You have successfully comprehended the Earth-level domain, Supreme Domain.
Level 1. Ding!
The quality of domains is divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, with Yellow being the lowest and Heaven being the strongest. At the same time, domains are further divided into 9 layers, with the first layer being the lowest and the 9th layer being the highest. The level of a domain can be improved through deeper research, but the quality of the domain cannot be upgraded.
At this moment, the system also followed with a notification. The Supreme Domain of the Earth rank? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow.
Although it wasn't the best Heaven rank, from the system's words, Xiao Han understood that Earth rank domains hadn't appeared in the entire universe for tens of billions of years, let alone the power of a Heaven rank domain. After all, every domain power is stronger than any super genius with Heaven rank combat talent,
even if the power of this domain is merely at the Yellow rank. And now, Xiao Han's Earth rank domain gave him the thought that perhaps he wouldn't lose even when facing a realm master level powerhouse. Ding!
Congratulations to the host. All martial techniques, elemental powers, and professions have been upgraded to the Starsea realm, low level. Upgrade points consumed, 2.5 quintillion.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host. All martial techniques, elemental powers, and professions have been upgraded to the Starsea realm, mid-level. Upgrade points consumed, 25 quintillion.
Ding!
Congratulations, host. All your 3-dimensional data has been upgraded to 30 quintillion. Upgrade points consumed, 88.4 quintillion. A system notification sound also echoed in Xiao Han's mind. The 30 quintillion attributes directly elevated Xiao Han's level to Starsea realm 9 star.
The peak of the Starsea realm at 51.2 quintillion is now within reach.
Thinking of this, Xiao Han smiled slightly.
System, bring up my attribute panel.
Xiao Han calmly spoke to the system. Attribute table.
Name, Xiao Han. Race, human race. Martial realm, Starsea realm, 9 stars.
Supreme domain, level 1, 0/10 billion billion. Strength boost, 500 times.
Physique, berserk body, earth rank, 10 quintillion. Profession, Hong rank intermediate alchemist, 0 out of 10 quintillion. Hong rank intermediate array master, 0 out of 10 quintillion.
Physical strength, 30 quintillion.
Speed, 30 quintillion. Soul, 30 quintillion.
Cultivation method, Yin-Yang Sacred Cannon, Heaven grade, Starsea intermediate, 0/10 quintillion. Combat technique, Blade technique, Earth grade, Starsea intermediate, 0/10 quintillion. Skills, Flame domain / Earth grade, Starsea intermediate, 0/10 quintillion. 9 Heavens Thunderstep, Earth grade, Starsea intermediate, 0 out of 10 quintillion. World Shaking Palm, Earth grade, Starsea intermediate, 0/10 quintillion. Spirit Seal, Earth grade, Starsea intermediate, 0/10 quintillion. Teleportation, Earth grade, Starsea intermediate, 0/10 quintillion. Destiny Calculation, Earth grade, Starsea intermediate, 0/10 quintillion. Crimson Flame Blade technique, Earth grade, Starsea intermediate, 0/10 quintillion. Sun God / Earth grade, Starsea intermediate, 0/10 quintillion. Talent, Flame Power, Earth rank, Starsea intermediate, 0/10 quintillion. Yin-Yang Power, Heaven rank, Starsea intermediate, 0/10 quintillion. Equipment, Yin-Yang Divine Dragon Armor, Earth rank, Flood rank intermediate, 0/10 quintillion. Bloodthirsty Blade, Earth rank, Flood rank intermediate, 0/10 quintillion. Storage Ring, Earth rank, Flood rank intermediate, 0/10 0/10 quintillion.
Upgrade points, 54 trillion.
Phew, this time the increase in strength, although it doesn't seem as much as the previous times from the data, the boost to combat power is definitely the highest.
Xiao Han looked at the power of his domain with immense satisfaction.
It must be noted that his true essence power has now transformed into a domain, which means that when he wields the power of the domain, his true essence is absolutely infinite. However, the use of true essence power requires a vast amount of soul power as a supplement. Fortunately, Xiao Han currently possesses an incredibly abundant amount of soul power. It should be noted that martial artists primarily cultivate physical strength, and while they do train in soul power, it is nowhere near as powerful as that of ability users or soul cultivators.
However, Xiao Han practiced both, so Xiao Han's current soul power is absolutely immense.
With my current strength, if I go to the cosmic battlefield, I definitely have the ability to protect myself.
It seems this journey needs to be expedited.
However, before leaving, I still need to enhance the defenses around Earth first. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's lips curled into a slight smile. It must be understood that although Earth has now entered a period of extremely rapid development, this development still requires time. Although the Martial Arts Academy can enhance cultivation speed by 1,000 times and even improve martial arts talent. However, the universe is vast, and there are countless powerful individuals. If one of these big shots happens to come here and discovers the wonders of the Martial Arts Academy, they would definitely take action to seize it. You must know that a 1,000-fold increase in cultivation speed is such a terrifying figure that even world kings, or eternal powerhouses above them, would be envious. Therefore, Xiao Han still needs to make proper preparations before leaving. My current formation strength has reached the Han level, which means I can set up Han level formations. However, a Han level Earth grade formation's power is comparable to a Cosmos grade formation, and an ordinary domain master definitely cannot break through it easily. Xiao Han thought of this and began to recall all the Han level Earth grade formations he knew in his mind. It should be noted that the Earth grade level is an incredibly powerful level at any time, as reaching this level means one can use weapons, formations, techniques, and martial skills to kill enemies of higher levels. In the universe, those who can set up Earth grade formations hold a status equivalent to formation masters one level higher than them.
Xiao Ling, send me out,
Xiao Han directly said to Xiao Ling.
The next moment, Xiao Han's consciousness was instantly transmitted out by the virtual universe.
And in the next instant, Xiao Han found himself back on Silver Star.
Xiao Han looked at the silver star beneath his feet.
Although the Silver Star is the symbol of the Milky Way, it was previously only used to hold the Silver Star Tower. Now that the Silver Star Tower has disappeared, it means the Silver Star Tower is no longer useful. Thinking of this, Xiao Han touched his chin. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something.
Since it's useless, then turn it into something useful.
Xiao Han smiled faintly, and in the next moment, his divine consciousness erupted violently from his mind. The terrifying power of divine consciousness instantly enveloped the entire Silver Star, an endless force of divine consciousness madly crushing the entire planet. The massive planet, originally billions of kilometers in diameter, instantly collapsed rapidly under Xiao Han's divine consciousness. Such terrifying spiritual power constantly impacts the entire Silver Star. Next, the Silver Star began to rapidly take shape.
A humanoid outline quickly formed.
As time passed, the appearance of this outline became increasingly clear, and within just 10 seconds, Xiao Han's figure appeared in the starry sky. A terrifying stone statue spanning tens of millions of kilometers, countless times larger than the one on Earth. Since Earth has already started being developed by Xiao Han towards the path of believers, the powerful beings across the entire Milky Way galaxy naturally cannot be overlooked. After all, those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. Xiao Han sparing these races is already a tremendous act of mercy. With this thought, Xiao Han waved his hand grandly, hurling countless upgrade points at the statue floating in the starry sky.
Ding! Starting statue upgrade. Ding!
Congratulations to the host. The statue has been upgraded to void breaking level.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host. The statue has been upgraded to starry sky level.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host. The statue has been upgraded to star sea level.
Total upgrade points consumed 1,110 trillion.
And in the starry sky, that terrifying statue began to emit endless divine radiance frantically after its upgrade, silently gazing at the entire galaxy like a deity.
System, display the statue's attributes.
Xiao Han curiously looked at the statue and then asked the system, as this statue was one level higher than the one on Earth before.
In other words, the power and ability are absolutely higher than the previous one.
As Xiao Han's words fell, a series of attributes also appeared in Xiao Han's mind, instantly making his eyes light up.
Building, statue, level, Star Sea Realm, low grade, quality, Earth grade, attributes, defense, Star Sea Realm advanced, attack, Star Sea Realm advanced, skill, follower summoning. As long as this statue is viewed more than once, faith will be formed. The more times it is viewed, the stronger the faith will become. Applicable to cultivators below Star Sea Realm advanced.
Blessing of the followers. All who have faith in Xiao Han will receive a blessing of cultivation speed 50 and martial arts talent 50.
divine punishment harnessed the power of faith to strike sinners within the covered area, millions of light years. Divine descent, the faith power accumulated by the statue can be used to summon the consciousness of the statue's owner, Shao Han, to protect the believers. However, a corresponding priest is required as the summoner. Not only have all the attributes become stronger, but there's even an additional skill. Shao Han's eyes lit up as he looked at this final skill, divine descent. Does this mean that even if he is countless light years away from the Milky Way, as long as he has the power of faith, he can instantly return to the Milky Way? However, it requires a priest to summon, so it seems we need to find a candidate for the priest. As Shao Han thought of this, his divine sense instantly enveloped the entire Milky Way star domain. The entire Milky Way star domain had already been in an uproar a few minutes earlier, because Silver Star, as the center of the Milky Way star domain, could be considered the landmark of the entire domain. From any of the thousands of life planets within Silver Star, one could see Silver Star. However, just a few minutes ago, the entire Silver Star began undergoing earth-shattering changes. Everyone in the entire Milky Way galaxy was incredibly terrified, thinking that another powerful being had arrived. It should be noted that not long ago, Shao Han annihilated the 10 major races and unified the entire Milky Way galaxy, completely overturning the structure that had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Fortunately, Shao Han did not unleash a massacre on these people, otherwise, no race would have survived. Now, however, no one knows whether the changes in Silver Star are a good thing or a bad thing. But it wasn't until Silver Star slowly took on Shao Han's appearance that everyone finally began to feel at ease. So it was Lord Shao Han's handiwork. That's great. I thought this time it was strong contenders from other intermediate star systems trying to seize territory. Speaking of which, Lord Shao Han's rule over the galactic star region is indeed much better than the 10 great races. That's true. If it weren't for the 10 great races suppressing us, our few races would have long become 6th-level civilizations. Those who can come to the galactic star region are all the highest-ranking figures of at least 4th-level civilizations. Although the strength may not be the most powerful, the right to speak is equivalent to 99% of the entire galaxy's authority. This is also the reason why the 10 major races joined forces to create this star region for joint governance. As long as the galactic star region is controlled, it is equivalent to controlling the entire galaxy. At this moment, the main leadership of the galaxy had not realized that their consciousness was undergoing a profound transformation with each glance at that sculpture. Originally, in their eyes, even if Shao Han wasn't a demon, he couldn't possibly be a good person. After all, Shao Han had wiped out the most powerful race in the entire galaxy. It was equivalent to exposing the entire galaxy to the eyes of other mid-level star systems. A slight lapse in vigilance could result in these star systems directly enslaving them. However, now a trace of admiration for Shao Han began to form in their hearts, and this trace of admiration grew deeper and deeper as they looked at the statue again and again. Who would have thought it was the handiwork of Lord Shao Han? I just wonder, what was Lord Shao Han's reason for creating this statue? In the galactic starfield, on a massive planet, a silver-haired elder exuding an aura of iron and blood gazed at Shao Han's statue with a puzzled expression, and he was none other than Jinyu, who was previously in charge of the galactic genius battle. He is currently the most powerful warrior in the Milky Way galaxy. The strength at the peak of the starry sky realm combined with Earth-level combat talent makes him stand above the entire galaxy. However, even with his immense strength, he has not realized that his admiration for Shao Han is growing deeper and deeper. From the very beginning, he had little resistance toward Shao Han, and now, under the divine power of the Statue of Faith, he is naturally among the first to start worshipping Shao Han. Buzz. However, at this moment, Jinyu suddenly discovered that his aura began to surge wildly. The flow speed of true energy within his body instantly increased by more than 50 times. Even his talent in martial arts was instantly enhanced by a full 50 times. Having already reached the limit of the starry sky, he directly broke through the limit with this enhancement. Boom! A surge of incomparably violent energy erupted from his body in an instant. This surge of energy directly caused the surrounding area, spanning billions of kilometers, to tremble uncontrollably. This is the power of the Starsea realm. Jinyu looked at the energy within his body in disbelief. While sensing his skyrocketing talent, his heart surged with endless shock. The next moment, he turned his gaze toward the enormous statue in the starry sky, which faced him no matter the direction he looked from. The next moment, Jinyu respectfully knelt on one knee and saluted the statue. At the same time, a vast golden power surged out from his body, instantly transforming into a beam of golden light that shot toward the statue and finally merged into it. Congratulations, Jinyu. At this moment, a calm voice reached Jinyu's mind. Jinyu raised his head in disbelief and immediately discovered that Shao Han's figure was standing right in front of him. Greetings, Lord Shao Han. If not for Lord Shao Han, I fear it would have taken me tens of thousands of years to reach the Starsea realm. At this moment, Jinyu's admiration for Shao Han had reached its peak, and seeing Shao Han naturally filled him with immense excitement. However, as the warden of the highest prison in the entire galaxy, his expression did not reveal much emotion, remaining
feeling extremely cold. However, from his tone, Xiaohan could still sense the other party's gratitude. Seeing the warden's behavior, Xiaohan was naturally very satisfied. Strength when needed, capability when required. At the same time, with the divine power of Xiaohan's statue guiding him, the warden's respect for him would only grow stronger and stronger. At this moment, Xiaohan's expression suddenly became serious. Since that's the case, starting today, Jinyu, you will serve as the first high priest of the galaxy, guarding the safety of the entire galaxy for me. Since that's the case, from today onwards, Jinyu, you will serve as the first high priest of the Milky Way, guarding the safety of the entire galaxy for me. Xiaohan's words echoed madly in Jinyu's mind like a divine voice. In the next moment, a golden energy beam instantly shot out from the distant statue. This energy was almost identical to the power of faith that had previously emanated from Jinyu. However, as this energy surged into Jinyu's body, he immediately felt that the world around him had changed in an instant. He could actually sense the faith, strength, and inner thoughts of all the believers within the area covered by the entire statue. Of course, these abilities naturally belonged to Xiaohan as the owner of the statue, but now this ability had merely been transferred to Jinyu. Not only that, Jinyu also discovered that he could mobilize the power within the statue to carry out divine punishment on all living beings within a radius of 10 million light-years. Additionally, there was also the ability to summon Xiaohan using the statue. Thank you, Father God, for your blessing. I will do my utmost to protect the entire galaxy, Jinyu respectfully said to Xiaohan. Hearing this, Xiaohan nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I leave the galaxy in your hands. By the way, I will be leaving the galaxy for a while. If I don't return within a year, you will be responsible for relocating my hometown, Earth. At that time, just move the entire solar system into the galaxy. Xiaohan thought for a moment and began to gradually explain his plan. As for saying goodbye to the other side of Earth, he thought about it and decided not to for now, as it would be too troublesome. Your instructions will be strictly followed, Father God, Jinyu respectfully said to Xiaohan. The next moment, he discovered that Xiaohan had already disappeared from his sight. When Xiaohan reappeared, he was near the solar system. Then, Xiaohan took out all his advanced materials and began striking them around the solar system. One by one, the materials were frantically embedded into the surrounding spatial barriers. At the same time, Xiaohan's hands didn't stop as he began imprinting countless formation marks into these materials. These formation marks contain countless formation powers, which perfectly integrate all the formation materials. It should be noted that these advanced materials were obtained from the storage rings of those deceased star sea-level powerhouses of the 10 major races, and all of them are star sea-level materials. To refine a mid-level Hong-grade formation, only a portion is needed. However, Xiaohan has taken out all of them, because Xiaohan intends to refine a composite grand formation. As Xiaohan's hands began to frantically form array seals, the first array was finally completed. Countless spatial forces in the void began to surge madly toward this array. The terrifying tearing force shattered the surrounding space. It should be noted that to reach the level of tearing spatial forces, one's strength must at least reach the domain master level. In other words, the power of this array has already infinitely approached or even reached the domain master level. The void strangulation array is complete. Next, there are still 8 formations to go. Xiaohan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the frenzied surge of void power around him. Immediately, his hands continued to form countless formation seals. These formation seals instantly merged into the newly constructed void strangulation array, then emerged again from each formation node of the array, subsequently flowing into another set of formation foundation stones. Setting up a combination formation is truly troublesome. Not only does it require all formations to have the same number of formation nodes, but they must also share the same formation frequency to connect perfectly. If it weren't for the system upgrading the formation master's level and allowing me to learn all the formations in existence, it would have been incredibly difficult to link all these formations together, Xiaohan thought with relief. Most of the formations Xiaohan had prepared had long been lost across the entire universe. Even if they hadn't been lost, mastering all of them and combining them together would be a challenge even for a Cosmos-level formation master. Unless this Cosmos-level formation master could easily set up formations of Earth-level quality. But a formation master of this level, who would be bored enough to set up such a complicated formation? Wouldn't it be much simpler to set up a cosmic-level formation of Earth-grade quality with that time? As time passed, the formation nodes Xiaohan had established around the entire solar system began to rapidly link together, and unified formation waves started to emanate. These waves enveloped the entire solar system. At the same time, the fluctuations of these formations became increasingly powerful and increasingly subtle. As Xiaohan successfully completed the construction of the 9th formation, a mutation occurred. The entire combined grand formation instantly unleashed an endless force of formation power. This power frantically absorbed the spiritual energy within hundreds of thousands of light-years around and then converged toward the solar system. The Earth, which had already increased its spiritual energy concentration by 10,000 times, began to surge rapidly once again. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. 50,000. It kept rising until it reached a terrifying spiritual energy concentration of 100,000 times, before gradually coming to a halt. This spiritual energy concentration was directly 100 times higher than that of the Milky Way star region. Perhaps it is not much inferior to the territory of the Longting Empire. Of course, compared to the great families of the Longting Empire that possess world-lord-level powerhouses, it is still far behind. However, for Earth, a civilization that has just started, this level of spiritual energy concentration is simply off the charts. Originally, it was estimated that it would take a year for Earth to produce a large number of void-breaking level powerhouses, but now within a year, it can definitely produce star-level powerhouses. By then, Earth's martial strength will reach the level of a fifth-tier civilization. This kind of improvement cannot be said to be insignificant. As for the statue of the deity on Earth, as Xiaohan elevated the silver star statue to the Star Sea realm, the statue on Earth was also enveloped. Although the statue remains at the starry sky level, the abilities it can exert have already reached the power of a Star Sea realm statue. Buzz! At this moment, as the surrounding spiritual energy concentration reached its peak, the surrounding formations gradually concealed themselves. Soon, not a trace of their existence could be found. Even the domain master would barely be able to detect the existence of this formation. To break it, one would need to reach the advanced level of domain master, which is basically impossible. At that level, they would be detected by the divine statue before even arriving on Earth, and at that point, Xiaohan could directly appear to eliminate the enemy. Everything is ready now. It seems it's time to set off for the cosmic battlefield. Xiaohan's gaze slightly tightened. With the improvement in his strength this time, it might not take too long to reach Yen City in the Longting universe. Just over a month should be enough. As for the intermediate virtual universe connector, Xiaohan planned to pick it up directly on the way, as the other party was simply too slow. Thinking of this, Xiaohan looked toward Earth. As for Zhao Zixin and his family, he had already given each of them a virtual universe connector. If they wanted to meet, it would be the same in the virtual universe. Earth, goodbye. After speaking, Xiaohan's figure disappeared into the cosmic starry sky. Finally, my realm has reached the void-breaking realm. Under the rule of the Longting Empire, Yenqing, a mid-level star system dozens of times larger than the Milky Way. This Yen City was built upon a vast northern land refined by a super-powerful being. A young man exuding an endless dark power had a faint smile on his face. He was Delster, whose spirit-rejecting body had been unlocked by Xiaohan earlier. After Xiaohan removed the restrictions on his physique, he underwent a month of rigorous training and finally reached the void-breaking level. Of course, this was all because when he previously had the rejected spirit body, his father had given him a considerable amount of rare treasures. The energy contained in these treasures was what allowed him to reach such a level within a month. Moreover, because the power of Yin had been suppressed by the rejected spirit body for over 10 years, his realm was incredibly stable. Congratulations, Master. As long as you keep up the effort, surpassing the other princes in the future will definitely be very easy. Delster's elf quickly congratulated him. Of course, I'm only 18 now. When the other princes were 18, at most they were grandmasters. Even now, only my eldest royal brother has reached the starry sky realm, while the others are merely at the void-breaking level. If it comes to a fight, it's not certain who would win or lose. Delster was brimming with confidence. After all, with the power of Yin, even casually learning some martial techniques made him a genius with Earth-level combat talent. If he delved deeper, he would be a heaven-level combat genius. Although he was only at 1-star void-breaking, defeating star void-breaking opponents wouldn't be much of a challenge. Dong, dong, dong. However, at that moment, a series of bell tolls echoed throughout Yen City. With each chime, Delster's heart trembled. Oh no, that's the soul-stabilizing bell of Yen City ringing. According to legend, the soul-stabilizing bell only rings during times of national crisis or when the emperor is being replaced. Delster's expression instantly changed, and he quickly soared into the sky, heading toward the center of Yen City. It should be noted that ever since Delster discovered he couldn't cultivate, he had been hiding in his palace and rarely went out, so only a few people in the entire nation knew of the existence of this prince. At the same time, many members of the royal family and imperial generals were also heading toward the center of Yen City, and these people all had a change in expression upon seeing Delster flying in the sky. Isn't this the legendary 8th prince? The 8th prince has actually reached the void-breaking realm? How is this possible? Wasn't it said in the legends that the 8th prince couldn't cultivate? How has he reached the void-breaking realm at the age of just 17? Hiss. Such talent, if he had risen earlier, he would definitely have been nurtured by the entire nation. Unfortunately, that's no longer possible now. Yeah, I wonder if the 8th prince can survive after this incident. Sounds of regret echoed around, and Delster's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing them. What exactly are these people talking about? An incident so severe that even a prince might not survive. What exactly happened? Delster's face looked somewhat grim, but he still flew toward the imperial palace at the center of Yen City. He believed that as long as he demonstrated his talent, his father would definitely protect him. However, just as he was about to reach the imperial palace, a scene appeared exploded that made his face turn pale. Second royal brother. Third royal brother. Fourth. Delster looked in disbelief at the few princes who had already been directly beheaded in front of the palace not far away. It's the 8th prince. Quick, catch him. I didn't expect this kid to come courting death. But isn't this kid a cripple? How did he become void-breaking level? Who cares? His Highness the Crown Prince never intended to spare this waste anyway. Now that he's here, we'll just kill him together. And the tens of thousands of guards stationed before the palace suddenly saw Delster and instantly let out a sinister grin. In the next moment, tens of thousands of guards at the void-breaking realm all charged toward Delster. These are actually the subordinates of the eldest prince. Could it be that the eldest prince has made a move against the other princes? Delster naturally knew the identity of these guards. They were all subordinates of the eldest prince. And these guards actually beheaded the prince, which is simply unforgivable. Thinking of this, a terrifying force of darkness instantly erupted from Delster's body. During this past month, he had been mostly focused on training. Although his control over the force of darkness was not yet perfect, he could at least wield a certain level of power. Darkness piercing. With a low shout from Delster, his right hand struck out with a palm. In the next moment, endless power of darkness erupted instantly from his hand. These forces of darkness transformed directly into sharp spikes, piercing through dozens of void-level guards closest to him in an instant. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, Delster's power of darkness exploded, and the boundless destructive force instantly engulfed these guards along with the surrounding people. Not good. This is Earth-tier elemental power. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. Although the power of Een was extremely rare and no one could recognize what kind of elemental power it was, many people could see that the might of this elemental power was undoubtedly Earth-tier. Otherwise, it would be impossible for someone at the first level of the void-breaking realm to rely solely on elemental power to unleash such formidable strength. However, even so, these guards did not retreat. After all, no matter how much of a genius Delster was, he was still just at the first level of the void-breaking realm. Among these tens of thousands of void-break realm experts, the strongest have reached the 7th or 8th level of void-break. Facing Delster, there is absolutely no chance of losing, only winning. With this thought, the tens of thousands of guards took action once again. Delster's face turned extremely grim, but he still unleashed his formidable power and charged toward the countless guards. Terrifying dark energies surged wildly, bombarding the guards one after another. Countless guards were directly obliterated under the powerful attacks of the dark energy. However, these guards were battle-hardened and incredibly strong. Despite many being killed, they quickly forced Delster into a corner by sheer numbers. Boom! Finally, a 7th-level void break expert found an opening and struck Delster's chest directly with a hammer. Put! Delst, who had suffered a heavy blow, instantly spat out a mouthful of pitch-black blood. However, what made the guards' faces turn grim was that Delst, following this injury, unexpectedly erupted with an even more powerful aura. Some who had previously studied the power of darkness in records turned pale upon witnessing this scene. The power of darkness. This Earth-level elemental force is the power of darkness. What? The power of darkness? Doesn't that mean the heavier this kid's negative state, the stronger his power? Whatever. Negative states come at the cost of one's life. I refuse to believe this kid is immortal. Elemental power is the weakened manifestation of the power of laws. There are 3,000 laws of power between heaven and earth, which means there are 3,000 types of elemental forces. These 3,000 types of elemental forces are generally divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, based on their mystery, power, and some special effects. As for the power of Een, which belongs to the earth-level elemental forces, the power it can unleash in battle is no less than other ordinary earth-level elemental forces, but it also has one most formidable characteristic. That is, it absorbs all negative energy as its source of power. And being injured is also negative energy. At the same time, energies such as fear, jealousy, and anger are also sources of Een power. When enough negative energy is absorbed, Een power can erupt with a force that can even rival heavenly tier elemental power. Of course, it can only be considered comparable, but the power of Yang is exactly the opposite. It can absorb all positive energy. And now, Delster, as the battle progresses, begins to absorb the fear, greed, anger, and other emotions emitted by the surrounding guards. Coupled with his own injuries, his strength skyrockets instantly. Drink! Delster let out a fierce shout, and in the next moment, his right hand struck out with a palm. The endless power of darkness instantly transformed into a terrifying giant hand with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers, emanating a chilling force of darkness. Boom! As the giant hand of darkness descended with a thunderous crash, nearly 10,000 guards of the void-breaking level were instantly slapped to death. It directly smashed a massive gap in the encirclement of tens of thousands of people. This slap caused the remaining tens of thousands of guards and the Empire's senior officials watching from nearby to slightly change their expressions in fear. Of course, among these senior managers, there were star-level powerhouses, and they were completely shocked by Delster's terrifying talent. Without hesitation, Delster unleashed one palm strike after another. The terrifying slaughter made the senior managers observing the situation slightly slightly changed their expressions. Run, run quickly. His strength is too powerful. Go find the captain. A terrified roar came from the middle of the group, jolting all the guards out of their panic. The next moment, they hurriedly began to flee frantically. Meanwhile, the several giant hands conjured by Delster continued to crash down with thunderous booms. At this moment, Delster's aura had become incomparably cold due to the power of darkness. Of course, although his strength was formidable, the guards were not weak either, and their numbers were vast. As a result, nearly 10,000 guards managed to escape, and Delst flew directly above the main hall of the palace's main building. Delses, come out here. A cold, low shout erupted from Delst's mouth. Clap, clap, clap. However, at this moment, a round of applause echoed throughout the entire main hall. The next moment, a middle-aged man in a golden robe slowly emerged from behind the screen in the main hall. Beside him was an elderly man, who glanced at Delster with interest before casually taking a seat nearby and leisurely sipping tea. The aura emanating from this middle-aged man, however, was that of the terrifying Starsea realm. However, Delst's pupils contracted upon seeing the golden robe on the other person. Eighth brother, who would have thought that a useless person like you would have a moment of reversal? The middle-aged man spoke. That's right, he is the crown prince, Delses. You actually dared to usurp the throne, and you killed all the crown princes, Delses. Aren't you afraid that the ancestor traveling outside will return and kill you? Delster said with an extremely cold expression. However, upon hearing his words, Delses suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha, usurp the throne? Eighth brother, oh eighth brother, you mustn't speak recklessly. My throne was handed to me by father before his death. As for the ancestor you mentioned, Delsa said this while casually clapping his hands, and in the next moment, one elder after another appeared in the main hall. Each of these elders exuded the aura of the Starsea realm, with the most powerful among them even reaching the peak of the Starsea realm. The appearance of these elders caused Delster's expression to change slightly. Honored ancestors, is what Delsa said true? Delster, although already knowing the answer, still took a deep breath and asked coldly. These ancestors, however, glanced at the old man who had been sitting quietly to the side since Delphaz appeared, and then sighed. Delphaz is right. He is now the new emperor. Xiao Ba, go with the ancestor. The leading grand elder stepped forward and said helplessly, leave? This kid has such talent, do you think I would let him go? However, Delses, standing nearby, merely sneered disdainfully. To be honest, Delster's talent and strength made him extremely uneasy. With such talent and strength, given time, he might even become a domain master. By then, there would be no path left for him but death. Insolent! Xiao Ba is a prince of our clan. You killed the others, and we old bones said nothing, but no one can take Xiao Ba's life. Another hot-tempered elder immediately started cursing. Boom! However, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted. The cursing elder exploded violently, turning into a sky full of blood mist. The blood light directly dyed the entire hall red. One by one, are you all ignoring this old man? At this moment, the elder who had been drinking tea suddenly spoke. Looking at the overwhelming blood mist, all the ancestors' faces instantly turned extremely dark. However, thinking of the old man's strength, these former emperors of the empire, powerful figures who had dominated the universe for hundreds of thousands of years, could only sigh helplessly. Lord Coling Domain Master, please show great mercy. Xiao Ba is still young, and we old folks will absolutely never return here in the future. Please be magnanimous and spare him. The supreme ancestor suddenly bowed respectfully to the Coling Domain Master, speaking to him in an extremely humble manner. Spare him? Fine. However, at this moment, Domain Lord Kaling's lips slightly curved upward as he spoke. Delsaz's face instantly turned pale, and each of the ancestors who heard this was overjoyed. Master, you absolutely cannot let this boy go. Otherwise, if his strength improves in the future, even you might not be able to defeat him. Delsaz hurriedly began to anxiously urge. Nonsense, if Delster goes back alive, the first one to die in the future will be him. It was absolutely certain that the other party wanted to surpass him. At this moment, Delster finally knew who this lord of the Kaling domain really was. His father had 3 concubines, one being his own mother, and the other being the mother of all the princes except for the eldest prince. According to legend, the mother of the eldest prince was a direct descendant of a 7th-level civilization. Of course, the reason for marrying off their daughter was nothing more than to incorporate this intermediate star domain into their territory. The master of this Kaling domain is actually the ancestor of that 7th-level civilization. Let him go? Fine, as long as this boy cripples his own cultivation and then comes to my family to serve as a male servant. Let him go? Sure, as long as this boy cripples his own cultivation and comes to my family to serve as a male slave. However, the words of the Kaling domain lord immediately made the expressions of the ancestors present turn even uglier. Ha ha ha, that's right, why didn't I think of that? With this boy's exceptional talent, he could return to the main family in the future and serve as a breeding tool. Perhaps he could help our main family cultivate some extraordinarily gifted death warriors. Delsas burst into uncontrollable laughter upon hearing the words of the Kaling domain lord. The expressions of everyone present instantly turned incomparably dark. The demise
eyes of Een. However, at this moment, a cold voice erupted from Delster's mouth, and in the next instant, all the Een energy within him began to burn wildly. Immediately afterward, his entire body transformed into a mass of black light and rushed toward Delsa's in an instant. Seeing this scene, Delsa's, who had been laughing moments ago, instantly turned cold-faced. "Humph, overestimating yourself." With a cold laugh, Delsa's struck out with a palm, unleashing the terrifying power of the Starsea realm in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, Delster's body instantly exploded, transforming into a sky full of dark energy. "Xiao Ba!" The Grand Elder roared angrily, his face cold as he stared at Delster, who had already turned into a sky full of dark energy. "Old fool, the fact that I didn't order Tai to kill you all is already a great mercy. If you continue to cause trouble here, be careful not to lose your life. Have you thought it through? Right now, I am the only one in the entire royal family with direct lineage." Delsa's let out a cold snort, then spoke icily to the few furious-looking elders. Yet his words managed to calm the elders down. Indeed, although Delsa's mother was a descendant of the Kolan domain lord, his father was of their direct lineage. If Delsa's dies, the lord of Kalaying domain will definitely kill them without hesitation, and by then, their group will surely face death with no chance of survival. Enough, enough. From now on, the affairs of the nation will be entrusted to you. We old men will head to the cosmic battlefield. Take care of yourself, the Supreme Patriarch said dejectedly, knowing that if they didn't leave now, they might never get the chance. Buzz. However, at that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the main hall. Oh, still a step too late. Xiao Han frowned as he looked at the lingering power of darkness in the surrounding void. However, Xiao Han's arrival instantly caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Even the leisurely tea-drinking domain lord of Kalaying showed a change in expression, because he hadn't managed to catch even the slightest trace of Xiao Han's movement, nor had he detected any spatial fluctuations around him. However, after seeing Xiao Han's 9th level of the Starsea realm, domain lord Kalaying no longer paid attention. After all, the gap between a domain lord and the Starsea realm is incredibly terrifying. Even those with Earth-level combat talent find it difficult to bridge this chasm. Only the rare heaven-level geniuses in the entire Longting Empire have the strength to cross it. What kind of person dares to cause trouble in my Yen city? Delsa shouted coldly, speaking to Xiao Han. With an imposing presence, he truly exuded a bit of imperial aura. Was it you who killed Delst? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow the moment he saw Delsa's. His words immediately made Delsa's face darken. So this kid actually has backing? I was wondering how a useless person could possibly become a void-breaking level expert in just a few years. Turns out it was you helping him. Delsa's let out a cold laugh, completely unafraid with a domain lord as his backing. Besides, he is the emperor, and even his ancestors would not allow outsiders to attack him. It's you, then die. However, Xiao Han completely ignored the smug Delsa's. A force of darkness swept through in an instant. Poof! No one had yet reacted when Delsa's chest was instantly pierced by this force of darkness. The terrifying force of darkness instantly destroyed all of Delsa's vitality. Ding! Absorbed life energy, gained upgrade points, 500 trillion. An undetectable surge of life energy also instantly flowed into Xiao Han's body. The face of the already deceased Delsa's still bore that cold sneer, and in the next moment, his corpse heavily fell to the ground. Bang! A loud sound directly startled everyone who was still in a daze. Dead! Dead! The Supreme Patriarch looked in disbelief at the last direct descendant of their royal family. Is now the rightful king of the kingdom. Humph! Courting death. The next moment, a cold snort erupted directly from the mouth of the domain lord of Kalaying. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At the same time, an unparalleled and powerful aura erupted from him. The terrifying aura directly crushed the entire northern region into trembling waves, instantly obliterating countless people living in the north. Such a terrifying display of power made everyone present, including the Supreme Elders, realize that the domain lord of Kalaying was using his full strength. Run! The Supreme Patriarch hurriedly said to the nearby patriarchs, and in the next moment, everyone quickly fled into the distance. How could he not see that the elemental power used by Xiao Han was the same as Delst's, both being Earth-tier elemental power? Coupled with Xiao Han's realm and the fact that someone of Xiao Han's level could not possibly lack proficiency in martial techniques and skills. In other words, Xiao Han's combat talent is definitely heaven-tier, and the combat power unleashed by a 9-star Starsea realm with heaven-tier combat talent would undoubtedly be at the domain lord level. In other words, this battle is at the domain lord level. For them, even as Starsea realm experts at the peak, they are completely incapable of intervening. Besides, why would they intervene? One is someone who wants to enslave their clan, and the other has killed their last direct descendant. They even wished the two would perish together. Kid, who exactly are you? Why are you opposing me? Koling. Koling directly revealed his name. After all, as a domain master, he still had a bit of fame throughout the entire Longting galaxy. I originally thought I could spar with a domain master, but unfortunately, you're just a 3-star domain master. Your strength is a bit weak. Xiao Han looked at Koling's strength and shook his head with some dissatisfaction. It was as if he was looking down on Koling's level. Well, Xiao Han
Han really did look down on the other party.
Xiao Han's words instantly made Ko Ling's face look even more unpleasant.
A mere Starsea realm dares to boast so arrogantly. In that case, let me show you the power of a domain lord.
As he finished speaking, an unparalleled and terrifying force of the earth erupted from Ko Ling's body.
In the next moment, he moved, throwing a punch straight at Xiao Han.
Earth Demon Fist. You can vaguely see that there is a domain-level gauntlet on his fist.
At the same time, the endless power of the earth is wildly circulating over the entire fist.
This punch is enough to destroy dozens of small galaxies.
However, Xiao Han slightly extended a finger with his right hand. Xiao Han's action instantly made Ko Ling so angry that his beard stood on end. Using just one finger to catch his punch, this was simply looking down on him.
Boom!
Finally, Ko Ling's fist ultimately landed on Xiao Han's finger.
Time goes back to a few days ago. Amidst the endless starry sky,
Xiao Han's figure was leaping rapidly.
With each teleportation, Xiao Han could directly traverse a distance of hundreds of thousands of light years. In just half a minute, Xiao Han had already left the confines of the Milky Way.
Next, Xiao Han continued to leap non-stop, heading swiftly toward the center of the Longteng Empire. Over the course of these few days, Xiao Han had leaped a total distance of tens of billions of light years. However, just over 10 seconds ago, Xiao Han suddenly sensed a familiar force of Een. That's right, this force of Een belonged to Delster. Didn't expect to pass through the intermediate star system where this kid is. It's fate. But this kid's aura seems a bit violent. Could he be fighting desperately? There's even the aura of a domain lord level. I wonder what rank it is.
Hopefully, it's at the peak of the domain lord level. Otherwise, it won't be as fun.
Thinking of this, Xiao Han raised his eyebrows.
Since he was already here, he might as well take a look. Perhaps he could even find a domain master to spar with.
Immediately, Xiao Han began to sense Delster's location.
Found it! Xiao Han's eyes flashed.
Delster's location was still far from him.
If it weren't for the special connection between the forces of darkness, Xiao Han wouldn't have been able to sense it. Found the opponent's location, Xiao Han teleported directly over.
However, in the end, Xiao Han was still too late.
Boom! With an earth-shattering roar, the terrifying punch of the domain-level powerhouse instantly struck Xiao Han's fingertip.
The northern ground beneath was instantly crushed by this terrifying impact.
Countless residents were directly killed by this punch.
Only those whose strength had reached above the starry sky level barely survived.
Everyone in the starry sky looked at the shattered void and swallowed hard in disbelief. Luckily, we ran fast. Otherwise, if we were still nearby, we'd be doomed by this punch. Several ancestors looked at the shattered space in disbelief and spoke. With such powerful strength, they finally understood the gap between a domain lord and a Starsea realm expert. This gap is truly worlds apart. Just not sure if that kid can survive under this punch from Kalaying domain lord.
The Grand Supreme Elder gazed intently at the disintegrating northern region below. To be honest, what he had hoped for most was naturally for both of them to die. However, that was impossible, so the best outcome would be for Xiao Han to be strong enough to kill Ko Ling. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive either. But the moment the explosion occurred, he felt that hope was impossible. What Starsea realm cultivator could survive such a massive disparity? And just after the shattered space rapidly recovered, the scene that appeared instantly left them dumbfounded. Xiao Han's right-hand finger casually caught Ko Ling's full-force strike. Hiss! Caught a domain master's punch with just one finger? How is this possible? The Supreme Patriarch gasped in disbelief. All the other ancestors were also full of shock upon seeing this scene. It must be understood that domain-level masters are absolutely considered super-powerful figures in their eyes. Yet now, in front of Xiao Han, this level of super-powerful figure cannot even break through a single finger. If they hadn't witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. But now the facts are right in front of them, leaving them no choice but to believe. Your strength is lacking. This level of yours probably wasn't achieved on your own, was it? Xiao Han felt the power contained in this punch and immediately frowned. Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Domain Lord Kalaying's expression slightly changed. Xiao Han saw this and instantly knew he had guessed correctly. Kid, die for me. Kalaying, in order to hide his panic, let out an angry roar and threw a punch directly at Xiao Han. Seems like you, old man, have some secrets, huh? If you tell me, I might spare your life. Xiao Han casually flicked his fingertip and a terrifying force erupted from it. Kalaying's face changed dramatically, but it was already too late. In the next instant, his fist slammed into Xiao Han's fingertips. Crack, crack. The next moment, the sound of bones shattering echoed throughout the surrounding starry sky. Kalaying's fist instantly exploded, followed by his entire arm, and then half of his body shattered in an instant. Hiss! The immense pain made Kalaying gasp sharply. A terrifying force at his wound continued to wreak havoc at an alarming speed. It seemed as if it could destroy him in the very next moment. Xiao Han's strength finally made Kalaying's face turn pale with fear. How about it? Consider my words, or else I'll have to search your soul. Xiao Han's lips curled slightly, and the next moment, his fingertip directly touched Ko Ling's forehead, as if Ko Ling would be instantly annihilated if he dared to refuse. I'll talk. Senior, please don't kill me. In the end, fear still overcame Ko Ling. He said to Xiao Han Han with a pale face. Upon hearing this, Xiao Han immediately smiled faintly, then lowered his hand and calmly looked at Kuling. My cultivation level was indeed achieved with external help. After saying this, Kuling took a deep breath. This was his biggest secret, but at this moment, it was his only chance to survive. The simplest way to use external forces to help someone reach the domain lord level is through cosmic-grade pills, and all of these pills are at least of Earth-grade quality. Even a world lord might not be able to afford them. It seems unlikely that your worth could afford such a thing. With your talent, it's also improbable that some big shot would take a fancy to you and gift you such a precious pill. In your case, you must have obtained the inheritance of some powerful figure, right? Xiao Han said with a smile. Xiao Han's words made Kuling smile helplessly. That's right, a pill of that level is so expensive that even selling my entire family wouldn't be enough to buy one. So, the reason I was able to gain the domain master's favor was that I managed to purchase a breaking domain pill after obtaining some benefits from a secret realm in the universe 10,000 years ago, which allowed me to successfully advance. Kuling respectfully said to Xiao Han, "Oh, tell me more." Xiao Han was startled. A secret realm possessing a domain-breaking pill was most likely a secret realm left behind by a deceased realm master. Such a place might yield some gains if visited. If it's not too far, Xiao Han wouldn't mind taking a look. Junior offended an enemy 100,000 years ago and was hunted down to a star region 52 billion light-years away from here. In that starfield, there was a wormhole. You must know that entering such an unknown wormhole has an 80 to 90% chance of death. In my desperation, I rushed in. After all, staying outside meant certain death, while entering offered a sliver of hope. After entering the wormhole, I was directly transported to a strange space. In that space, I saw a shattered northern region. Beyond the north floated many powerful beings who had perished there. The strongest among them had even reached the realm master level, and it was by obtaining their wealth that I was able to purchase a breaking domain pill in the virtual universe. Originally, I wanted to explore further, but my enemy actually tracked me down. At this point, a trace of fear flashed in Kalang's eyes, but it was not fear of the enemy. "Oh, your enemy has found you?" Xiao Han asked curiously, but Kuling could only shake his head with a bitter smile. "No, in a moment of desperation, I hid, and my enemy didn't find me. However, just as he thought I was hiding deeper and went to search for me in the northern skies, a beam of light descended and directly obliterated him, leaving only a lifeless corpse. That beam of light was definitely beyond the power of a realm master. I'm certain that the realm master level powerhouse was annihilated by that beam of light." Speaking of this, Kuling's gaze carried a trace of astonishment. Meanwhile, Xiao Han had been monitoring the fluctuations of the other party's divine sense and found that the other party was not lying. Thus he was instantly drawn to their words. A light capable of killing a realm lord? Could it merely be a defense mechanism? Surely no one is hiding there, right? Xiao Han stroked his chin, feeling a bit curious. If it were a defensive formation, it would be quite surprising. A formation capable of killing a realm lord would at least be a cosmic level formation, and one that could continue operating after killing a realm lord would at least be a mid-tier cosmic level formation. Of course, Xiao Han knew it was most likely an advanced formation. In other words, the other party was very likely a high-level cosmic formation master, and to reach this level of formation mastery, one would need to be at least at the peak of the realm lord level, or even the legendary eternal level. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's head started to ache. If it's just the peak of the realm lord level, that's still manageable, but if it's the eternal level, going in might mean certain death. Xiao Han felt a bit helpless. It seemed that going there now wouldn't yield much, so it was better to focus on improving his strength first and come back to explore if necessary. "Sir, I wonder if this information of mine might be of any help to you?" Kuling respectfully spoke to Xiao Han, his gaze carrying a hint of expectation as he looked at him. Although the chances of Xiao Han bypassing him were slim, wasn't there still a possibility? "I said I would let you go, and I naturally won't go back on my word." Xiao Han smiled faintly, but his smile made Kuling involuntarily swallow hard. The next moment, Xiao Han waved his hand, pressing his palm directly onto Kuling's head. Just as Kuling thought he was about to die, the surrounding space suddenly began to distort, and in the next instant, Kuling found himself standing before a colossal statue of a deity. Next, he suddenly found his body instantly bound by a terrifying force, and this force was emanating from the statue. His eyes could only stare fixedly at the enormous statue. "Is this statue that kid's? What's his purpose in trapping me here? Could it be just to make me admire his handsomeness?" Kaling looked at the statue in horror, his mind starting to run wild. However, he did not realize that as time passed second by second, a trace of respect for Xiao Han began to grow in his heart. Soon, that respect turned into admiration, and this admiration was deepening rapidly. But he could not see that Xiao Han was right behind him, not far away. "Your subordinate greets the Father God." The figure of Jinyu appeared in front of Xiao Han. "This is the bodyguard I found for the galaxy. His strength is passable. In 5 minutes, his restraints will be lifted, and then everything will be under your command." Xiao Han calmly spoke to Jinyu. After finishing his words, Xiao Han disappeared without a trace. "Farewell, Father
god. Zhen Yu respectfully looked toward the place where Xiao Han had disappeared. The next moment, in the starry sky where the battle with Keling had previously taken place, Xiao Han's figure slowly appeared in the void. The distance of an ordinary Han-level teleportation array seems to be reaching its limit. Xiao Han looked at the teleportation array beneath his feet, which had exhausted its energy after only 2 transmissions, and shook his head helplessly. He has set up teleportation formations in both the Milky Way region and the solar system. Of course, the teleportation formations there are mid-level Earth-grade formations of the Han class. It can accommodate Xiao Han many times. The teleportation formation beneath his feet, however, is just an ordinary Han class formation casually constructed. It's worth noting that he has been out for more than 10 days now, and is incredibly far from the Milky Way, possibly nearly 10 billion light-years away. This distance has already pushed the Han class teleportation formation to its limit. In other words, he could no longer return it will unless his formation skills improved by several major levels. We'll deal with future matters later. Let's focus on finishing what's at hand first. Xiao Han shook his head, organizing his thoughts, and then looked around. It's only been a few minutes since death. The soul's power shouldn't dissipate this quickly. Thinking of this, Xiao Han waved his large hand around. In the next moment, specks of light rapidly converged and condensed in front of Xiao Han. These specks of light contained faint traces of soul power. This kid's soul strength is actually this weak. Isn't he already at the void-breaking stage? That's right, these soul forces are fragments of Delster's soul. Xiao Han looked at the faint soul and helplessly complained. A soul force at the void-breaking level is even weaker than an innate one. But thinking about it, this is normal. After all, Delster has just started cultivating not long ago, and soul force is extremely difficult to improve, which has led to the current situation. Thinking of this, Xiao Han pointed with his right hand, and one by one, medicinal herbs flew out from his ring. Then, Xiao Han directly refined these herbs and immediately integrated them into Delster's soul. In an instant, Delster's soul power began to increase rapidly. However, even so, this merely forcibly gathered Delster's soul together, akin to piecing together shattered glass, which would break again with the slightest touch. In the next moment, Xiao Han turned his right hand, and a wooden carving made from the yin-yang tree branch appeared in his hand. Immediately, Xiao Han frantically channeled his yin-yang power into the wooden carving. Yin-yang reversal, reverse yin and yang. With Xiao Han's low shout, the yin-yang power, enhanced by the branches of the divine yin-yang tree, burst out wildly from the wooden carving. Xiao Han's eyes were fixed intently on this power that had re-emerged. At the same time, his mind was rapidly analyzing the operational method of this yin-yang reversal. In just an instant, Xiao Han, who had an incredibly profound understanding of the power of yin and yang, completely mastered this skill. Of course, Xiao Han still found it difficult to use it independently without the help of the wooden carving. After all, reversing yin and yang to bring someone back to life is something even the current Xiao Han finds hard to achieve. At this moment, the energy radiating from the wooden carving surged madly into that cluster of shattered soul fragments. The power of the soul, under the fusion of the forces of yin and yang, began to rapidly merge together, just like glass remelting under high temperatures and fusing into one. If it were only this, reversing yin and yang wouldn't be so miraculous. What happened next left even Xiao Han, the user, in awe. As the surrounding space rippled, countless forces of law began to descend between heaven and earth, rapidly converging toward the power of the soul. The power of yin and yang can actually mobilize other forces of law to repair the body. How is this possible? Unless, through the medium of the yin-yang divine tree, my yin-yang power has already transformed into yin-yang laws. Thinking of this, Xiao Han felt somewhat incredulous. After all, he was currently only at the Starsea realm, and the initial ability to mobilize the forces of law was something only a world lord could achieve. As expected of the sacred artifact, such power would undoubtedly enhance combat strength 100-fold. The system is definitely not joking. Xiao Han felt the countless forces of law around him, mobilized by the power of the yin-yang laws, and his gaze slightly tightened, because he discovered that these forces of law were beginning to rapidly construct themselves. Soon, a skeleton appeared right in front of Xiao Han. Immediately afterward, flesh and hair also rapidly materialized out of nothing, being constructed at an astonishing speed. Such an ability made Xiao Han sigh slightly in amazement. As time passed, Delster's figure slowly emerged in the void. Xiao Han looked at this body and found it to be exactly the same as the other party's previous physical form, without the slightest difference. Go! Xiao Han's right hand trembled slightly, and the soul in his hand was instantly struck out of his grasp. Delster's soul quickly merged into Lu He's body. At the same time, it fused with the body at an extremely fast speed. Wake up! With Xiao Han's low shout, Delster slowly opened his eyes. In the endless starry sky, Xiao Han's figure was frantically leaping. Each leap covered a distance of tens of light years. After saving Delster, he directly sent him to the galactic starfield, where he let his old enemy, Keilang, teach him. With Keilang's knowledge, combined with Delster's talent, and the added cultivation from the divine statue, Delster's strength would undoubtedly improve at an extremely rapid pace. Meanwhile, Xiao Han's figure was flying at an extremely fast
speed toward the direction of the Longting Empire. Just as Xiao Han teleported to a certain starfield, he suddenly stopped. Xiao Ling, is the spaceship of the virtual universe really around here? Xiao Han frowned and directly asked Xiao Ling. That's right, Xiao Han came here specifically to wait for the spaceship of the virtual universe. Yes, Master. According to the logistics information, their spaceship is indeed nearby. I have already shared your coordinates with them. Xiao Ling respectfully said to Xiao Han. I got it. Xiao Han nodded and immediately spread his consciousness around. Sure enough, a spaceship soon appeared near Xiao Han. However, this spaceship was merely a domain master level ship, as the world master level ships had already arrived. After a series of verifications, Xiao Han finally obtained the intermediate virtual universe access device. Xiao Ling, rebind me. After sending off the virtual universe's logistics spaceship, Xiao Han directly spoke to Xiao Ling. Alright, Master. Following Xiao Ling's respectful response, Xiao Han felt his consciousness connection shift from the previous low-level access device directly to the mid-level access device. Finally got the mid-level access device. Let's first take a look at what levels the strong ones in the Shuojin Cosmic Nation are at. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow as he looked at the connector. The next moment, Xiao Han directly used a small portion of his consciousness to control his body to teleport toward the Longting Empire, while the majority of his consciousness entered the virtual universe. Of course, for safety's sake, Xiao Han immediately summoned his Tianlong armor and enhanced it with the power of Yin and Yang. The black and white Tianlong armor, exuding an endless aura of slaughter, perfectly enveloped Xiao Han's body. It can be said that if other martial artists wanted to break through Xiao Han's defense, only those with the strength of a realm lord would be capable of doing so. Immediately after a dizzying sensation, Xiao Han's consciousness instantly detached from his body and entered the virtual universe. Regaining consciousness once again, he was still in the same small warehouse as before. Congratulations, Master. Your virtual universe connector has been upgraded to the intermediate level. Xiao Ling's respectful voice reached Xiao Han's mind. After waiting for so long, it has finally arrived. Xiao Ling, show me the differences first. Xiao Han smiled and nodded. Alright, Master. After speaking, Xiao Ling began to introduce Xiao Han to the differences between the intermediate virtual universe and the basic one. Actually, the biggest difference lies in the scope of access. Currently, Xiao Han is capable of accessing the entire Shuojin Universe Nation. In other words, Xiao Han can participate in the ranking competition of the Shuojin Universe Nation. This is also the aspect that Xiao Han cares about the most. After all, with his current strength, he is absolutely invincible among those of the same level in the Longting Empire, but it's uncertain when it comes to the entire Shuojin Universe Nation. Master, your current combat talent, if unleashed at full power, should be equivalent to a high-level heaven tier genius. Above the high-level heaven tier, there is still the top-level heaven tier. Such geniuses number no more than 3 across the entire Shuojin Universe Nation. However, in the entire universe, there are monstrous-level geniuses of the saint level, surpassing even the top-level heaven tier geniuses. Such a genius at the same level, you might not be a match. Of course, such a genius only appears once every hundreds of billions of years in the Shuojin Cosmic Nation. Xiao Ling seemed to understand Xiao Han's thoughts and immediately spoke to him. There's also a Holy Sun? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow after hearing this. Yes, Master, the Holy Sun is the most outstanding genius among all races in the entire universe. The appearance of one is a talent that any race would spare no effort to protect. The Shuojin Cosmic Nation happened to give birth to a Holy Sun 1,000 years ago, named Shuayan. He is currently the youngest son of the Shuojin Supreme Power Holder and is now a super strong domain lord at the peak level. Xiao Ling said this and then played the battle footage of this so-called Holy Sun in front of Xiao Han. A young man wielding a long weapon, his entire body emanating waves of terrifying destructive power, stood facing a monstrous beast whose size spanned billions of kilometers. The fluctuations radiating from the young man caused Xiao Han's pupils to contract slightly. It's actually the power of a domain. Xiao Han looked at the aura erupting from the young man and was momentarily surprised. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. He himself also possessed a domain, along with the yin-yang power comparable to heavenly-grade elemental forces. Adding a full set of earth-grade equipment and earth-grade martial arts techniques only barely reached the combat power of heaven-grade advanced level. But the other party is a Holy Sun, which means everything about them is absolutely stronger than mine. Therefore, possessing a domain doesn't seem to be something surprising. Moreover, the aura emanating from him doesn't seem to be elemental power, but the power of laws. Xiao Ling, what kind of law power is this? It actually possesses such a terrifying presence. Xiao Han frowned and asked Xiao Ling. Master, the law power comprehended by Shuayan, the Holy Sun, is one of the few heavenly level laws, the law of destruction. Since he is the direct disciple of the Supreme Destroyer, all the cultivation techniques and martial skills he is currently practicing are heavenly level techniques. When his strength reaches eternity, he will be granted saint level cultivation techniques. And the destructive long weapon in his hand was the weapon used by the Supreme Destroyer in his youth, a sacred artifact.
artifact. Even his domain power is the Earth-level War God domain. However, as Xiao Ling revealed all of the opponent's trump cards and skills to Xiao Han, he immediately understood what it meant to be extravagantly wealthy. Damn it, I've worked myself to the bone for so long and only managed to get this little bit of stuff. This guy, born with so many good things, is the epitome of a filthy rich second generation. Xiao Han was speechless. However, if Shuai Yan knew Xiao Han's thoughts, he would probably be furious. No matter how wealthy and powerful he was, he still had to rely on his own efforts. Unlike Xiao Han, who could simply kill a few people and snatch some resources to obtain so many good things. Of course, Master, if you were to participate in the rankings of the Shuajin Cosmic Nation now, you would undoubtedly be #1 in the Star Sea realm. However, if you were to compete in the Domain Lord level rankings, it would be difficult to even make it into the top 100,000. Xiao Ling respectfully said to Xiao Han, I understand that, but what I need right now are upgrade points. Competing in the Star Sea realm would be pointless, wouldn't it? Xiao Han glanced at Xiao Ling. The reason he wasn't on the Domain Master level leaderboard of the Longting Empire before was that the entire leaderboard barely had many people, at most 1 million. With these matches, Xiao Han could become #1 in just a few rounds, which was completely pointless. It would be better to wait a couple more days and go straight to the golden leaderboard. Since it's all about the same, Xiao Ling, just open the Domain Master level leaderboard for me. I want to compete, Xiao Han calmly said to Xiao Ling. Alright, Master. Xiao Ling nodded slightly, then waved her small hand. In the next moment, Xiao Han's figure instantly disappeared from where he stood, reappearing in a vast starry sky. Has the Domain Master level arena been replaced with a starry sky? Seeing this scene, Xiao Han raised his eyebrows slightly, but upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the strength of the Domain Master level had, strictly speaking, already reached the terrifying level of destroying star systems. If they were still on an arena, no matter how large it was, it wouldn't be able to withstand their power. Beep beep beep. Detected that the contestant's realm is at the 9th level of the Star Sea realm. Confirm participation in the Domain Master level rankings. However, at this moment, a prompt sound came from the sky. Confirm. Xiao Han did not hesitate and spoke directly. After all, he was not here for vanity but to improve his own strength. Beep beep beep. Command received, starting to match players. Beep beep beep. Your current ranking is 5442. 51141. You will be matched with a player ranked 10 times higher. Please prepare yourself. After 2 consecutive notification sounds, Xiao Han immediately saw a cluster of light rapidly forming in front of him, and the method of forming this cluster of light was surprisingly the same as the way he used to reverse yin and yang to resurrect Delster. Hiss. This virtual universe actually relies on the operation of the cosmos to seemingly reshape a person. What level of ability is required to achieve such a feat? Xiao Han found it somewhat unbelievable. After all, in the entire virtual universe, the number of people who die and then instantly come back to life is beyond what numbers can describe. So many people have been resurrected, including those at the Realm Master level and even Eternal level powerhouses. The energy consumed must be absolutely immeasurable. After all, having personally resurrected someone, he truly understands the terrifying extent of such energy consumption. Regarding this, Xiao Han's view of the entire virtual universe was elevated by more than one level. Buzz. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, a middle-aged figure instantly appeared in front of Xiao Han. The middle-aged man held a giant hammer, standing at a height of several dozen meters. Of course, in terms of appearance, he also bore a great resemblance to the human race. However, the other party's realm is only at Domain Lord Realm level 1. Moreover, it seems they just broke through not long ago. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be at this ranking. It's actually a little spirit? The burly man opposite was momentarily stunned after seeing Xiao Han's realm. After all, while there are quite a few people at the Star Sea realm attempting to challenge the rankings, encountering one is definitely a rare occurrence. Stop talking nonsense. If you're going to make a move, do it quickly. Xiao Han didn't waste words with the other party and directly said to him. Hearing Xiao Han's words, the burly man's face instantly turned cold. Little brat, how dare you boast so shamelessly? Do you think you're some kind of genius in heavenly combat? Acting so arrogant, I'll show you the difference between a Domain Lord and a Star Sea realm. Speaking of this, the giant hammer in the big man's hand suddenly smashed toward Xiao Han, and the force carried by this strike instantly shattered the planets within billions of kilometers around. How boring. Xiao Han shook his head helplessly, then lightly pointed his fingertip at the big man's giant hammer. In the next moment, a terrifying power of flame erupted instantly from Xiao Han's hand. The scorching energy instantly burned the big man's giant hammer to ashes. Before the big man could react, the blazing aura directly enveloped him. Boom! With a roar, the burly man's figure instantly vanished into the starry sky. Countless destructive auras echoed throughout the surrounding starry sky. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the free soul power. Upgrade points plus 1 trillion. The physical strength of a Domain Lord at the first level is generally 100 trillion, and obtaining 1% of it allowed Xiao Han to gain 1 trillion.
This value is already quite impressive. It means that Xiaohan only needs to kill over 100 of this level to elevate his strength to the next tier. Of course, if it's a domain master at the peak level, killing one would grant 500 quintillion upgrade points. Thinking of this, Xiaohan naturally felt incredibly excited. Beep beep beep. Contestant Xiaohan has successfully defeated the opponent. Would you like to continue the challenge? And naturally, a prompt sound immediately appeared in the sky. Keep challenging. Xiaohan's lips slightly curved upward as he spoke directly to the void. Longtung Empire. It is the ruling empire of the advanced star system where the Milky Way is located. Possesses hundreds of trillions of intermediate galaxies, and the Milky Way is merely one incredibly tiny galaxy among them. Yenqing of the Longtung Empire is located at the center of the galaxy. Here floats a terrifying northern region spanning several light years in width. Countless races live in the northern region. This northern region has been named Dragon Soaring North. Due to the powerful anti-gravity devices, the gravity of the entire northern region is only 10 times that of Earth, which is merely the most basic gravity in the entire universe. At the same time, a powerful cosmic level formation firmly protects the entire northern region. Buzz. With a ripple of spatial fluctuation, Xiaohan's figure slowly appeared at the northern edge of Longting. Finally here, Xiaohan gazed at the northern land beneath his feet with a slight sense of emotion. It had been a week since he obtained the virtual universe connector, and during this week, he had immersed most of his consciousness in the virtual universe. After 7 days of continuous battles, Xiaohan directly made it into the top 100,000 of the Domain Lord rankings. At this ranking, Xiaohan discovered that almost all his opponents were top-tier combat geniuses from various empires. Moreover, their realms had all reached the terrifying limit of the Domain Lord level. Such a genius could directly annihilate even a slightly weaker world lord. However, Xiaohan, who is one major level lower, finds it difficult to improve further at this stage. Even so, it must be noted that each Domain Lord at the peak level can provide Xiaohan with a terrifying 100 billion upgrade points, and over these 7 days, Xiaohan has slain a full 100 peak Domain Lords. This means that Xiaohan now possesses a terrifying total of over 10 trillion billion upgrade points. Xiaohan looked down at Longting North, and at this moment, he had the thought that if he pushed his strength to the peak, he might be able to destroy this northern region. And this thought was not something Xiaohan came up with casually. System, enhance my overall strength. Xiaohan directly spoke to the system. Ding. Detected that the host's strength is about to reach Domain Lord level. Would you like to activate the system upgrade mode? At this moment, the system's notification sound made Xiaohan pause in surprise. System upgrade? Upgrade what? Xiaohan was a bit puzzled. The last system upgrade had standardized all his skills. What changes would this upgrade bring? Ding. Due to the host's upgrade points and power values being excessively large, making it inconvenient for the host to comprehend, the system will upgrade the method of attribute conversion. Moreover, once reaching the realm of a world lord or higher, the destructive power of physical strength will no longer be the focus. Instead, the emphasis will shift to the confrontation of the power of laws. Therefore, after this upgrade, the option to convert elemental power into the power of laws will be unlocked. The system's words made Xiaohan pause slightly, but after glancing at his upgrade points, the terrifying figure of 10 trillion was indeed difficult to calculate and remember. In that case, let's upgrade. Xiaohan nodded slightly. Ding. System upgrade initiated. After receiving Xiaohan's command, the system quickly started running. A progress bar instantly appeared on Xiaohan's Yi Yanqin. Under Xiaohan's watch, the progress bar began to slowly rise. 1 unit per minute? Wouldn't that take about 2 hours? Xiaohan was stunned but had no choice. Since that's the case, let's enter Longting North first. Thinking of this, Xiaohan tapped his foot and flew toward the nearest formation entrance. The entire Longting North, as the core of the Longting Empire, naturally had countless defenses. Of course, the minimum level of these defensive arrangements is that of high-level domain masters, so with Xiaohan's realm, not many people pay attention to him. The closest formation entrance to Xiaohan is a small area in the north that is not protected by the formation, with a diameter of several billion kilometers. Yet such a vast northern area appears extremely insignificant in front of the entire Longting North, because such formation entrances are scattered across the northern region of Longting, numbering in the millions. Tap tap. Xiaohan slowly descended onto this northern area, and in front of him was a massive Hongtier teleportation array. Countless warriors from other galaxies were heading toward the teleportation array. Everyone, line up. 10,000 people per batch. The teleportation fee is 1 mid-grade spirit stone per person. Those at the Domain Lord level and above are free of charge. At this moment, a loud voice echoed from the void. A peak Starsea realm expert appeared, accompanied by a team of mid to low-level Starsea realm experts, hovering in the void and observing the crowd coming and going. Beneath them was a storage chamber specifically designed to collect spirit stones. 1 mid-grade spirit stone per person was equivalent to the entire wealth of a void-breaking realm cultivator. Of course, anyone coming to the northern region of Longting from other galaxies must at least have reached the starry sky level in strength. Although it was painful, many still paid this one mid-grade spirit stone. After all, coming to the northern region of Longting might allow them to quickly earn back this money. Xiao Han's realm was at the 9th level of the Starsea realm, still a bit away from the domain lord level, so Xiao Han also tossed a mid-grade spirit stone into the storage compartment. And Xiao Han, who had paid the spirit stones, did not face any trouble from the guards. After all, this was a legitimate official force, and there wouldn't be any incidents like in novels where someone robs you just because they don't like you. Xiao Han then used the teleportation array and was directly transported to the northern region of Longting. Opening his eyes once again, Xiao Han found himself in a massive square. On this square, Xiao Han saw countless Han-tier teleportation arrays, as well as some Zhou-tier teleportation arrays in the inner circle. In the very center is a cosmic-level teleportation array. This cosmic-level teleportation array is the grand formation leading to the teleportation starfield of the Shuojin Cosmic Nation. Once there, Xiao Han can directly use the interstellar teleportation formation to head straight to the cosmic battlefield. Thinking of this, Xiao Han strode directly toward the cosmic-level teleportation array, and the tens of thousands of warriors who entered through other teleportation arrays along with him also flew toward the cosmic-level teleportation array. The lowest strength among these people is at the Starsea realm. After all, those below the Starsea realm cannot ride the interstellar teleportation array for free. What? Didn't they say going to the cosmic battlefield was free? Why do we have to pay? At this moment, a startled cry came from ahead. Xiao Han looked forward and saw tens of thousands of martial artists with grim expressions confronting a team of domain-level guards clad in battle armor stationed before the cosmic teleportation array. That's right, I checked on the official website. All teleportation arrays leading to the cosmic battlefield are supposed to be free. Are you pocketing the money for yourselves? Exactly, the cosmic battlefield is the last line of defense for our intelligent species, and yet you're blocking people from going there. Is there no justice left? Yeah, 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones for a single teleportation. This is going to drain us dry. The words of the hundreds of thousands of martial artists ahead instantly caused the expressions of the tens of thousands of Starsea realm martial artists beside Xiao Han to change. 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones? That's practically the entire fortune of a mid to high level Starsea realm martial artist. If it's all handed over, they probably won't be able to purchase enough resources even after reaching the cosmic battlefield. What made them even angrier was that some domain-level warriors were directly allowed to pass without paying a single cent. This was clearly extortion targeting them, the Starsea realm warriors. Xiao Ling, is this teleportation array free? Xiao Han asked Xiao Ling with some confusion. Yes, Master, these cosmic-level teleportation formations are all crafted by cosmic-level formation masters dispatched from top-tier galaxies and are allocated to be managed by various advanced galaxies. In other words, they have no right to collect money here. No right to collect money? Wouldn't that violate the regulations of the top-tier galaxies? Do they even have the guts for that? Xiao Han frowned and asked Xiao Ling. Yes, Master. This does violate the regulations of top-tier galaxies. However, many advanced galaxies take the risk of being punished and use the excuse of transmission maintenance fees to charge extra spirit stones. In fact, maintenance has always been carried out periodically by formation masters dispatched by top-tier cosmic nations. After all, the profit is actually enormous. The spirit stones collected in a year are enough to cover the military expenses of an advanced galaxy for an entire year. Xiao Ling's words slightly surprised Xiao Han. The profit was unexpectedly so substantial. No wonder these advanced galaxies are so bold. As for complaints, a group of Starsea realm people complaining about an advanced galaxy is, frankly, pointless. In the end, they might even be punished by the higher-ups of the advanced galaxy. Xiao Ling, if I end up clashing with the people of the Longting Empire over this matter, will the Shuojin Cosmic Nation intervene? At this moment, Xiao Han's lips curled slightly as he said something to Xiao Ling that left her somewhat bewildered. No, if the master has enough strength, even if the Dragon Soaring Empire is destroyed, the Shuojin Cosmic Nation would not intervene. After all, the Dragon Soaring Empire has always been complained about by other advanced star systems for its exorbitant teleportation fees. Other advanced star systems charge at most 10,000, 1,000, or even just a symbolic few hundred spirit stones. An empire, like the Dragon Soaring Empire, which charges 1,000,000 spirit stones at once, is rare even within the Shuojin Cosmic Nation. Previously, there was another empire that adopted the same approach, but its entire leadership was wiped out by an eternal-level powerhouse who happened to pass by and disapproved of their actions. Xiao Ling respectfully answered Xiao Han's question. With just a casual thought, her little head immediately figured out what Xiao Han was planning to do. Although a bit worried, Xiao Han's every decision would have her support. This is what their supporting spirits are meant to do. Great. In that case, I'll just harvest some upgrade points. The corners of Xiao Han's mouth lifted slightly, and in the next moment, he sped up directly toward the cosmic-level teleportation array. Xiao Han completely ignored the guards stationed in front of the teleportation array and leaped over them directly. However, Xiao Han's action
actions instantly enraged the guards stationed by the universe-level teleportation array. Kid, didn't you see the notice written here?
A cold voice came from within the group of guards. The next moment, a guard at the 4th level of Domain Lord wielded a weapon and charged at Xiao Han. It was obvious that he intended to make an example out of him. Every day, they had to deal with troublemakers, killing some and sparing others, so that these warriors would obediently pay the fees. Take action. However, Xiao Han's eyes turned cold. With a slight movement of his right hand, the next moment, a blue flame instantly erupted from Xiao Han's hand, shooting directly toward the tip of the guard's weapon. Buzz! In an instant, the blue flame swept across the guard's body. Put! The next moment, under the horrified gazes of countless people, the body of the defending general was instantly incinerated by this terrifying flame. Only countless ashes remained, scattering into the void. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a Domain Lord level 4 opponent and earning upgrade points. 40 billion upgrade points. At the same time, a system notification sound also echoed in Xiao Han's mind. Dead. So powerful. Isn't this person only at the 9th level of the Star Sea realm? How could he possibly kill a domain level commander? A genius with a heavenly grade talent? This kid is a genius with a heavenly grade talent. Shocked voices echoed from all around. It should be noted that only geniuses with low-level heavenly talent can kill a domain master with Star Sea realm strength. As for those with mid-level heavenly talent, they are capable of killing domain masters at the 7th or 8th level. Geniuses with high-level heavenly talent, however, can directly annihilate domain masters at their peak. Of course, to kill an ordinary world-level expert with Star Sea realm strength, only top-level heavenly geniuses can achieve this. And now, if Xiao Han uses the branches of the Yin-Yang divine tree along with the power of his domain, his strength can already reach the peak of the heaven rank. Of course, there is still quite a gap to the Saint Sun level. However, ordinary world lord level powerhouses would definitely not survive in front of Xiao Han. Previously, Xiaoling's assessment of Xiao Han's strength did not take into account the Yin-Yang branches. Even within the entire Shuojin universe nation, Xiao Han's strength is an incredibly formidable existence, let alone within the Longting Empire. After all, the strength of the Emperor of the Longting Empire is merely at the peak of the World Lord level. Kid, how dare you kill someone? At that moment, the guards who had just witnessed their comrade's death roared in fury. In the next instant, hundreds of Domain Lord level guards unleashed an unimaginably terrifying aura and charged toward Xiao Han. Not good. A Domain Lord level battle. Run quickly. Everyone who saw this scene immediately panicked. A Domain Lord level battle was absolutely not something people at the Star Sea realm could participate in. Even the slightest involvement would mean certain death for them. In an instant, all the Star Sea realm individuals fled toward the distance. Shall we act? Perfect. Xiao Han's lips curved slightly, and in the next moment, his hand moved slightly, causing the bloodthirsty mad blade to instantly appear in his grasp. In the next moment, an endless force of blood energy began to emanate from Xiao Han's body. This surge of blood energy caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. Flame Domain Blade Technique. Xiao Han calmly let out a low shout and slashed with the blade in his hand. In the next moment, an incredibly terrifying force of flames erupted around Xiao Han, instantly transforming into countless blade lights. The aura contained within these blade lights made the faces of the Domain Lord level guards instantly turn pale. Not good. This kid is no ordinary person. Run quickly, we can't hold him off. Hurry and notify General Long Xiao. I'll block him, you guys run quickly. Amidst the horrifying shouts, dozens of domain masters at the 7th or 8th level instantly launched powerful attacks toward Xiao Han. Meanwhile, hundreds of other guards hurriedly fled into the distance, attempting to escape. Trying to escape? Can you get away? Xiao Han sneered disdainfully, and with a sudden thought, the thousands of blade lights he had unleashed instantly vanished. Pu. Thousands of piercing sounds echoed directly into the void. The attacks originally aimed at Xiao Han instantly shattered, and at the same time, hundreds of domain-level guards were instantly reduced to countless fragments. Instant flash is quite useful. Xiao Han smiled and then looked at the massive vitality surging from these corpses. This vitality frantically poured into Xiao Han's body. Ding! Upgrade points obtained, 80 billion upgrade points. Ding! Acquired upgrade points, 64 trillion upgrade points. Ding! Acquired upgrade points, 32 trillion upgrade points. Ding! Acquired upgrade points, 16 trillion upgrade points. The system notification sounds echoed one after another in Xiao Han's mind. In just a moment, Xiao Han gained tens of quadrillions of upgrade points. The sheer number of these upgrade points is incredibly terrifying, enough to instantly elevate Xiao Han's strength to the domain master's limit. However, since the system is currently upgrading, Xiao Han wasn't in a hurry. Who dares to cause trouble in my Longting North? However, at this moment, a loud voice echoed from the sky, and the next instant, a terrifying pressure descended from above. Xiao Han felt that all the elemental forces around him were actually trembling slightly. Of course, Xiao Han's yin-yang power was a heavenly grade elemental force, but under the suppression of this inexplicable aura, it was somewhat difficult to wield. Is this the power of the laws?
Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, sensing the unusually active water elemental forces around him. It seems to be the power of the water law.
According to legend, the Grand General of the Dragon Empire, Long Xiao, is an exceptionally skilled master of the water law.
Seeing it today, it is indeed true. The corners of Xiao Han's mouth slightly curved upward.
There was not a trace of fear in his heart, even though he knew the opponent was a realm lord,
because the opponent's realm was merely at the second level of realm lord.
However, to avoid being suppressed by the opponent's aura, Xiao Han directly unleashed his domain power. Under the resistance of the domain power, the descending force of the water law was instantly isolated 100 meters away from Xiao Han.
The power of the domain is enough to rival the power of the laws.
Humph. At this moment, a cold snort echoed from the void, and immediately after, an elder clad in blood-red armor stepped out from the void.
With his single step forward, the surrounding space began to tremble violently, as if it might collapse in the next instant. Upon seeing Xiao Han's realm, the newcomer's pupils instantly contracted. Star Sea Realm, are you Xiao Han?
Long Xiao looked at Xiao Han with some disbelief. It must be noted that Xiao Han's name is incredibly famous throughout the Long Xiao Empire. Previously, Xiao Han was still the top of the Star Sea Realm. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, Xiao Han could instantly defeat so many domain-level powerhouses. I didn't expect that even a nobody like me could be remembered by General Long Xiao.
It's truly surprising. Xiao Han smiled faintly and said calmly.
At this moment, however, General Long Xiao frowned. If it were someone else, even at the domain master's limit, he would strike to kill. However, Xiao Han was somewhat special. After all, anyone who can reach the top of the rankings below the Starsea realm is a super powerhouse with heavenly level combat talent, and Xiao Han is also ranked first in the Starsea realm. This means that even if Xiao Han becomes a domain lord, his combat talent will still be at the earth level. Such a genius is a rarity in the entire empire, seen only once in tens of thousands of years.
However, Xiao Han killed the commander of the cosmic level transcendent formation.
You must know that the commander here represents the dignity of the royal family. Right now, Xiao Han is essentially slapping the royal family in the face. Originally, my Longting Empire intended to find you and nurture you greatly.
Unfortunately, you have now violated the empire's laws. Today, I, Long Xiao, will personally execute you to let all the geniuses in the world know that no matter how talented you are, if you haven't yet grown, you must not be arrogant. Long Xiao's words were powerful and resonant, but Xiao Han responded with a disdainful smile. In the end, the Longting royal family still refuses to admit their mistakes. It must be understood that even if this matter were to escalate to the top-tier star systems, Xiao Han would naturally be in the right. However, if Xiao Han were not powerful, even if he died today, it would have been in vain. Humph.
At this moment, Long Xiao let out a cold snort and moved instantly.
A pitch-black long blade appeared in his hand in an instant. The long blade was imbued with the endless power of water elemental laws. Primal water slash.
With a low shout, Long Xiao's blade thunderously slashed down toward Xiao Han. The surrounding void was shattered layer by this strike. The power of the laws is indeed formidable.
Unfortunately, I'm not one to be trifled with.
As Xiao Han said this, he let out a cold snort, and the bloodthirsty mad blade in his hand instantly erupted with a terrifying force of blood energy.
At the same time, the yin-yang tree branch instantly appeared on Xiao Han's neck.
Blood fury.
With a low shout, Xiao Han's entire body instantly erupted with a terrifying force of blood energy.
The force of blood energy directly dyed Xiao Han's long hair red. The force of blood energy frantically stimulated every inch of Xiao Han's physical cells, causing his physical strength to increase by dozens of times.
Xiao Han's aura instantly reached the limit of a domain master.
However, this was still far from enough.
Frenzy.
After another low shout, the trace of black, violent power within Xiao Han's bloodline instantly erupted from his body. The violent power exuded an endless aura of destruction.
These destructive auras made Xiao Han's aura become incomparably violent.
With every rise in Xiao Han's aura, Long Xiao's gaze revealed a trace of horror.
However, when Xiao Han's aura reached its peak, Long Xiao immediately showed an expression of disbelief. This kid is strange. No, I can't underestimate him.
Thinking of this, Long Xiao gripped his blade with both hands, and all the power of the water laws in his body frantically surged into his black longsword.
Dragon Roar Abyss Slash.
A low roar erupted from Long Xiao's mouth as he swung his blade once more. The speed of this slash was terrifying, instantly catching up to his previous original water slash. With just a slight graze, his original water slash dissipated into the void. Yet this dragon-like blade light continued to charge toward Xiao Han, ferocious like a menacing divine dragon, ready to tear him apart.
Supreme Domain, one slash to destroy gods.
And in the next moment, Xiao Han moved. The blood-drinking mad blade in his hand trembled violently, and in the next instant, his right hand swung out with a thunderous slash. A blade light, interwoven with black and red, surged forward like a blood moon in the night, crashing toward the dragon soul blade light formed by Long Xiao's water elemental law.
Boom!
In an instant, two blade lights collided together, and the next moment, a terrifying shockwave exploded directly. Long Xiao's expression changed as he tried to escape, but in the next moment, the shockwave directly swept across his body. body. Put! A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Long Zhao's mouth. His body instantly flew toward the distance like a beam of light. On the other side, Xiao Han was directly engulfed by the shockwave. However, having been prepared, Xiao Han immediately channeled all the power of yin and yang into the wooden carving of the yin-yang divine tree located at his neck. In the next instant, a shield formed by the power of yin and yang instantly enveloped a 100-meter radius around Xiao Han. Boom! And in the next moment, Xiao Han was completely submerged by the shockwave. The earth-shaking roar echoed across the entire northern region of Longting. Meanwhile, in the center of the northern region within the Longting dynasty, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. This is the aura of the dragon's roar. The middle-aged man abruptly stood up from the imperial throne, his gaze instantly piercing through several light-years toward the direction of the cosmic teleportation array. However, the scene he saw instantly changed his expression. Bastard! How dare you! A furious roar erupted from his mouth, and the next moment, Emperor Longting waved his hand, shattering the space ahead. His figure instantly rushed into the broken space. Before this, poof! Long Xiao was struck by the terrifying shockwave, instantly spitting out a mouthful of pitch-black blood, while his body was sent hurtling backward uncontrollably. Along the way, countless massive peaks were directly shattered one after another as his body collided with them. Eventually, his body was stopped by a mountain towering billions of meters high. However, even this mountain was half destroyed with just the residual force. Cough, cough. Who exactly is this kid to possess such a powerful attack? Long Xiao stared at the terrifying explosion core not far away. Within the core, an incomparably profound water element law was raging wildly, while there were also two forces merely elemental powers of violent energy and flame energy. Although these two forces are both earth-level elements, they are still just elemental powers, yet they managed to clash evenly with my water element law power. That kid seems to have been engulfed by the explosion. Looks like he's doomed. Even I would have no chance of survival if caught in that explosion. Long Xiao clearly felt Xiao Han being engulfed by the explosion. If he can survive this, then Xiao Han, at the Starsea realm, must truly defy the heavens. What a pity. If this kid hadn't killed those guards, perhaps he could have become a realm lord level powerhouse. With his talent, establishing a nation even larger than the Longting Empire wouldn't have been impossible. Long Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then slowly stood up. The aftermath of the impact had already shattered his internal organs, but fortunately, at his level, recovery was incredibly fast, and within just a few seconds, he was almost healed. Buzz! At this moment, a faint spatial fluctuation suddenly came from behind Long Xiao. Long Zhao's pupils instantly contracted, and he instinctively swung the long blade in his hand backward in a slash. Yin-Yang Divine Slash. However, a cold voice instantly came from behind Long Xiao, and at the same time, Long Xiao felt himself being enveloped by an aura of supreme power. The water elemental power around him unexpectedly lost all connection in an instant. Domain? Impossible. This is a domain. Long Xiao roared in his heart with extreme shock. Crack! However, the next moment, a terrifying black and white blade light instantly swept across Long Zhao's black long blade. This World Master level weapon was unexpectedly shattered in an instant by this terrifying attack. Although the black and white blade light was somewhat weakened, it still instantly pierced through Long Zhao's waist. Put! The black and white blade light directly passed through Long Zhao's body, slicing him in half at the waist. And where the blade's light swept through, the force capable of reversing yin and yang instantly enveloped Long Xiao entirely. At this moment, Long Xiao instantly knew he was doomed. Immediately after, Xiao Han's voice slowly appeared in front of Long Xiao. It's you! You actually didn't die. Long Xiao found it somewhat unbelievable, but thinking about how the other party had just appeared silently behind him, he came to terms with it. To appear silently behind a world lord like himself, there is only one possibility: the element of instant. The teleportation unleashed by the element of instant is far more precise and concealed than the spatial traversal of ordinary domain lords, world lords, or even eternal level powerhouses. Of course, I'm not dead. Your strength is far from enough to kill me. Xiao Han's right hand trembled slightly as he put away the bloodthirsty mad blade. Then, he calmly spoke to Long Xiao. As for Long Xiao, his life and death had long been reversed by the power of yin and yang. Now, he was merely experiencing a fleeting moment of vitality before death. Even if Xiao Han allowed him to attack, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Shhhhhshhh. Sure enough, following the rustling sounds, Long Zhao's began to slowly turn to sand. You've won, Xiao Han. Your strength is absolutely rare in the entire Shuojin universe nation. Unfortunately, before I died, I already sent the message to Emperor Longton. You have no hope of escaping now. However, being able to fight a genius like you, even in death, it was worth it. Long Xiao smiled faintly. The next moment, his head slowly turned into drifting sand and eventually dissipated into the void. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 2 world lord. Upgrade points gained, 80,000 quintillion. With Long Zhao's death, Xiao Han's upgrade points instantly increased by a full 80,000 quintillion. However, Long Zhao's words made Xiao Han frown. Xiao Han knew it was not suitable to stay here for long, so he immediately stepped forward to leave. Bastard!
sword. How dare you? At that moment, an enraged voice suddenly echoed from the void. Xiao Han instantly felt an overwhelming force of dark laws enveloping his surroundings. It's the Dragon Soar Realm Master taking action. The Dragon Soar Realm Master is naturally the founder of the Dragon Soar Empire, a terrifying powerhouse with the strength of an 8-star Realm Master. Xiao Han frowned, and in the next moment, the power of his domain erupted instantly, directly shattering the surrounding force of the dark laws. Go! Xiao Han's thoughts moved, and the next moment he transformed into a stream of light, rapidly fleeing into the distance. After escaping the range of the opponent's dark power, Xiao Han immediately teleported towards the cosmic level teleportation array. In an instant, Xiao Han arrived above the cosmic level teleportation array. It should be noted that this array is guarded by a built-in advanced cosmic level protection formation. Although Xiao Han and Long Zhao's recent attacks were terrifyingly powerful, they were unable to break through this formation. As Xiao Han reached the cosmic level teleportation array, he directly performed a formation hand seal, activating the entire teleportation array. Buzz! The next moment, the entire formation began to operate. Fortunately, this formation was originally open-ended. As long as the formation's level reached the cosmic tier, it could be activated. Although Xiao Han had not yet reached the strength of a cosmic tier formation master, he was not far from it. At the same time, due to Xiao Han's uniqueness, he easily activated this cosmic tier formation. Boy, do you think you can escape? At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a black dragon robe, exuding an aura of imperial majesty, appeared in the void. Watching Xiao Han, who was about to be teleported away, Long Tang waved his large hand, and a dark desolate beast roared out from his palm. The dark power contained within it was incredibly terrifying. If Xiao Han were struck, no matter how powerful he was, he would be doomed. Buzz! Just then, a ripple of spatial fluctuations suddenly emerged. At this moment, a wave of spatial fluctuations suddenly arrived. Xiao Han's figure instantly vanished from the formation. However, disappearing along with him was the dark desolate beast formed by the power of darkness. Boom! And at that moment, the spatial teleportation array instantly shattered into pieces. Consider yourself lucky to have escaped quickly, but with the teleportation array destroyed during the process, it will definitely trigger a void turbulence. Even eternal level powerhouses would fall in such turbulence. Let's see how you survive. The Dragon Emperor snorted coldly. However, when he looked at the shattered teleportation array, his head suddenly felt twice as heavy. Damn brat, I will find your clan and annihilate them all. How dare you cause me such a great loss? The Dragon Soaring Emperor was incredibly furious. It must be noted that within the Dragon Soaring Empire, there were already very few world-level experts, and under his command, there were only 2 or 3. Now, one of them had been directly killed by Xiao Han. Moreover, the cosmic level teleportation array had been destroyed, which meant he now had to personally fund the construction of a new cosmic level teleportation array. This expense was enough to leave the entire Dragon Soaring Empire struggling for billions of years, and all of this was brought by Xiao Han. If given the chance, he would absolutely tear Xiao Han into pieces. Pass down the order. Search with full force for any information about Xiao Han. Once found, a reward of 10 billion Longting coins will be given directly. The words of the Longting Emperor instantly spread throughout the virtual universe governed by the Longting Empire. Hundreds of millions of intermediate galaxies under its jurisdiction learned of this news within an hour. At the same time, the original message was to commend Xiao Han for becoming the first on the Starsea Realm rankings and to strongly support Xiao Han. The purpose, of course, was to lure Xiao Han's friends into believing it was true and betraying Xiao Han's information. 10 billion Longting coins. It's worth noting that the value of one Longting coin is equivalent to 1 trillion galactic coins. This amount of Longting coins is enough to make any domain lord or even world lord level powerhouse ecstatic. He doesn't believe that Xiao Han's friends or acquaintances can resist such temptation. 10 billion Longting coins, just to seek information about Xiao Han. Meanwhile, DXIN, who was in a mid-level star system not far from the Milky Way, frowned upon hearing this news. To be honest, even as a universe-level weapon refiner, he couldn't help but be envious of the 10 billion Longting coins. However, when he thought of Xiao Han's talent, he frowned. Rumor has it that just over an hour ago, someone caused a huge commotion in the Longting Empire, ultimately killing General Long Xiao. In the end, they escaped unscathed, despite being pursued by the Longting Emperor. Since then, the Longting Emperor issued this bounty. Could it be that the person who killed General Long Xiao is Xiao Han? When DXIN thought of this, his eyebrows immediately raised. Upon careful consideration, it really seemed like the only possibility. But if it's true, then this is a big deal. Just over a month ago, Xiao Han's strength was merely at the Starsea realm, and now he has already reached the terrifying Domain Lord level. Such a peerless genius, I absolutely cannot offend. 100 billion Longting coins? You need to stay alive to spend it. He was well aware of Xiao Han's growth speed. Letting him escape would mean that in the near future, the entire Longting Empire might face annihilation. As for himself, no matter how capable he was, there was no way he could escape the other party's pursuit. DXIN instantly opened
opened his virtual account at the thought and sent all the information about Xiaohan being wanted to him, reminding him to be careful. After all, to please the other party, one must show some goodwill. If someone betrayed Xiaohan and Xiaohan vented his anger on him, wouldn't that be an unjust death? Fortunately, I asked for Xiaohan's account last time, otherwise, if I got implicated, I wouldn't even know how I died. Being able to kill a realm lord means that Xiaohan's strength can instantly crush him, not to mention when Xiaohan returns after completing his training in the future. By the way, someone in the Milky Way must know about Xiaohan's whereabouts. No, I have to hurry to the Milky Way. What if they really believe it? Thinking of this, DXIN immediately teleported to the Milky Way. Since he had decided to win Xiaohan's favor, he naturally had to show something. Right now, he was gambling that the person who killed the realm lord and then escaped was Xiaohan, and that Xiaohan had enough potential to return in a short time and kill Longtongue Emperor. If he lost, the result was self-evident. He would be implicated and killed along with the Milky Way. If he wins, based on his understanding of Xiaohan, there is an 80 to 90% chance that Xiaohan will offer him some benefits in the future, and the benefits from such a powerful figure might give him hope of becoming a realm master. However, in his mind, the odds of him winning the bet were extremely high. Feeling delighted, he swiftly headed toward the galactic star region, breaking through the void. However, what he didn't know was that once he arrived at the galactic star region and saw Xiaohan's statue, his entire life would be forfeited. Time went back to an hour ago. Buzz! The cosmic teleportation array activated directly with a wave of spatial fluctuation. In the next moment, Xiaohan's figure instantly vanished into the void. Roar! However, a roaring wild beast was also transported into the spatial tunnel along with the teleportation array. Damn! Xiaohan cursed speechlessly, quickly setting up his domain and utilizing the power of Yin and Yang to frantically defend himself. However, in the next moment, he was swallowed whole by the desolate beast formed from the power of the dark laws. In the next moment, the desolate beast instantly radiated endless brilliance and directly exploded. Boom! With a deafening roar, the terrifying power from the explosion of the dark desolate beast instantly shattered the surrounding space tunnel. The teleportation array also shattered, and Xiaohan's blood-soaked body appeared in the void. The surrounding spatial turbulence, already chaotic from the explosion, instantly became incredibly violent. Damn it, I don't want to die here. Xiaohan roared furiously, and in the next moment, all the power within his body erupted wildly, fully channeling the trace of teleportation energy within him. But a miracle happened. Under the guidance of the power of teleportation, a spatial rift unexpectedly appeared beneath Xiaohan's feet. No one knew where this rift led, but Xiaohan knew it was his only chance for survival. If I die, so be it. It's better than waiting for death here. With this thought, Xiaohan mustered his last ounce of strength and charged into the spatial rift. The moment he emerged from the spatial rift, Xiaohan lost all consciousness. Within the territory of the Star Beast clan, Northern Divine Dragon, the universe is divided into three major factions: the Star Beast clan, the Intelligent Races, and the Heavenly Demon clan. Among the Star Beast clan, one of the most powerful races is the Divine Dragon clan. By a stroke of coincidence, Xiaohan arrived at the core area of the Northern Divine Dragon after passing through the teleportation array. At that moment, a small dragon with blue-green scales and a round, chubby body was hopping and playing joyfully in the forest. I am a little green dragon, I have many little secrets, but I won't tell you, I won't. Ah! With a childish cry, the little green dragon tripped over Xiaohan, who had been unconscious for over a month. Io, it hurts so much. Little Qinglong pitifully touched its own head. It was a western giant dragon, but still a member of the Divine Dragon clan. At this moment, Xiaohan's figure instantly caught little Qinglong's attention. She quickly sniffed with her little nose and discovered that Xiaohan was not a divine dragon. Ha! Why does this thing look so much like Mom after she transformed? Could it be the legendary intelligent race? The little green dragon's eyes lit up as soon as it saw Xiaohan. It knew that intelligent races rarely appeared in the territory of the Starbeast clan, otherwise, 9 times out of 10, they would end up as food or slaves. Seems like he's injured, but Mom said that many intelligent races are very bad. I wonder if he's like that too. Out of curiosity, the little green dragon used its chubby paw to pick up a small twig and poke Xiaohan with it. After realizing that Xiaohan was motionless, little green dragon immediately felt relieved. That's right, Dehe and the others all have pets, but I don't. I'll take this back, get it healed, and show them that I, too, have a pet. Thinking of this, little green dragon immediately flapped her tiny wings with a puff-puff sound, lifting her round little body into the air. Right after, she grabbed Xiaohan's clothes and hoisted him up. Wow, so heavy. Little Qinglong's chubby face immediately turned sour, but when she thought about being admired by Dehe and the others while carrying her own pet, she suddenly felt her body filled with strength. Immediately, little Qinglong's fleshy wings began to flap rapidly, carrying Xiaohan toward the distance. Fortunately, this is the territory of their branch of the Divine Dragon, and there are no other star beasts around. Even if there are, they are their subordinates. It should be noted that little Azure Dragon possesses the pure bloodline of the Divine Dragon clan. According to Yanxia's records, the Divine Dragon focuses focuses on the physical body, while the appearance of the divine dragon recorded in the West emphasizes the divine soul. Upon deeper analysis, each actually has its own advantages and disadvantages. However, there is not much difference in strength. As a member of the pure-blooded divine dragon clan, Little Azure Dragon's status in the Wisdom Alliance is far higher than that of the royal family of the Dragon Soaring Empire, because her parents are both experts above the realm master level. The Demon Dragon Divine Dynasty is the territory of the Demon Dragon clan, located north of the Divine Dragon, spanning nearly thousands of light years in size. There are over 100 million dragons with the pure bloodline of the Divine Dragon clan. It is worth noting that adult members of the pure-blooded Divine Dragon clan are powerful realm-level experts. However, Little Azure Dragon is an exception, as her father is a green dragon, and he is also from the Eastern Divine Dragon clan. However, since Little Green Dragon was born, she has never seen her father. However, because Little Green Dragon possesses pure bloodline, her status is the same as that of the ordinary Divine Dragon clan, and it was in her own backyard garden that Little Green Dragon found Xiaohan. Little Green Dragon's home is actually a cave with an entrance thousands of kilometers high. Of course, the interior decoration of this cave is excellent, no less than that of an ordinary castle. It's just that dragons are already accustomed to living in caves. Mom, look what I brought back. The Little Green Dragon, sweating profusely, carried Xiaohan and flew to the threshold of the cave, which was hundreds of kilometers high. Even just the threshold took a lot of effort for the Little Green Dragon. Oh, what did Little Treasure bring back that's making him so happy? At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in black elegant attire flew out from the cave. She was none other than Little Azure Dragon's mother, Karina. However, upon seeing Xiaohan, the woman's brows immediately furrowed. Intelligent species. Karina's current appearance is exactly the same as the form taken by the mother of the Little Green Dragon after transforming. Any star beast that cultivates to the domain master level gains the ability to transform, but the transformation cannot be shaped according to one's own will and can only be left to fate. However, if you are considered a great beauty among star beasts, your transformed appearance will also be that of an exceptional beauty. On the other hand, if even your fellow star beasts find you unappealing, your transformed appearance will only be that of an ugly one. Yes, I found it on the back mountain. I'm planning to make it my pet. Then I'll make Dehei and the others see me in a new light. Little Green Dragon said this while fiercely waving her small fist. Clearly, the Dehei she mentioned often bullied her. Karina listened to Little Bao's words and helplessly shook her head. She quickly placed her hand on Xiaohan's forehead. Excessive mental energy consumption, and there's a spatial mark on her body. She must have been unintentionally transported here. However, for someone at the 9th level of the Star Sea realm to survive the chaotic turbulence of an uncontrolled space, her fortune is truly extraordinary. Karina slowly withdrew her hand, then flipped her right hand, and a bracelet appeared in her palm. In the next moment, the bracelet flew directly onto Xiaohan's hand and fixed itself there. Immediately after, Karina placed a pill into Xiaohan's mouth. Little Bao, you can certainly take him in, but you must remember, never take off this bracelet, Karina gently said to Little Bao. Little Bao was overjoyed upon hearing this. Hee, now I have a pet too. That's wonderful. The excited Xiao Bao happily jumped around Xiaohan. His injury will take a few more days to heal. During this time, Xiao Bao, you must take good care of him, Karina said to Xiao Bao with a smile, then gently waved her hand. Xiaohan was promptly sent to a room inside the cave. Little Bao hurriedly ran over, wagging his tail in excitement. Seeing Little Bao so happy, Karina also smiled faintly. This child's talent is remarkable. Becoming a realm master in the future won't be an issue. With his protection, even if I'm not around, Little Bao's safety will be assured. Thinking of this, Karina gazed toward the distant starry sky. Xingyun, when will you finally find a way to resolve Xiaobao's constitution? It's already been 1,000 years. Karina's gaze held a hint of expectation. Little Qinglong, being a descendant of both the Qinglong clan and the Molong clan, is naturally endowed with the power of destruction and the power of Xuanmu. Both are earth-level elemental forces, but one primarily focuses on destruction while the other on creation. The two forces restrain each other, and as a result, for a full 1,000 years, the Little Green Dragon has not embarked on the path of cultivation. This is because once it begins, the awakening of the two elemental powers would ultimately lead to its death from the clash of these forces. The Little Green Dragon's father discovered this issue when the Little Green Dragon was still an egg, so he left the territory to search for a solution on the cosmic battlefield. Fortunately, dragons have long lifespans, and 1,000 years is merely their juvenile stage. At this moment, however, Xiaohan's consciousness was engulfed in complete darkness. Here, where exactly is this? Endless void, endless darkness. Xiaohan felt his surroundings but was unable to leave this place. At this moment, the pill that Karina had fed Xiaohan instantly dissolved within his body. At the same time, Xiaohan, whose consciousness was in endless darkness, suddenly felt a burst of light appear in front of him. An exit. Xiaohan's consciousness instantly regained a trace of clarity from its confusion, and in the next moment, his consciousness rushed directly out through this gap.
It's been 2 days already. Why hasn't he woken up yet? Could he be dead?
Little Bao stayed by Xiao Han's side for 2 days, scratching her little head helplessly as she watched Xiao Han still unconscious.
Cough, cough, cough.
However, at this moment, a series of violent coughing sounds suddenly reached Little Bao's ears. Little Bao's eyes lit up instantly, and she excitedly leaned her chubby little face closer. Where is this place? Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes, only to find that this seemed to be a luxurious room. That's right, wasn't I swallowed by the chaotic void? Could it be that I've been transported to a civilized planet? In just an instant, Xiao Han recalled what had happened to him before. However, at that moment, a dragon's head with a tiger-like demeanor curiously looked over at him.
Xiao Han was startled.
Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small dragon.
Xiao Han suddenly had a bad feeling. Wow, you're finally awake. If you didn't wake up soon, I would have thought you were dead. If you died, I wouldn't have a pet anymore.
Xiao Qinglong immediately said to Xiao Han excitedly.
Xiao Han, pet?
Hearing these two words and then looking at Xiao Qinglong's appearance, Xiao Han suddenly had a bad feeling.
Damn it, I've fallen into a dragon's nest and been treated as a pet.
Xiao Han glanced at the beast-taming ring in his hand and was instantly speechless. Of course, he had seen this thing before, especially since he had often fought against people with beast pets in the virtual universe. Moreover, the beast-taming ring is not exclusively used by intelligent races. Even the more intelligent members of the Star Beast clan use it to find bodyguards for their offspring.
So, does this mean he has now become this little creature's pet? System, is the upgrade complete?
Xiao Han ignored the astonished look of his little green dragon and started talking to the system.
Ding.
The system was upgraded a month ago, but the host's soul was severely damaged at the time, making it impossible to contact the host. The system's words were transmitted to Xiao Han's mind at the same time.
Severely injured soul? It seems I overexerted myself when I unleashed all my power at the end.
Xiao Han nodded slightly. After all, being able to escape from the chaotic void turbulence, such a price was already insignificant. It must be noted that under normal circumstances, even if Xiao Han's strength were to rise by another major realm, he would still face certain death.
Dragon Emperor, since you let me survive, the moment I return will be the moment of your death.
A trace of fierce light instantly flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. The little green dragon beside him was immediately startled by Xiao Han and quickly hid to the side.
Why is this person so fierce?
Scared me to death. The little green dragon peeked at Xiao Han from the corner, somewhat worried that he might come to hit her. System, tell me about the changes after your upgrade. Xiao Han immediately started speaking to the system.
Ding.
This time, the upgrade has brought the following main changes, with the most significant being the alteration in the division of the host's power. However, these changes can only be seen after the host upgrades all skills, martial techniques, and attributes to the domain master level.
The system's calm electronic voice sounded again. Xiao Han immediately nodded upon hearing it. Then let's upgrade first.
Xiao Han directly said to the system.
Ding.
Beginning to elevate the host's realm. Please prepare. With the sound of a system notification, Xiao Han instantly felt his physical strength and soul power begin to surge wildly. All his martial skills, talents, and physique were being rapidly enhanced at this moment. In just an instant, all of Xiao Han's attributes were elevated by a level, directly reaching the domain master level. In the next moment, all his techniques and martial skills were simultaneously upgraded to the domain master level. But something completely unexpected happened to Xiao Han.
Boom!
As soon as Xiao Han's powers of Yin Yang, Instant Force, Berserk Force, Flame Force, and several other elemental forces instantly upgraded to the domain master level, Xiao Han suddenly found his consciousness blasted into a void space. Where is this place? Xiao Han frowned slightly as he looked at the boundless void around him. Beneath Xiao Han's feet, there was a vast blue ocean. In this vast ocean, Xiao Han unexpectedly felt his own mental fluctuations.
This is my sea of consciousness. Xiao Han was stunned.
This wasn't the first time he had paid attention to his sea of consciousness, but this time was different from all the previous ones. After all, this time, his entire consciousness had entered the sea of consciousness. Xiao Han had never heard of such a situation before. Of course, it might also be due to his limited experience. Buzz. However, at this moment, Xiao Han suddenly felt waves of fluctuations frantically transmitting down from above him. Looking up, Xiao Han instantly discovered several massive spheres of light floating in the sky above him.
The largest among them was a black and white Taiji sphere, radiating profound yin-yang energy.
On the other side was an incomparably dark sphere of light, emanating a force of fury.
This was the embodiment of Xiao Han's force of fury.
At the same time, there was also a sphere of light with the power of blue flames, and a transparent sphere of light with the power of swiftness. These were the main elemental forces Xiao Han currently possessed.
That's not right.
Previously, I saw these elemental forces freely flowing in the void in a gaseous state, never condensing like this before. Xiao Han, who saw this, was a bit surprised. However, he suddenly remembered that the system had mentioned earlier that after the system upgrade, the elemental forces could be upgraded to the power of laws. Thinking of this, Xiao Han immediately looked at these elemental forces in the sky with some anticipation.
Buzz.
At this this moment, waves of fluctuations came once again, and Xiaohan instantly noticed that countless runes emerged on each of the 4 massive light spheres. None of these runes were identical. Moreover, the aura emitted by the runes on each different elemental light sphere is completely distinct. As these runes emerged, the entire elemental light sphere was instantly compressed dozens of times. Buzz! Immediately afterward, another wave of runes emerged, and the elemental light sphere was compressed once again. This repeated compression directly reduced these elemental light spheres to the size of a fist. Snap! Snap! Suddenly, the sound of shattering reached Xiaohan's ears. Snap! Snap! Suddenly, the sound of shattering reached Xiaohan's ears. Xiaohan's pupils slightly contracted. He knew the main event was about to begin. Thinking of this, Xiaohan's gaze instantly turned toward the cracked elemental light spheres in the sky. Each light sphere revealed tiny cracks, with rays of light emanating from within them. At the same time, the runes that emerged also receded back into hiding. Puff puff puff! For consecutive explosive sounds instantly reached Xiaohan's ears, and simultaneously, several light spheres burst open. Countless fragments of elemental light spheres directly turned into scattered points of light, disappearing into the sky. After these fragments shattered, the core parts left behind 4 crystal-clear diamond-shaped crystals. One is black and white, one is completely black, another is azure blue, and the last one is transparent. Each of these 4 crystals has a uniquely shaped rune engraved on it. Xiaohan instantly recognized that this rune was one of the countless runes that had previously floated out. However, only one rune, which appears to have the simplest structure, is now emerging. Ding! Congratulations to the host, all elemental powers have successfully upgraded to the power of laws. Simultaneously, they have successfully condensed into a law crystal. The current strength of the law crystal is 1 law rune. At this moment, the system's notification sound instantly transmitted into Xiaohan's mind. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Xiaohan immediately felt a powerful force directly eject his consciousness from his sea of awareness. Regaining consciousness again, Xiaohan found himself still sitting on the bed. Not far away, the little green dragon was startled again when it saw Xiaohan open his eyes once more. So it turns out he was condensing a law crystal earlier. Xiaohan raised an eyebrow, and the next moment, he immediately felt 5 different forces of law swirling around him. These forces of law were incredibly easy to control under Xiaohan's command. It can be said that its power is more than 100 times stronger than the previous elemental force. Ding! All attribute tables have been updated. Please explore more functions on your own, host. At this moment, a system notification sound also echoed in Xiaohan's mind. Xiaohan quickly opened his attribute table, and this time, the attribute table has undergone a significant change once again. Attribute table. Name, Xiaohan. Race, human race. Martial realm, domain master, 1st level. Supreme domain, 3rd level, 0/10. Strength bonus, 1000x. Physique, berserk body, heavenly grade, 1,000,000. Profession, low-level cosmic alchemist, 0 out of 10. Low-level cosmic array master, 0 out of 10. Dragon power, 1. Dragon speed, 1. Dragon soul, 1. Cultivation method, yin-yang sacred cannon, heaven grade, domain lord low level, 0 out of 10. Combat technique, blade technique, domain lord low level, 0 out of 10. Skills, flame domain divine slash, heaven grade, domain lord low level, 0 out of 10. 9 heavens thunderling step, heaven grade, domain lord low level, 0 out of 10. Nation shaking the heavens, heaven grade, domain lord low level, 0/10. Destiny divine calculation, heaven grade, domain lord low level, 0 out of 10. Crimson flame blade technique, heaven grade, domain lord low level, 0 out of 10. Yin-yang divine slash, heaven grade, domain lord low level, 0 out of 10. Laws of power, law of flame, earth grade, 1 rune of law, 0/10. Law of yin-yang, heaven grade, 1 rune of law, 0/10. Law of fury, earth grade, 1 rune of law, 0/10. Law of instant, earth grade, 1 rune of law, 0/10. Equipment, yin-yang divine dragon armor, heaven tier, cosmic tier low level, 0 out of 10. Bloodthirsty blade, heaven tier, cosmic tier low level, 0 out of 10. Storage ring, heaven tier, cosmic tier low level, 0 out of 10. Enhancement upgrade points, 2700. Looking at his infinitely shrinking attributes, Xiaohan was a bit dumbfounded. System, aren't you going to explain? Xiaohan looked at this attribute table, feeling a bit frustrated and confused. Xiaohan could still guess what 1 dragon's power meant, but he was completely baffled by the rest. Ding! The host's current realm has already reached domain master, so all martial techniques, cultivation methods, and so on have been upgraded to the heavenly rank. The next upgrade to the saint rank will occur after the host's strength reaches eternity. However, the power of the laws can only be enhanced to the earth level at most. To reach the heaven level, the host must comprehend the power of heaven level laws on their own. The system's first explanation immediately made Xiaohan's eyes light up. Heaven level items are incredibly rare resources throughout the entire universe. Originally, he had obtained the intermediate virtual universe connector to see if he could be matched with some super powerful individuals possessing heaven level martial techniques. If successful, he could learn from them to enhance his own strength. This time, the system directly upgraded all his martial techniques, cultivation methods, and weapons to the heaven level, which means that his current combat talent has undoubtedly reached the level of a saint's son. Ding! The second change is that the host's physical strength, speed, and soul power will now be calculated using the flying dragon method. In the universe, the power of the dragon race is the most standard measure. Flying dragons are a relatively pure-blooded branch of the dragon race, and their strength upon reaching adulthood is at Domain Lord level 1. Moreover, their power, speed, and soul force are all the most standard Domain Lord level 1, so the method of calculating strength in the universe is based on the power of flying dragons. Correspondingly, the host's upgrade points are enhanced to strengthening upgrade points at a standard ratio of 110 quadrillion. Strengthening an upgrade point is equivalent to 100 quintillion upgrade points, convenient for the host's future calculations. Other upgrade methods remain unchanged, but all of the host's upgrade points now appear reduced. This is merely to make it easier for the host to remember. The system slowly explained the changes to the attribute table, and the system's explanation made Xiao Han nod slightly. By the way, system, is there any difference in the strength of the power of laws? Xiao Han asked curiously. Currently, all of his elemental powers had been elevated to the level of condensing the power of laws, but Xiao Han still had little understanding of the power of laws. Ding! The strength of the power of laws depends not only on the quality of the power of laws but also on the number of law runes. 4 powers of laws with the same number of law runes, naturally, the higher the quality, the greater the power. 4 powers of laws of the same quality, the greater the number of law runes, the stronger the power of laws. For experts above the realm master level, their strength is actually divided based on the number of laws. A single law rune corresponds to the weakest level of a world lord's first tier. 2 runes correspond to the second tier, and 4 runes to the third tier. By analogy, reaching the 10th tier requires 512 units of law power. Above the 10th tier lies the world lord's limit. The limit for a realm lord is at least 1,000 law runes, with a maximum of up to 100,000 law runes. As long as the number of law runes exceeds 3,000, one can choose whether to break through to the eternal level. However, the success rate is only 30%. Afterward, for every additional 1,000 law runes, the corresponding success rate will increase by 10%. The system's words made Xiao Han nod slightly. I see, so that means I can now kill the weakest world lord relying solely on the power of laws. I see, so that means I can now kill the weakest world lord relying solely on the power of laws. Xiao Han felt a surge of emotion at this thought. The power of this law was indeed formidable. Ding! Not only that, the yin-yang law power formed by the combination of the host's yin law and yang law is an incredibly powerful heaven tier law power. It is on the same level as the laws of death, destruction, life, and heaven and earth. Therefore, the host can annihilate even the weakest 6th or 7th level realm lords using just a single law rune of yin-yang law power. The system's words immediately made Xiao Han realize that he seemed to have underestimated the power of the yin-yang laws of the heavenly rank. But system, according to what you said, wouldn't it mean that in the future, I only need to upgrade one type of strength and law power? Suddenly, Xiao Han thought that this law power is determined by the number of runes, which means that even if his strength increases tenfold, his law power wouldn't improve much. Overall strength would only increase tenfold. Even if the law power is raised to the corresponding level, the strength wouldn't improve, which essentially means that out of the 2 power systems, he only needs to enhance one, making it completely unnecessary to upgrade the other. Ding! It's not like that. The strength of the power of laws is still limited by strength. If the strength is too weak, merely unleashing the power of laws could lead to the host's death. It's like a child holding a sniper weapon. The recoil alone could shatter their shoulder. Similarly, if the host's power of laws is too low, no matter how powerful, it would be difficult to surpass those of the same rank. After all, the power of laws is the primary combat method of experts above the realm master level. Additionally, let me inform the host of some news. The more laws of power you comprehend, the greater the benefits after becoming an eternal level powerhouse. These benefits will absolutely influence the host's future development, and this influence is something even the system will find difficult to compensate for. The system quickly responded to Xiao Han's question as usual. After listening, Xiao Han nodded slightly, but the system's final reminder made his eyes light up. The more laws of power, the greater the benefits, and even the system can't make up for the gap? It seems I need to gather more elemental forces as my laws of power. Anyway, my strength allows me to kill above my level, and I don't lack upgrade points, so I'll just collect all the laws of power first. Thinking of this, Xiao Han touched his chin. As for the consumption issue, at worst, he could go to the virtual universe later and unleash a wave of slaughter. But since the power of the laws is so strong, and I still have 2,700 enhancement upgrade points, system, use them all to upgrade my strength. With this thought, Xiao Han immediately commanded the system. Ding! Command accepted, beginning to elevate the host's realm. As the system's prompt sounded, Xiao Han instantly felt the power of the laws within his body begin to surge crazily once again, and the speed of this this surge was incredibly fast. A mysterious and warm current instantly erupted within Xiao Han's body. These warm currents began to surge madly into Xiao Han's body. These forces began to crazily transform Xiao Han's and soul power within his body. With every inch of skin or trace of soul power it passed through, Xiao Han could feel his soul and undergoing earth-shattering changes. At the same time, countless memories also flooded into Xiao Han's mind. These memories were all about the usage and techniques of countless martial skills and cultivation methods. Xiao Han's consciousness seemed to have entered an endless dark space, where he frantically enhanced all his martial skills and cultivation methods. Meanwhile, the elemental forces within his sea of consciousness also began to rapidly solidify under the flow of the warm current. Xiao Han could feel that he could unleash even greater power from these elemental forces. As time passed second by second, all of Xiao Han's strength reached an unprecedented level of improvement. Not only the body, but also the soul and every other aspect. Eventually, as time slowly passed, the streams of warmth within Xiao Han's body began to gradually subside. And as these streams of warmth subsided, Xiao Han immediately felt the terrifying power contained within his flesh. Crack, crack, crack. Xiao Han casually moved his body and heard a series of crisp sounds emanating from within. The sound waves produced by these crisp sounds caused the surrounding space to tremble. Attribute table. Name, Xiao Han. Race, human race. Martial realm, domain master, level 8. Supreme domain, level 5, 0/1000. Strength boost, 1000x. Physique, berserk body, heaven tier, 0/1000000. Profession, cosmic rank advanced alchemist, 0 out of 1000. Cosmic rank advanced array master, 0 out of 1000. Dragon power, 333. Dragon speed, 333. Soul of the flying dragon, 333. Cultivation method, Yin Yang sacred cannon, heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0 out of 1000. Combat technique, blade technique, domain lord advanced, 0/1000. Skills, flame domain divine / heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0/1000. 9 heavens thunderling step, heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0 out of 1000. Nation shocking sky, heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0/1000. Destiny divine calculation, heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0 out of 1000. Crimson flame blade technique, heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0 out of 1000. Yin Yang divine / heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0 out of 1000. Power of laws, flame law, earth rank, 100 law runes, 0/10,000. Yin Yang law, heaven rank, 100 law runes, 0/10,000. Berserk law, earth rank, 100 law runes, 0/10,000. Instant law, earth rank, 100 law runes, 0/10,000. Equipment, Yin Yang divine dragon armor, heavenly rank, advanced cosmic rank, 0 out of 1000. Bloodthirsty mad blade, heavenly rank, advanced cosmic rank, 0 out of 1000. Storage ring, heavenly rank, advanced cosmic rank, 0 out of 1000. Enhancement upgrade points, 1. This upgrade almost allowed Xiao Han to leap across an entire major rank. Now, Xiao Han can instantly kill an ordinary peak realm lord solely by relying on the power of laws. Phew! With such strength, perhaps I now have a slight ability to protect myself in the universe. Xiao Han smiled faintly and then slowly stood up. At this moment, the little green dragon in front of Xiao Han was startled when it saw him stand up. However, remembering that it had the beast taming ring given by its mother, the little green dragon immediately grew bolder and flew toward Xiao Han. You, hello, my name is Xiao Bao. Xiao Qinglong swallowed nervously and said to Xiao Han, was it you who saved me? Xiao Han looked at the chubby Xiao Bao in front of him and immediately said with a smile, dragons, they are indeed a rare sight within the alliance of intelligent races. Little Bao found you at the back mountain, are your injuries all healed? Little Bao was somewhat scared. After all, the adult dragons in the clan often said that intelligent races frequently captured dragon babies to use as food, which was terrifying. I am naturally healed. For your life-saving kindness, I will repay you if the opportunity arises. Xiao Han smiled faintly and then directly grasped the beast taming ring with his left hand. Crack! In the next moment, with the sound of shattering, this peak-level cosmic beast taming ring was instantly crushed under Xiao Bao's stunned gaze. You're not under control. No, that's impossible. Little Bao was truly scared this time. Xiao Han could actually break free from the control of the beast taming ring, which meant that when Mom wasn't home, she could only obey Xiao Han's orders. This little thing trying to control me? Not even close. Xiao Han looked at the terrified little Bao and couldn't help but smile helplessly. It's just that I haven't improved my strength. This peak-level cosmic-grade beast ring that can control a domain master at its peak can't control me, let alone the current me. Looking at little treasure timidly curling into a ball, Xiao Han reached out and touched the little one's head. Don't worry, you saved me, I won't hurt you. By the way, where is this place? After pinching the chubby dragon face, Xiao Han felt that dragons were quite fun and began to ponder whether to take one back as a pet. Xiao Bao felt a sudden sense of relief upon hearing Xiao Han's words. This is the northern divine dragon territory territory, the land of our Western Demon Dragon clan.
You are in my home now.
Seeing that Xiao Han truly seemed to have no ill intentions toward him, Xiao Bao immediately began chattering away with Xiao Han. From Xiao Bao's words, Xiao Han gradually came to understand his own situation.
Damn, have I just entered a dragon's nest?
Xiao Han felt a bit troubled. The Demon Dragon clan Xiao Han naturally knew about them from the information Xiao Ling had mentioned before. The Western Demon Dragon clan is one of the more powerful branches among the hundreds of subclans within the Divine Dragon clan.
Dragons like to live in clusters.
Just in this one dragon valley with Xiao Bao and the others, there are thousands of demon dragons. Just the most powerful dragon king of this small branch of thousands of demon dragons has already reached the terrifying eternal level. In other words, it is basically impossible for Xiao Han to leave the northern Divine Dragon region right now. Thinking of this, Xiao Han felt a bit helpless, as he was still waiting to go back and take revenge.
It seems I can only stay here temporarily and leave after my strength improves.
Thinking of this, Xiao Han's gaze fell on the shattered beast ring on the ground. Roar! However, at this moment, a dragon's roar echoed in from outside the cave entrance.
Ha, it's Mom's voice. Brother Xiao Han, my mom is back.
Hearing the voice of his dragon mother, Xiao Bao was instantly excited. Although he had grown quite close to Xiao Han, the fear of intelligent races instilled in him since childhood still lingered in his heart. Xiao Han frowned slightly and then tapped his fingertip, instantly repairing the beast taming ring on the ground and putting it on his wrist.
Xiao Bao, don't tell Mom that brother Xiao Han just took off the beast taming ring. As long as you keep quiet, this lollipop is yours. Xiao Han smiled as he took out a reinforced lollipop from his storage ring. Item, lollipop. Rank, Void Breaker. Grade, Earth Grade. Skill, Desert Attraction. Possesses great allure for juvenile creatures. As soon as the lollipop was taken out, Xiao Bao's eyes lit up. Alright, this baby is a good kid who keeps secrets and won't say a word. After saying that, Xiao Bao quickly caught the lollipop handed by Xiao Han and carefully took a bite. She didn't even pay attention to the fact that her own dragon mother had returned. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave, and the next instant, a graceful woman in a long black robe slowly walked in. And she is Karina. Karina's pupils suddenly contracted when she saw Xiao Bao next to Xiao Han.
You woke up. Karina frowned because she noticed that Xiao Han's injuries were completely healed, which was somewhat unbelievable. After all, Xiao Han's injuries could only recover this quickly if he were a super genius who had comprehended the laws of life, and she naturally didn't know that while Xiao Han's strength was improving, the system would automatically repair all of Xiao Han's injuries.
Yes, she's awake. Xiao Han smiled faintly.
Karina's strength was at the limit of a realm master, and Xiao Han glanced at her law runes, which numbered over 1,000. Although she was powerful, if they were to fight now, Xiao Han was confident he could win. Since you're awake, I'll leave Xiao Bao's safety in your hands from now on.
You can have Xiao Bao show you around Dragon Valley to get familiar with the environment.
Karina nodded slightly. She naturally didn't know that Xiao Han had the ability to casually remove the beast ring from his hand. The only one aware of this, Little Bao, had already been bribed with a lollipop. Fortunately, Xiao Han wasn't a bad person, otherwise, Karina and Little Bao might not have been able to survive in his hands. Of course. Xiao Han nodded slightly, then lightly tapped his fingertip, and a surge of energy lifted Little Bao, who was still licking his lollipop, directly into the air. In the next moment, the two of them flew out of the cave. Karina watched the backs of Xiao Han and Xiao Bao as they left, falling into deep thought. Brother Xiao Han, look, this is where I usually play, and over there is where those adults fight on normal days. Above Dragon Valley, Xiao Bao, who had just finished eating a lollipop, happily introduced the surroundings to Xiao Han.
Xiao Han looked down. The place Xiao Bao referred to as his playground was actually a massive amusement park. Inside, there are more than a dozen young-looking black little demon dragons. However, these little demon dragons' way of playing is actually fighting. As for the adults, their fighting takes place in an arena, where pairs of pitch-black adult giant dragons are fiercely battling. The Demon Dragon clan truly are warlike beings, fighting every day. No wonder they are hailed as one of the most powerful dragon clans in the entire northern region of the Divine Dragon. Xiao Han looked at these adult giant dragons, all of whom were at the Realm Master level, and fell into slight contemplation. The dragon race has hundreds of different categories, which are distinct from species. Dragons are born with an innate understanding of the corresponding elemental power, and over time, this elemental power grows into the power of laws. This marks the moment when dragons reach adulthood. These hundreds of different categories are determined by their dragon ancestors. Each type of dragon with different attributes has a dragon ancestor at the peak of power. Below them are the dragon emperors of various branches. The level of a dragon emperor is naturally that of an undying powerhouse above the eternal level. Below that are the dragon kings at the eternal level. This Dragon Valley is just one of the smallest dragon valleys, classified as a low-level dragon valley. The intermediate dragon valley is a large dragon valley that houses dragon emperors, with the number of dragons reaching at least hundreds of millions. As for the advanced dragon valley, it is governed by super powerful beings at the level of dragon ancestors. The physical strength of dragons is
generally very formidable, even for Western dragons that focus on the power of laws.
Dong, dong, dong.
However, at this moment, Xiaohan suddenly noticed that his heart began to beat wildly. It seems as if a force deep within the Dragon Valley is drawing me in.
A connection coming from the bloodline itself? What on earth is going on? What exactly is this force of attraction?
Xiaohan frowned as he looked at the force not far away that was pulling him.
Xiaobao, what is that big mountain deep in Dragon Valley? Xiaohan curiously asked Xiaobao. Brother Xiaohan, are you talking about the dragon transformation pool?
That's where we usually bathe.
It's said that bathing there every day can enhance the concentration of our bloodline. However, I can't cultivate, so I can only bathe for a few minutes at a time.
Big Black said he could bathe for more than an hour. Little Bao felt a bit dejected as he said this.
Unable to cultivate?
Oh right, I forgot to ask you, why don't you have any true energy fluctuations? Xiaohan then remembered that at first, he thought the little dragons didn't cultivate.
However, seeing the group of young dragons
below, whose strength was no less than void break and even included some at the starry sky and starsea realms, surprised him. This made Xiaohan somewhat curious. Meanwhile, Xiaobao reluctantly shared his problem with Xiaohan, possessing both the power of destruction and the power of mystic wood.
Xiaohan was stunned after hearing this. Both of these elemental forces are at the earth level, and if used well, their power is absolutely formidable.
It should be noted that even Xiaohan's yin and yang forces, which are inherently opposing, can merge together.
How could the mere forces of destruction and mystic would fail to fuse?
With this thought, Xiaohan placed his large hand directly on Xiaobao's forehead.
Sure enough, there are two opposing forces.
It doesn't seem too difficult to resolve. Xiaohan thought of this and immediately unleashed his thoughts, extracting 2 strands of destructive power and Xuanmu power from Xiaobao's body.
Boom!
In the next moment, a terrifying force of flame erupted instantly from Xiaohan's right hand. At the same time, Xiaohan took out several medicinal herbs from his storage ring and threw them all into the flames emitted by the force of flame.
At the same time, Xiaohan's hands formed countless alchemy seals. The power contained within each seal was incredibly terrifying. The medicinal ingredients were instantly melted. Xiaohan's actions quickly attracted the attention of the demonic dragons fighting not far away. Intelligent species? How can there be intelligent species here? Our Dragon Valley is located in the northern core of the Divine Dragon territory. How could there be intelligent species here? Isn't that the little Bao from the princess's family? Why is it with this intelligent species? The adult demon dragons immediately flew over warily upon seeing little Bao and Xiaohan.
After all, the aura emanating from Xiaohan had reached the domain master level, and a human of domain master level coming to Dragon Valley was definitely no trivial matter. If he were to harm the dragon babies, it would be an incredibly heavy blow to the demon dragon clan. However, when they flew around Xiaohan and saw the beast-taming ring in his hand, they felt reassured. So it turns out the princess found a guardian for little treasure, but this guardian seems to be an alchemist and a cosmic-level alchemist at that.
Hiss, a celestial tier alchemist? Our Dragon Valley doesn't even have one at this level.
It seems that from now on, the herbs we find won't need to be sent to other dragon valleys for refining. After learning that Xiaohan was an alchemist, the gazes of the hundreds of Realm Lord-level demon dragons present softened considerably when looking at Xiaohan.
After all, the dragon race is indeed weak when it comes to alchemy. A dignified Dragon Valley, home to an eternal-level powerhouse, doesn't even have a cosmic-level alchemist. This would be an utterly inconceivable situation in the alliance of intelligent races.
At that moment, Xiaohan let out a cold snort, instantly startling the dragons who were watching intently. In the next moment, Xiaohan directed the 2 forces into the medicinal ingredients within the flames.
Countless runes immediately followed in quick succession.
In an instant, the power of 2 elements merged into the medicinal liquid formed from all the herbs. Under Xiaohan's control, the medicinal liquid began to solidify rapidly. As time passed second by second, the liquid slowly fused into a crystal-clear pill. The aura emanating from this pill left the surrounding dragons momentarily stunned. This pill seems to be of the cosmic grade, but why is it several times stronger than a universal grade pill?
Hiss, could it be the legendary heavenly grade pill? Impossible. How could this be possible? A heaven tier pill of the cosmos tier is something even Saint Domain alchemists find difficult to refine. Could this young man actually be a Saint Domain alchemist? The surrounding black dragons were all chattering noisily.
Xiaohan had long noticed these black dragons but chose to ignore them.
Little Bao, this is the creation fusion pill. After taking it, you'll be able to cultivate.
Xiaohan casually tossed the pill, half black and half emerald green, to Xiaobao.
Xiaobao's chubby little hands quickly caught the pill, curiously examining it. A pill that can help me cultivate? Back in Dragon Valley, we even invited a true Saint Domain alchemist and they couldn't achieve this. How could this pill possibly solve the problem? Xiaobao, don't eat it yet. Let me examine this pill first. At that moment, a black dragon nearby instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist.
In the next instant, a middle-aged man appeared behind Xiaobao. The strength of this black dragon is extremely formidable, having reached the limit of a realm lord, making it the most powerful existence among these surrounding black dragons.
Oh, Uncle Masha, here you go.
Xiaobao was momentarily stunned, then handed the pill to Masha. After Masha took the pill, he sniffed it, and then waves of true essence power emerged, enveloping the pill.
A very professional look. The surrounding black dragons were nervously watching him.
Then he helplessly scratched his head.
I can't tell if it's poisonous either.
Emosha's words instantly made the surrounding black dragons roll their eyes.
You can't tell what this is pretending to be. What are you laughing at? This thing is completely different from any pill I've seen before. I can't tell whether it's poisonous or not. Emosha hurriedly defended himself. This is an ancient pill refining method that has been lost since ancient times.
Even the so-called Saint Domain alchemists wouldn't be able to identify it, let alone you. But Xiao Han spoke up. His words immediately made the surrounding members of the Demon Dragon clan feel the disadvantage of lacking education.
Suddenly, Xiao Han pointed, and that pill instantly left Emosha's hand and flew directly into Xiao Bao's mouth.
Gulp! Little Bao swallowed the pill in one gulp, leaving all the demon dragons stunned.
Damn, we were tricked by this kid. Emosha and the others immediately flew into a rage.
If anything happens to Little Bao, the Dragon King might just skin all of them alive.
Buzz.
However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred.
Waves of destructive power and mysterious wood energy instantly erupted from Xiaobao's body. Immediately afterward, this force began to rapidly converge in Xiaobao's mind.
Soon, a crystal, half black and half emerald green, appeared in Xiaobao's mind.
Elemental crystal? Xiaobao has condensed a dragon crystal. Dragon Valley, Dragon Transformation Pool.
The Dragon Transformation Pool is a place where countless dragons would almost come to soak every day during their childhood,
and its only purpose is to stabilize the divine dragon bloodline within the body.
According to legend, the divine dragon northern region was formed from the flesh of the ancestral dragon after its death, while the water in the Dragon Transformation Pool was formed from the blood of the ancestral dragon. Therefore, the Dragon Transformation Pool flows throughout the entire divine dragon northern region. In other words, the Dragon Transformation Pool exists across the entire divine dragon northern region. This is also why all the dragon clans guard the entire northern region of the divine dragon, because this northern region of the divine dragon is the lifeblood of their dragon clan. Of course, apart from those with dragon clan bloodlines, other creatures would gain no benefit even if they soaked in the Dragon Transformation Pool every day. At this moment, Xiao Han was standing before the Dragon Transformation Pool of the Demon Dragon clan. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Bao and the Dragon Transformation Pool. At this moment, Xiao Bao was completely enveloped by the swirling waters of the Dragon Transformation Pool, as if a mysterious force within the pool was rapidly transforming Xiao Bao's flesh and blood.
The first soak in the Dragon Transformation Pool after we dragons begin cultivation is the most effective. Although Xiao Bao used to come here every day, it was merely equivalent to taking a bath. Thanks to you, she can now cultivate. If it were
up to me to find a solution, I fear I wouldn't be able to discover a method that would allow Xiao Bao to cultivate, even until my death.
Xiao Han was standing next to Karina.
At this moment, Karina's gaze toward Xiao Han was filled with gratitude. Even the nearby onlooking members of the Dragon Clan were somewhat astonished that Xiao Han could accomplish something even a saint-level alchemist couldn't achieve.
It's nothing.
Little Bao saved me once, so repaying her just evens the score.
Xiao Han smiled faintly,
and Karina slightly waved her hand after hearing this, and the beast-taming ring on Xiao Han's hand instantly detached. Please don't take the previous matter to heart. This was only for the sake of Xiao Bao and the others' safety,
Karina said apologetically to Xiao Han.
After all, Xiao Bao being able to cultivate is equivalent to Xiao Han saving her life, since once Xiao Bao reaches adulthood, the dragon bloodline will automatically begin cultivation. At that time, if the two energies clash, Xiao Bao's life will be in danger.
Understandable. If it were me, I might be even more cautious than you.
Xiao Han waved his hand and then turned his gaze back to Xiao Bao and the Dragon Transformation Pool.
Boom!
At that moment, a terrifying energy suddenly erupted from Xiao Bao's body. In the next instant, her chubby body began to emit two different colors of energy, which flowed gently within her body, as if the two energies were the same energy from the very beginning.
Finally merged successfully. Xiao Han also breathed a sigh of relief.
Although he had full confidence in his Ron Yuan pill, he wasn't sure if the effect would be the same for the Dragon Clan, but now it seems there doesn't appear to be any problem. By the way, Karina, I wonder if I can enter this Dragon Transformation Pool. At this moment, Xiao Han spoke up. To be honest, from the very beginning, Xiao Han had felt the pull of the Dragon Transformation Pool, and this force became even stronger after he approached the Dragon Transformation Pool.
He didn't know what this meant,
but his words left Karina stunned. Although she was the daughter of the Dragon King of this Dragon Valley, she wasn't sure if such a thing could be done. After all, there had never been a precedent of an intelligent race entering Dragon Valley.
According to the rules of the Dragon Clan, it should be allowed, Karina said uncertainly.
The clan rules stipulate that anyone who enters the Dragon Transformation Pool and can absorb the Dragon God's bloodline is considered part of the Dragon Clan, regardless of their race. I remember there is was a race among the intelligent species called the Dragon Blood Clan. They are descendants of the Dragon Clan, and the strong individuals of their clan often come to the northern region of the Divine Dragon to enhance their bloodline. However, I must remind you that if you do not possess the Dragon Clan's bloodline, even if you enter, you will not gain any benefits. In fact, you might be invaded by the power of the Dragon Soul, leading to the shattering of your own soul. Karina thought for a moment and solemnly said to Xiaohan, "No problem. If something really goes wrong, it's my own issue. Since I can enter, I'll give it a try." Xiaohan was a bit surprised to hear that the Dragon Clan could allow other races to enter freely. But on second thought, it made sense only. Those with Dragon bloodline would have a reaction. If there was a reaction, it meant they were of the Dragon Clan, all part of the same group. And if there was no reaction, then going in would be useless anyway. Therefore, the Dragon Clan has few restrictions in this regard. After speaking, Xiaohan tapped his foot and instantly flew towards the Dragon Transformation Pool. Surprisingly, as Xiaohan flew above the Dragon Transformation Pool, the water within began to churn rapidly. It seemed as if it was about to surge up and engulf Xiaohan. Wow, it's flooding! The newly awakened Xiao Bao was immediately swept underwater by a huge wave, but fortunately, Karina waved her hand and pulled Xiao Bao up. "Mom, what is brother Xiaohan doing?" Xiao Bao looked confusedly at Xiaohan, who was standing above the Dragon Transformation Pool. At this moment, Karina was frowning deeply. The nearby demon dragons were also nervously watching Xiaohan. "I didn't expect him to actually have dragon bloodline. How is this possible?" Imo Sha said in disbelief. "You should know, whether Xiaohan has dragon lineage is something these pure-blooded divine dragon clans are naturally very clear about. After all, it can be seen at a glance. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations caused by Xiaohan, his bloodline concentration might even surpass the saint level. The concept of a saint-level bloodline means that as long as Xiaohan refines his bloodline in the Dragon Transformation Pool, becoming an eternal-level powerhouse in the future would undoubtedly be an incredibly simple matter. If there is a certain opportunity, it is even possible to become an undying-level powerhouse." Boom! However, at this moment, the Dragon Transformation Pool suddenly began to boil completely. The endless seawater of the Dragon Transformation Pool surged straight into the sky, rushing toward Xiaohan in the air. In an instant, Xiaohan's entire body was submerged, and Xiaohan saw the water of the Dragon Transformation Pool around him start to surge madly into his body, then immediately rushed toward the bottom of the pool. Afterward, Xiaohan directly sat at the bottom of the Dragon Transformation Pool and began absorbing the power of the pool emerging from the depths of the earth. Ding! Congratulations to the host, hidden bloodline awakened, ancient bloodline beginning to revive. However, at this moment, a system notification sound instantly appeared in Xiaohan's mind. Buzz! As a wave swept over Xiaohan's body, Xiaohan's consciousness instantly detached from his physical form and directly entered a void-like space. Darkness, endless darkness. This was Xiaohan's only thought after arriving in this space. Where is this? Xiaohan's brows furrowed slightly, then he looked around the void searching. Roar! However, at this moment, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly erupted from the void. In the next instant, the space around Xiaohan shattered instantly. The surrounding void space instantly shattered, and behind the broken space, Xiaohan saw a figure's back. This figure's back was humanoid, and the figure exuded an endless aura of majesty, as if heaven and earth stood before Xiaohan. The next moment, this figure moved. With a slight wave of his hand, endless radiance instantly burst forth from his palm. These rays of light swiftly shot toward the void. A planet was quickly born. However, upon seeing this planet, Xiaohan's pupils instantly contracted sharply. Earth, what's going on? Why am I seeing Earth? Xiaohan found it hard to believe. Because the aura contained in this figure's back exudes such power, Xiaohan estimated that it is countless times stronger than eternal-level beings. Yet Earth was actually nurtured by such an existence. Immediately after, a trace of blood slowly flowed from the figure's fingertips, and a drop of blood instantly fell onto the Earth, after which countless humans appeared on the planet. The figure's back seemed to understand something. Next, with a grand wave of his hand, countless stars were instantly born from his palm. 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. The number of stars around grew increasingly terrifying, and the Earth still slowly runs on its original orbit as the core of the entire universe. Meanwhile, faint silhouettes of individuals began to appear on those stars. These silhouettes are generally consistent with that mysterious figure, though there are some subtle differences. Only the humans born from his blood have a physical structure almost identical to his. Next, the figure's right hand moved once again. In an instant, a divine dragon emanating an aura roared out from his hand. Following closely were a phoenix, a qilin, and some other creatures that Xiaohan had never seen before. Among these creatures, the divine dragon, phoenix, and qilin were naturally the most powerful. However, all these creatures revered the human race of Earth as supreme. Is this actually the image of the universe's creation? Xiaohan felt incredulous upon seeing this. It turns out that the human race was actually formed from the blood of the creator god, and the scene began to accelerate rapidly. Under the leadership of the human race, the strength of the entire universe skyrocketed rapidly. rapidly. At the same time, the human race used their terrifying intelligence to construct a virtual universe. With the emergence of the virtual universe, the entire universe began to move on to the right track. However, one day, the universe was torn open by a mysterious force. Immediately afterward, countless extraterrestrial demons poured into the universe. The strength of the extraterrestrial demons was immense. Over 2,000 supreme human warriors, leading hundreds of other supreme beings, engaged in a battle with the extraterrestrial demons to decide the fate of the universe. In the end, the human race and the alliance of all races were defeated. The ancestral dragon was slain, its body transforming into the dragon god of the north. The ancestral phoenix underwent nirvana, forming the endless fire domain within the universe, while the ancestral Qilin was directly shattered, its body turning into countless lower-level beings. As for the human race, which was the dominant force at the time, its fate was even more tragic. Every single member of the race was completely annihilated. The ultimate yin-yang supreme being formed by the final yin-yang divine tree, the supreme being of heaven and earth formed by the first force of heaven and earth in the universe, along with the human race's supreme being of destruction, supreme being of life, supreme being of death, and supreme being of fate, joined forces to seal the cosmic passage created by the extraterrestrial demons. The price was that these supreme beings, who possessed the power of heavenly laws, along with all the supreme beings at the time, sacrificed their law cores and ultimately perished. In the end, the human race, which once dominated the universe, was exterminated by the demon race, who had been terrified by them. Fortunately, before their deaths, the human supreme beings transferred the power of these law cores to the strongest individuals of other races. Thus, merely thousands of years after the extinction of the human race, over 1,000 supreme beings from intelligent species and hundreds of supreme beings from the star beast race emerged. They managed to withstand the crisis that was on the verge of annihilation. This resistance lasted for countless eras. From then on, Shao Han also learned the method of the birth of supreme beings. That means comprehending a certain power of law to its limit, and then directly seizing the ownership of this power of law from the cosmic heavenly principles. In other words, each power of law in every universe can only have one supreme being. For example, since there is already a supreme being of radiant gold, anyone who wants to become the new supreme being of radiant gold must kill the previous supreme being of radiant gold. However, only a supreme being can battle against another supreme being, and attempting to kill a supreme being by surpassing one's level is utterly impossible. The only purpose of the invasion of other universes by the heavenly demons is to seize the ownership of this kind of law power. This is also why the heavenly demon clan has more than 2,000 supreme powerhouses in this universe. At this point, the scene instantly shattered, and that majestic figure slowly disappeared into the void. Unexpectedly, the last bloodline of the human race has given my consciousness a chance to meet one last time before its demise. At this moment, a weak voice appeared in Shao Han's mind. Shao Han raised his eyebrows. He immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. There, not far from Shao Han, lay a divine dragon so massive it blocked out the sun. And the appearance of this divine dragon lying prostrate turned out to be the exact image of the northern divine dragon. You are the ancestral dragon. Shao Han's pupils slightly contracted. The ancestral dragon before him was one of the most terrifying powerhouses of ancient times. Its level, as seen in the picture, is slightly stronger than the supreme power of those heaven-tier laws. Because even the strongest of the human race back then, the supreme destroyer, was merely a disciple of the ancestral dragon. This way, Shao Han also understood why the human race always claimed to be descendants of dragons. So, it turns out you've already gained the recognition of that yin-yang brat. However, Zulong did not answer Shao Han but directly looked at the wooden carving of the little girl hanging from Shao Han's waist. Looking at this wooden carving, a trace of helplessness flashed in Zulong's eyes. Back then, the yin-yang divine tree was the first sapling he personally planted in the world. In the end, it still could not escape death. Senior Zulong was referring to this? It was given to me by a descendant of the strongest yin-yang practitioner, and I only met them once. Speaking of which, Shao Han was still somewhat curious as to why the Yang God clan would give him something so precious. Although it was just a tree branch, the power it unleashed was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. That yin-yang kid possesses the ability to reverse yin and yang. Of course, such power couldn't be utilized during the great battle back then, but he still left behind his consciousness. This tree branch was naturally his gift to you. If a new strongest yin-yang practitioner ever emerges, perhaps he can be revived. Zulong's gaze flickered as he looked at Shao Han. With his sharp eyesight, he could naturally see that Shao Han simultaneously possessed the laws of yin and yang and could even integrate them seamlessly. Thus, his words were naturally meant for Shao Han to hear. Senior, rest assured. If I truly become such an existence, I will certainly not let all of you heroic spirits continue to slumber. Senior, rest assured. If I can truly become such an existence, I will certainly not let all of you heroic spirits continue to slumber. When Shao Han said this, he was incomparably resolute. From his bloodline, Shao Han could feel that everything he had seen before was real, and from the information he learned in the virtual universe,
universe, Xiao Han could also confirm that the scene was almost certainly true. After learning that the human race was so powerful in ancient times, Xiao Han naturally no longer wanted humanity to remain confined to the small Milky Way. He had already made a decision. For the human race to once again produce a genius like you, even if I, old dragon, were to perish completely, I would have no regrets. Oh, I got so excited that I forgot to mention the main matter. The ancestral dragon smiled faintly, then instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist. In the next moment, the black mist condensed into the figure of an elderly man. The old man had a pair of dragon horns on his head and was dressed in a black robe. The aura of destruction emanating from his entire body made Xiao Han feel immense pressure. Since you are of the human race, you should possess the pure bloodline of humanity. Therefore, when you were lost in the chaotic void, I used the power of the purest human bloodline to guide you here. As he said this, the old man slightly flipped his right hand, and in the next moment, a drop of red blood appeared in his palm. This drop of blood had just appeared when Xiao Han felt his own blood begin to boil, as if this drop of blood and his own were one and the same. So it turns out I was able to reach the Northern Divine Dragon thanks to you, Senior. I am deeply grateful. Xiao Han slightly cupped his hands toward the elder. Previously, he had been curious. Although he had managed to find a way out, he had only traveled a mere few billion light-years within the chaotic void. The distance to the northern region of Shenlong is extremely far, so it's impossible to say that one has arrived in the northern region of Shenlong. At first, Xiao Han simply thought it was just his good luck. But thinking about it now, even if luck defied the heavens, it would still be impossible to reach the northern region of Shenlong. No need for formalities. You can now be considered the last hope for the rise of the human race. Back then, Old Feng, Old Shilin, and I were guided by the Father God to become the protectors of the human race. Naturally, we do not wish for the human race to perish. Otherwise, if the Father God were to return, we would have no way to explain ourselves. I, Zulong, smiled faintly. Alright, enough with the nonsense. Let me see your potential and whether you can successfully awaken the physique of the human race. As the ancestral dragon spoke, it immediately injected the last drop of human blood in the world into Xiao Han's body. Buzz! The blood entered Xiao Han's chest and instantly merged into his heart. It must be understood that the heart is the driving force of blood flow, and as this drop of blood instantly flowed into the heart, the surrounding blood instantly merged into one with this drop of blood. And the moment the blood fused into Xiao Han's cells, the phantom he had seen earlier appeared once again. Sigh! A sigh escaped from the figure's mouth, and in the next moment, the figure's fingertip pointed slightly toward Xiao Han. A beam of light instantly entered Xiao Han's body. Dong, dong, dong. The next moment, the sound of heartbeats echoed one after another into the surrounding void. Subsequently, an immense amount of energy erupted from that single drop of blood. Xiao Han felt all the cells in his body being frantically strengthened as the blood flowed through. All the cells began to be compressed and shrunk crazily, while simultaneously replicating at an astonishing rate. In just an instant, the number of molecules in all of Xiao Han's cells more than doubled. However, since all of Xiao Han's cells were also compressed by half, there was no visible change in his appearance. The only difference was that the strength of Xiao Han's body and the structure of his entire physique had been enhanced by a full fold. Yet this enhancement was only the beginning. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat grew faster and faster, and with each thumping sound, Xiao Han's body began to be rapidly strengthened. Twice, 3 times, 10 times, 20 times. Xiao Han's physical strength increased wildly. However, his realm still remained at Domain Lord level 8. In other words, Xiao Han's combat talent had been continuously improving. Buzz! At this moment, a trace of clotted blood was suddenly expelled from Xiao Han's body, and Xiao Han knew that this trace of blood congestion was the physique he had previously copied, the Berserk physique. Obviously, the bloodline level of the ancient human race was far more powerful than the Berserk physique, so the Berserk physique was directly pushed out by Xiao Han's new bloodline. Xiao Han was not the least bit surprised, as physique is inherently something where two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. Moreover, the Berserk bloodline was merely akin to an ant in the face of the ancient human race bloodline. At the same time, Xiao Han felt that his understanding of the laws of yin and yang, the law of fury, the law of flame, and the law of instantaneity was rapidly improving. Although the number of law runes had not changed, Xiao Han knew he could unleash even greater power from these laws. Not only that, Xiao Han also felt that his surroundings were filled with countless forces of laws. Although he had not comprehended them, he knew that with enough time, he could grasp them if he wished. These were the terrifying aspects brought by the ancient human bloodline. Want to comprehend any law of power just because you want to? Hiss! Isn't this law of power defying the heavens? Xiao Han felt this and immediately thought it was somewhat unrealistic, but the fact was right in front of him. However, Xiao Han did not know that the bloodline of the ancient human race was also divided into levels. The lower levels could only comprehend the laws of power at the yellow rank. The intermediate level can freely comprehend the power of laws at the yellow and profound levels. Top-tier bloodlines can freely comprehend
comprehend the power of laws at the earth profound and yellow levels according to their own will. As for the heavenly level power of laws, only those with the most noble bloodlines among the human race can comprehend it. Moreover, comprehending it is not very difficult. However, even so, this level of bloodline was referred to as the innate Tao body by ancient humans. Of course, even the lowest level human bloodline is still far superior to almost all other races in the current world. After all, the power of laws is not something that can be comprehended just by wanting to. As Xiao Han's heartbeat gradually returned to normal, he slowly exhaled a turbid breath. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully awakened the ancient bloodline and obtained the physique, innate Tao body. Innate Tao body, a top-tier divine physique. It is one of the most advanced physiques in any universe. This physique possesses the following abilities. 1. Physical strength is multiplied by several times at the same level, currently at 100 times, and can increase with the improvement of the realm. 2. Law manipulation. When using the power of laws, the power increases 100 times, and can increase with the improvement of the realm. 3. Law comprehension. Able to observe all the powers of laws in the world, and can freely learn all powers of laws below the heavenly level. The power of heavenly level laws requires a certain amount of time and talent. 4. The cultivation speed is the fastest among all beings in the universe. 5. Innate ability, Tao fusion, divine level talent, merging oneself into the heavenly Tao to gain power multiplied countless times. Note, the minimum level required to use this skill is Supreme Being. The system's introduction was incredibly detailed. Xiao Han looked at these introductions and immediately felt that he had struck it rich. At the same time, he felt that his physical body had started automatically cultivating ever since awakening this constitution. The surrounding spiritual energy was frantically pouring into his body. Xiao Han felt that even if he didn't use the system in the future, it wouldn't take him more than a month to break through to the realm of a world master. As expected of the strongest physique in the universe, this effect is absolutely incredible. Xiao Han gasped in shock. Damn, you awakened the innate Tao physique. However, even more incredulous than Xiao Han was the ancestral dragon. At this moment, the ancestral dragon widened its eyes, looking at Xiao Han with a gaze as if seeing a spirit. This left Xiao Han somewhat stunned. It seems to be an innate Tao body. Is there something wrong with that? Xiao Han asked curiously. Isn't the blood given by the ancestral dragon itself? Doesn't the ancestral dragon know what level it can reach? No, of course not. The ancestral dragon exclaimed in shock. Did you even carefully look at the Genesis record I showed you earlier? Zulong touched his chin and said helplessly. Xiao Han listened with a confused expression. Could it be that he had missed something? Fine, I'll tell you. Your human race was created by the Father God using his own blood, making you a branch descendant of the Father God. Therefore, in terms of talent, you are undoubtedly the most terrifying race in the entire universe. But even among such a race, there is only one person born with an innate Tao body. However, after that person became the strongest, they disappeared into the universe. If that person had still been around during the invasion of the heavenly demons, the human race could not have lost. And now, Xiao Han, a descendant of the human race countless eras later, has successfully awakened the innate Tao body relying solely on a drop of top-tier bloodline essence. How could this not shock the ancestral dragon? Senior, are you saying that under my circumstances, it's impossible for me to awaken the innate Tao body? Xiao Han was stunned. More than that, just relying on a drop of top-tier bloodline's blood, it's already very difficult to awaken a mid-tier bloodline. Awakening a top-tier bloodline is even more impossible, let alone the current innate Tao body. I originally thought that if you could awaken a mid-tier bloodline, it would already be a great blessing for the human race. Who would have thought that you've now even awakened the innate Tao body? Zulong became somewhat conflicted as he spoke, but as the protector of the human race, his heart was naturally filled with endless excitement. However, if he couldn't figure out the reason behind this, he wouldn't feel very confident. Since I've awakened the innate Tao body surely can't regress. Xiao Han looked at the deeply contemplative Zulong and helplessly waved his hand. This naturally won't happen, unless you extract all your own essence blood and give it away. Otherwise, it's basically impossible for your bloodline to degenerate. The ancestral dragon nodded slightly. Then that's settled. Isn't it even better that I can awaken the innate Tao body? Xiao Han looked at the still conflicted ancestral dragon and said with a smile. Zulong was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Indeed, after all, Xiao Han's current situation is incredibly unbelievable. But in the end, it's a good thing. Isn't it better to just accept it since the reason can't be found? As for Xiao Han, his eyes flickered slightly, as if he understood why he could awaken the innate Tao body. It was entirely because, at the moment the blood merged into him, he caught a glimpse of the silhouette of the legendary god. Could it be that the creator god also learned about the situation of the human race and elevated my bloodline power to the innate Tao body in order to revive humanity? Thinking of this, Xiao Han's eyes slightly flickered. Reviving humanity, wasn't this exactly what he had always envisioned? It's just that he hadn't realized before that the human race possessed such a profound foundation. In other words, as long as he could could find a way to awaken the ancient bloodline of humanity, the development of the human race would undoubtedly be terrifyingly powerful. At that time, reclaiming the position of the universe's overlord would no longer be a mere fantasy. You must know that all the current supreme beings are almost all the contingency plans left behind by the human race's supreme beings before their deaths. However, after countless eras, even if these supreme beings still remember the bonds of the past, there are probably very few who would want the human race to once again reign over them. Xiao Han naturally understood these simple truths. Therefore, Xiao Han had to first accelerate the development of the human race while also ensuring his own strength reached a level that even the supreme beings would not dare to underestimate. Otherwise, there was no guarantee that some of the supreme beings who had changed their hearts wouldn't once again wipe out the human race. Xiao Han did not believe that the entire human race was truly wiped out by the celestial demon clan. The road to rise is long and arduous. Xiao Han sighed helplessly. Alright, the bloodline awakening has ended, and my final mission is complete. Ah, how I wish to see the day when the human race rises again, but alas, my condition probably won't hold out until that time. The ancestral dragon looked at Xiao Han and smiled faintly, then slowly said. At the same time, his body also began to slowly disintegrate. By the way, Xiao Han, there's something I want to ask of you. At this moment, the ancestral dragon suddenly spoke to Xiao Han. Senior, please go ahead. As long as it's within my ability, I will definitely do it. Xiao Han slightly cupped his hands, as the ancestral dragon used the power of its remnant soul to wait through countless eras, all for the faint hope of the human race's resurgence. Such a great kindness was something Xiao Han would naturally not fail to repay. This is the ancestral dragon token. Take it. From now on, the Divine Dragon Clan will be your strong support in your resurgence. However, I must ask you one thing: if the Dragon Clan faces any calamity in the future, please save my descendants. As the ancestral dragon spoke, it took out a token and handed it to Xiao Han, and his gaze was nostalgically fixed on the entire northern region of the Divine Dragon Clan outside the Dragon Transformation Pool. The senior's instructions, Xiao Han will never forget. Xiao Han received the ancestral dragon token and respectfully cupped his hands toward the gradually dissipating ancestral dragon. Ha ha ha, with those words of yours, this old man can rest assured. Zulong burst into laughter after hearing Xiao Han's words. The next moment, his last trace of remnant soul instantly transformed into an endless aura of destruction. This aura of destruction split into two streams, one instantly surged into Xiao Han's body, and the next moment, the other stream shot straight into the sky. The outside world. A terrifying aura that struck fear into countless beings suddenly erupted above the northern skies of the Divine Dragon. All creatures with dragon lineage above the northern skies of the Divine Dragon felt a sensation as if it came from their father. In the next moment, endless radiance burst forth across the northern skies of the Dragon Soul. This radiance surged into the starry sky, instantly transforming into the terrifying phantom of a divine dragon spanning trillions of light years. Countless mighty beings across the universe, even the strongest among them, turned pale upon seeing this phantom. Ancestral dragon's phantom? Impossible. Wasn't the ancestral dragon long dead? The reappearance of the ancestral dragon's phantom. What on earth is going on? Could it be that the great calamity of the universe is coming once again? Countless mighty beings looked in the direction of the ancestral dragon, unable to resist bowing slightly from the heart toward the phantom of the ancestral dragon. Immediately, a deafening dragon roar, carrying an overwhelming and domineering aura, resounded throughout the entire universe. Xiao Han's consciousness returned to his body once again. He was still at the bottom of the dragon transformation pool, and his gaze pierced through the firmament, looking toward the arrogant ancestral dragon in the void. Senior, farewell. Xiao Han slowly bowed, offering his final blessing to this ancient powerhouse. Perhaps hearing Xiao Han's voice, the ancestral dragon's phantom instantly shattered, transformed into countless points of light, falling across the entire northern region of the Divine Dragon. In an instant, all beings in the northern region of the Divine Dragon with dragon bloodlines, whether they were the powerful pure-blood Divine Dragon Clan or those with only a trace of bloodline like wyverns and flood dragons, felt their bloodline power rapidly increasing. However, at this moment, not a single dragon descendant was joyful. All were filled with immense sorrow as they gazed in the direction where the ancestral dragon disappeared. On! Immediately after, countless dragon roars echoed throughout the entire northern region of the Divine Dragon, as if all were bidding farewell to the ancestral dragon. Not only the Divine Dragon of the North, but the entire Star Beast Alliance and the Intelligent Species Alliance. Any powerful being who saw the ancestral dragon's phantom silently gazed in this direction. The Intelligent Species Alliance, Yangshan Cosmic Nation. In a small world of its own, beneath a towering black and white tree, an elder in white robes looked into the distance and slowly bowed. Why are you bowing in that direction? A little girl, delicate and charming like a carved jade, stood to the side and curiously asked herself. And this little girl was none other than Yangshan Shuayun, who had previously gifted Xiao Han the wooden carving. However, he was one of the most powerful beings in the entire universe. The Supreme Yangshan. He was the son of the Supreme Master of Yin and Yang and the successor to the Supreme Master of Yin
and yang. Shui Yun, do not be disrespectful. Quickly kneel before Grandmaster Zulong.
The supreme master of the Yang God, who had never scolded his granddaughter before, spoke with unprecedented seriousness this time. Shui Yun was startled upon hearing this and hurriedly knelt in that direction.
Shui Yun, you must remember, the Shenlong clan and our Yin Yang Divine Tree clan are sworn allies.
If the Dragon clan faces difficulties in the future, our Yin Yang Divine Tree clan will risk everything to save them. The supreme expert of the Yang God clan solemnly said to Shui Yun.
Upon hearing this, Yang God Shui Yun quickly nodded respectfully.
And because of her upbringing, she seemed to understand why this was so serious.
You must know that in ancient times, the first batch of supreme beings consisted of the ancestral dragon, the ancestral phoenix, and the ancestral qilin. The ancestral dragon possessed the power of 4 laws.
Moreover, each one had reached the level of a supreme being.
Its strength far surpassed that of ordinary supreme beings.
The ancestral phoenix and the ancestral qilin were the same, each possessing 2 or 3 types of law power that had reached the level of a supreme being.
Moreover, the power of these laws all contains the power of heavenly level laws.
Therefore, in ancient times, all the supreme powerhouses were like juniors in front of the 3 great ancestors.
As for the Yin Yang ancestor,
it was a sapling of the Yin Yang divine tree discovered and nurtured by the ancestral dragon.
To the Yin Yang ancestor, the ancestral dragon was akin to a father figure.
Not only the Yang God clan, but other races with ties to the Dragon clan also respectfully bowed toward the northern direction of the Dragon God.
Buzz. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Valley of the Demon Dragon clan, Xiaohan's figure remained at the bottom of the dragon transformation pool.
Before the ancestral dragon disappeared, it infused a force into its own body, and this force was filled with boundless destructive power. This surge of violent destructive power madly poured into Xiaohan's sea of consciousness, and upon seeing this scene, Xiaohan's eyebrows immediately raised. The next moment, his consciousness began frantically analyzing this external force of destructive laws. As he analyzed, this destructive force of laws slowly began transforming into Xiaohan's own force of laws. This force of laws started forming a law crystal in Xiaohan's sea of consciousness, identical to the ones formed by several other types of laws. Immediately, law runes began to emerge on the law crystal. As Xiaohan's understanding of the law of destruction deepened, the number of law runes increased accordingly. Finally, as the trace of the law of destruction left by the ancestral dragon dissipated, the number of Xiaohan's law of destruction runes directly reached 10 times more than the runes of other laws.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for comprehending the law of destruction.
Current number of law of destruction runes, 1000.
At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Xiaohan's mind.
From then on, Xiaohan once again possessed a powerful force of law.
Of course, the ancestral dragon merely gave Xiaohan an opportunity to comprehend the law of destruction. If Xiaohan did not possess the innate Tao body, it would likely have been impossible to comprehend the force of law to this extent so quickly.
However, this was also due to the environment provided by the ancestral dragon.
Otherwise, even if Xiaohan could comprehend the law of destruction, it would have taken at least several hundred years. This speed is extremely terrifying for anyone, even for those with an innate Tao body. It must be understood that the power of the destruction law is the most lethal among all the heavenly level laws.
Even the power of the Yin-Yang law is far inferior, as the Yin-Yang law, in a certain sense, is merely a combination of 2 earthly level laws. Although powerful, it still falls significantly short compared to the true heavenly level laws.
Moreover, the power of the Yin-Yang law leans towards support, such as reversing Yin and Yang. In contrast, the destruction law is purely a combat-oriented law power.
System, bring up my current attribute sheet. Xiaohan directly spoke to the system.
After all, my strength has increased by more than 100-fold.
Attribute table. Name, Xiaohan. Race, human race. Martial realm, domain master, level 8.
Supreme domain, level 5, 0/1000, strength boost, 1000x.
Physique, innate Tao body, divine rank top level, overall amplification, 100x.
Profession, cosmic rank advanced alchemist, 0/1000. Cosmic rank advanced array master, 0/1000.
Power of the flying dragon, 333. Bloodline amplification, 100x. Speed of the flying dragon, 333. Bloodline amplification, 100x. Soul of the flying dragon, 333. Bloodline amplification, 100 times.
Cultivation method, Yin Yang sacred canon, heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0/1000. Combat technique, blade technique, domain lord advanced, 0/1000.
Skills, flame domain divine / heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0/1000. 9 heavens thunderling step, heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0/1000. Nation shocking sky, heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0/1000. Destiny divine calculation, heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0/1000.
Crimson flame blade technique,
heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0/1000. Yin Yang divine / heavenly rank, domain lord advanced, 0/1000.
Power of laws, law of destruction,
heavenly rank, 1000 law runes, 0/10,000. Yin Yang law, heavenly
Heavenly rank 100 law runes 0/1000000. Other powers of laws 3 types. Earthly rank 1000 law runes 0/1000000. Equipment Yin Yang Divine Dragon Armor. Heavenly rank Advanced Cosmic rank 0 out of 1000. Bloodthirsty Mad Blade. Heavenly rank Advanced Cosmic rank 0 out of 1000. Storage Ring. Heavenly rank Advanced Cosmic rank 0 out of 1000.
Enhancement upgrade points 1. Note, from now on, only heavenly rank laws will be displayed. Others will be counted by quantity.
After his strength skyrocketed, Xiaohan shot straight out of the dragon transformation pool. The terrifying aura emanating from his entire body caused the surrounding space to collapse wildly. At this moment, Xiaohan seemed to have transformed entirely into a super black hole. As Xiaohan concealed his aura, all anomalies instantly vanished.
Brother Xiaohan, over here, over here.
Little Bao quickly waved his chubby dragon claws at Xiaohan. Xiaohan smiled, then teleported directly to appear in front of Little Bao.
Why is there still no trace of dragon bloodline on you?
At this moment, Karina stood solemnly in front of Xiaohan and said gravely. It must be noted that Xiaohan still does not have the slightest aura of a dragon bloodline, which means Xiaohan is not of the dragon race. However, the series of major events that just occurred all seem to indicate that the appearance of the ancestral dragon is somehow related to Xiaohan.
But Xiaohan did not explain and directly took out the ancestral dragon token. Boom boom boom.
However, as soon as the ancestral dragon token appeared, all the dragons present were struck with shock and immediately prostrated themselves on the ground in utmost reverence, as if this kneeling was dictated by their very bloodline. Even the surrounding dragon babies all plopped to the ground with a thud, unable to move.
Ancestor, ancestor, ancestor. Ancestral dragon token. Mo Sha stared in disbelief at the token emanating the majesty of the ancestral dragon.
At this moment, everyone present finally understood that the ancestral dragon's phantom earlier was truly because of Xiaohan.
But why would someone without dragon bloodline trigger the ancestral dragon's phantom?
However, no matter how puzzled one might be, it cannot change the fact that Xiaohan has now become the most esteemed existence in the entire Shenlong clan. It must be understood that once the ancestral dragon order is issued, even dragon clans at the supreme level must obey. Of course, only dragons of that level are qualified to resist, otherwise, even dragons at the immortal level can only be controlled by Xiaohan under the pressure of the ancestral dragon order. Seeing how impressive the ancestral dragon order is, Xiaohan immediately put it away. Get up, all of you must keep my matters strictly confidential and not speak of them, Xiaohan calmly said to these demon dragons. After all, Xiaohan's strength is not very powerful at the moment, and he has no interest in testing whether those supreme-level dragon ancestors would all obey him. Even the ancestral dragon cannot rely on a single token to control so many dragon ancestors. However, once Xiaohan's strength reaches the level of a supreme expert, relying on the token, Xiaohan believes that as long as he wishes, the entire dragon clan can become his subordinates. And this is also one of the gifts given to Xiaohan before the consciousness of the ancestral dragon dissipated. As for now, it is better for Xiaohan to focus on improving his own strength first.
Following the ancestral teachings. Following the ancestral teachings. Following the ancestral teachings.
No magic dragon dared to defy Xiaohan's orders.
Even the dragon babies mimicked their elders, responding in their tender, childish voices. Xiaohan nodded in satisfaction after hearing this.
From now on, today's events would only be known to those present, unless his strength in the future reached a level where he could reveal that he possessed the ancestral dragon token. By the way, I'm going to the cosmic battlefield. As for Xiao Bao, I plan to take him with me. However, at this moment, Xiaohan suddenly spoke up, and his words instantly left Karina stunned.
Honored ancestor, this Little Bao's strength is still very weak. If the term honored ancestor is the dragon clan's respectful title for those who possess the ancestral dragon token, Karina immediately panicked.
After all, Little Bao had just begun his cultivation, and even with Xiaohan's protection, surviving in the entire cosmic battlefield would be extremely difficult. After all, Xiaohan's realm is only at Domain Lord level 8, and in the cosmic battlefield, the most powerful are the super strong who have reached the limit of World Lord and comprehended over 2,000, even 3,000, law runes. If such a powerful figure were to take action, even the aftermath could annihilate some peak-level world masters. Not to mention that Xiaohan is merely at the 8th level of Domain Master.
Boom!
However, right after Karina finished speaking, an endless and terrifying aura erupted from Xiaohan's body. At the same time, waves of terrifying destructive power roared out from Xiaohan's body. This surge of destructive power instantly brought everyone present to their knees, even those as powerful as Karina, who was at the peak of the World Lord level.
Everyone was on the verge of tears. How many times have they knelt in just one day?
However, this time, everyone was utterly shocked. A mere Domain Lord at the 8th level was able to rely solely on the oppressive force of the laws to make hundreds of super-powerful World Lords kneel, unable to move.
Such strength was utterly terrifying. So, what do you think?
While my strength may not be impressive elsewhere, in a battlefield where the strongest are only at at the peak of the World Lord level. I think I have some qualifications to save my own life. Xiao Han smiled faintly, then spoke to Karina and the others. In that case, I'll leave Xiao Bao in your care, Your Majesty. Karina immediately responded respectfully to Xiao Han. Meanwhile, the still confused Xiao Bao was directly grabbed by Xiao Han with a wave of his hand. The next moment, Xiao Han tapped his foot and instantly flew toward the cosmic starry sky. Just like the alliance of intelligent races, there are also some teleportation arrays leading to the cosmic battlefield above the northern dragon soul. However, Xiao Han no longer needed those things now. After hundreds of millions of teleportations, Xiao Han finally managed to break free from the gravitational pull of the northern dragon soul. After all, the entire dragon soul north is simply too vast. And this time, Xiao Han's teleportation took more than a week. Let's set up the teleportation array first. Xiao Han looked at the dragon soul north below and let out a slight sigh of relief. Such an enormous northern region exists only as Dragon Soul North in the entire universe. After all, the Dragon Soul in the north possesses dozens of super powerful beings at the highest level. Then, Xiao Han took out hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones and immediately used the system to upgrade them all into hundreds of high-grade spirit stones. Just like the exchange rate between low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones, 1 million mid-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1 high-grade spirit stone, and 1 high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to the entire wealth of a domain lord-level individual. This time's consumption cost Xiao Han energy equivalent to several hundred million mid-grade spirit stones, that is, several hundred enhancement upgrade points. After all, the energy consumed by 1 enhancement upgrade point is roughly the same as that of 1 high-grade spirit stone. It took Xiao Han an entire week to convert these several hundred million mid-grade spirit stones into upgrade points. If all of them were top-grade spirit stones, Xiao Han could convert them all in an instant. As for Xiao Bao, he was lying inside Xiao Han's storage ring, training desperately. Thanks to his remarkable talent, in just a few days, he had already advanced his strength to the Star Sea realm. It should be noted that Xiao Han had specially built a training room for Xiao Bao inside the storage ring, which had already formed its own world, and even upgraded it to the Domain Lord realm. The cultivation speed was increased by 10,000 times. Only by combining the two could Xiao Bao's strength reach the terrifying Star Sea realm in just 1 week. Let's get to work. Xiao Han took a deep breath and instantly infused all the spirit stones in his hand into the void. The cosmic battlefield. It is a terrifying northern region jointly constructed by the Celestial Demon Clan, the Intelligent Races, and the Star Beast Clan, located at the intersection of the 3 clans. As for why this northern region was constructed, the reason is very simple. The Celestial Demon Clan, as invaders, although now cut off and unable to return, are fully aware of their mission, which is to conquer the entire universe. However, without the supplementation of countless powerful beings from beyond the universe, the Heavenly Demon Clan also began to cherish their formidable combat strength. It is important to know that although the Heavenly Demon Clan is powerful, their method of reproduction relies on nurturing through their own essence blood. The loss of essence blood would consume a significant amount of their strength. For some eternal level powerhouses, if they frequently nurture offspring, their strength would plummet, and it is common for them to fall below the eternal level as a result. As for the Demon Clan, the only way to reduce such occurrences is naturally to minimize the sacrifices of the higher-up's strength, unless the day comes when the universe is once again opened up. Of course, the likelihood of that is extremely slim. After all, this barrier was established at the cost of almost all the supreme beings lives in this universe. Its solidity is such that breaking it would require an invincible powerhouse who has achieved supreme strength through the power of dozens of laws. However, such a powerhouse does not exist within the entire Celestial Demon Clan. In other words, the current Celestial Demon Clan is essentially just idling away, merely entertaining thoughts of eliminating the native inhabitants of the universe without any particularly urgent plans. Some don't even have this idea anymore. However, the battle still needs to be fought. After all, not fighting would be inconsistent with one's identity. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Demon Clan agreed to create this cosmic battlefield. As for the Intelligent Races and the Star Beast Clan, their thoughts are generally similar, but more importantly, they aim to quickly deplete the core forces of the Heavenly Demon Clan. Thus, the 3 major forces tacitly collaborated to construct this cosmic battlefield, which is not much smaller than the Northern Divine Dragon, as a trial ground for the universe's strongest. However, to be fair, those who manage to make a name for themselves in this cosmic battlefield generally have remarkable development in the later stages, which is why more people are drawn to participate in the wars of the cosmic battlefield. However, there is a strict rule in the cosmic battlefield, which is that no eternal level or higher powerhouses are allowed to participate. Firstly, the 3 major races do not want to lose powerhouses of this level. Secondly, if eternal level or higher powerhouses were to fight, the destruction would be massive. The cosmic battlefield is meant for trials, not as a playground for the annihilation of powerhouses. Of course, for those who are too talented, the 3 major forces will send strong individuals to secretly assassinate them. However, reaching this level is at least at the Saint Sun level. Right at the edge of the cosmic cosmic battlefield. With a ripple of spatial fluctuation, a figure instantly appeared in this stretch of starry sky. Buzz. As the ripples calmed down, a young man clad in a black and white battle armor, holding a blood-dripping long blade, emerged in this void. Finally arrived. Xiaohan let out a slight sigh of relief. This time, he directly constructed a peak cosmic level formation, and this formation was a terrifying heaven-grade quality teleportation array. Although it couldn't compare to an eternal level interstellar teleportation array, Xiaohan injected all his instantaneous law power into it and activated the teleportation array at full power at the cost of it being destroyed after a single use. In the end, it successfully teleported Xiaohan to this starry sky in one go. Such a miracle could only be achieved by Xiaohan. After all, the law of instant is a force of law specifically used for teleportation under the subordinate laws of spatial rules. In terms of attack, the law of instant may not possess such powerful strength, but in terms of support, it has saved Xiaohan from the brink of death countless times. Better recover first, or else I might be ambushed as soon as I enter. Xiaohan looked at the boundless and terrifying northern expanse in the distance, his lips slightly curved upward. Immediately, Xiaohan sat cross-legged in the void and began to restore his depleted power of laws in all his true essence. Boom, rumble, rumble. As Xiaohan started cultivating, all the spiritual energy and power of laws within several light years began surging madly toward his body. Such an immense amount of power of laws directly formed a terrifying energy vortex around Xiaohan. If a slightly weaker world lord level expert were to enter this energy vortex, they might be directly crushed. As time passed second by second, Xiaohan's entire body of true essence power also began to recover rapidly. Ha ha, there's actually an idiot cultivating here. Die. However, at this moment, a burst of wild laughter echoed in Xiaohan's mind. The next moment, a terrifying sword light instantly slashed toward Xiaohan. The power contained within this sword light actually reached the peak level of a realm lord, an attack intensity of a full 500,000 flying dragon strength. Even though the person who unleashed this attack was only at the 7th level of the realm lord, the sword light surged toward Xiaohan at a terrifying speed. However, just as the sword light was about to strike Xiaohan and kill him in one blow, Xiaohan slowly opened his eyes. Some people really don't know their place. Xiaohan shook his head helplessly, then lightly pointed his fingertip toward the void. The next moment, a burst of flame power erupted instantly from Xiaohan's fingertips. Poof! In just an instant, this blue ray of light pierced through the sword aura unleashed by the realm master level expert. The sword aura shattered instantly, turning into fragments of light scattered across the starry sky. Impossible! That ambushing martial artist exclaimed in shock, and in the next instant, his forehead was pierced, completely obliterating all his soul power. Buzz! Immediately afterward, a green light emerged from his body and instantly merged into Xiaohan's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining life energy. Enhancement upgrade points plus 3,200. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the power of the laws, the power of the law of light, with a law power intensity of 1 law rune. 2 system notification sounds instantly echoed in Xiaohan's mind. This person was a super expert whose strength had reached the 7th level of the realm lord, but the attack unleashed had reached the peak of the realm lord. However, the realm was still only at the 7th level, so his physical strength should be at 64,000 flying dragon power. According to the system's absorption ratio of 1/20th, Xiaohan absorbed more than 3,200 enhancement upgrade points from the opponent. Not only that, the opponent was a strong individual possessing the profound level law power of the law of light, and thus their law power was directly absorbed by Xiaohan. As expected of the cosmic battlefield, even a random opponent has 3,000 enhancement upgrade points. Thinking of this, Xiaohan licked his lips. It seemed like coming here this time was the right decision. Subsequently, Xiaohan began to look toward the distant cosmic battlefield, only to discover that at the edges of the battlefield, there was an interstellar teleportation array every few hundred million light years. In the future, if Xiaohan wants to return, he can directly use these teleportation arrays to go back to the Intelligent Species Alliance. However, if he wants to return to the Shuojin Cosmic Nation, Xiaohan can only find the interstellar teleportation array connected to the Shuojin Cosmic Nation. In other words, it is basically impossible for Xiaohan to return now, unless he can spend several months teleporting to the vicinity of the interstellar teleportation array of the Shuojin Cosmic Nation. However, to traverse such a great distance, the number of people Xiaohan had to kill along the way was enough to elevate his strength to the peak of the realm lord level. It is said that every station has corresponding bounty measures, and these bounty measures are based on hunting the sky demons. Moreover, the standards are unified by both the Star Beast Alliance and the Intelligent Species Alliance. With this thought, Xiaohan tapped his foot and teleported toward the nearest interstellar teleportation array. Fortunately, his coordinates were very accurate. Therefore, the distance to the station is not far. With just a few teleportations, Xiaohan arrived at the station where the nearest star-level teleportation array was located. Outside the teleportation array, there was a vast city. Above the city, a sun-blocking protective formation enveloped an area spanning over 10,000 light-years. This formation is an eternal level guardian
alien formation. What it protects is not only the interstellar teleportation array but also all living beings within a radius of over 10,000 light-years. So it's the interstellar teleportation array of the Xianxue cosmic nation. Seeing the clothes worn by the guards in the city, Xiaohan naturally guessed which cosmic nation they belong to. As long as it's part of the Intelligent Species Alliance, that's fine. After all, if it were the Star Beast Alliance, there's no guarantee he wouldn't be surrounded and attacked. As for the Heavenly Demon Alliance, Xiaohan could only wait for death since these stations are guarded by undying level powerhouses. Xiaohan's small frame probably couldn't withstand a single slap from the opponent. After a round of verification proving his identity as part of the Intelligent Species Alliance, Xiaohan successfully entered the city. And the largest building in the entire city is naturally the Bounty Hunter Guild built outside the interstellar teleportation array. Xiaohan's target is naturally here as well. After all, the corpse of the demon he killed can be exchanged for money here. But the prerequisite is to first register as a bounty hunter. After a few teleports, Xiaohan successfully arrived at the Bounty Hunters Guild. After strength certification, realm verification, and identity confirmation, Xiaohan obtained a black badge from a self-service kiosk. 6 small golden stars were engraved on the badge. Xiao Ling, what does this mean? Xiaohan curiously spoke to Xiao Ling on the smart wristwatch. Replying to the master, bounty hunters are ranked based on the number of kills and the level of their opponents. You are currently a 6-star bounty hunter, and also the lowest ranked among all bounty hunters. As long as you defeat the corresponding opponent and under the supervision of the virtual universe, you can level up. Xiao Ling's words made Xiaohan nod slightly. Then Xiaohan also learned from Xiao Ling about the strength corresponding to each star level. So, does that mean 1 star corresponds to the combat power of the lower level of the Star Sea realm? 2 stars for the middle level, and 3 stars for the upper level? Xiaohan nodded slightly. Yes, master. At 4 stars, it corresponds to the low-level domain lord, while 5 stars correspond to the mid-level domain lord. By analogy, 9 stars represent the high-level world lord's combat power, equivalent to the 7th to 10th levels of the world lord. The world lord's limit, which is when the strength reaches 1000 law rune marks, corresponds to a 10-star bounty hunter. Of course, above this, there are 11 stars, 12 stars, and 13 stars. Legend has it that reaching the level of a 14-star bounty hunter means one's strength can rival the weakest of the eternal level powerhouses. Therefore, the star level of a bounty hunter is directly linked to their corresponding strength. The higher the star level, the stronger the power. After all, some geniuses can kill across levels. At the same time, the higher the star level, the more discounts you get when shopping in the virtual universe, with even greater discounts at the Bounty Hunter Guild. Xiao Ling respectfully said to Xiaohan. These level divisions made Xiaohan nod slightly. It seems the star level might be something he can consider improving. After all, it can make those who lack insight stay away from him. He doesn't have that much time to waste on small fry. Since that's the case, I'll go hunting first. Oh, and help me purchase the latest map of the heavenly demons gathering spots, Xiaohan said to Xiao Ling. Understood, master. Xiao Ling replied respectfully. As for the money, the high-level realm master that Xiaohan had killed earlier had quite a few top-grade spirit stones, which Xiaohan had just exchanged entirely for cosmic coins at the Bounty Hunter Guild. Thousands of high-grade spirit stones were exchanged for only a few cosmic coins, but it was already enough for Xiaohan to purchase the map. The master has already purchased it. After Xiao Ling finished speaking, she directly opened the map, and a projected map appeared in front of Xiaohan. The map only marked the area within a radius of 1 million light-years, and it was densely covered with countless light points. Xiao Ling, find the place where the light spots are the densest. Xiaohan spoke again. In the next moment, Xiao Ling directly marked a small circle on the map, and soon, the map began to zoom in rapidly. Finally, a group of hundreds of thousands of sky demons appeared in front of Xiaohan. Of course, the information on these demons mostly indicates they are at the Starsea realm, with only a few domain lords and world lords, while the leader is a demon expert at the peak of the world lord level. Master, this is already the largest demon group in this area of the map, Xiao Ling respectfully said to Xiaohan. It's already quite good. Xiaohan nodded slightly, then his gaze locked onto a direction. Immediately after, with a teleportation, Xiaohan disappeared from the spot. You should know, before coming to Shenlong North, Xiaohan could teleport 10 light-years in a single instant. Now, not only has he elevated the power of teleportation to the level of teleportation laws, reaching the stage of 100 law runes, but he also possesses an innate Dao body. Combining the two, Xiaohan can teleport as far as 1 million light-years in a single instant. It just happens to cover the entire map's range. Such a terrifying teleportation distance can only be achieved by those eternal level powerhouses in the universe. Damn it, why are there so many heavenly demons here? The cosmic battlefield, a team of hundreds composed of Starsea realm warriors, looked at the overwhelming swarm of 4-winged demons flapping their wings around them and instantly felt a surge of despair. Among these 4-winged demons, 6-winged demons were also flying. It must be noted that the strength of a 4-winged demon alone is equivalent to that of a
Starsea realm expert, not to mention the 6-winged demons comparable to domain lord level power. This team of hundreds had only one domain lord level leader, but that leader was instantly killed by a 6-winged demon in just a moment. Kill them! At this moment, a cold voice echoed from the sky. The next moment, a demon with 8 blood wings on its back appeared, coldly carrying this squad. "No, don't kill me! Quick, run!" Screams of agony echoed through the surrounding void. This squad was truly unfortunate. Their strongest member was only a domain lord, so the map they purchased covered merely 1,000 light-years around them. Logically, within this range, there should have been countless fiends sufficient for these squads to hunt. Who would have thought that right at the edge of the map, such a massive fiend team would be stationed here? Moreover, this demon team seems to have just arrived here, so the news has not yet spread. Thus, in just an instant, this squad was completely annihilated. Buzz! However, at this moment, after a ripple of spatial fluctuation in the sky, Xiao Han's figure appeared in the void, and as soon as he appeared, he saw the squad that had already been wiped out. Ha! There's still a fish that slipped through the net? A 6-winged demon happened to be right next to Xiao Han and immediately spotted him as he appeared. With a sinister grin, the demon instantly condensed a giant sword in his hands and slashed directly at Xiao Han. Boom! With a deafening roar, the giant sword struck Xiao Han's yin-yang divine dragon armor. Boom! In the next moment, something that caused the 6-winged demon's expression to change drastically occurred. The giant sword he had condensed suddenly shattered into pieces. Buzz! In the next moment, Xiao Han's figure instantly appeared behind the 6-winged demon with a ripple of spatial fluctuation. The next moment, Xiao Han's large hand directly grasped the head of the 6-winged demon. Boom! With a slight exertion of force from Xiao Han's right hand, the 6-winged demon's head instantly exploded. The soul was instantly crushed into scattered energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining enhancement upgrade points. 16. With the system's notification sound, the 6-winged demon perished directly at Xiao Han's hands. Oh, there's actually another strong one. Kill this brat. Seeing his own 6-winged demon instantly killed by Xiao Han, the 8-winged demon frowned and then waved his hand. Immediately, tens of thousands of surrounding demons, under his command, charged madly toward Xiao Han. A bunch of cannon fodder dares to be so arrogant. Xiao Han sneered disdainfully, quickly extending his right hand. In the next moment, a blue flame appeared in his hand with a flick. Oomph! With a cold snort from Xiao Han, the flames instantly exploded, and countless sparks surged outward in all directions. Ah! Impossible! What kind of flame is this? Leader, save us! Terrified screams echoed one after another. Thud 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 thud. With countless sounds of burning, the 4-winged sky demons and 6-winged sky demons that charged forward were all reduced to nothingness under Xiao Han's flames. The speed of the sparks was extremely terrifying. Even the 8-winged sky demon of Hucheng couldn't react in time, and dozens of fist-sized holes were burned into its body by the sparks. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? The 8-winged sky demon wore a pained expression, frantically slashing at the sparks sent by Xiao Han with the demonic blade in its hand. However, after splitting just a few sparks, his demonic blade was already destroyed by the flames. In the next moment, countless sparks instantly engulfed him, directly incinerating this powerful demon at the mid-stage of the 8-winged heavenly demon realm. At the same time, all the surrounding members of the heavenly demon clan were completely annihilated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining upgrade points, 800. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining upgrade points, 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining upgrade points, 4. Xiao Han's move directly killed one 8-winged demon, dozens of 6-winged demons, and tens of thousands of 4-winged demons, yet he only earned less than 1,000 upgrade points. Alright, just this few upgrade points, it seems killing stronger opponents is more worthwhile, Xiao Han said helplessly. However, the number of sky demons I see on the map doesn't seem to be this few. Suddenly, Xiao Han's brows furrowed. Immediately, he unleashed his divine sense, enveloping the surroundings wildly. The entire area within a light year was completely covered by Xiao Han's divine sense. Hiding underground? Are they planning an ambush? Xiao Han sensed that there were actually millions of heavenly demon troops underground and immediately frowned, because this wave of heavenly demon troops was far more numerous than what was recorded on the map. And as Xiao Han used his divine sense to probe the surroundings, he was instantly discovered by those heavenly demons underground. Who cares? I've been worrying about not finding the sky demons. The more, the better. No matter what these sky demons are up to, it has nothing to do with Xiao Han. Right now, Xiao Han only wants to kill sky demons. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's right hand trembled slightly, and in the next moment, the blood-drinking mad blade instantly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, an endless and terrifying power began to erupt from within Xiao Han's body. These forces madly surged into the bloodthirsty blade in Xiao Han's hand. Flame Domain Divine Slash. With a low shout, Xiao Han directly gripped the hilt with both hands, and the blade's tip was thrust heavily into the ground. Boom rumble rumble. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth, the ground beneath Xiao Han's feet began to tremble violently. Boom 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 boom. Immediately afterward, countless terrifying blue flame pillars burst out wildly from the depths of the earth. In an instant, the entire
world was engulfed by these pillars of flame. The land within a light-year radius was scorched into nothingness by this terrifying force. Damn it, who is it? At that moment, an enraged voice echoed from underground. The next instant, several members of the celestial demon clan, with 8 wings on their backs and engulfed entirely in blue flames, burst out from underground. Xiaohan's flame law had already been elevated to a terrifying level of 100 law runes, and with the enhancement of the innate Tao body, the power unleashed was comparable to the limit of a realm lord. Although it was a range attack, it still caused several realm master level 8-winged sky demons to suffer greatly. What was even more infuriating was that the team they had painstakingly brought over to ambush the super genius of the Xian Shui Cosmic Nation was wiped out by Xiaohan in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining upgrade points, 800. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining upgrade points, 1600. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining upgrade points, 3200. At this moment, one system notification after another also echoed in Xiaohan's mind. With just a single move, Xiaohan directly wiped out dozens of world-level masters and thousands of domain-level experts. As for the Starsea Realm demons, over 1 million were instantly killed. Such a terrifying number directly boosted Xiaohan's upgrade points to as much as 87,000. Oh, finally coming out? What's the matter? Wasn't being a rat underground quite enjoyable? Xiaohan looked at the few powerful experts in front of him, whose strength was at the peak of the Great Lord level, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved upward. The limit of the Realm Master is something Xiaohan has never feared. It should be noted that the minimum standard for the limit of the Realm Master is merely 1,000 law runes. However, Xiaohan now possesses 1,000 law runes of the power of the Law of Destruction. Coupled with his innate Tao body and the terrifying nature of the Law of Destruction itself, Xiaohan's 1,000 law runes are enough to exert the power equivalent to 3,000 law runes. At this level, such a strong individual can directly use the power of laws to prove their Tao and become an eternal level powerhouse with everlasting lifespan. Therefore, Xiaohan's strength can already be described as an invincible existence below the eternal level. Kid, who exactly are you? Could it be that the Xian Shui Cosmic Nation knows we are ambushing and sent you to stop us? The leading peak realm demon extinguished all the flames on his body and coldly spoke to Xiaohan. Several other peak realm figures nearby also exerted their full strength to extinguish the extremely troublesome flames of Yen. At the same time, they cautiously watched Xiaohan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the flame law. Law rune count, 1,000. Upgrade points consumed, 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the water rule. Rule runes count, 1,000. Upgrade points consumed, 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the dark rule. Rule runes count, 1,000. Upgrade points consumed, 10,000. At this moment, the system automatically learned the opponent's power of law. Xiaohan had previously activated the system's automatic comprehension function, which directly learns any rule power that Xiaohan does not possess upon encountering it. Very convenient. However, the upgrade points for Xiaohan are also greatly consumed. After all, learning a law rune with 1,000 units of law power requires a significant amount of upgrade points. You're here just to ambush people from the Xian Shui Cosmic Nation? Who instructed you to act so boldly? Xiaohan curiously asked these peak-level world masters. They're here to ambush me. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind Xiaohan. Immediately after, an endless chill radiated from the distance. Xiaohan slowly turned around, only to see a young man in a blue robe, holding an ice blue longsword, appearing not far from him. Earth-tier Mystic Ice Law. Xiaohan was slightly stunned, and the longsword in the opponent's hand made Xiaohan's pupils contract. It was actually a Saint-tier weapon, yet the boy's cultivation level had only reached the 4th level of the Realm Lord. However, the aura he exuded was actually comparable to that of an ordinary Realm Lord at the peak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending the Ice Law. Number of law runes, 1,000. Upgrade points consumed, 10,000. At this moment, the system automatically learned the opponent's power of law. After all, it is the Earth-level power of law, which is far stronger than the power of law at the limit of other realm masters. Moreover, Xiaohan also understood why the opponent's aura was so powerful. By increasing the number of law runes to 1,000, the strength naturally rose to the limit level of a realm master. The Law of Flame? Your strength is impressive. However, may I take the lives of these people? The young man frowned slightly upon seeing Xiaohan's law power. It seemed as though he had a slight aversion to the Law of Flame. After all, the Law of Profound Ice is a water attribute law, while the Law of Flame is a fire attribute law, two inherently opposing forces of law. Of course, it was only regarding Xiaohan's power of law. As for Xiaohan himself, he was still very polite, at least from his own perspective. Just so. Since they came looking for you, I'll leave them to you. Xiaohan naturally didn't mind. Besides, he also wanted to see how strong the other party was. Thank you so much. The young man slightly cupped his hands toward Xiaohan, and immediately, the icy longsword in his hand erupted with endless cold air, freezing the ground instantly. The terrifying cold air directly froze the surrounding
surrounding area within hundreds of billions of kilometers. Even the surrounding space began to crackle, as if a slight drop in temperature could freeze the space itself.
Luo Shui, I didn't expect even you to know we were lying in ambush here. The leading eight-winged demon frowned immediately upon seeing Luo Shui. Is my confidentiality work really this poor?
Originally, I thought releasing a bit of information would attract the other party to come, but unexpectedly, Xiaohan messed it all up. Moreover, even my target, Luo Shui, seems to have already known about our plan.
Enough talk, prepare to die. However, Luo Shui did not answer them.
Instead, he coldly shouted and, in the next moment, stepped forward, his figure directly charging towards several peak realm masters.
Arrogant brat. Do you think we're no match for you just because we're injured? How presumptuous. Humph, kill him.
One by one, the peak realm demon masters let out cold snorts, then immediately unleashed all their power, launching terrifying attacks governed by their laws. The laws of water, darkness, and fire shattered the surrounding void layer by layer. He unleashed the full power of a realm master's peak strength, one sword across the heavens, freezing all realms.
However, at this moment, Luo made his move.
With a low shout, a sword instantly slashed out from his hand. The endless power of profound ice erupted directly from his hand. The terrifying sword light instantly froze the surrounding void. The sword light instantly struck the law attacks unleashed by several peak realm lord-level fiends.
Boom, boom, boom.
In the next instant, dozens of terrifying explosions echoed across the surrounding space for several light years. What surprised Xiaohan, however, was that after Luo Shui's sword shattered several law attacks at the peak level of a realm lord, it did not dissipate. Instead, it instantly cut through the void and directly struck the bodies of several eight-winged sky demons. In an instant, several eight-winged sky demons were directly frozen by the terrifying chill.
With just this level of strength, you think you can assassinate me? What a joke!
Luo Shui arrogantly sheathed the sword in her hand and then lightly pointed her fingertip at the frozen eight-winged sky demons.
Bang, 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 bang.
The frozen eight-winged sky demons, along with the surrounding ice, were instantly shattered by a single point from Luo Shui, turning into countless shards of ice scattered across the sky. It was at this moment that their souls completely shattered. Clap, 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 clap. At this moment, Xiaohan walked over while clapping. Brother Luo Shui's strength is truly formidable, worthy of being the holy son of the Xianshui Empire, Xiaohan said with a smile.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining upgrade points 50,000.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining upgrade points 50,000.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining upgrade points 50,000. At the same time, a series of system notification sounds also echoed in Xiaohan's mind. Xiaohan's enhancement upgrade points directly skyrocketed to a terrifying number of over 200,000. After hearing Xiaohan's words, Luo Shui's gaze instantly locked firmly onto him. A so-called holy sun is nothing but fleeting clouds. What I truly desire is to challenge all the geniuses in the world. The so-called holy sun is nothing but fleeting clouds. What I really want to do is challenge all the geniuses in the world. Luo Shui's words were extremely serious, making it clear that he wasn't joking, but Xiaohan was instantly speechless.
If you want to challenge the geniuses of the world, then go ahead. Why are you looking at me? Xiaohan rolled his eyes, naturally realizing that he had encountered an arrogant maniac. After all, he had previously killed nearly 1,000,000 powerful sky demon warriors in one move, and even several peak-level masters of Tianhu City were almost wiped out by his blade. This kid naturally knew that Xiaohan's strength was formidable. Moreover, Xiaohan's realm was only at the domain lord level, and upon seeing this, Luo Shui naturally felt his pride was hurt. These are all common flaws of those geniuses. Besides, this kid is still a saint's son. By the way, I still have things to do here, so I can only take my leave for now. Xiaohan suddenly seemed to think of something, laughed awkwardly, and was about to leave. After all, Xiaohan had no interest in playing combat games with these rich young masters. Since they had no killing intent, Xiaohan couldn't kill them either. But if he couldn't kill them, he wouldn't gain any benefits. Xiaohan would have to be out of his mind to spar with them, so naturally, he would go as far away as he could. However, Xiaohan wanted to leave, but some people didn't want him to go. Clang! With the sound of a sword ringing, a long sword radiating icy power appeared in front of Xiaohan. Xiaohan immediately frowned.
Young man, you're playing with fire here, and it could cost lives.
Xiaohan's eyes narrowed slightly.
Hearing Xiaohan's words, Luo Shui slowly lowered the sword in his hand. My apologies for the offense, but I ask you, brother, to fight me in a duel. However, Luo Shui cupped his hands toward Xiaohan.
Xiaohan was instantly speechless.
If he were dealing with someone hot-tempered, it would be much better. If things escalated to a fight, he would have an excuse to directly kill the other party. But this kid Luo Shui was acting all polite and refined. Since one shouldn't hit a smiling face, Xiaohan found it hard to just cripple him. Suddenly, Xiaohan's eyes lit up.
Alright, if we must compete, let's compete in something else. What's so great about fighting and killing?
Hearing Xiaohan's words, Luo Shui immediately became excited. His upbringing prevented him from casually resorting to violence, unless it was against an enemy. After all, he still had a favor to ask of Xiaohan. If Xiao Han agrees, that would naturally be the best. As for what to compete in, as long as it can determine who is stronger, anything will do. 10 days later. This is the place. In the void, Xiao Han looked at the map with a serious expression. On the map, an endless sea of red dots lay not far ahead. Even standing at this position, Xiao Han could see the million-strong army of celestial demons in the distance. However, the quality of this million-strong celestial demon army was significantly stronger than the one from 10 days ago. At this moment, the two were already a full 3 billion light-years away from the Xian Shui Cosmic Nation Station. Beside Xiao Han stood Luo Shui, covered in blood and long devoid of his previous elegance. However, at this moment, Luo Shui's face was filled with terror. Cough, cough, cough. Brother Xiao Han, are you sure we want to use this team for practice? Luo Shui said to Xiao Han somewhat awkwardly. These 10 days could be said to be the most miserable 10 days Luo Shui had ever experienced. Every day, she was dragged around by Xiao Han, searching for the massive armies of the sky demons. Counting this one, it was already the 4th sky demon army. What? Are you going to admit defeat? You should know, the previous rounds were all ties. If you admit defeat, that means I win. Xiao Han, clad in the yin-yang divine dragon armor, showed no trace of exhaustion. On the contrary, when he looked at Luo Shui, the latter was disheveled and had long lost his previous heroic demeanor. A draw? Ha! Luo Shui wasn't a fool. How could he not see that Xiao Han had been holding back against him all along? If Xiao Han hadn't held back, he would have won long ago. However, even knowing this, Luo Shui could not easily admit defeat. Because these battles, although they put his life in danger several times, have significantly improved his strength. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Since brother Xiao Han isn't afraid, I naturally have nothing to fear either. Luo Shui let out a cold snort, and the terrifying power of the profound ice law on his body surged wildly. In the next moment, he transformed into a blue streak of light and rushed into the distance. As the holy son of the Xian Shui Cosmic Nation, how could he easily admit defeat? Watching Luo Shui leave, Xiao Han's lips curled into a slight smile. This free follower is really great. I don't even have to lift a finger to gain so many upgrade points. However, it seems that even the heavenly demon army can't stop this kid. Looks like I'm still not wicked enough. With this thought, he secretly decided to spend a fortune to purchase all the heavenly demon strongholds within 100 billion light years. He simply couldn't believe it, unable to find an army that even Luo Shui couldn't defeat. By the way, system, how many upgrade points do I have now? And how many types of law power do I possess? Xiao Han looked at Luo Shui, who had already charged into the entire army of heavenly demons and started a frenzied slaughter, then directly asked the system. Ding! The host currently has 1.85 million enhancement upgrade points. Law power, yellow tier law power consists of 115 types. Profound tier law power consists of 22 types. Earth tier law power consists of 8 types. Heaven tier law power includes yin-yang law and destruction law. Among them, apart from all the earth level and heaven level laws consisting of 1000 law runes, the other forces of law are represented by a single law rune. The system slowly revealed all of Xiao Han's data, and after listening, Xiao Han nodded slightly. To avoid temporarily running out of upgrade points, Xiao Han chose to comprehend just one force of law when learning lower quality forces of law. As for the heaven level and earth level forces of law, they have always been Xiao Han's strongest combat aids, so he upgraded them to 1000 forces of law. Not bad, but with so many upgrade points, it seems they'll be enough for a while. The system has upgraded all my martial arts techniques, skills, and attributes to the highest level. Xiao Han looked at his realm, which was only at the low-level domain lord, and felt it truly didn't match his strength. Of course, the most powerful aspect of his combat ability now was the power of the law of destruction. In other words, improving one's realm now doesn't significantly increase strength, but at least there is some growth. After all, enhancing the intensity of the destruction law requires 1 million each time. With Xiao Han's current wealth, he can only afford one enhancement. Moreover, even if the destruction law is upgraded, if his physical realm doesn't keep up, Xiao Han estimates that using the upgraded power of the destruction law might cause his body to collapse. It's better to use it to improve his realm first. After all, developing everything together is the best way to enhance combat power. Ding! Command received. Beginning to elevate the realm. The system quickly responded after hearing Xiao Han's command. Boom boom boom. The next moment, terrifying streams of warm energy instantly surged into Xiao Han's body. These streams of warmth began to crazily strengthen Xiao Han's physique, soul, and all his cultivation techniques. These forces started to madly transform Xiao Han's body and soul power within him. Every inch of skin or trace of soul power they passed through made Xiao Han feel as though his soul and body were undergoing earth-shattering changes. At the same time, countless memories also flooded into Xiao Han's mind. These memories were all about the usage and techniques of countless martial skills and cultivation methods. Xiao Han's consciousness once again arrived in an endless dark space, where he frantically enhanced all his cultivation techniques and martial skills. Meanwhile, the elemental forces within his sea of consciousness also began to rapidly solidify under the flow of the warm current. Xiao Han could
could feel that he could unleash even greater power from these elemental forces. As time passed second by second, all of Xiao Han's strength reached an unprecedented level of improvement.
Not only the body, but also the soul and every other aspect. Eventually, as time slowly passed, the streams of warmth within Xiao Han's body began to gradually subside. And as these streams of warmth subsided, Xiao Han immediately felt the terrifying power contained within his flesh. Crack, crack, crack. Xiao Han casually moved his body and heard a series of crisp sounds emanating from within. The sound waves produced by these crisp sounds directly shattered the surrounding space into countless fragments. 1,800,000 upgrade points directly boosted Xiao Han's stats to a terrifying 500,000. In other words, the powerful peak of a realm lord. And the remaining 300,000 upgrade points were used to directly elevate all martial arts techniques to the domain lord intermediate level.
System, bring up my attribute panel.
Xiao Han clenched his fists and then directly spoke to the system. Attribute table.
Name, Xiao Han. Race, human race. Martial realm, domain lord, level 10.
Supreme domain, level 6, 0/1000000. Strength bonus, 2000x.
Physique, innate Dao body, divine rank top level, overall amplification, 500x.
Profession, intermediate cosmic level alchemist, 0/100,000. Intermediate cosmic level array master, 0/100,000.
Power of the flying dragon, 500,000. Bloodline amplification, 500x. Speed of the flying dragon, 500,000. Bloodline amplification, 500x. Soul of the flying dragon, 500,000. Bloodline amplification, 500x.
Cultivation technique, Yin Yang sacred tome, heaven grade, realm master intermediate, 0/100,000. Combat skill, blade technique, realm master intermediate, 0/100,000. Skills, flame domain divine / heavily rank, realm master intermediate, 0/100,000. Destiny divine calculation, heavily rank, realm master intermediate, 0/100,000. Yin Yang divine / heavily rank, realm master intermediate, 0/100,000. Power of laws, Yin Yang law, heavily rank, 1000 law runes, 0/100,000. Destruction law, heavily rank, 1000 law runes, 0/100,000. Earthly rank laws, 8 types, 1000 law runes, 0/100,000. Profound rank and yellow rank laws total, 137 types, 1 law rune, 0/10. Equipment, Yin Yang divine dragon armor, heavenly rank, cosmic rank intermediate, 0/100,000. Bloodthirsty frenzy blade, heavenly rank, cosmic rank intermediate, 0/100,000. Storage ring, heavenly rank, cosmic rank intermediate, 0/100,000. Enhancement upgrade points, 74,000. Note, some rarely used martial skills have been hidden. Xiao Han looked at his attribute panel and slightly moved his body. In an instant, countless phantom flying dragons formed by the power of his physical body roared wildly around him. The number of phantom flying dragons reached as many as 500,000. Such a terrifying quantity, combined with Xiao Han's current innate Dao body enhancement, made Xiao Han estimate that his physical strength might now rival the power of the law of destruction. It must be understood that this is an extremely terrifying matter. After reaching the level of a realm lord, almost all warriors primarily rely on the power of laws. Even the dragon race, known as the strongest in physical strength in the universe, combines their physical strength with the power of laws. Pure physical strength surpassing the power of laws at the same level has never been seen in the universe. However, the current Xiao Han, relying on physical strength that is a level lower than the power of the law of destruction, has actually brought his physical body to a level comparable to the power of the law of destruction at the heavenly tier. Such a physical body is probably unmatched by anyone of the same level in the entire universe. Moreover, when combined with his own law of destruction, Xiao Han discovered that his strength had undergone a tremendous improvement. The law of destruction, which was previously somewhat strenuous to wield, now feels incredibly effortless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Ding! Enhancement upgrade points plus 50,000 inch. Ding! Enhancement upgrade points plus 50,000 inch. Ding! Enhancement upgrade points plus 50,000 inch. At this moment, a series of system notification sounds came from afar. This kid is already fighting with a powerhouse at the limit of the realm lord so quickly. Xiao Han's gaze sharpened, and he immediately noticed that over a dozen terrifyingly powerful realm lord limit experts in the distance had surrounded Luo Shuei. Of course, 4 or 5 realm lord limit experts on the ground had already been frozen into ice blocks by Luo Shuei. As for the million-strong army of heavenly demons, a small number had been frozen, while the vast majority were still fleeing in panic. Ha! Something feels off. Suddenly, Xiao Han noticed that among the dozen or so peak realm masters, one of them seemed to be in an unusual state. Someone who has comprehended over 2,000 law runes. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes narrowed. It must be understood that the strength of someone who has comprehended over 2,000 2000 law runes is at least 10 times, or even 30 to 40 times greater than that of someone with only 1000 law runes.
At this moment, although Luo Shui's strength was formidable, the number of law runes was only just over 1,000.
Although at the Earth rank, and possessing other powerful techniques and weapons as trump cards, the realm was only at the 4th level of the Realm Lord. Facing the opponent, it seems defeat is inevitable. Manifest the law, freeze. However, at this moment, Luo Shui, covered in blood, let out a cold, low shout. In the next instant, an endless chill erupted from his body. A law crystal emerged from his sea of consciousness. The profound ice law crystal, engraved with over 1,000 law runes, instantly radiated infinite brilliance. Wherever the radiance reached, everything began to be frantically frozen. Even Xiao Han, who was billions of kilometers away, felt waves of cold. This chill could instantly freeze some peak-level world masters even when transmitted here. However, for Xiao Han, it was just an ordinary weather change. However, for each of the demons at the center of the cold, it was not so simple. Not good, this kid is going all out. Quick, defend. We can't withstand this cold. Lord Holy Demon, hurry and make a move. Several 8-winged demons at the limits of the Realm King had somewhat pale faces, and simultaneously began to unleash all their power to form shields in an attempt to resist the radiance of these lights. Crack, crack. However, the shields they had condensed were instantly shattered into pieces by this terrifying cold. And at this moment, a cold snort instantly erupted from within the heavenly demon army. Boom, rumble, rumble. A terrifying thunderclap instantly burst forth from the void. In the next moment, terrifying thunder serpents, each several light years long, shot out from within the heavenly demon army. Crack, 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 crack. Those frozen celestial demons were struck by the terrifying thunder snakes, causing the ice around them to instantly explode into countless fragments. The cold air that originally surrounded them not only disappeared under the rampage of these thunders, but the surrounding atmosphere also became scorching hot. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Shui's pupils slightly contracted. He immediately tapped his foot and quickly moved to the side. Boom! In the next moment, a thunderbolt struck the void where he had just been, instantly blasting a massive crater into that space. Indeed, as expected of the holy son of the intelligent race, you dodged quite quickly. At the same time, a teasing voice echoed from the void. In the next moment, a young demon with 8 purple blood wings on his back appeared in the midst of the demon army, flapping his wings. From afar, Xiao Han was astonished to see that, apart from the 8 purple blood wings, this young demon also had a pair of small wings that had just begun to grow. It seems that the strength of this demon has surpassed 2,500 units of law power. Moreover, it's an earth-level law, the Thunder Law. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows upon seeing this. He knew that Luo Shui was doomed. With the opponent's strength, even if Luo Shui were at the same level, he might not necessarily be a match. After all, both of their combat talents had reached the saint level, not to mention the opponent was already close to becoming a terrifying powerhouse with nearly 3,000 law runes. Scaly, it's actually you. However, Luo Shui's pupils slightly contracted upon seeing the newcomer. Scaly was one of the holy sons of the celestial demon clan, and an experienced one at that. When Scaly rose to fame, Luo Shui's father had not even been born yet. Yet now, he unexpectedly encountered Scaly here. Of course, it's me. I didn't expect my luck to be this good. I was just out for a casual trip, and I happened to meet the holy son of the Xian Shui Cosmic Nation, Luo Shui. What an honor! What an honor! The purple blood wings behind Sakali fluttered slightly as he looked at Luo Shui with a hint of mockery in his gaze. Of course, he had never taken Luo Shui seriously. After all, the latter had only risen to fame a few years ago, while he had been fighting on the cosmic battlefield for hundreds of thousands of years. In comparison, their strength was worlds apart. However, Sakali was still extremely delighted at this moment. Encountering such a lone saint's son could be considered an incredibly fortunate event. The reward for killing a saint's son was something that even he, as a fellow saint's son, deeply coveted. Do you think you have me cornered? Luo Shui's expression was incomparably cold, and so was his tone. Even though he knew he was no match for the opponent, it didn't mean he was afraid of them. Moreover, it seemed that Xiao Han was still behind him. Perhaps if he fought to the death, he could give Xiao Han a chance to escape. After all, in his view, if it weren't for him dragging Xiao Han into this competition, Xiao Han wouldn't have suffered such an undeserved calamity. Crack, crack, crack. Seeing Luo Shui's resolute demeanor, Scarlet immediately clapped and laughed. The rumored holy son of Luo Shui is said to be a man of unyielding determination. Now it seems there is some truth to that. But unfortunately, you've encountered me. After today, Luo Shui will likely be removed from the ranks of the holy sons. As Scaly spoke, his eyes instantly turned icy cold. In the next moment, terrifying lightning power erupted from his hands, and this surge of thunderous power frantically erupted from his hand, transforming into a giant purple sword. This is the holy sword of thunder, and it shall be the sword that kills you today, Scaly said coldly, and in the next moment, the holy sword of thunder in his hand instantly unleashed a terrifying thunderous force. His body also instantly charged toward Luo Shui. Swish! In just an instant, he appeared behind Luo Shui. Luo Shui's pupils contracted violently as he raised the longsword in his hand, seemingly to block, but his speed was far inferior to the opponent's. It must be noted that the Law of Thunder excels in speed, and its attack power is also incredibly terrifying, while the power of the Law of Ice focuses on attack and defense. Therefore, under such a significant gap in realms, the fact that Luo Shui could even react was already extremely impressive. Wanting to fight back is simply a fool's dream. Die! Scaly let out a cold snort and immediately swung the longsword in his hand down towards Scaly's neck. Am I going to die? Feeling the intense crisis of death, Luo Shui helplessly thought. Sorry, brother Xiaohan, I'm afraid I don't have the strength to stop Scaly. Luo Shui thought in despair. He had overestimated himself. As a saint's son, he was unexpectedly so fragile and powerless against Scaly, who was also at the saint's son level. Clang! However, just as Luo Shui closed his eyes and prepared to face death, the sound of metal clashing suddenly reached his ears. You brat! Are you giving up and waiting to die already? The next moment, a lazy voice reached Luo Shui's ears. Luo Shui's pupils instantly contracted violently. He immediately opened his eyes in shock, only to see that the Thunder Holy Sword, which was originally slashing toward him, had been effortlessly caught by Xiaohan's left hand, and he actually managed to catch it using only his body. This is impossible. At the same time, a rare voice filled with disbelief reached Luo Shui's ears. The one speaking was none other than the heavenly demon saint's son, Scaly. At this moment, Scully's face was filled with disbelief. You must know, this strike contained 50% of his strength, combined with the blessing of the top-tier saint-level Thunder Holy Sword. Even among those of the same rank, few saint's sons could withstand this blow. Yet this strike was actually caught by Xiaohan using his bare body. Your strength is not bad, but unfortunately, your luck is worse. You've encountered me, Xiaohan. After today, Scully, you might be removed from the ranks of the saint's sons. Xiaohan spoke slowly, and his tone and the content of his words instantly made Scully's face turn grim, because this sentence was exactly what he had said to Luo Shui earlier, and now Xiaohan was repeating it back to him. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think this is my full strength? Scully roared angrily, and in the next moment, his hands gripped the hilt of the Thunder Holy Sword. Immediately, the power of the laws within his body began to surge wildly. This time, he used all his strength, refusing to believe he couldn't draw his sword. However, the reality was harsh. Even though he unleashed all his power, combined with the endless force of thunder, and hurled it toward Xiaohan's body, the result remained unchanged. Xiaohan still stood motionless in place, and the thunder law he had unleashed was instantly obliterated just a few centimeters away from Xiaohan. Alright, stop embarrassing yourself and go down to join your lackeys. Alright, stop embarrassing yourself and go down to join your lackeys. Xiaohan was just about to yawn as he watched Scully still struggling. As Xiaohan's words fell, Scully instantly felt an overwhelming aura of death. Not good. Scully's expression changed drastically, and he quickly released the Thunderclap Holy Sword. With a swift step, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance. He couldn't imagine how terrifying a powerful warrior, capable of resisting his full-strength attack with just their physical body, would be if they truly took action. The Holy Sun has fled. We should hurry and escape too. Of course we need to escape. Staying here means certain death. Go! Not only Scaly, but the other 8 winged demons also hurriedly fled into the distance upon seeing this. With such a powerful Holy Sun running away, if they stayed here, they might not even know how they died. Want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? Luo Shui, who had just been saved by Xiaohan, let out a cold snort and then once again unleashed her full icy power, chasing after each of the fleeing 8-winged sky demons. The Law of Thunder? Not bad. In that case, I'll use the Law of Thunder to annihilate you. Meanwhile, Xiaohan looked at the Thunder Holy Sword in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward. System. Upgrade the power of the Thunder Law to 1000 law runes for me. Xiaohan directly spoke to the system. Ding. Command accepted. Starting the upgrade. As Xiaohan's command fell, the system's notification sound also echoed in his mind. Immediately after, Xiaohan felt that in his sea of consciousness, on the newly formed Earth-level law, the law crystal of the Thunder Law's power began to crazily manifest one law rune after another. Xiaohan then directly gripped the Thunder Holy Sword in his hand. Drink! With a thunderous roar from Xiaohan, an endless power of thunder erupted instantly from his hand. The Law of Thunder? Brother Xiao actually possesses the Law of Thunder. Not far away, Luo Shui exclaimed with an expression of disbelief. It must be noted that Xiaohan had always been using the Law of Flame before. Although the Law of Flame is also an Earth-level law, there are distinctions of strength even within the Earth-level laws. For example, the power of the Flame Rule and the Ice Rule is far inferior to the Thunder Rule. The Thunder Rule, however, is inferior to the Yin Rule, the Yang Rule, and the Destruction Rule, which are even more powerful rules. Yet, Xiaohan, who has already comprehended 1000 rule runes of the Flame Rule, actually possesses an even stronger power of the Thunder Rule. Moreover, the Thunder Rule power emanating from Xiaohan feels far stronger than the rule power of over 2000 rule runes from Scaly. At this moment, Luo Shui finally understood that Xiaohan didn't want to compete with her because he was afraid of hurting her self-esteem. Even so, Xiaohan still tried his best to hold back to spare her from too much embarrassment. If it weren't for this time saving her, Xiaohan would probably have kept it hidden forever. Sigh, Brother Zhao's magnanimity is absolutely unmatched by a martial artist like me. The Luo River let out a faint sigh, then once again pursued the eight-winged demon to continue the chase. As for Scaly, Luo Shui had already guessed the other party's fate. Of course, if Xiaohan knew what he was thinking, he would definitely be speechless. Xiaohan was just lazy. Why would he do something without any benefit? Luo Shui was merely a free sidekick he had found. After all, where else could you find such a good laborer? At this moment, Xiaohan had already infused all of his terrifying power of the Thunder Law into the Thunderclap sacred sword. It should be noted that ordinary sacred artifacts usually have their corresponding spiritual imprints. However, Xiaohan violently destroyed them with his terrifying soul power and imprinted his own soul mark. In other words, this Thunderclap sacred sword now belonged to him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, the Thunder Holy Sword erupted with bursts of terrifying thunderclaps. Endless lightning serpents roared madly from the Thunder Holy Sword. The space within several light years around seemed like the end of the world, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. You've already run this far. Not bad speed. Xiaohan's gaze pierced through the endless space, looking into the distance, only to see that Sakali had already fled thousands of light years away. Humph! With a cold snort from Xiaohan, a spatial rift instantly appeared in front of him. Boom, rumble, rumble. In the next moment, the Thunder Holy Sword in Xiaohan's hand roared out instantly. The Thunder Holy Sword, carrying boundless might, rushed into the spatial rift and disappeared without a trace. Boom! However, the next moment, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from afar. A bolt of thunder shot skyward, wildly dancing thousands of light years away. Within the thunder, the figure of a demon wailed miserably. Yet, as the thunder raged on in destruction, that figure ultimately faded into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing life energy. Enhancement upgrade points plus 50,000 inch. As a green light streaked across the starry sky and instantly surged into Xiaohan's body, the system's notification sound followed. Buzz! Immediately afterward, with a wave of energy, a long sword exuding a destructive aura appeared in front of Xiaohan. Thunderous Holy Sword, an eternal level weapon, truly lives up to its reputation. Xiaohan nodded in satisfaction at this holy sword completely forged from the power of thunder. Unfortunately, I don't use swords. However, if I fuse your core entirely into the bloodthirsty mad blade, it should work. Xiaohan felt a slight sense of regret, but then he remembered another method. That is to say, fusing the holy sword's sword soul and the entire Thunder Holy Sword into the bloodthirsty mad blade, ultimately combining all the advantages of both. Of course, the price is that the Thunderclap Holy Sword will disappear permanently. However, for Xiaohan, this is not a problem at all. As for why he doesn't switch to swordsmanship, Xiaohan has no such intention. But if that's the case, then I'll need the art of forging. Fortunately, I previously learned a mystic level forging skill, and now it comes in handy. System, upgrade my forging master level to the top of the universe level. Xiaohan directly spoke to the system. Ding! Command accepted, beginning to upgrade the level of the weapon refiner. With the system's prompt sound, an endless stream of weapon refining knowledge instantly erupted in Xiaohan's mind. This knowledge was not merely confined to text. There were also countless experiences, and even Xiaohan's consciousness was pulled into a cultivation space. In this space, Xiaohan's consciousness began frantically forging various weapons, from the lowest grade yellow tier weapons to the highest grade universe tier weapons, each taking shape one after another under Xiaohan's hands. Moreover, the quality of these weapons has all reached the heavenly rank. Such a terrifying level of artifact forging is difficult even for an undying level artifact forger to achieve. As Xiaohan's eyes opened once again, he had successfully gained full control over all weapons below the top tier mystic rank. Immediately, Xiaohan turned his gaze to the Thunderclap sacred sword in his hand. Sorry, but I can only destroy you. Sorry, but I can only destroy you. Xiaohan smiled faintly, and in the next moment, a terrifying force of destructive laws erupted instantly from his hand. At the same time, he added his own spiritual imprint into the Thunderclap Holy Sword. With the combination of the two, he began to madly assault the longsword that radiated endless thunderous power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Under the combined impact of the two forces, the Thunderclap Holy Sword began to tremble violently, as if it were filled with immense fear. Humph! With a cold snort, Xiaohan unleashed all his power once again in a frenzied burst. Crack! Finally, the Thunderclap Holy Sword was shattered. Boom, rumble, rumble. In an instant, the heavens and earth began to change color wildly. Luo Shui, who had just slain the last eight-winged demon, raised his head and looked in the direction where Xiaohan was. However, upon seeing Xiaohan's actions, his expression changed immediately. Brother Xiao actually wants to destroy the Thunderclap Holy Sword, which is a peak-level eternal weapon. Brother Xiao is actually willing to do this. Luo Shui couldn't believe it. Xiaohan's ability to destroy it proves that he has completely subdued the weapon. Otherwise, even if Xiaohan were 1,000 times stronger, he wouldn't be able to destroy a peak-level eternal weapon. The only way to destroy a weapon from the inside out
out is by subduing it. However, you have already subdued the weapon. Who would destroy it? Who wouldn't cherish their own belongings? But now, Xiao Han is about to destroy such a powerful weapon, which is simply unbelievable. Boom! Finally, with a deafening roar, the Thunder Holy Sword shattered. After the explosion, the Thunder Holy Sword instantly transformed into a sky full of pure thunder law power. At the same time, the spirit of the Holy Sword was also forced out by Xiao Han. Xiao Han quickly took out the bloodthirsty Mad Blade from his storage ring and immediately poured all the power of thunder into the bloodthirsty Mad Blade frantically. He also infused the primary spirit into the bloodthirsty Mad Blade. Buzz! As the spirit entered the bloodthirsty Mad Blade, the blade instantly began to tremble violently. The whole body was trembling rapidly. Can't bear it anymore? Xiao Han frowned. The next moment, Xiao Han's hands began frantically forming one powerful seal after another. These seals quickly merged into the bloodthirsty Mad Blade, while the countless forces of thunder law formed after the Thunder Holy Sword shattered began surging into the bloodthirsty Mad Blade. These powers of thunder began to rapidly merge into the bloodthirsty Mad Blade. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your weapon level is starting to increase. At the same time, a system notification sound also echoed in Xiao Han's mind. As time passed, the level of the bloodthirsty Mad Blade also rapidly increased. From the initial intermediate level of the universe rank, it was elevated to advanced, then peak. Ultimately, under the endless thunderous strikes, it directly broke through the level limit to become a powerful eternal level low-grade weapon. Moreover, the weapon's grade instantly rose from the original heavenly rank to the saint rank. It should be noted that Scally, as the Holy Son and also a disciple of the Thunder Demon ancestor, possesses a weapon of eternal level top grade, with its rank reaching the terrifying saint level. The power of weapons at this level is absolutely terrifying. Even the weapons of many super strong beings at the undying level cannot compare. But now, Xiao Han has benefited, as he fused all the essence from the shattered Thunderclap Holy Sword into the bloodthirsty Mad Blade. The bloodthirsty Mad Blade has transformed into a long blade entirely purple, with blood-red runes carved all over it. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your weapon level has been upgraded to Eternal Intermediate. Holy Tier. Would you like to rename it? At the same time, the system's notification sounded in Xiao Han's mind. In that case, let's call it the Thunder Blood-Drinking Blade. Xiao Han casually came up with a name. Although the newly fused weapons level is not as high as the Thunder Holy Sword, this Thunder Blood-Drinking Blade, which combines the advantages of two weapons, possesses even greater potential. With this potential, Xiao Han's future upgrades will result in even more terrifying power. Clang! As Xiao Han's right hand trembled slightly, the Thunder Blood-Drinking Blade instantly tore open an incredibly terrifying pit in the surrounding space. What immense power! Xiao Han's eyes flickered. No wonder it's a sacred weapon. Its power is truly extraordinary. Fortunately, when he caught the weapon barehanded earlier, he didn't test whether the opponent's blade was sharp enough. Otherwise, even with Xiao Han's current physical strength, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the opponent's blade. If it weren't for Scally's lack of strength, Xiao Han might have been directly slain. Buzz! Xiao Han immediately put away the Thunder Blood-Drinking Blade. Congratulations, Brother Xiao, on slaying the Holy Son of the Heavenly Demon. At this moment, Scaly also flew back from afar and congratulated Xiao Han. But it's just a rookie. What's there to congratulate about? Xiao Han waved his hand. He felt no excitement about being able to defeat Scaly. Wasn't it just a saint's son? His combat talent had long surpassed that of a saint's son. Xiao Han's words instantly left Luo Shui speechless. If Scaly is considered a rookie, then there probably aren't many people below the eternal level who are strong enough. But thinking about it, Xiao Han did defeat Scaly in one move. To Xiao Han, the opponent really was a rookie. Ahem. Although Scaly's strength might not mean much to Brother Xiao, every person recognized as a Holy Son is the most talented figure of their respective factions, each holding an extremely high status. So naturally, the rewards for killing one are incredibly terrifying. The Scaly that Brother Xiao just killed has always had the highest bounty among the saints. If Brother Xiao goes to redeem the reward, he will definitely be able to exchange it for a large amount of resources. Luo Shui excitedly said to Xiao Han, as if he were the one who had killed Scaly. Xiao Han was momentarily stunned after hearing this. Yes, the reward for killing a Holy Son is definitely no less than that of an ordinary eternal level powerhouse. Such a generous reward, there's no reason not to take it. That's great. By the way, where do I claim the reward? Let me check first. If it takes too long to claim, then forget it. Xiao Han curiously asked Luo Shui. Luo Shui was speechless after hearing Xiao Han's words. How long is too long? Saying no and just giving up like that, this is way too extravagant. You can claim the reward on the Cosmic Battlefield platform in the virtual universe. Since Brother Zhao's battle performance has already been recorded, you can directly apply for the reward. At the same time, you can also claim the rewards for killing other levels of sky demons. Of course, physical rewards can only be delivered by courier. Luo Shui directly said to Xiao Han. That's simple? Then I'll go take a look. After hearing this, Xiao Han immediately entered the virtual universe on the spot, completely letting his guard down
Xiaohan around Luo Shui. Luo Shui took one look and was instantly moved to tears. Brother Xiao actually trusts me so much. In that case, I must also protect Brother Zhao's safety to repay his life-saving grace. However, he didn't know that Xiaohan had only transferred most of his consciousness into the virtual universe and could still react to the dangers around him. Welcome back to the virtual universe, Master. Are you here this time to claim the rewards from the cosmic battlefield? Upon seeing Xiaohan arrive, Xiaoling immediately flew excitedly to his side and asked curiously, "Yes, I'm here to check out these rewards. Let's see if there's anything good." Xiaohan nodded slightly. "Alright, Master, I'll pull up all the information regarding the bounty on the demon Saint Scarly." Xiaoling respectfully said to Xiaohan, then directly opened all the bounty information and subsequently opened one post after another about Scaly. "Master, there are a total of 12,545 bounty posts regarding the heavenly demon Saint Sun, Scaly. Among them, the 3 official ones have the highest bounty amounts. Therefore, adding them all together, Master, you can obtain a total of 1.54 million cosmic coins, and 10 advanced galaxies officially bestowed. Additionally, any one low-level eternal grade weapon below Earth grade quality, and 1 heaven grade cultivation technique. There is also an opportunity for cultivation within the subsidiary universe, with a duration of 100 years. As for the other various rewards, big and small, the Master probably wouldn't care for them, so I won't list them all. The Master can check them personally." Xiaoling conveyed all the most important rewards to Xiaohan, and upon hearing them, Xiaohan's eyes immediately lit up. Are there really 10 advanced galaxies as a reward? But how can these 10 advanced galaxies be obtained? Xiaohan was a little curious. As for why the reward was so great, Xiaohan thought about it and quickly understood. After all, Scaly, before being killed by Xiaohan, was already close to attempting a breakthrough to the eternal level. Moreover, with the opponent's combat talent, if he truly became a super powerhouse at the eternal level in the future, his achievements within the eternal level would undoubtedly be top tier. It is not impossible to become an undying level powerhouse. For someone with such extraordinary talent, the only way to kill them is to enter the cosmic battlefield. However, only those realm lords whose strength has not reached the eternal level can enter the cosmic battlefield. For an average realm lord to reach the strength capable of killing Scaly, it is extremely difficult. Only a saint of the same level can achieve this. Therefore, the price naturally rises with the tide. Master, these 10 advanced galaxies can be directly selected by you from the cosmic star map. The owners of the selected advanced galaxies will transfer their galaxies to you. If they refuse, the ruler of the advanced galaxy will be admonished by the Intelligent Species Alliance. Such an opportunity for a reward is absolutely rare, Xiaoling respectfully said to Xiaohan. Upon hearing this, Xiaohan naturally understood. If I had gotten such a great opportunity before, I might have used it to directly seize the usage rights of the Longting Galaxy. However, now it's no longer necessary. When I return, it will be the day of the Longting royal family's demise. So, Xiaoling, designate all 10 advanced galaxies surrounding the Longting Galaxy as my territory. Xiaohan calmly said to Xiaoling. Understood, Master. I will immediately report the data to the Virtual Universe Data Center. Xiaoling respectfully said to Xiaohan. As Xiaohan's assistant spirit, she naturally understood his thoughts very well. Moreover, he wholeheartedly supports serving Xiaohan. By the way, search for techniques related to the law of destruction. If there aren't any, forget it. As for weapons, see if there are any soul-type offensive weapons. Xiaohan recalled the other types of rewards. Heaven-tier techniques are something Xiaohan currently doesn't lack. However, he is missing many techniques that can fully utilize the power of his law of destruction. After all, he is currently only using the powerful attributes of the law of destruction for attacks. The enhancement of the cultivation technique only applies to one's own Yin-Yang law power, but has very little effect on the law of destruction. After hearing Xiaohan's words, Xiaoling began searching through all the cultivation techniques and the weapons Xiaohan needed. Master, I have found them. For soul attack type weapons, I have identified the following options. Please make your choice. After speaking, Xiaoling instantly selected several weapons from the virtual universe's weapon arsenal. Moreover, all the levels are of eternal low grade, and the quality is merely earth grade weapons. Xiaohan quickly chose a ring. Spirit Separation Ring, eternal low grade weapon, quality, earth grade, can significantly enhance the user's mental attack power. At the same time, it protects the soul's power from being harmed by other mental attacks. The introduction of the soul departing ring is extremely simple, but Xiaohan knows that reaching this level is not just about using better materials. One must possess the corresponding abilities to be rated as an eternal level weapon. It should be noted that eternal level warriors are already the top tier warriors in the entire universe. Moreover, the lifespan of warriors at this level is nearly infinite, able to live for a full trillion years. Eternal level warriors who die are usually killed. Very few die due to the exhaustion of their lifespan. Therefore, at the eternal level and above, no one cares about lifespan anymore. What everyone cares about is whether they can become even stronger. Therefore, the requirements requirements for weapons of this level are extremely strict. According to the level of the soul separation ring, it is generally delivered by eternal level powerhouses. However, even so, Xiaohan would still need some time to obtain the soul separation ring.
Have you found the cultivation technique yet?
After placing the order for the soul separation ring, Xiaohan directly asked Xiaoling,
Master, I did find it, but I think I found a cultivation method that's more suitable for you. In response to Xiaohan's question, Xiaoling replied with a smile. Oh, a cultivation method more suitable for me.
Xiaohan raised his eyebrows.
Yes, Master. Take a look at the introduction to this cultivation method and you'll understand.
After Xiaoling finished speaking, she quickly retrieved all the information about the so-called cultivation technique. When Xiaohan saw this cultivation technique, his pupils slightly contracted.
Technique, Yan Shinju. Grade, mortal rank.
Function, the divine derivation technique is a cultivation method created by the human king of the human race, with only one function to forge the divine derivation platform within the sea of consciousness. The divine derivation platform can fuse all the law crystals condensed by the cultivator,
ultimately unleashing unparalleled and immense power.
Fusing one type of law power results in a mortal grade quality, while fusing 3 or more types of law power results in a profound grade quality. Fusion of the power of more than 5 laws results in earth grade quality. Fusion of the power of more than 10 laws results in heaven grade quality. Fusion of the power of more than 30 laws results in saint grade quality. In theory, the level of cultivation techniques has no limit. Note, all fused laws must reach the same intensity. Laws with different intensities will be rejected by the divine evolution platform.
Xiaohan looked at this cultivation technique and was instantly dumbfounded. Damn, it was actually a technique created by the human king of the human race, and wasn't the human king the terrifying existence with the innate Tao body that the ancestral dragon once mentioned?
That's true, only such a ridiculously overpowered person could have the talent to manipulate so many laws and keep them advancing at the same pace. Thinking of the terrifying innate Tao body, Xiaohan felt relieved. Wait, Xiaoling, how did you find this martial technique? Suddenly, Xiaohan thought of a serious problem. The virtual universe was built by the human race. Although part of the control now lies with the upper echelons of the Intelligent Species Alliance, even they cannot monitor Xiaohan's situation at will. This is because the virtual universe has its own consciousness. As for Xiaoling being able to find the technique once created by the human king, it is absolutely impossible for it to be a coincidence. Master, I discovered this technique suddenly while searching, and then I had a feeling that this technique would be useful to you, so I told you directly.
Is there a problem?
Xiaoling tilted her little head and curiously replied.
After hearing this, Xiaohan's pupils slightly contracted. Suddenly discovered this technique? It seems that the consciousness of the virtual universe deliberately sent out this technique,
otherwise Xiaoling would never have been able to find the technique created by the human king. Thinking of this, Xiaohan's eyes flickered.
System, check the feasibility of the technique.
Xiaohan is no fool, he doesn't blindly trust whatever others give him.
As for why he trusts the system, the reason is simple.
Right now, the only thing Xiaohan can truly rely on is the system. After all, the system is the sole reason he has grown from an ordinary person to this level.
Ding!
The structure of the Yenshinju is top tier in any universe, and if the system host cultivates this technique, it will create a new level of technique, a supreme level that no universe can ever reach. And this level will be generated when the host engraves all 3,000 laws into the divine evolution technique and simultaneously uses the power of the 3,000 laws to construct the host's supreme law divine pillar. However, the system's evaluation of the divine evolution technique was far beyond Xiaohan's expectations. To think it could create a level of classification that has never appeared in any universe, what an incredibly high level.
Xiaohan found it hard to believe.
Yet according to the system, all he needs to do is construct the supreme law divine pillar.
What is this supreme law divine pillar?
Xiaohan was a bit confused. It seems he hasn't heard of this term before.
Ding!
Dear host, the power of laws is divided into levels, as the master knows, starting from the lowest level of law runes. If a person increases the number of law runes to 3,000, they will have a 30% chance of becoming an eternal level powerhouse. The condition to become an eternal level powerhouse is to build your own law cornerstone using a law crystal engraved with 3,000 law runes. The minimum size of a law cornerstone is 3,000 zhang in radius. Of course, if the host becomes an eternal level powerhouse with 100,000 law runes, the cornerstone after advancement will be 100,000 zhang in size. At the eternal level, strength is enhanced by increasing the size of one's law cornerstone. When you have increased your foundational law to 1,000 times its original level, that is, at least 3 million zhang and at most 100 million zhang, you can begin constructing the second layer. Once the foundational law of the second layer is successfully built, it signifies entering the immortal level. The immortal level requires constructing a total of 1,000 layers of foundational laws, and once all 1,000 layers are completed, it means you have successfully comprehended a certain law to the ultimate limit of this universe. If you wish to advance further, the only way is to extract the corresponding corresponding source law power control from the universe. This step is known as the path of battling heaven, and if you fail, your soul will be utterly destroyed. If successful, the 1,000 layers of foundational laws integrated with the primordial laws of the universe will transform into the supreme law divine pillar, linking the power of this particular law throughout the entire universe. At that point, your realm will be that of a supreme being. Therefore, the number of supreme beings in each universe is limited. If the law power you are cultivating already has a corresponding supreme being, you must either kill them, though such a situation is unlikely to occur, or go to another universe to seize the primordial laws of that universe. The system said this, and Xiao Han also understood what the system meant. Isn't your intention simply for me to become the strongest wielder of the 3,000 types of laws? Xiao Han said speechlessly. This also meant that he would need to seize the law origins of at least dozens of universes. After all, some laws of power have corresponding supreme masters in almost every universe. Of course, it is also possible that Xiao Han could directly slaughter the supreme master of a universe and seize the entire universe's origin laws of power. TSK. Since the system says it's an unprecedented level across all universes, I guess I can give it a try. Xiao Han thought of this and immediately set a small goal for himself in his heart. However, if others knew Xiao Han's goal, they would probably be scared to death setting a small goal to hunt down the strongest. This idea is simply outrageously arrogant. Xiao Ling, retrieve this cultivation technique for me. From now on, I will cultivate using this technique. Xiao Han directly said to Xiao Ling. Understood, Master. The cultivation method will be transmitted to Master's mind. Please check and receive it. Following Xiao Ling's notification, a stream of information instantly entered Xiao Han's mind. This stream of information contained a method to construct the divine manifestation platform using one's own true essence power. The method of operation is incredibly simple, truly matching the difficulty level of a mortal-grade cultivation technique. However, its most challenging aspect lies in gathering the power of the laws. It must be understood that the power of the laws is present everywhere, meaning that anyone who wishes to comprehend it can grasp all 3,000 types of laws. The great Tao is impartial, and everyone has an opportunity. However, not everyone possesses the corresponding talent. Even the human king, favored by the legendary god who created this universe, Xiao Han estimated that after creating this technique, he practiced it to a certain extent before giving up, because it was simply too difficult. With his talent, he could only push this technique to the saint level. As for upgrading techniques, there were plenty of supreme experts, but the difficulty of cultivating this saint-level technique far exceeded the human king's talent, even with an innate Tao body. After all, once reaching the immortal level, further enhancing one's law power becomes extremely challenging, let alone advancing dozens of laws simultaneously. Of course, during the time when he was exploring the path of martial arts on his own, this technique indeed allowed the human king to not worry about cultivation methods for a period of time. And now, this technique has benefited Xiao Han. In that case, let's first try out whether this technique is really as miraculous as they say. Thinking of this, Xiao Han began to recall the cultivation method of the Yenshin Ju. At the same time, mobilize all the true essence power throughout his body. Buzz! The true essence power surged madly into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. The endless true essence power began to slowly construct within the sea of consciousness according to the building method of the Yenshin art. As time passed, a platform resembling an altar appeared at the center of Xiao Han's sea of consciousness, and above that, there are 3,000 apertures. Let's try integrating the power of 11 laws first. Xiao Han, thinking of this, directly integrated all the law crystals he had, which had already reached 1,000 law runes, into the divine evolution platform, including the forces of the heavenly level laws of yin-yang and destruction, as well as the forces of 9 earthly level laws. A total of 11 law crystals slowly flew toward the platform and eventually merged into the entire divine evolution platform. Among them, the 11 slots were directly embedded with the law crystals. Boom! However, as the 11 crystallized laws were finally embedded onto the divine evolution platform, the entire platform began to erupt with terrifying fluctuations of true essence. This wave of true essence fluctuations actually contained the attributes of the 11 laws. The terrifying power was far more dreadful than the yin-yang true essence power condensed by the yin-yang sacred canon. Ding! Congratulations to the host for integrating the 11 laws of power. The divine evolution technique has successfully advanced to a heaven-tier cultivation method. With a system prompt sound, Xiao Han felt his true essence power begin to surge wildly. Both the quantity and density completely overwhelmed the true essence power condensed by the yin-yang sacred canon, which is also a heaven-tier technique. As for the previous yin-yang attribute true essence, it was replaced in an instant. Indeed, a technique condensed from so many laws of power is truly formidable. At this moment, Xiao Han was naturally very satisfied with his new cultivation technique. After all, the terrifying power of this technique was absolutely incomparable to a heaven-tier technique, and it might even have reached the level of a saint-tier technique. Who would have thought I could encounter such a fortunate event? This time, Scaly really has incredible luck.
luck. Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction.
After fully receiving the cultivation techniques, martial skills, and cosmic coins, Xiao Han directly exited the virtual universe. Outside the virtual universe, Luo Shui sat cross-legged, floating in the void, waiting for Xiao Han to wake up.
Brother Xiao, have you taken care of everything?
At this moment, Luo Shui had tidied up his disheveled appearance, restoring his previous dashing and spirited look, and compared to before, he no longer carried that cold and aloof demeanor. Xiao Han had also come to understand this kid's personality. He was relatively easygoing with people he was familiar with.
Yes, it's all done.
I didn't expect these holy sons to be so valuable.
Next time we encounter them, we must take down a few more.
Speaking of the holy sun, Xiao Han now has quite a few ideas. However, upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Luo Shui on the opposite side suddenly shivered.
Brother Xiao,
these rewards are only given for killing the holy son of the heavenly demon. Killing the holy sons of the intelligent races or the sacred beast clan doesn't come with any rewards. Luo Shui quickly began to explain, fearing that Xiao Han might see his bounty as decent and decide to take him out.
That's a pity then.
Xiao Han was taken aback for a moment, then said helplessly. His words made Luo Shui break out in a cold sweat.
Since Brother Xiao has already taken care of things, I'll take my leave first. After all, I haven't completed the task my master assigned me yet.
Feeling that it was not suitable to stay here any longer, Luo Shui quickly bid farewell to Xiao Han.
Weren't you the one who wanted to spar with me? The match isn't over yet, and you're already leaving. Xiao Han felt a bit regretful.
If such a capable follower were to leave, what a pity it would be. However, upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Luo Shui immediately felt like crying but had no tears. Brother Xiao, please don't tease me.
With my strength, I wouldn't be able to withstand even a single move from you.
As for the sparring, I, Luo Shui, admit defeat. If there's an opportunity in the future, I will definitely come back to seek your guidance.
I hope Brother Xiao will grant me the honor then.
Luo Shui slightly cupped his hands toward Xiao Han.
Are you kidding? A competition? Could he even be a match for Xiao Han?
Alright, since your mind is made up, I wish you great success in martial arts.
Xiao Han nodded slightly and then cupped his hands toward Luo Shui. Thank you, Brother Xiao, I'm off.
Luo Shui also cupped his hands toward Xiao Han, then instantly transformed into a cold stream and fled into the distance. Watching Luo Shui leave, Xiao Han temporarily gave up the idea of seeking out those demons for trouble. It's time to go back and deal with the matters of the Dragon Soaring Empire first. Xiao Han thought of this and immediately took a step, instantly heading toward the direction of the Xianshui Cosmic Nation Station. After returning to the station, Xiao Han went to the Bounty Guild and directly upgraded his Bounty Hunter rank to 12 stars. When he walked out of the Bounty Hunter Guild again, everyone's gaze toward Xiao Han was completely different.
Hiss, a 12-star hunter. Who exactly is this lord?
There are hardly any such figures at our station. Yes, the 12 stars are said to be possessed only by those whose combat power surpasses 4 to 5,000 ordinary law runes. This lord looks so young.
Could he be the holy son of some cosmic nation? It seems that our alliance of intelligent races will soon have another eternal-level powerhouse.
As Xiao Han walked along, countless passing warriors looked at him with extreme respect. Even those at the peak of the realm master level who occasionally encountered him were incredibly reverent. It must be noted that a 12-star hunter can easily wipe out a large group of peak realm masters with a mere wave of their hand. Such terrifying strength naturally earned the respect of countless people. Xiao Han teleported once again to the largest restaurant at the station. Under the respectful service of the manager, Xiao Han chose a guest room that was at least the size of a small asteroid and settled in. Naturally, the facilities here were fully equipped, with tens of thousands of servants above the Starsea realm, as well as beauties from various races.
Of course, Xiao Han drove them all out. It's time to prepare to go back.
This time, Xiao Han doesn't plan to return in person but intends to summon himself directly back to the Milky Way, because Xiao Han is only going to handle some matters and initiate Earth's rise plan. Before leaving, Xiao Han began frantically laying countless formation bases around him, and the foundation of these formations is the array prepared by Xiao Han to protect his physical body. Although Xiao Han knows that he is unlikely to face any life-threatening danger within the station, he still sets up a formation just in case.
9 dragons locking heaven formation. Activate.
As all the formation stones were cast into the void by Xiao Han, in the next moment, an infinite and boundless power of the formation erupted instantly from all the formation stones.
Roar! Roar! Roar after roar of furious shouts echoed from the void.
The phantom of the 9-headed divine dragon soared into the sky and immediately exploded, transforming into a barrier that enveloped several kilometers around Xiao Han.
Next is communicating with the prison suppressor.
Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and in the next moment, he directly used his power of faith to begin communicating with the prison suppressor located countless light years away. In the galactic star region, a planet imprisoning countless criminals who once terrified the entire galaxy hovered before Xiao Han's divine statue. On the planet, the prison suppressor, exuding a terrifying aura, was explaining correct values to the devout prisoners before him. If Xiao Han were present to witness this scene,
he would undoubtedly be somewhat bewildered. You were sinners in the past, but after today, you will be redeemed. This is your 10th day in the galactic domain, and as the High Priest, I grant you freedom. At this moment, Jinyu still wore a cold expression, but the words coming out of his mouth were utterly those of a fanatic. Thank you, High Priest. Thank you, High Priest. One prisoner after another knelt excitedly before Xiao Han's statue. Such was their level of devotion that even Xiao Han himself would probably be surprised to see it. Buzz. At that moment, Jinyu suddenly furrowed his brows as a message instantly appeared in his mind. Seeing this message, his face instantly lit up with wild joy. The next moment, he soared straight into the sky, his gaze fixed on the towering divine statue suspended in the starry heavens. My great deity, Jinyu began to chant. This chanting instantly reached the ears of all the believers within the range covered by the statue of the deity. It must be noted that, apart from Earth, all other living beings in the entire galaxy have already been brainwashed by Xiao Han's statue. They have all become followers of Xiao Han. As the chanting spread throughout the galaxy, all the believers respectfully knelt in the direction where Xiao Han was. At the same time, they began to pray silently, and as his prayers continued, an endless power of faith erupted from every living being. The power of faith instantly transformed into countless points of light, surging toward Xiao Han's statue. As this infinite power of faith poured into the statue, it began to radiate an endless golden light. The entire galaxy and even the surrounding hundreds of thousands of light years were enveloped in this golden radiance. Soon, these rays of light began to rapidly converge toward the heart of the statue. As time passed second by second, all the light finally gathered at the heart, forming a golden human figure. Buzz. With a wave of fluctuation, a terrifying will instantly descended from the void. The next moment, the golden figure moved instantly. Welcome, my god. Jinyu respectfully knelt down before the golden figure. Welcome, my god. Welcome, my god. Welcome, my god. All the believers throughout the entire Milky Way galaxy sensed Xiao Han's presence and excitedly prostrated themselves on the ground, shouting fervently. And this golden figure was naturally Xiao Han's will. Everyone, rise, Xiao Han slowly said, and then the golden light surrounding him gradually receded, finally transforming into Xiao Han's figure. Following his command, a gentle force lifted everyone in the entire galaxy from the ground. In that instant, all the believers felt an unparalleled sense of glory. The original power of faith instantly surged by more than double. This also made Xiao Han pause for a moment. Shun Yu, you've done very well. Xiao Han nodded slightly. In just a short month, Jinyu managed to bring the entire galaxy under his range of followers. Not only that, even several nearby galaxies around the Milky Way already have a certain foundation of believers. Such an achievement even surprised Xiao Han. My god, your praise is undeserved. It is merely what I should do, Jinyu respectfully said to Xiao Han. Previously, when he faced Xiao Han, he felt immense pressure, but now that pressure had disappeared. However, a deep reverence from the depths of his soul made him realize that Xiao Han's power had become at least 10,000 times more terrifying than before. At the same time, with the restraint of the power of faith, Jinyu naturally became even more devout. This time I have returned for one main purpose. Xiao Han slowly began to speak, while Jinyu stood solemnly by his side, attentively listening to Xiao Han's instructions. From today onward, I will begin my conquest of the universe, with the Longting Empire as my first target. However, Xiao Han's first words made Jinyu's heart skip a beat. What he felt was not fear, but endless anticipation. I am willing to charge into battle for my god. Jinyu instantly knelt before Xiao Han. We are also willing to charge into battle for our god. At the same time, the prisoners who had just been liberated on the nearby prison star also knelt down toward Xiao Han with a thunderous sound, each exuding at least a star-level aura. Seeing this, Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the conquest mode. The host can assemble a team and also upgrade the team's strength using upgrade points. However, please note, host, that the team is considered a whole, so upgrading one means the entire team must be upgraded. Correspondingly, the cost for this team only needs to be 1,000 times that of a single unit. In other words, if the host forms a team of 100 million people, theoretically, upgrading them all to the domain master level would require 100 million enhancement upgrade points. However, since this is the conquest mode, the entire 100 million people would only need 1,000 upgrade points. Additionally, in conquest mode, subordinates levels cannot exceed the host's current level, which is the world master limit. At the same time, the number of legions within one level lower than the host must be controlled within 10,000, which means the host can currently only form a 10,000 member world lord limit team. However, if it's at the domain lord limit, the host can form a team of 100 million. At the star sea level limit, a team of 1 trillion can be formed, and so on. The upgrade points required for each level of the legion are merely 1,000 times that of the same realm. However, at this moment, a system notification sound suddenly made Xiao Han's spirit tremble. He had long wanted to form a corresponding combat team, but unfortunately, forming such a team would consume far too many resources. So Xiao Han didn't proceed, as he originally planned to only bring a few thousand low-level realm master powerhouses
powerhouses to attack the Longting universe. However, the system's prompt immediately surprised Xiao Han. What does this mean? It means that if Xiao Han becomes a supreme powerhouse in the future, he could create 10,000 subordinates at the supreme powerhouse level all at once. And with subordinates of this level, not to mention conquering a universe, even taking down dozens of universes would be a breeze. With the Legion mode, it means that reviving the human race in the future will be as easy as pie. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's lips slightly curved into a smile. Shun Yu, recruit 10,000 of the most loyal believers as the first Legion. Recruit 100 million believers as the second Legion. Recruit 1 trillion as the third Legion. The only condition for recruitment is based on the degree of loyalty of the believers. As for this matter, Xiao Han naturally entrusted it to the High Priest Jin Yu. As Xiao Han finished speaking, his hand gently pressed on the top of Jin Yu's head. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying energy burst forth madly from Xiao Han's hand, pouring directly and frantically into Jin Yu's body. Endless and boundless power was madly enhancing Jin Yu's strength. In an instant, he broke through from the Starsea realm to the Domain Lord realm. Not only that, even his combat talent was directly elevated from the original profound grade combat talent to the heaven grade combat talent. Boom, rumble, rumble. Endless aura erupted from Jin Yu's body. Ultimately, his realm stopped at the 5th level of the Realm Lord stage. Moreover, his combat talent also reached the late stage of the heavenly rank. Such terrifying combat talent allowed Jin Yu to violently annihilate the 8th level Realm Lord, Dragon Emperor Longtang. At the same time, what surprised Xiao Han was that Jin Yu had actually awakened the Earth level law power, the Law of Order. It should be noted that the Law of Order is the most important subordinate law of the Law of Fate. Of course, to grow into the heaven level Law of Fate would still require tremendous opportunities. Naturally, this already made Xiao Han quite satisfied. Is this the power of the Realm Master? Jin Yu felt incomparably excited as he sensed the terrifying power of laws within his body. If that power were to erupt, the entire Milky Way could be destroyed in an instant. This is the terrifying aspect of a Realm Lord. As the High Priest, your responsibilities are significant, and naturally, your strength must also be considerable, Xiao Han calmly said to Jin Yu. Jin Yu hurriedly knelt respectfully before Xiao Han after hearing this. Thank you for the divine blessing, my god, Jin Yu said excitedly. Resolve the matters I instructed as soon as possible. I need to see results within a day. Xiao Han slowly nodded and disappeared into the void in the next instant, obeying the divine decree. Farewell, my god. Jin Yu respectfully spoke toward the place where Xiao Han had vanished, and in the next moment, he stood up directly. He began to utilize his divine office as the High Priest, frantically screening candidates across the entire galaxy as Xiao Han had instructed. Each selected individual would be summoned to the galactic star domain through the power of faith combined with his divine office. Earth. It has been more than 2 months since Xiao Han left. During these 2 months, combined with the terrifying amount of spiritual energy on Earth, the entire planet can now be described as a place where innate experts are everywhere. Walking on the streets, one can occasionally encounter grandmasters. As for the students in the Martial Arts Academy, thanks to excellent resources and the martial arts field that can enhance talent by 10,000 times, Jiurong City has produced void-breaking level experts, and those super geniuses who were chosen by Xiao Han and had their talents enhanced are now all strong individuals at the Starry Sky level. Of course, as long as they are in the Martial Arts Academy, all of these people have become devout followers of Xiao Han. It's impossible for their cultivation speed not to be fast. As for Lu Bowen, who is now the principal, his strength has already reached the terrifying 3rd level of the Starsea realm. Indeed, warriors of this level are of little use to Xiao Han at this point, but if this cultivation speed is maintained, it won't take millions of years for the human race to once again produce its first eternal level superpower. By then, the revival will not be far off. Of course, to restore the former glory, Xiao Han would have to awaken the bloodline of everyone. Buzz. With a ripple, Xiao Han's figure appeared in the void beyond Earth. Earth, I'm back again. Xiao Han's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at the Earth below. At the same time, Xiao Han glanced at the mysterious formation behind the moon. Hiss. Damn, I still can't understand it. What level is this formation? Xiao Han was somewhat speechless. His current formation level had already reached the cosmic tier, yet he still couldn't understand the structure of the formation, which meant the formation's level was at least at the indestructible tier. However, thinking about the past history of the human race, Xiao Han let it go. I just don't know what is sealed behind this formation. If I get the chance, I must go and take a look. With this thought, Xiao Han no longer paid attention to the formation. Instead, with a single step, he instantly appeared inside the Shadow Phantom ship. At this moment, the Shadow ship had already been brought to the Underground Research Institute of the Martial Arts Academy. Relying on the powerful technological support within the institute, all the researchers now possessed a terrifying level of expertise at the Starry Sky realm. In other words, weapons, ships, or technology at the Starry Sky realm level could basically be manufactured by them. This means that Earth is now classified as a 5th-tier civilization in terms of technological advancement. You must know, the development development of technology is countless times more difficult than martial arts. After all, martial arts are merely an individual's endeavor, whereas technology requires collective collaboration. Achieving this result in such a short time was already beyond Xiao Han's expectations. Carl. Xiao Han stood inside the spaceship and calmly said, "Master." In the next instant, Carl's figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Han. At this moment, Carl was looking at Xiao Han with extreme excitement. "Master, is it really you? You have finally returned," Carl excitedly said to Xiao Han. It must be noted that, as the Earth Order Guardian appointed by Xiao Han, the pressure on him had been increasing over the past month or two. After all, his level was merely at the Starry Sky rank. Monitoring the entire Earth while punishing those martial artists who violate the rules is simply an extremely massive undertaking. Of course, at the beginning, the strength of Earth's martial artists was not that great, so he felt no pressure. However, as everyone's strength reached above the innate level, his pressure began to increase. If this trend continues, in 1 or 2 years, when the strength of Earth's people reaches the void-breaking realm or higher, he might no longer be able to stop the actions of those powerful individuals. Fortunately, Xiao Han returned in just over 2 months. You've worked hard during this period. Next, I will begin implementing reforms, so you don't need to worry about legal matters. As Xiao Han spoke, he slightly raised his right hand, which astonishingly crossed the boundaries of 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional space to press against Carl's head. This scene instantly left Carl utterly shocked, but he knew Xiao Han wouldn't harm him, so he didn't resist at all. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying force of yin-yang laws erupted from Xiao Han's hand, and this force of laws surged wildly into all of Carl's consciousness, extracted all of Carl's remaining consciousness from the entire shadow ship. Reverse yin and yang. Create the flesh. Following Xiao Han's calm, low shout, the surrounding power of laws began to madly converge towards Xiao Han's hands under this low shout. The power of the yin-yang law unexpectedly mobilized all types of law forces, beginning to crazily create a physical body in the void. And this physical body was the form Carl had transformed into, said to be the ruler of the Atlantis civilization at the time. As the body took shape, Xiao Han also struck Carl's bewildered data avatar into it. "Wake up!" With a low shout, that physical body suddenly opened its eyes. I have a body." Carl looked at his own hands in disbelief and pinched his body, discovering a sensation he had never felt before. Is this pain?